In Songjiang City, with a population of 8 million, fewer than 80 people shared Bian Xuedao's profession. Bian Xuedao was a proofreader at Songjiang Daily, a role quite different from that of a book proofreader at a publishing house. His job required working night shifts year-round. What qualities should a newspaper proofreader, especially for a daily, possess? In short, attention to detail, focus, a large reading volume, and political awareness. Proofreading isn't just about spotting typos and punctuation errors. It's a quiet but highly demanding job. At 33, Bian had worked the night shift as a proofreader for 7 years. His working hours were from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Night after night of inverted schedules, endless words, and dull, repetitive news articles had left him in a sub-healthy state. He had grown quiet and withdrawn, and his mindset felt far older than his years. There were 5 proofreaders at Songjiang Daily, but only 4 actually worked. Bian was the youngest and the only contract employee. The other 4 had official public sector positions. At first, he felt resentful, but over time, he let it go. With retirement policies constantly shifting, and with at least 32 years before he could even think about retiring, who knew what the system would look like by then? Besides, with print media clearly declining, he doubted newspapers would even survive another 10 years, doomed to be devoured by the internet and smartphones. Spending tens of thousands to buy a position for management just didn't seem worth it anymore. Sitting and waiting for the end wasn't Bian's style. His quiet, word-filled nights gave him time to think and plan. A year ago, he had begun discussing with his wife, Xu Shangxiu, what they'd do if the newspaper collapsed. To his surprise, he realized he had no marketable skills aside from reading newspapers all day and knowing how to drive. His wife, a university teacher, comforted him. It's okay. Even if the paper folds, the university won't. There's always me. Inside the newsroom, the lights were blinding, and the internal phones rang nonstop. Bian had just finished proofreading the second draft of his assigned sections for the night, and was now listening to music through his headset to pass the time. He had just caught a Class B error. Earlier that night, the double-color lottery numbers were published. 1, 7, 8, 11, 21, 31, and the bonus ball won a rather unusual set. When the first draft came in, Bian checked the numbers on the lottery website. They were correct. But in the second draft, the bonus ball was missing. The layout editor had accidentally deleted it. If it had gone to print, under the newspaper's new reward and penalty policy, Bian would have wasted his entire week of night shifts. He called the layout editor through the internal line, pointing out the mistake and telling him to check online and correct it immediately. His ears started ringing again. He stood up, walked to the window, did a few stretching exercises, and felt a bit better. It's almost midnight, and the pages are still being adjusted. We won't finish early tonight, he thought, gazing at the dark sky. Tomorrow was the day for the official launch of subway lines 1 and 2 in Songjiang. Some of the newspaper's leaders were excited, determined to publish a beautiful special edition. But Bian found it absurd. A daily with fewer than 10 copies sold per day. Who was it even for? The city officials? They only cared about the first and second pages to see if their reports were missing or whether their peers were featured more prominently. Mr. Bian, is my section done yet? Behind him stood a female editor from the current affairs department, around 31 or 32. She had been at the paper for 3 years. Rumor had it she had no formal contract, no insurance, no housing fund, no year-end bonus, not even the small perks others got. Once a shining profession, the newspaper industry had grown increasingly cold-hearted. Despite its fading glory, it still clung to an inexplicable sense of superiority. If the paper was a store, it only mistreated those who had no connections and had earned their place by merit. While the frontline editorial staff numbered no more than 300, nearly 2,000 people were on payroll, drawing salaries and benefits. Bian admired the woman's perseverance and pitted her 10 years earlier. Her endurance might have had a future. Now it was uncertain. It's done. I already asked the layout editor to take it back and make changes. Returning to his seat, Bian couldn't focus for a while. He thought about what the editor was still doing here for. And what was he still doing here for? Even if the paper didn't fold, working night shifts like this, he doubted he'd live to collect his pension at 65. It was already past 1 a.m. The city was silent, save for the occasional rumble of a construction truck. All the buildings around were dark, except for the 5th floor where Songjiang Daily was based, still brightly lit. Most of the proofreading was done. Now, he only needed to watch for corrections. Leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, he listened to music. Except for the one proofreader who was always on paid sick leave, the other 4 had completely different hobbies. The oldest, Master Wang, liked playing mahjong online. Master Li was into lottery charts. Master Jiang loved watching TV dramas. A few years ago, Bian used to watch American TV shows, but eventually got bored. Now, he listened to music with his high-quality headset. Listening to American shows and songs, combined with his wife, Xu Shangxiu's English teaching background, had kept his English sharp. He could even sing many English songs flawlessly. This habit of listening to music while working annoyed many editors and layout staff, since he often missed internal calls. They had to walk over to find him. Song Ming, the chief editor in the editorial office, had already smoked half a pack of cigarettes. He still wanted more. This special Subway edition had given him 5 pages to handle. Though they had started layout work a week in advance, and the leadership had reviewed it several times, the headlines had been cut from 24 to 20, then to 16. But even on the final day, they were still adjusting the layout. In his late 30s, Song's hair was already thinning. He was exhausted. Without cigarettes, he wasn't sure he could make it through. Seeing Bian leaning back and listening to music, Song tapped him on the shoulder and gestured toward the smoking room. Lighting a cigarette, Song took a deep puff and said, "We want to finish early tonight. This has been going on for 4 or 5 days. It's killing me. If we do this a few more times, I'm afraid he'll drop dead from overwork." Bian held his cigarette unlit, rolling it between his fingers, staring at the streetlights outside. "This is just lines 1 and 2. Didn't you design the layout for the overall planning? There's still lines 3, 4, and 5 coming. Even without subways, every time there's heavy rain, snow, or wind, we pull all-nighters." Song stubbed out his cigarette after only a few puffs and put it back in the pack. "Yeah, the Subway edition isn't so bad, at least it's bearable. What really drives me nuts are those other topics. Heavy rain equals urban civilization. Heavy snow equals urban strength. Strong wind equals urban warmth. If this city is so great, why are talents leaving? Why is it falling behind comparable cities? We editors are already disgusted. Can you imagine how the readers feel?" Bian glanced toward the door of the smoking room. "Keep it down. The editor-in-chief is here today." Song scoffed. "If I hadn't had a kid a few years back, I'd have quit long ago." "Hey, you saw the subway map on my page, right? If we'd seen this 10 years ago, hell, even 5 years ago, and bought a couple of apartments near the stations, whether we sold or rented, we wouldn't be burning the midnight oil like this." Bian's phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Xu Shangxiu. "Oh man, I'm going to sleep. Drive safely." Xu and Bian were the same age. They met in 2009 by chance, and discovered they were both graduates of the class of 2001. Soon after, they married. For years later, they remained a loving, respectful couple, a model marriage in their circle of friends. Xu often watched Korean dramas. Because of Bian's looks, build, and QZH aura, she said he looked 80 like a middle-aged man character from Korean drama. From the start, she called him old man. He corrected her a few times, but it never stuck, so he eventually gave in. It was nearly 2 a.m. Almost done. The on-duty editor-in-chief reminded the proofreading team to review the final draft one last time. "Page 1 is fine. Page 2 is fine. Page 3 is fine. Page 11 is fine. Page 12 is fine. The Subway Special Edition is fine." At 2:15 a.m., the final proof was complete. Driving home late at night, traffic was light. It took less than 20 minutes. The Subway Special Edition was finally done. Normally, Bian would feel relieved, but as he drove, a sense of unease lingered. Maybe it was the pressure. He turned on the music. Shinedown's Miracle filled the car. It was his habit. Blasting rock songs late at night helped keep him alert. In his car, he kept albums from 2 bands, Shinedown and Nickelback. He had already decided to take Xu Shangxiu and a few friends to karaoke this weekend for a night of singing. It wasn't until after starting work that Bian discovered his singing talent. At first, when work was stressful and life frustrating, he sang to relieve the pressure. Before marriage, he sometimes went alone belting out high notes, even forcing his voice when he couldn't reach them. A few times, he nearly hyperventilated. Then one day, as if a switch had flipped, he suddenly found a vocal technique. Later, at the newspaper group's annual gala, he swept the competition for 3 straight years with high-pitched songs, winning the 10,000 yuan grand prize each time. That money became the seed fund for his first car. Near home, he passed a traffic accident. An SUV and a taxi had collided badly at an intersection. The SUV was still intact, but the taxi's occupants looked critical. Bian slowed down, glanced in the rearview mirror, and reflected on the unpredictability of fate. A semi-Buddhist, he silently recited the name of Ksiddhartha Bodhisattva over a dozen times, praying for the souls of those involved and calming his own mind. Back home, perhaps because of the accident, Bian felt no sleepiness at all. He gently covered Xu with a light blanket, quietly closed the bedroom door, washed up, and sat on the sofa. He turned on the TV, muted it, and watched the silent screen. Buzz's ears rang again. Suddenly, Bian felt an odd sensation. His senses seemed to withdraw into his body like receding waves. The TV screen slowed down. Every movement and mouth movement of the characters stretched to 10 times their normal speed. The colors faded to black and white, then blurred, as if the resolution had been lowered. He felt himself float once, then again, and then, truly, he was floating. Chapter 002. 48 days until the college entrance examination. It felt as though I had indulged in an unusually profound slumber. A gentle warmth enveloped me, a sensation bestowed by the sunlight. Sunlight? What time is it now? The consciousness of Bian Xuedao sharpened abruptly, yet curiously, his body seemed unresponsive. His mind relayed commands repeatedly, and only after numerous attempts did his hands and legs reconnect with his brain. This sensation was peculiar, yet undeniably real. What is this sleeping position? Did I doze off on the sofa? Did Shangxiu assist me onto the bed? No, it feels as though I'm sprawled across the table. Open your eyes. Why can't I open them? Sounds emerged. A cacophony, growing louder, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, doors opening, chairs and tables colliding, and indistinct conversations mingling together. Suddenly, after a door creaked open, the surroundings fell silent, as if rehearsed. Bian Xuedao struggled to regain control of his body. His curiosity piqued about his current location. A middle-aged woman's voice reached his ears. Classmates, it's time for class. Please turn to the 23rd set of simulation questions, Huanggong Simulation 3. The rustle of pages turning enveloped the room. Someone behind him whispered, Hey, have you done it? I haven't tea. Please tell me the answers later. A sharp tap on his shoulder jolted him. Stop sleeping, it's class time. The middle-aged woman's voice resumed. Let us begin with the first question. Su Bing, you start, and we'll go in order. After a brief pause, she emphasized, students still lying down, please sit up quickly. The person on his right nudged him again, and it felt as if a vital point had been stimulated, prompting him to sit upright abruptly. Before him lay a classroom that was both strange and familiar, with a woman at the podium who he surmised was surnamed Chun, a geography teacher. The individual who had just nudged him was Guidong. How did I end up here? Is this a dream? Bian Xuedao pinched himself sharply. It hurt. Another pinch, and the pain persisted. Guidong regarded him with a look of bewilderment and inquired, What is wrong with you? Did you stay overnight at Big Eyes? Big Eyes. Bian Xuedao recalled that it was the name of an internet CAF he frequently visited during his senior year. Is this really my former classroom? Suddenly, Bian Xuedao noticed the upper left corner of the blackboard, boldly inscribed with words, in smaller letters, days until the college entrance examination, and in larger letters, 48 days. One by one, his classmates stood up, reciting questions and answers from their papers. Something about monsoons, ocean currents, and the northern hemisphere. Bian Xuedao sat there, his mind adrift, his gaze fixated on the geography book he had idly opened. He remained there until noon dismissal. The classroom gradually emptied, leaving only Bian Xuedao behind. He picked up a small mirror that a female classmate had carelessly left on the desk. It indeed reflected his visage, albeit much younger. Rolling up the sleeve of his left arm, he found no trace of the burn scar from when he had learned to cook after marriage. His physical sensations and cognitive connections were remarkably clear. Bian Xuedao could now ascertain that he was not in a dream. If he was not dreaming, then the only explanation for the scene before him was that his soul had returned to 2001, to his senior year, with merely 48 days remaining before the college entrance examination. This is outrageous. In just 48 days, the college entrance examination will commence. Whether it is 2 months earlier or later, the present state of affairs leaves one questioning how to prepare for it. What resources does one possess for the exam? What if the results are unsatisfactory? Perhaps it is best to return home for lunch. As he approached the bicycle shed, Bian Xuedao found himself in a quandary. He fumbled in his pocket for the bicycle key, but could not recall the appearance of his bicycle. Fortunately, many students had already ridden away, with vague memories guiding him. He located his bicycle after inspecting the fourth one. Bian Xuedao's home is a standalone bungalow, measuring over 140 square meters, accompanied by a modest vegetable garden in front. Due to his parents' unemployment, he remembered that just a few months into his university studies, they sold the house and moved into a smaller dwelling of around 40 square meters, using the proceeds to fund his education. At that time, Bian Xuedao was unaware that after his freshman year, he would never return to this house. There were moments, particularly after nights of indulgence, when he genuinely yearned for the days spent within its walls. Pushing open the front door and securing his bicycle, Bian Xuedao was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. "Mom and Dad, I am home." His parents, however, did not perceive any change in him. Gazing at their youthful faces, he hesitated to speak much, focusing intently on his meal to avoid any potential awkwardness in conversation. After lunch, adhering to the habits formed during his senior year, he retreated to his room for a 30-minute respite. Lying on the hard single bed and observing the celebrity posters adorning the walls, he began to contemplate his next steps. Bian Xuedao had experimented several times and discovered that all his memories were from before his rebirth. In essence, when he recalled yesterday, it was the day he had worked the night shift, driven home, and encountered an accident, rather than his personal yesterday in 2001. He could recollect certain headlines from the Songjiang Daily dated August 13, 2014, yet he was entirely oblivious to what his teachers had reviewed the previous day. Subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography, the knowledge requisite for the impending examination, were a blank slate in his mind. Desperation. Wait, I must remain composed. I possess advantages. Bian Xuedao sat up and retrieved a clean notebook, beginning to outline his strengths. First, he knew the provincial cutoff scores for the college entrance examination, 511 for first-tier liberal arts and 454 for second-tier. Secondly, he was aware of his examination seat number. Located at the fourth desk against the left wall of the classroom, directly in front of Zhou Hang, one of the top 3 students in his class. What else? The exam questions themselves. The year 2001 marked the first instance of this format. According to Bian Xuedao's recollections, many classmates struggled with the comprehensive paper after the exam. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it was the inaugural year for such an assessment, and teachers, like students, lacked experience. Secondly, the liberal arts comprehensive exam included many topics explicitly stated in the examination instructions, which many students overlooked, particularly the final 30-point question. Bian Xuedao was fortunate. In 2014, his family's bookshelf still held the high school textbooks previously used by Xu Shangxiu. After the gaokao, Xu Shangxiu meticulously annotated numerous exam questions in her textbooks, folding each page as she went. One weekend evening a few months prior, while organizing the bookshelf together, the two reminisced about their high school days, flipping through those textbooks. As a senior student, is there anything more blissful than knowing the exam questions ahead of time? In an era where students choose their majors before the results are released, is there a greater joy than being aware of the score thresholds in advance? As a Chinese citizen, is there a more fortunate circumstance than realizing in 2001, when housing prices were low, that they would skyrocket in the future? I digress. Bian Xuedao brought his focus back, striving to recall the memories stirred by perusing Xu Shangxiu's marked textbooks. He vividly remembered the key points in politics, history, and geography, particularly the last few comprehensive questions in the liberal arts section that intertwined subjects: African nations, soil erosion, rural life and agriculture, and perhaps even the technological revolution and industrial structure. Bian Xuedao also recalled the essay topic for the Chinese exam, which revolved around integrity, while the English composition involved writing a letter to a foreign friend. He hastily jotted down a few lines, quickly rummaged through his desk, but failed to find the textbook he sought. With a shout of "I'm off to school," he dashed out the door, bicycle in tow. For an entire afternoon, Bian Xuedao seemed entranced, alternating between flipping through one book and another, occasionally marking passages. He remained stationary during breaks and kept his head down during class, diligently focusing on his own work, regardless of which teacher was lecturing. At one point, the math teacher called on him to answer a multiple-choice question from the exam paper. His deskmate, Guodong, noticed Bian Xuedao engrossed in a history book, yet he stood up without a hint of embarrassment and replied, "Choose." When did this guy become so sharp? Guodong inquired multiple times about what Bian Xuedao was preoccupied with, but Bian merely grunted in response, gesturing towards the teacher at the podium, signaling him to be quiet during class, effectively ending the conversation. Guodong felt a bit disinterested, scoffing inwardly, wondering what was so compelling to read, as if he knew the gaokao questions. He would never know that Bian Xuedao was indeed annotating the very questions that would appear on the national gaokao exam in just over 40 days. At 5:10 p.m., break time arrived once more, and the classroom was sparsely populated. Bian Xuedao stood up to stretch, surveying the compact, chaotic yet warm environment of his senior classroom. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed through the third-floor window at the distant treetops and the crimson clouds on the horizon, lost in thought. Unlike the narratives often found in online reincarnation novels years later, Bian Xuedao in 2001, throughout his entire senior year, had neither a girlfriend nor a crush. He had once reflected on his memories, curious about what occupied his mind beyond academics. At this moment, Bian Xuedao was neither unattractive nor particularly handsome. His academic performance hovering around the upper middle tier, aside from his commendable physique, there was little to captivate the attention of girls. Speaking of which, how many high school girls in a small northern city in 2001 truly appreciated a boy's physique? One could only wonder which phase of Bian Xuedao's biological clock this body was operating on, yet he felt remarkably spirited. The first class of the evening is self-study. Some students are fervently memorizing questions, while others are disinterestedly thumbing through their books, whispering in pairs or small groups. The questions that can be recalled have all been marked, but most pertain only to the humanities section of the third year. The annotations for the core subjects of mathematics, English, and Chinese are exceedingly few. It is not fair to blame Xu Shangxiu. Even those who have taken the college entrance examination could hardly annotate them, as these subjects require practical application. Chinese is relatively manageable, given that Bian Xuedao has been engaged with words since graduating from university and entering a newspaper. English is also somewhat bearable. Throughout his years of night shifts, Bian Xuedao has watched countless original English dramas and films, from Friends to House, 24, Prison Break, The Big Bang Theory, Lost, and The Walking Dead. His vocabulary, listening skills, and sense of the English language have likely surpassed his level during his senior year. What he primarily needs to reinforce now are some common grammatical pitfalls encountered in examinations. The difficulty lies in mathematics. Bian Xuedao has cast aside this subject for over 13 or 14 years, having completely forgotten all the formulas, with only 40 days remaining. Attempting to relearn mathematics is undoubtedly a Herculean task for someone like him, who has long struggled with the subject. Recognizing the constraints of time and his capabilities, Bian Xuedao swiftly clarified his revision strategy. Focus on the significant while neglecting the trivial, prioritizing the humanities over mathematics. As a 33-year-old man who has been part of the workforce for nearly a decade, he reminds himself not to be confined by limitations, that fortune favors the bold, and that he must devise a plan. His gaze wanders around the classroom until it settles on Zhou Hang. Chapter 003. Exclusive record password. Returning home at 10:40 p.m. Bian Xuedao had no desire to read or solve problems. With the lights on, he lay down and soon fell asleep. When his mother entered with milk, she saw him already slumbering and gently turned off the light. At 3 a.m., moonlight streamed through the window, casting a mysterious chill within the room. Bian Xuedao awoke. He fervently wished to find himself in his 2014 home, yet what greeted him was a poster of the long-haired Yang Caney on the wall, startling him in the pale moonlight. As he pondered, he realized he had overlooked many significant details. For instance, the winning numbers for the double color ball on August 12, 2014 were 1, 7, 8, 11, 21, 31, 1. On any ordinary day, he might not have remembered these numbers, but this particular set was strikingly distinctive and systematic. He recalled the complete station route maps for the first and second lines of the Songjiang subway, as well as the planned routes for the third, fourth, and fifth lines. He had also reviewed the detailed gold price trend charts from 2003 to 2013 during his editorial work. He was aware that around 2003, housing prices in China began to rise, specifically noting that the price peaks in Songjiang, the capital city 160 kilometers from his hometown of Chanshan, occurred in 2006 and again in 2009. Additionally, he remembered that the years 2005 to 2007 represented a bull market in the stock exchange. For instance, one might possess the foresight that Lu Xiang will clinch a gold medal, Guo Digang will rise to fame, Li Na will achieve renown, Mo Yin will be awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature, and envision the design of the Olympic torch for the Beijing Games, as well as the simplistic architectural plans for the China Pavilion at the Shanghai World Expo. One could also be aware of the champions of numerous World Cups and European Championships, and of Evergrande's acquisition of foreign players to dominate the Chinese Super League. Moreover, one might be informed about the composition of several municipal party committees in Songjiang City, the governance strategies in play, and the impending promotions and demotions of officials in the northern province of Beijing over the next decade. Additionally, one could grasp the overarching political ideologies and trends at the national level. At this juncture, Bian Xuedao realizes that his 9 years in the media and 7 years as a newspaper reviewer, particularly the mandatory nature of his reading during that period, have bestowed upon him a wealth of information that significantly enriches his renewed self. Holding a set of winning lottery numbers, Bian Xuedao feels a surge of confidence, curious about the trajectory his life might take. After jotting down some critical information in his notebook, dawn breaks. The spring of 2001 in Shunxing City reveals no trace of smog. The sky outside is an immaculate blue, and the early risers among the birds chirp and flit about in search of sustenance. Bian Xuedao senses within him a robust vitality and an invigorating sense of power, a stark contrast to the languor that comes with over a decade of night shifts, a lack of exercise, and a state of suboptimal health. His father has just returned from the morning market with fresh fruit, while his mother busies herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Observing his industrious parents, he contemplates the inevitable passage of time, imagining a future where they are no longer in their prime, beset by ailments. With his mother's pension and scant savings consumed by hospitals, pharmacies, and clinics, while his father frets about the possibility of delayed retirement, Bian Xuedao feels the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. He is acutely aware that, despite the devaluation of degrees in society, they remain indispensable. Aspiring to alter his destiny and ensure a comfortable, worry-free retirement for his parents, he recognizes that the immediate step is to successfully navigate the college entrance examination and secure a place on the list of successful candidates. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, he realizes he is uncertain of the start time for the morning self-study session, having left home early. Upon arriving at school, he finds the playground relatively empty, with only a few fitness enthusiasts jogging and stretching, and several boys practicing their shots near the goal. The sight of them playing football stirs a desire within him, yet he knows this is not the moment for such distractions. Finding his classroom, he discovers 3 students already engrossed in their books, 2 girls and a boy, the latter being Zhou Hang. The class schedule affixed to the wall indicates that Bian Xuedao has arrived over an hour early. He recalls that Zhou Hang hails from a nearby town and has been boarding at the school throughout high school. Over the 3 years of high school, they have been reorganized into different classes 3 times, and their relationship has remained somewhat average. With just over a month until the college entrance examination, his family, not wishing for him to feel financially constrained, has given him a rare 50 yuan. After sitting at his desk for a while, Bian Xuedao pulls out a few English multiple-choice questions and approaches Zhou Hang. "Hey, Zhou Hang, could you help me with these English questions?" His intention is to forge a connection with Zhou Hang before the seating arrangements for the examination are announced, aiming to establish a friendship, though time is of the essence. It is not entirely unattainable. After all, Zhou Hang was unaware that in just over 40 days, Bian Xuedao would need to discuss something of great significance with him. At present, their relationship bore no hint of mutual interest. This first encounter in his reborn life, occurring on a precious morning, prompted Bian Xuedao to seek out a few straightforward English multiple-choice questions, as he wished to avoid burdening Zhou Hang with complex mathematical problems. He was uncertain whether Zhou Hang was inclined to be helpful. Should he prove otherwise and become frustrated by the challenging questions, how would they interact in the future? The initial inquiry unfolded smoothly, revealing Zhou Hang to be quite approachable. Before the morning study session commenced, Bian Xuedao approached Zhou Hang once more, this time to clarify 2 geography questions. The nature of Bian Xuedao's reading work endowed him with an extraordinary capacity for concentration. Coupled with his years of political insight from working on the daily report, he felt an ineffable ease while studying political science and history textbooks, as if he were achieving twice the result with half the effort. Thus, throughout the day, Bian Xuedao immersed himself in reading, comprehension, and memorization. When fatigue set in, he would quietly observe Zhou Hang, pondering his personality and preferences while scrutinizing his social circle. Apart from seeking assistance for 2 questions in the morning, Bian Xuedao refrained from approaching Zhou Hang again that day, as he wished to avoid appearing overly conspicuous. His instincts suggested that Zhou Hang was a rather sensitive individual. During the evening study session, while his mind wandered, Bian Xuedao suddenly contemplated a pressing concern: the astonishing information recorded in his notebook. What if it fell into the hands of others? What unforeseen troubles might arise? This was unacceptable. He could not allow such revelations to be so overt. He needed to devise a method of concealment, a means for others to be unable to decipher his notes. Throughout the night, Bian Xuedao worked on crafting a recording system intelligible only to himself, a unique amalgamation of Arabic numerals, English, pinyin, the heavenly stems, and earthly branches, incremental and decremental patterns, reversals, and colors. In the early hours of the morning, upon successfully embedding a set of lottery numbers from 13 years hence into a series of peculiar symbols, he buried a black notebook deep within the recesses of his bookshelf. The next morning, Bian Xuedao arrived early once again. After sitting in the classroom for 10 minutes, Zhou Hang entered. Bian Xuedao politely greeted him. More than half an hour later, he approached Zhou Hang with a few English questions that had left him somewhat puzzled. He noted a marked improvement in Zhou Hang's demeanor during explanations that day. During the afternoon break, Bian Xuedao once again sought Zhou Hang's assistance with several questions, all the while contemplating Zhou Hang's attitude and character. Unfortunately, their previous high school interactions had been sparse, leaving Bian Xuedao with little understanding of the person before him, especially considering the decade-long gap since then. Shangshan First Senior High School lacked a cafeteria. Students either returned home for meals, brought their lunches, or sought sustenance from the nearby snack street. The lunch break for third-year students was ample, but dinner time was notably constrained, leaving little room for leisurely meals. Returning home was often out of the question. As a boarding student, Zhou Hang undoubtedly had an ongoing dining arrangement with a local eatery. After class, Bian Xuedao observed Zhou Hang exiting the classroom and followed suit. As he navigated through the throngs of students, maintaining a respectful distance while simultaneously fearing the loss of his companion, Bian Xuedao mused that pursuing women had never felt this exhausting. The dining establishment where Zhou Hang was situated was rather unremarkable, featuring a television suspended from the ceiling, broadcasting Slam Dunk. A few students gathered around a table, dining and commenting intermittently on the show. Bian Xuedao casually served himself a few dishes and squeezed into a table beside Zhou Hang, his current aim being to enhance his visibility in Zhou Hang's presence, to become a familiar face. Before long, several male classmates entered, greeting both Bian Xuedao and Zhou Hang as they settled at the same table. The focal point of this gathering was Peng Hong, who ranked among the lower echelons academically, but hailed from considerable wealth. His mother was a physician, and his father held a significant position within the Land Bureau. Bian Xuedao had encountered Peng Hong twice after entering the workforce. Once he drove an Audi, and another time a Land Rover. It was rumored that after failing the college entrance examination, he had served in the military for a few years, subsequently purchasing a government position in the Songjiang Land Bureau. With just over 40 days remaining until the crucial examination, while other students either fervently crammed for last-minute preparation or succumbed to anxiety, Peng Hong reveled in a period of carefree enjoyment. As the college entrance exams approached, a peculiar sense of indulgence manifested among the students. Previously well-behaved girls, overwhelmed by stress, began frequenting internet CAFs, karaoke bars, and dance halls to alleviate their burdens. During a break in the afternoon at the school restroom, Bian Xuedao overheard boys discussing a girl who was academically proficient and pleasing in appearance, recently having been unsealed by Peng Hong at a small and near a dance hall. As Peng Hong dined while watching television, he called out to the owner for a change of disc. When Zhou Hang went to refill his plate, Peng Hong leaned towards Bian Xuedao with a grin, inquiring, "Bian Xuedao, are you anxious about university? I've heard you've been visiting Zhou Hang quite often for assistance. Your grades are decent. You should at least secure a spot at a university. Once I'm done here, I might enjoy another month of leisure before my father has his say." Bian Xuedao found it puzzling that, within just 2 days, Peng Hong had taken notice of him. Upon Zhou Hang's return, Peng Hong chattered to his 2 closer companions, lamenting the inability to choose seats during the college entrance examination and wishing he could be seated next to Zhou Hang or other academically proficient classmates. "That would save me from the scolding I receive at home," he added. A nearby student, a hefty fellow named Du Gao, finished the last morsel of his meal and remarked, "What are you thinking? Sitting close? With the top students? My sister said there were hardly any students from the same school in her examination room 2 years ago." Bian Xuedao began to comprehend. Although Peng Hong appeared carefree and seemingly indifferent, deep down, he harbored aspirations of attending university, not least because it promised access to a plethora of attractive young women. He must have fantasized about the prospect of sitting beside exemplary students like Zhou Hang during the examination, hoping to ride on their coattails to success. It was no wonder he had gravitated towards Zhou Hang. Perhaps high-achieving students possess a certain maturity. Zhou Hang listened to the conversation with an air of detachment, as if the topic bore no relevance to him. Of course, it was also possible that everyone recognized the improbability of classmates being seated together during the exam, making such hopes nearly negligible. After finishing their meal, Peng Hong requested 5 cans of Coke from the proprietor. As a few individuals made their way to school, Chapter 004 unfolds, revealing the urgency to cultivate friendships. At this juncture in their senior year, both teachers and parents share a common sentiment. They have largely relinquished oversight of these students. Upon returning to the classroom, Bian Xuedao succumbed to slumber at his desk. When he awoke, it was already the 3rd period of the evening. The teacher emphasized several challenging question types, then took a seat beside the podium, allowing the students to review freely, offering her assistance for any queries. The classroom was filled with the rustling of pages turning, the scratching of pens on paper, and the ambient sounds of diligent study. Bian Xuedao operated like a high-speed copier, methodically scanning page after page. Guodong observed Bian Xuedao, who was deeply engrossed in his work for a while, before setting his book down to jot down notes and sketch a few tree diagrams, then resumed his reading. Bian Xuedao's concentration was remarkable, a peculiar intensity that even Guodong could sense. Were it not for Bian Xuedao's perfect attendance recently, Guodong might have suspected he was a different person altogether. Within their grade, Guodong consistently ranked several places higher than Bian Xuedao, and his position was far more stable. This stability stemmed from Guodong's well-rounded academic performance, while Bian Xuedao exhibited a severe inclination towards mathematics, having scored merely 23 points in the mock exam, leaving the class astounded. In recent days, it appeared that Bian Xuedao had relinquished mathematics altogether, immersing himself in political science, history, and geography, starting from the first-year textbooks. While others aimed for a perfect score of 750, he was content with a threshold of 600. Bian Xuedao was aware that Guodong was observing him, but he felt no trepidation nor had the luxury of time to respond. With only 46 days remaining, he had a plethora of material yet to cover. He vividly recalled his desk mate from the latter half of his senior year, who had performed adequately in school but faltered in the college entrance examination, barely surpassing the second-tier university threshold by a mere 10 points, scoring over 20 points lower than Bian Xuedao had the previous year. Most disheartening was Guodong's miscalculation of his estimated score, overestimating by 30 points, which resulted in his enrollment at a lesser second-tier university, severing their communication post-examination. Guodong was indeed onto something. Bian Xuedao had abandoned mathematics. With only a little over 40 days left, his strategy was to focus on subjects that could be memorized. If time permitted at the end, he would review the fundamental mathematics and geometry formulas. Bian Xuedao planned to tackle his mathematical challenges through alternative methods. Even if his strategy ultimately failed, he aimed to rely on his memory to secure a position above the second-tier threshold. That evening, the light in Bian Xuedao's room blazed until 2:30 a.m. After merely 3 hours of sleep, he rose early, purchasing 2 bottles of the finest milk and 2 bags of pastries on his way to school. He had no time to linger with Zhou Hang. He was intent on quickly forging a close friendship with him. Everything unfolded smoothly. In fact, Zhou Hang, a top student residing at the school, had few friends. Moreover, Bian Xuedao had always been perceived as an ordinary student, neither academically exceptional nor poor, modest in demeanor, and not particularly handsome, yet his cheerful and innocent smile endeared him to others. Overall, he was not someone with a tarnished reputation or disliked. Through several days of interaction, Zhou Hang discovered that Bian Xuedao was quite considerate and adept in social situations. A week later, Bian Xuedao and Zhou Hang were already sharing meals, their arms draped around each other as shoulders in camaraderie. In the morning, milk; at noon, cola; in the evening, ice cream and skewers from the roadside. Bian Xuedao meticulously managed the financial expenditures between himself and Zhou Hang, ensuring that his spending exceeded Zhou Hang's. He aimed to cultivate a sense of indebtedness in Zhou Hang, making it easier for him to present a crucial request without seeming excessive or facing outright refusal. Recently, Bian Xuedao had become increasingly obsessed with his studies. While he was aware of the general scope of the major topics, the sheer volume of information he needed to memorize was overwhelming. He sought to secure a place in the second-tier universities, all while grappling with the grim reality of potentially scoring 0 in mathematics. Half a month into his rebirth, Bian Xuedao found himself yearning for Xu Shangxiu. Though he had previously thought of her, those thoughts were quickly overshadowed by the confusion, excitement, and urgency surrounding his rebirth and the looming college entrance examination. That night, As he lay on his single bed, his longing for Xu Shangxiu surged like an unstoppable tide. She was the gentle and graceful woman, the understanding and compassionate soul, the thrifty and home-loving individual. Xu Shangxiu, the woman who would encounter him 8 years later and marry him 9 years hence. Bian Xuedao had recently felt as if he had forgotten something important. And now the memory resurfaced. Xu Shangxiu, born in the same year as him, was a fellow university alum. However, he had previously been admitted to a second-tier sociology program, while she had secured a place in a first-tier international trade program. They were not in the same department or college, and despite sharing the same campus for 4 years, they had never crossed paths before 2009. His nostalgia was becoming uncontrollable. What was Xu Shangxiu like in 2001? What was she doing now, hundreds of kilometers away? Did she know that there was a man missing her? During study breaks, Bian Xuedao had often contemplated sneaking out his answers during the upcoming college entrance examination, estimating his scores accurately and leveraging his knowledge of the cutoff scores to apply to a prestigious institution, thereby maximizing the value of his results. Now, Bian Xuedao was resolute in his decision. He would not change schools. Regardless of the tier, he would choose the same university that he and Xu Shangxiu had once selected, Dongsan University in Songjiang City. As long as he could gain admission to Dongsan University, he would be reunited with Xu Shangxiu in 4 months, the future wife he longed to see. Bian Xuedao vowed to pursue her from the moment he laid eyes on her, to engage in a passionate romance during their university years, to offer Xu Shangxiu the most beautiful chapter of her college life, and to earn enough through his knowledge and experiences to provide her with an unparalleled wedding, purchasing the property she had always desired and granting her the life she had always envisioned. Bian Xuedao was eager to reach out to Xu Shangxiu. He knew her mobile number, but it was of no use now, as she would not begin using it for another decade. He was aware of her email address, yet she had yet to register it. He recalled her number. Yes, her number. The manual countdown for the college entrance examination on the classroom blackboard had now dwindled to 28 days. After studying diligently for a morning and finishing lunch, Bian Xuedao pulled Zhou Hang into a nearby internet CAF. The machines were slow, and the mice were subpar, yet Bian Xuedao was indifferent. He called the owner to set up 2 machines, allowing Zhou Hang to play beside him as he began his own activities. Input your account number and password. Prompt: incorrect password. Input your account number and password. Prompt: incorrect password. Input your account number and password. Prompt: incorrect password. Damn, boss. Why does your machine keep saying the password is incorrect? The young boss walked over, glanced a few times, and looked at Bian Xuedao with an expression of bewilderment. You must have entered the wrong password. Is this your account? Sitting back in his chair, Bian Xuedao realized that while the account was indeed his, the password stored in his memory was from 2014. Now, to access this account, he would need the password from 2001, a gap of over a decade during which the password had likely been changed numerous times. Bian Xuedao no longer retained any memories from before 2001. And even if he did, the clarity of those memories was as hazy as that of his 2014 self. He also came to understand that his account from 2001 did not include Xu Shangxiu's account, rendering it useless for logging in. However, since he knew her account number, he could search for her regardless. Thus, Bian Xuedao began applying for new accounts. The first account he applied for was 8 digits long. The second was also 8 digits. The third was 7 digits. Bian Xuedao borrowed a pen and paper from the internet CAF owner, jotting down the account numbers, passwords, and security information he had obtained. He knew that years later, a 7-digit account could fetch a small sum. He recorded 8 7-digit accounts, and upon applying again, he was astonished to discover a 6-digit account. What a treasure! Bian Xuedao carefully noted the number and password, ensuring all required personal information was filled in. Glancing at his watch, he realized class was about to start, and hurriedly woke up Zhou Hang, making their way back to school. Chapter 005. The charismatic 45 and 2 after the second session of evening self-study. Some students had already skipped class. Zhou Hang was still basking in the afterglow of his midday escapades, while Bian Xuedao was eager to apply for more appealing accounts, particularly in his quest to find Xu Shangxiu's account. After some discussion, the two decided to skip class. The internet CAF was packed, and it took nearly 20 minutes for them to secure 2 machines, which were quite far apart. Bian Xuedao logged into his 6-digit account, and although it was devoid of friends and utterly empty, he felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. This was undoubtedly the first positive change he had experienced since his rebirth. He resolved to acquire a few attractive account numbers from his classmates before the college entrance exam. He entered Xu Shangxiu's account number in the search bar and clicked search, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. The results appeared. Male, 31 years old. Nanjing. Bian Xuedao was taken aback. Xu Shangxiu's family resided in Tianhe City within the same province. How could her account be in the hands of an older man in Nanjing from 2001? Bian Xuedao meticulously verified the search results. Yes, it was indeed that account, one he was all too familiar with. He could not afford to ponder further and hastily sent a friend request. To his dismay, it was set to require approval. What should he say? Claiming to be her husband from 9 years in the future would surely not suffice. Setting aside who currently owned the account, even if it were Xu Shangxiu herself, how could a high school junior girl withstand such a revelation? He was but a child compared to the non-mainstream persona he would become in several years. Greeted with a hesitant hello, the prospect of forging a friendship seemed quite bleak. Given Bian Xuedao's understanding of his wife, he surmised that such overtures would likely be met with rejection. Feeling despondent, he opted to send a simple 4-character message to make an acquaintance. The recipient, evidently offline, rendered any waiting futile. Bian Xuedao glanced at the games on his computer, none of which piqued his interest. Just as he contemplated checking the news, Zhou Heng called out to him from a nearby machine, urging him to join the counter-terrorism room since they were short a player on the police side. Upon entering, Bian Xuedao discovered they were playing on the White House map. With no funds to spend, he purchased a flashbang and armed himself with the standard issue handgun, blending into the ranks of his team. In the first round, he utilized his pistol and flashbang to eliminate 3 opponents at the back door, securing a victory. In the second round, armed with a Desert Eagle, he dispatched 4 adversaries, leading his team to another win. The police team was invigorated. In the third round, Bian Xuedao selected a .45 caliber weapon, heralding a nightmare for the opposing criminals. Having played on his personal computer for over a decade, from his university days to his current job, he often filled his idle hours with online gaming. His proficiency with the relatively obscure .45 caliber weapon had honed his skills remarkably. At close range, he achieved a 90 hit rate without aiming down sights. And even at medium to long distances, he maintained a success rate of 50. In 2001, most high school students displayed average counterterrorism skills, lacking an understanding of firearm characteristics and game settings. Rarely did one encounter a player of high caliber. Facing a talent like Bian Xuedao, they were obliterated. Voices emanated from the adjacent room, where a police officer declared a map change. Zhou Heng, displaying his sharp intellect, quickly drew inspiration from Bian Xuedao's name, leading to a new map selection. This time, the setting was Italy, with the opposing team still comprised of criminals, and Bian Xuedao continued to be their nightmare. Subsequently, they switched maps again, moving to a desert landscape, and soon after to Blood Pool, where they spent the most time. Bian Xuedao continued to wield his .45 alongside the Desert Eagle, while Zhou Heng alternated between weapons 21 and 22 before settling on the former. Whenever Bian Xuedao landed a shot with the .45, Zhou Heng would swiftly leap out to deliver a follow-up shot, ensuring that any hit was nearly fatal. The room was filled with cries of despair from the opposing players. Riding high on success, Zhou Heng noticed that the other team began to withdraw. Shortly thereafter, a few boys exited the room, casting glances at Zhou Heng's monitor before paying and leaving. As Bian Xuedao escorted Zhou Heng out of the internet CAF, the clock neared 11 p.m. He retrieved his bicycle from school and hurried home. The following day, after lunch, Zhou Heng insisted on heading back to the internet CAF. Bian Xuedao felt a pang of frustration, thinking to himself that his diligent friend, excelling in studies, could afford the time, while he still had a mountain of books left to read. However, he had no choice but to indulge Zhou Heng, accompanying him for a game. It must be said that Zhou Heng demonstrated remarkable acumen. By midday, he had mastered the essential technique of weapon 21, shooting and then swiftly changing positions while jumping. Sitting side by side, and with Bian Xuedao advising him to aim for the chest and neck, Zhou Heng's kill count surged once more. In the bustling internet CAF, it was commonplace to witness a duo comprised of one player at level 45 and another at level 21, a combination that proved formidable and versatile. Within days, the mere sight of their opposing faction would lead to an immediate defection, reducing the enemy ranks to a mere handful. On a Saturday afternoon following a few days of leisure, Zhou Heng once again enlisted the company of Bian Xuedao for a round of counterterrorism. This time, they encountered adversaries with notable marksmanship, levels 41 and 46, who exhibited remarkable proficiency. While Bian Xuedao managed to hold his own amidst overwhelming odds, Zhou Heng found himself falling victim as soon as he revealed himself. The sense of honor he had accumulated over the past few days was swiftly shattered. After a fleeting victory, Zhou Heng, without any formal instruction, learned the art of taunting fallen opponents. Soon, the opposing team retaliated by desecrating his corpse, prompting Zhou Heng to respond in kind. Eventually, after Zhou Heng's defeat, rather than seeking out Bian Xuedao or others, the enemy continued to taunt his lifeless form, jumping around and stomping on him. Noticing Zhou Heng's pallid complexion, Bian Xuedao decided to take him out for a bite at a nearby skewered delicacies shop. He had resolved to convey to Zhou Heng that they would refrain from visiting the CAF until after the college entrance examinations. They had been indulging a bit too much lately. After consuming a few skewers, 3 young men entered the establishment. The first, clad in a short denim jacket and sporting an extravagant hairstyle, seemed unlikely to be a student from the vicinity. He immediately seized Zhou Heng by the collar, questioning, "Was it you who taunted the corpse earlier?" Zhou Heng's face turned ashen as he attempted to pry the man's hand away, stammering, "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Following closely behind, a lanky individual kicked Zhou Heng's chair, exclaiming, "Aren't you the one who started it?" Bian Xuedao sensed an opportunity to strengthen his bond with Zhou Heng. Though they had shared the same classroom, their time spent gaming together was relatively brief. However, enduring a confrontation together would undoubtedly deepen their camaraderie. "Hey, guys, let's not escalate this. It's just a game. Let's keep our cool. Sit down and have some skewers on me." With a disarming smile, Bian Xuedao rose to his feet. The denim-clad individual glanced at him, contemplating his next words, while another newcomer, with a buzz cut, shoved Bian Xuedao hard against the wall, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Witnessing this, the denim-clad man felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he had refrained from engaging further. After all, they were merely 2 high school students. What is there to fear from these softies? A good thrashing will suffice, and perhaps we can extort some money as well. Please, let's not resort to violence. We made a mistake. Let us not blow this out of proportion. Just sit down. I'll order more skewers, Bian Xuedao pleaded, bending slightly and forcing a smile while inching toward the adjacent table. As the buzzcut approached menacingly, Bian Xuedao suddenly seized a beer bottle from the floor, smashing it against the wall with a resounding crack. He swiftly kicked the shorter buzzcut down, stepping forward with the jagged edge of the bottle poised against the shoulder of the denim-clad man. Still smiling, Bian Xuedao urged, "Brother, let us not make a big deal out of this. Bloodshed benefits no one. Here, I have 100. It's not much, but consider it a gesture of goodwill. How does that sound?" As the denim-clad man refused to relent, the bottle pressed against his neck, heightening the tension in the air. The young man in the denim jacket felt a chilling sensation around his neck, uncertain whether he was bleeding. With a sudden shiver, he released his grip on Zhou Heng's hand. Bian Xuedao fished out 100 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, unsure if it was meant for the proprietor or for the young man in the denim. He then pulled Zhou Heng out the door. Once they rounded the corner, they transitioned from walking to running, dashing fervently towards the school. It was only upon reaching the school gate that Bian Xuedao discarded the half-empty bottle of liquor he had been holding. Chapter 006. Dong Shui's intuition. Recently, Chen Zhongmin, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the senior year, discovered something peculiar. The handwriting on the papers submitted by Bian Xuedao had transformed dramatically, now exhibiting an elegant style. After conferring with several attentive subject teachers, this observation was confirmed. Initially, they suspected that someone else had penned the work, but no similar handwriting had been seen throughout the entire class, or even the entire grade. Seizing an opportunity during a class inspection, Chen witnessed Bian Xuedao writing. Indeed, it was his own handwriting. Having taught for 20 years, Chen Zhongmin had encountered changes in students' penmanship before, but such a sudden and extensive transformation was unprecedented. With the impending college entrance examination, he suppressed his curiosity. After all, improved handwriting could yield additional points on the exam. Information gleaned from various sources indicated that Bian Xuedao had recently exhibited unusual behavior, forming a close friendship with Zhou Heng and appearing to dedicate himself to his studies. With only a few days remaining, he lamented that it was too late to exert effort. Even if he performed well, he would only reach the second-tier university level. Had he started this endeavor 6 months earlier, the prospect of entering a first-tier institution might have been feasible. Shen Zhongmin soon forgot about this matter. After the incident at the store, Zhou Heng no longer dragged Bian Xuedao to the internet CAF, thus sparing him considerable scorn. As the college entrance examination approached, the atmosphere within the class became increasingly restless. Small gatherings sprouted, with students skipping classes in pairs, boys and girls suddenly igniting sparks of romance, embracing in the hallways during evening study sessions, and even the usually studious students turning to novels instead of their textbooks. Bian Xuedao was among the few who could still concentrate on his studies. He too felt fatigued, occasionally entertaining thoughts of abandoning his studies altogether. After all, he was already well informed about many subjects. Even if he ceased his academic pursuits, seizing 1 or 2 opportunities could surely yield better results than before. Not to mention, the real estate market, stock market, and gold prices could allow for a swift rise to fortune. If all else failed, he mused, he could submit his designs for the Olympic torch and the China Pavilion for the World Expo, potentially garnering some fame. Once renowned, would wealth not follow? Taking a step back, he considered that even if he were to fail at everything for the next 10 years, by 2014, with the winning lottery numbers in hand, he could easily become a millionaire or even a multimillionaire. Yet, he reminded himself that even if he knew the numbers, he should limit his purchases to 2 tickets. If he bought more, the lottery center might change the numbers altogether. However, these thoughts were soon overturned by Bian Xuedao himself. He could not bear to disappoint his parents. He did not wish for this second chance at life to bring them regret, especially when his previous self had managed to attain a second-tier university, bringing them joy for a few days. Furthermore, whether it was stock trading, gold speculation, or real estate investment, all required initial capital. Where would that money come from? Should he rely on his parents? Is it reasonable for someone to request their parents to sell their property in the hopes of a final attempt after failing the college entrance examination? What if that gamble ends in defeat? University may not offer an abundance of knowledge, yet it provides a relatively liberating space, free from the scrutiny of parents who know their child too well. Particularly, if one can endure just another 20 days of hardship, admission to Dongsan University awaits. And soon after, the chance to meet Xu Shangxiu. Bian Xuedao is a man who has tasted the allure of women, and now, in the prime of his youth, he finds himself lost in fantasies of passion. In front of him sits a girl named Dong Shui, whose academic performance is average, and whose appearance is not particularly striking. She maintains a low profile and does not attract attention in class. Yet, through Bian Xuedao's discerning gaze, the long legs encased in denim, the perfect curvature of her figure, and her modernly developed physique catch his eye. Her attractive shoulders and overall stunning form leave an impression. He is convinced that in a few years, this girl will outshine the current popular girls in their class. As Bian Xuedao attempts to rest his mind, he finds himself fixated on Dong Shui for a good 10 minutes, reflecting on the irony that while Peng Hong and his friends chase after girls with merely decent faces, their overall appeal pales in comparison to hers. This is what one might call a hidden gem, a treasure reserved for the rogues of university life. From that day onward, Bian Xuedao's attention shifted from his good friend Zhou Heng to the captivating Dong Shui. Over time, he realized that she possessed an understated beauty. She adhered strictly to the rules during lessons, ensuring her textbooks and exercise books were always in their designated places. Surrounded by a few close female friends as they entered and exited the classroom, she maintained a respectful distance from the boys. In the eyes of the 33-year-old Bian Xuedao, even the most profound of girls still resembled children. Before long, his focus transitioned to the class's political teacher, a woman in her early 30s named Qian. With her short hair and striking features, she exuded an air of authority, and indeed, she was formidable, often delivering sharp reprimands. However, Bian Xuedao also noted her alluring charm. Since discovering these two visually appealing subjects, his study sessions have become significantly less tedious. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze was rather direct and somewhat brazen. While the political teacher was less likely to notice, given that all eyes were on her during class, Dong Shui was perceptive enough to sense Bian Xuedao's attention. Guodong quickly picked up on Bian's interest in Dong Shui, finding it difficult to comprehend Bian's thought process, especially with only a few weeks left until the college entrance examination. Dong Shui too became aware of Bian Xuedao's lingering gaze. The intuition of women is indeed remarkable. Initially, she merely felt someone's eyes upon her, but when their gazes met as she entered the classroom, she recognized it was him. Although she typically prefers boys with larger eyes, Bian Xuedao didn't quite fit her ideal. Nevertheless, the acknowledgement of being admired brought her a sense of joy. Being a mature girl on the brink of graduation, the impending reality loosened her reserve, even igniting a mischievous spirit within her. In the following days, before heading out with her best friend, Dong Shui would seize the opportunity to secretly cast glances at Bian Xuedao while in class, and upon returning to the classroom, her eyes would inevitably drift towards his seat. Bian Xuedao comprehended the meaning behind Dong Shui's gaze. It was one of provocation, perhaps even challenge, certainly not one filled with affection. Thus, he withdrew his own gaze and buried himself in his studies. Once Dong Shui noticed that Bian Xuedao no longer pursued her shadow, a sense of loss enveloped her. During class, it was manageable, but during self-study, she found herself longing to glance back to see if he was watching her, all the while striving to control herself, fearful of revealing her secret. Upon reflection, she realized that this boy was indeed quite charming. And a slight comparison with the other boys in their class revealed that Bian Xuedao's gaze was serene, confident, and focused, distinctly different from the others. A few times, when she secretly observed him lost in thought, she felt as though he resembled a deep ocean, harboring an abundance of vibrant treasures beneath its surface. Watching Bian Xuedao and Zhou Hang together vexed her immensely. He frequently approached Zhou Hang with papers in hand, a fact that did not escape her notice. On the last evening of self-study that day, the homeroom teacher uttered a few words before departing. The back door of the classroom swung open repeatedly as over a dozen students rushed out. Guodong quickly moved to sit with a mathematically adept boy to tackle some problems. Bian Xuedao was engrossed in vocabulary when he noticed Dong Shui, clutching a paper, crouched down beside him. Dong Shui's female classmate, realizing her desk partner had left, and then observing her seated next to Bian Xuedao, was momentarily taken aback. Guodong, seated several rows away, also caught sight of Dong Shui's sudden change of seat, and a flash of realization struck him. Had she just made a connection? Feigning curiosity, Dong Shui inquired about a few problems before settling down to work on her own. This scenario felt eerily familiar. It mirrored her own tactics when approaching Zhou Hang. What was her intention? Did she possess some newfound skill in capturing hearts with mere glances? In the ensuing minutes, Bian Xuedao's efficiency in studying vocabulary significantly waned. While not entirely frazzled, his focus certainly wavered. Sensing that the homeroom teacher would soon return, Dong Shui returned to her own seat, with Guodong promptly following suit. Upon his return, he regarded Bian Xuedao with the awe of a disciple observing a hidden master. By mid-June, the heat had intensified. Whether it was to attract the boys back to the classroom for a bit more study, Teacher Qian donned a fitted skirt and black stockings. Bian Xuedao felt indifferent towards this attire, finding it unremarkable. However, the boys in class fervently swore that they had never seen Teacher Qian dressed this way in the previous 2 years. There exists a universal truth in this world. Bad news travels swiftly. Within days, rumors circulated among the students, alleging that Teacher Qian had been caught in an affair with the head of her grade during evening study, a liaison discovered by her husband, who taught at another high school in the city. Following a heated argument, the couple began a cold war, leading to separation and plans for divorce. Once matters escalated to this extent, reconciliation seemed implausible. Unperturbed by the fervent and meaningful gazes of the boys in the audience, Teacher Qian, elegantly attired in a tube skirt and stockings, sat confidently at the front of the classroom. Occasionally, a few girls would approach her with questions, to which she responded with meticulous explanations and analyses, all the while observing the expressions on her students' faces. When she discerned that they truly understood, she would gently nod in affirmation. In moments of silence, she would leisurely peruse the book in her hands. Having seen countless reports and glimpsed the myriad facets of the world through the internet and newspapers, Bian Xuedao could sense the volcanic emotions repressed within Teacher Qian. It was likely that she was merely a substitute teacher, not a permanent member of the faculty. Her title, housing situation, benefits, income, and evaluations, all these aspects of a woman of her age were tightly controlled by others, necessitating her struggle for recognition. When the bell rang, Teacher Qian rose slowly, tidied the books on the lectern, and exited the classroom. Clad in a blue top, black tube skirt, and black stockings, years later, Bian Xuedao would still vividly recall the image of Teacher Qian departing, exuding a unique and resolute beauty. Dong Shui darted over to sit beside him. this time asserting her dominance by pushing Guodong to his own seat. After jotting down a few problems, she tilted her head to glance at Bian Xuedao, who smiled and met her gaze, causing Dong Shui to be the first to avert her eyes. Upon closer observation, Bian Xuedao was convinced that when this girl entered university, had time to refine her appearance, and cultivated her demeanor, she would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, embodying the adage that a girl changes significantly by the age of 18. However, he noticed the zipper of her outer garment was undone, revealing a rather snug shirt that accentuated her figure. Drawing from the life experience of a middle-aged man, Bian Xuedao seriously calculated that this was certainly significant. He scratched his head in confusion. He had merely glanced at her to alleviate his fatigue. Having said not a word prior, how had he summoned her attention? It appeared that a fleeting romance akin to a senior year's twilight love could unfold, albeit in the final moments. Yet, a barrier loomed in Bian Xuedao's heart. He understood that his true soulmate was Xu Shangxiu, a woman of exceptional qualities in every regard. Essentially, as long as he performed adequately in the upcoming college entrance examination, he would reunite with her in Songjiang City in 3 months. Other women, he mused, were merely transient figures. He even pondered whether holding hands, stealing a kiss, or touching her chest with Dong Shui would constitute infidelity. Contemplating Xu Shangxiu while glancing at the countdown on the blackboard, Bian Xuedao stifled his wandering thoughts and returned to his studies. Having participated in numerous examinations after the college entrance exam, he was well aware that all tests revolved around the curriculum. Particularly the foundational knowledge emphasized in the college entrance examination, where questions were derived from the material. Mastering the curriculum would enable him to adapt to any eventuality. Dong Shui felt disheartened. The boy beside her seemed to possess a peculiar charm, and especially when sitting next to him, she could faintly sense the unwavering confidence, steadiness, and profound maturity emanating from Bian Xuedao. Yes, it was indeed a sense of maturity, a quality that wielded an extraordinary allure for many 18 or 19-year-old girls. This marked the first occasion when Dong Xuexing felt compelled to approach someone of the opposite sex. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. Yet the courageous essence inherent in her character propelled her to take an unprecedented initiative. As the final days of their senior year dwindled, the atmosphere within the class grew markedly more accommodating. Nearly every action could be rationalized as a means of alleviating the stress of the impending college entrance examination. And as long as boundaries were not overstepped, teachers tended to overlook such behaviors. If interactions between genders could ease the pre-exam anxiety, then sitting together, provided it was mutually agreeable, seemed perfectly acceptable. After all, with merely 20 days remaining, how far could any budding romance progress? During lunch one day, Zhou Hang inquired about Dong Shui with Bian Xuedao. The innocence of high school students shone through. As long as they felt a camaraderie, taboo topics were few. Bian Xuedao skillfully navigated the conversation, subtly praising Zhou Hang while implying that Dong Shui had intended to ask him something, though her serious demeanor deterred her. He added that his frequent inquiries to Zhou Hang were often questions that Dong Shui had posed to him, although many of them he himself struggled to comprehend. Zhou Hang sensed an underlying dissonance in Bian Xuedao's words, but found himself somewhat flattered by the interpretation. As the first afternoon class commenced, Bian Xuedao diligently followed his study plan. Suddenly, his deskmate, Guodong, nudged him with an elbow. Upon meeting Guodong's gaze, he noticed the latter's eyes darting toward Dong Shui. Confused, Bian Xuedao looked back at Guodong, who wore an expression of exasperation and gestured subtly. Turning his attention once more, Bian Xuedao realized that Dong Shui had removed her outer garment, revealing a white blouse beneath which a black bra was visible. It was evident that the boys in the back row had also noticed, some of them, whose academic performance was merely a facade for their carefree existence, began to whisper among themselves, their eyes converging on Dong Shui's back like searchlights detecting an anomaly. In the eyes of these boys, utterly inexperienced in matters of femininity, Dong Shui's black bra held far greater allure than Teacher Qian's black stockings. Seated just behind Dong Shui, Bian Xuedao could discern her discomfort from subtle shifts in her expression. He felt a twinge of nostalgia, as the behaviors exhibited by his peers were infused with the vivacity of youth. Everything seemed novel, even provoking shyness under the gaze of others. Many of the raw, unrefined traits that characterized this innocence would, in years to come, vanish from these children's faces and their lexicon of life, transforming them into individuals unrecognizable to themselves. Before the evening study session commenced, Dong Shui approached Bian Xuedao, instructing him to wait for her at the school gate after class. With that, she returned to her seat. For some students, the final moments of high school felt akin to an interminable journey through a desert, monotonous, fraught with anxiety, and tinged with despair. For others, it represented the first definitive stratification of societal classes, where some would inevitably fall behind. Yet, to Bian Xuedao, what initially seemed ample time began to feel like an accelerating hourglass. The deeper he immersed himself in his role, the more he recognized the vastness of what he lacked, even inducing a sense of panic within him. At that moment, Dong Shui drew closer, resembling a curious creature, instinctively attracted to him. Although in Dong Shui's eyes, the definition of a little girl encompassed more than just a classmate, the admiration from the opposite sex provided Bian Xuedao with considerable encouragement and strength. Initially, when Dong Shui approached, he would momentarily lose focus. However, as time passed, the fragrance emanating from the young girl enveloped him like an inexplicable force, allowing him to remain calm and remarkably efficient. Out of consideration for her feelings and to uphold her dignity, Bian Xuedao had no reason to stand her up. With his bicycle in tow, he waited at the school gate for quite a while. As most students departed, Dong Shui emerged, pushing her bicycle. Stopping before Bian Xuedao, she handed him a small metal box, saying, "This is your reward. Now take me home." After placing the box in his hands, Dong Shui mounted her bicycle and turned right towards the gate. Once he secured the small metal box, Bian Xuedao rode after her. Upon returning home later than usual, his parents asked no questions. His mother delivered 2 freshly fried eggs, reminding him to sleep early before retreating to her room. Sitting at his desk, Bian Xuedao retrieved the small metal box and noticed it was heart-shaped, containing chocolates. This was an occurrence absent in his previous life. In the final days leading up to the college entrance examination, he had little recollection. Even if he wasn't entirely lost, he must have been somewhat muddled. One thing was certain, there was no Dong Shui in that chapter of his life. Setting the small box in a corner of the desk, he resumed his studies. Bian Xuedao was an owl-type person. Throughout his life, his neural excitement peaked at night. After studying for a while, he would step into the yard, take a few deep breaths, and gaze at the vast expanse of stars. For those stars, the years 2001 and 2014 were but fleeting moments, perhaps not even that. Yet for Bian Xuedao, they represented the most beautiful and precious times of his life. In his previous existence, he had neither thrived nor failed. It was an existence of mediocrity. What about this time? How should he live it? What kind of person would he become? The following evening during self-study, Dong Shui did not mention anything, but Bian Xuedao waited at the school gate as usual. Upon seeing her approach, he produced the small metal box. As she came closer and noticed what he held, Dong Shui's expression shifted slightly. Bian Xuedao offered her a piece of chocolate before indulging himself, then mounted his bicycle and said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Watching Bian Xuedao's retreating figure, Dong Shui suddenly sparkled with vitality. In the days that followed, Bian Xuedao accompanied Zhou Hang, while Dong Shui followed him. They arrived at school early each morning, shared meals together at noon and in the evening, and Bian Xuedao would cycle Dong Shui home. The chocolates in the small box were quickly consumed, prompting Bian Xuedao to purchase various flavors of candies to replenish their supply. Within days, he discovered that Dong Shui had a fondness for gummy candies. Zhou Hang did not harbor resentment towards Dong Shui. Although he felt a tinge of jealousy watching Bian Xuedao and Dong Shui, he believed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would soon enter a prestigious university after the college entrance examination. With a few more years of effort, he would undoubtedly secure a decent job, and naturally, women would come into his life. Moreover, as graduation approached, they would likely part ways, leading him to conclude that Bian Xuedao and Dong Shui were merely squandering time and emotions. However, Zhou Hang did not share these thoughts with Bian Xuedao, not because he felt their relationship was insufficiently close, but rather due to his inherent disposition. Bian Xuedao had come to a clear understanding. He was quite willing to spend the remaining days of high school in a somewhat intimate relationship with Dong Shui, caring for her. Yet he would never engage in overtly affectionate displays in public. After graduation, their new lives would commence, and time and distance would inevitably fade this memory. One day during self-study, Dong Shui, curious, pointed at some marked symbols in Bian Xuedao's textbook and asked him what the markings signified. Bian Xuedao glanced over and recognized that these were annotations he had made for important exam questions based on his memories. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, "It's nothing significant. I just marked these areas as they seemed important when I was doing practice questions. You might want to pay attention to these markings. My predictions are quite accurate." This was the first time Bian Xuedao subtly hinted at the potential exam topics since his rebirth. Dong Shui, believing he was merely jesting, quickly turned back to her own questions. Bian Xuedao, gazing at his book, resolved that if anyone inquired again, he would claim they were random doodles and would refrain from mentioning exam predictions to anyone else. After his rebirth, Bian Xuedao found pleasure in strolling around the campus. He cherished the atmosphere and essence of this time, distinct from the naivety of middle school and the pretentiousness of university. Most high school campuses exude a unique charm. His favorite moments were after dinner, walking beneath the trees by the campus walls, then finding a place to sit or lean, quietly observing the teaching buildings bathed in golden sunlight and the students inside, either seated, walking, or chasing one another in playful abandon. He understood that while these children might feel burdened by the rigors of high school, in truth, this was undoubtedly the most carefree, or at least the least worrisome, period of their lives. Dong Shui felt somewhat shy about wandering around the campus with Bian Xuedao, yet she devised some self-deceptive strategies. For instance, after dinner, she would buy 2 bottles of soda or 2 ice creams from the school store and bring them to him. Her close friends were already aware of their situation and often created opportunities for them. At this age, the notion of facilitating romance was a common outlook on life. Thus, by the parallel bars, on the basketball court, in the backyard, and in the small square before the science building, their silhouettes were often seen together. Every corner of the campus held memories that could enchant Bian Xuedao. In his previous life, during his junior year, the entire high school relocated. And after the college entrance examination, he never returned to this campus. Recently, an incident that stirred considerable attention occurred. Peng Hongjiu pursued a girl without success. In a fit of misguided reasoning, he resorted to violence against the girl's male deskmate. The altercation took place predictably during evening self-study, and the boy was no pushover. He fought back against Peng Hong and 3 others. The result was 2 wounds on his head, with blood splattered across the walls. The commotion was significant, echoing through the hallways and alarming half the building. Details of the aftermath were not disclosed, but it was known that Peng Hong's family compensated the other party, after which he packed his bag and went home. As he learned and pondered, it was likely that Peng Hong would follow his previous path, opting not to take the college entrance examination, but instead leveraging connections to enlist in the military. The girl who had once provoked him to violence, leaving others injured, had vanished from his sight and life, only to be found entwined with other men years later. This reflects the fate that many youth encounter during their adolescence. A common conclusion for most youthful romances. Dong Shui exhibited a remarkable sense of timing, frequently sitting for a brief period in class, though never for the entirety. It amused Bian Xuedao to observe that even at this age, Dong Shui possessed an innate awareness of the physical boundaries between genders, whether taught by someone, learned from television, or intuitively grasped on her own. One day during self-study, Dong Shui scribbled a note and passed it to Bian Xuedao. "Have you decided which university to apply to?" He was resolute in his desire to attend Dongsan University, yet he refrained from disclosing this to anyone in advance, replying, "Not yet. I'll decide after the exams." Dong Shui inquired further, "Do you prefer to study in our province or go elsewhere?" He responded, "In our province, I suppose. Generally, the admission scores are a bit lower here." Dong Shui then asked, "Where do you think I look the most attractive?" Bian Xuedao pondered the question for a moment before writing, "Your legs." Upon reading his note, Dong Shui glanced at her chest, stretched her legs, and concluded their paper conversation. That afternoon, the sky was overcast, and by evening, a light rain began to fall. At the school gate, Bian Xuedao suggested, "You should leave your bike at school and find a ride home." Dong Shui, gripping her handlebars, replied, "No, I'll go home by myself. You should head back too." Bian Xuedao insisted on accompanying her. As they rode partway, the rain intensified. He offered her his outer coat, and together they braved the downpour on their bicycle. Both soaked to the skin. "The rain is too heavy. Let us find somewhere to take shelter," he suggested. "If we return late, we can just say we were waiting out the rain." He slowed down, waiting for Dong Shui to catch up, and called out to her. The raindrops struck her face, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open, so she nodded vigorously in agreement. Before long, Bian Xuedao spotted an archway where they could find refuge and guided her inside. Leaning their bicycle against the wall, he observed Dong Shui, drenched and shivering. And with a smile, he asked her to remove his coat so he could wring it out. Wearing wet clothing, the draft in the archway felt particularly chilly. Dong Shui began to tremble, and after some deliberation, she decided not to wait any longer and suggested they continue home. Watching the headlights of cars speeding by in the rain, Bian Xuedao countered her proposal. The rain is too heavy, and it's dark. The road is hard to see. It's too dangerous. Let us wait a little longer. We'll leave when it eases up. They found a sheltered corner nearby, huddling together as they watched the rain outside. Noticing that Dong Shui could no longer suppress her shivering, he gently pushed her behind him, standing outside to shield her from the wind. After a while, he felt her gradually draw closer, her body pressing against his back, her arms wrapping around his waist in a tender embrace. Bian Xuedao fought against the urge to turn and hold her. He understood that if he were to act upon his feelings, yet could not offer her anything in return, he would be unable to reconcile with himself. Chapter 009. Allocation of examination venues for the college entrance examination. The next day, Dong Shui did not attend school. Her family contacted the school to report her absence, stating that she had fallen ill after being caught in the rain on her way home the previous night. In truth, Bian Xuedao himself had also experienced a slight fever after returning home, but after a good night's sleep, he felt rejuvenated by morning. The next time Bian Xuedao saw Dong Shui was a week later. During these days, he gazed at her vacant seat with a profound sense of regret for not insisting she take a taxi home that day. He understood that Dong Shui yearned for more time with him, yet he pondered why he had not been more resolute. He decided to cast aside such thoughts, promising himself to address them only after the examination. Bian Xuedao's study habits improved significantly. He sensed that after many days of adjustment, his mind and body were beginning to harmonize. Furthermore, it appeared that his rebirth had bestowed upon him an enhancement of memory, as not only did he excel in recent studies and problem-solving, but also vivid memories from his past life resurfaced with remarkable clarity. In recent days, Zhou Hang had devoted less time to studying and often borrowed the 2000 edition of the admission guide, spending time in the internet CAF with Bian Xuedao. Zhou Hang sought information about various universities, while Bian Xuedao checked for any responses from Xu Shangxiu. After several attempts, his inquiries seemed to vanish without a trace. It no longer mattered. In 3 months, they would all reunite at Dongsan University. In June 2001, in Bian Xuedao's class, few students possessed mobile phones, though a handful had them. One day at the internet CAF, a man sitting next to Zhou Hang asked a girl for her phone number and immediately dialed it on his mobile after receiving it. After a brief exchange, he confidently proclaimed, "This is my phone number. You can reach me here in the future." His demeanor radiated the aura of a successful man. After a while of conversation, he left the CAF, and Bian Xuedao noticed Zhou Hang had been intently browsing mobile phones online. On their way back to school, Zhou Hang broached the subject of university life for the first time. He inquired, "Have you ever been to a college campus?" "Which university do you mean?" Bian Xuedao replied, "Any university. Have you visited one?" "Yes, I have." "What is it like?" "Well, you can attend classes, sleep, shower, and eat. Aside from having a bit more freedom and less stringent class schedules, it's quite similar. And the buildings are taller, there are more people, and if the university is decent, you might meet girls from all over the country, each with their own accents." "Do dormitories have phones?" "They have phone lines. You just need to buy a phone and connect it, but you must get a phone card with a password to use it." "How do you know all this?" "My brother told me." When Dong Shui returned, it was evident she had been quite ill. Her complexion was pale, and her demeanor lacked the usual brightness. During the break, Bian Xuedao approached her for the first time, sitting beside her and inquiring about her health. Dong Shui bit her lip, gazing directly at him before unexpectedly saying, "You've missed me these past few days, haven't you?" At dinner, 2 of Dong Shui's close friends invited her out for a nice meal. On the way, they encountered Zhou Hang and Bian Xuedao, calling for Bian Xuedao to join them. After assessing the potential expenses, he smiled and agreed. On the road, I encountered Guodong, who had yet to eat. Encouraged by Bian Xuedao, I invited Guodong to join us. Thus, we formed a perfect circle of 3 men and 3 women. Before the meal commenced, the 2 girls insisted that Bian Xuedao and Dong Shui sit next to each other. Initially resistant, Bian Xuedao was unexpectedly supported by Zhou Hang, who asserted that they must sit together, otherwise, none of us would enjoy the meal. Consequently, we arranged ourselves around a square table, with Bian Xuedao and Dong Shui on one side, the 2 girls on another, and Zhou Hang and Guodong on the remaining side. As the dishes arrived, The two girls audaciously requested 3 bottles of beer from the waiter. Dong Shui remarked that they needed to return to school soon, but Guodong, as he opened the beer, replied nonchalantly that in 10 days, the college entrance examinations would commence, and who would care then? Throughout the meal, we consumed 6 bottles of beer. Bian Xuedao allowed Dong Shui a sip from the first glass, but subsequently, he drank on her behalf, citing her recent recovery and the interaction between alcohol and medication as reasons. Each time Bian Xuedao drank for Dong Shui, the two girls' eyes sparkled with delight. During the meal, Bian Xuedao attentively observed his classmates, uncovering numerous insights. Both girls displayed a keen understanding of social dynamics. Guodong was the most animated at the table, single-handedly uplifting the atmosphere and managing it remarkably well. Most astonishing to Bian Xuedao was Zhou Hang, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Zhou Hang seemed particularly relaxed that day. Though he spoke little, he seamlessly engaged with everyone's conversation, responding aptly and fostering a sense of camaraderie among all participants. As the meal neared its conclusion, Bian Xuedao excused himself to the restroom, intending to settle the bill. However, as he stood, Zhou Hang intercepted him, firmly guiding him back into his seat. Today, since Dong Shui has returned, this meal is on me. You can treat us next time, he declared. The two girls immediately stood up, asserting that they had intended to treat Dong Shui. Zhou Hang waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "No arguments. This one is mine." In that moment, Bian Xuedao realized he had underestimated Zhou Hang. This young man, not yet 20, possessed a remarkable charm. Yet, in his quest for memories of their previous lives, Bian Xuedao could not recall any information regarding Zhou Hang's future. It was only natural, in their past existence. Their interactions had been minimal, and they had paid little attention to one another. After this meal, the 6 of them spontaneously formed a small circle. In the ensuing days, they took turns hosting meals, each time enjoying a bit of alcohol, until the 6th day arrived when it was supposed to be Dong Shui's turn to treat. Suddenly, the class teacher reminded everyone that those who had consumed alcohol could go home to avoid disturbing others in the classroom, thus bringing the gathering to an end. On the evening of July 1st, upon returning home after evening study, Bian Xuedao found his mother knitting and waiting for him. As he entered, she took his backpack, inquiring about his lunch and dinner at school before heading to the kitchen to prepare something for him. When Bian Ma brought over a fried egg and milk, Bian Xuedao formally stated, "Mom, I have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Speak freely," Bian Ma replied, sitting on the bed and watching as Bian Xuedao turned to face her from the chair. "I would like to borrow 500 yuan, he said, emphasizing the word borrow. However, Bian Ma instinctively filtered this word out. "What do you need such a large sum for? Surely, you wouldn't need that much for books or study materials." "I have a genuine need for this. I assure you, I am not engaging in any wrongdoing. By the latest, I will return it to you by this time next year or by the end of this year." "No, if you do not specify its purpose, I cannot give it to you. Such a substantial sum requires me to consult your father." Bian Ma's tone was resolute. "Mother, I truly have a need for it," Bian Xuedao pleaded earnestly. "No, finish your meal and go to bed," Bian Ma replied, retreating to her room. "What should I do? What can I do?" The dilemma of 1,500 yuan weighed heavily on Bian Xuedao. Should I borrow from an elder? Certainly not. For any elder would first inform my parents about such a large amount. Earning it myself? That seems utterly impossible. Not only is time too tight, but I genuinely do not know what I could do to make money at this moment. This conundrum plagued Bian Xuedao until July 3rd. On the morning of the 3rd, during the 3rd period, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom to distribute the examination permits. The long-anticipated college entrance examination was finally at hand. The teacher called out a student's name, instructing them to come forward to receive their permit while announcing their examination location and seat number. The classroom fell into an eerie silence as everyone strained to hear their names being called. Lian High? Exam location, City Number 1 High School, Exam Room 3, Seat 5. Dubuotao, City Number 1 High School, Exam Room 11, Seat 1. Macheng, City Number 3 High School, Exam Room 1, Seat 15. Upon hearing that he was assigned to Seat 1, Dubuotao's face immediately soured. After deliberating for a while, Macheng concluded that he might be in the front row and also appeared disheartened. While the classmates held no particular plans for cheating, none were eager to find themselves seated in the front row. After all, the front row faced the invigilating teacher directly, along with the roaming monitors in the corridors, quite distressing. As the teacher continued to read through the list, Many students took notes of their classmates' examination locations and seat numbers, hoping to find themselves situated near diligent students. Even if they couldn't directly benefit from it, being nearby could help stabilize their emotions. Dongshui, City Number 4 High School, Exam Room 5, Seat 17. At this moment, Bian Xuedao appeared calm, yet internally, he was tumultuous. Although he was aware of his examination arrangement from his previous life and had been confident throughout his revision, this moment filled him with apprehension about potential changes. If there were alterations in the seating arrangement and he did not sit next to Zhou Hang, all subsequent strategies would be rendered ineffective. In such a scenario, he would be left striving for a mere cutoff score of 600, fighting desperately for a second-tier university. Bian Xuedao, City Number 4 High School, Exam Room 5, Seat 27. Zhou Hang, City Number 4 High School, Exam Room 5, Seat 28. As his name was called, Bian Xuedao noticed the teacher glance in his direction. Their paths overlapped. A significant weight lifted from Bian Xuedao's heart. However, he realized that Dong Shui was in the same examination room as he was. Did this occur in his previous life? He had no recollection. Chapter 10. Cherish the affection you bestow. The distribution of examination locations concluded. Only 4 students in the class had consecutive seat numbers. One pair consisted of 2 girls with mediocre academic performance, while the other was Bian Xuedao and Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang consistently ranked among the top 6 in the humanities across the entire grade. Furthermore, the camaraderie between Bian Xuedao and Zhou Hang had been evident to all in recent months. A thought began to surge within many students' minds. If Peng Hong were still in school, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell?" The homeroom teacher continued to announce from the podium, "Tomorrow marks the final day of classes. If anyone has questions, please approach your subject teachers promptly. Attendance for tomorrow's evening study session is voluntary. Those who wish to attend may do so, while others are free to return home. It is imperative that everyone retrieves their books and personal belongings from the school tomorrow. The day after, the school will rearrange the desks and chairs according to examination requirements, and any items left behind will be disposed of as unwanted waste. Once the examination numbers are assigned, the entrance will be sealed, preventing anyone from entering. Are there any questions?" A student inquired, "Teacher, what will the examination room be like?" Upon hearing this question, the homeroom teacher took a piece of chalk and sketched a serpentine diagram on the blackboard, marking 8 points with numbers. "Let me clarify. Each examination room accommodates 30 students, arranged in a serpentine manner starting from the first desk at the entrance. Is that clear to everyone? Prior to the college entrance examination, it is crucial that everyone takes the time to visit their designated examination room in advance to familiarize themselves with the route and environment, to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to locate the exam room." The homeroom teacher paused momentarily, reassuring the students, "Do not fret. The examination questions will be simpler than those we have practiced. Furthermore, it is essential to adhere to the examination regulations. This is no trivial matter." Before afternoon classes commenced, Dong Shui individually informed Bian Xuedao and the other 4 that she would treat everyone to dinner that evening, explaining that she had not had the chance to do so previously and that everyone must attend. During earlier meals, they had all expressed their eagerness for the college entrance examination to arrive, and after a drink or two, they would jokingly lament wishing the exam were over so they could find relief. However, at this moment, an air of silence enveloped them, especially for Guidong. He would glance at Bian Xuedao and then at Zhou Hang, speaking little and focusing solely on his drink. The examination numbers had already been distributed, and with the school year ending tomorrow, Bian Xuedao felt compelled to seize the opportunity to convey the words he had prepared over the past 40 days to Zhou Hang. Bian Xuedao searched for the right moment. During dinner, Zhou Hang endeavored to maintain his usual demeanor, occasionally casting meaningful glances at Bian Xuedao, seemingly awaiting him to speak. Dong Shui, on the other hand, was determined to steer the conversation, energetically engaging the other 2 girls and, for the first time, drinking heartily. Bian Xuedao attempted to assist her in drinking, but she consistently declined. As the meal progressed, Dong Shui stood up, filled her glass to the brim, and proposed a toast to Zhou Hang. He too stood and drank from his glass. Just as he was about to sit down, Dong Shui, holding the bottle, poured half into Zhou Hang's glass and filled her own cup fully. Without uttering a word, she drank her own beverage. Dong Shui's swift actions left Bian Xuedao unable to intervene. Zhou Hang glanced at Bian Xuedao before refilling his glass and drinking. Dong Shui had yet to sit down. She filled both her and Bian Xuedao's glasses, then poured half a glass for Zhou Hang. Grabbing Bian Xuedao's arm, she pulled him up, raised her glass to Zhou Hang, and drank again. She then fixed her gaze intently on Bian Xuedao, who smiled slightly and consumed the drink in his glass. Dong Xue then turned her gaze back to Zhou Hang. This time, Zhou Hang did not refill his glass, simply drinking as is. Dong Xue appeared somewhat intoxicated, resting her head softly on Bian Xuedao's shoulder, occasionally giggling foolishly. Upon returning to the classroom, Dong Xue rested her head on the desk and fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until nearly 9 o'clock. Upon regaining consciousness, she noticed the yogurt that Bian Xuedao had prepared for her. The first and second year students had already departed, and on the eve of their graduation, the third year students were liberated from the usual constraints. The corridors were alive with students traversing between classes, exchanging contact information with friends. Couples, no longer bound by the confines of their respective classes, nestled together at classroom doors, oblivious to the opinions of onlookers. A group of boys huddled together, brazenly smoking, while some, with red-rimmed eyes, succumbed to the moment. There were also boys who had remained exceedingly shy throughout the 3 years, now daring to glance at the classroom of the girl they had admired from afar, suddenly bellowing, "Someone's looking for you at the door." Meanwhile, a portion of the students still appeared engrossed in their studies, diligently working through problems. Yet a keen observer would soon realize that they had not turned a page in quite some time. At this juncture, Bian Xuedao took out a small notebook and began to inquire among his classmates who possessed a number with fewer digits. Perhaps influenced by the impending farewells and the emotional atmosphere permeating the floor, he made significant progress, acquiring 1 6-digit number and 4 7-digit numbers. When it came to Dong Xue, she looked at him and remarked, "It seems you have neither asked for my phone number nor inquired about my number." Bian Xuedao felt a tightening in his forehead, realizing that this little Dong Xue was indeed a formidable opponent. Observing his momentary bewilderment, Dong Xue playfully smiled, snatched the notebook from his hand, and inscribed her home phone number along with her own number, signing it simply as Xue. Suddenly, the sound of a guitar accompanied by singing drifted down the corridor, performing "Friends, Don't Cry." The hallway quickly fell silent, with students gravitating toward the source of the melody. At one end of the corridor were the science students, while the other housed the liberal arts students. The students within the classes could no longer remain seated. A few boys, typically charming and musically inclined, conferred and promptly sent one of their boarding peers to fetch a guitar from the dormitory. As the crowd in the science class swelled, several beautiful girls from the liberal arts class joined the throng. The one who retrieved the guitar soon returned. In the midst of deliberations regarding the next song and who would perform it, the class settled on Yang Di, Wang Sunmao, and Su Bing to sing "Wishing You a Safe Journey." Yang Di found a few chords on the guitar, and the music began to flow. Eager to attract the attention of the science class, Bian Xuedao recognized that the pitch had been raised. Indeed, when it came time for the chorus, the trio struggled to reach the notes, but fortunately, their classmates rallied together to support them. The pitch may have been elevated, yet the outcome was still gratifying. As more students gravitated toward their side, the song from the science class resumed, "Let Go and Fly" by the Little Tigers, sung with fervor due to the larger male presence. Once they concluded, the students in Bian Xuedao's class quickly conferred and chose "Friends" by Zhou Huajian. It was a beautiful song, albeit one that had been overly performed, causing it to lack the popularity of the previous science class's rendition. Before they could finish, the strains of "Goodbye" from the Little Tigers floated over from the science class. The students in Bian Xuedao's class grew anxious, hastily brainstorming songs since the science class had already moved on to their third selection. After much discussion, they deliberated between "The One Sitting Next to You" and "Blessings." After much deliberation, the boys, who often boast about their guitar prowess, found themselves at a loss, unable to achieve the right tune even after strumming for an extended period. The class leader, humorously dubbed the Wolf Grandma of Midnight Songs, made a pronouncement. In our humanities class, consisting of merely 2 classes compared to the 6 of the science stream, we were outnumbered. Anyone who felt they could sing was encouraged to volunteer. Losing face was not an option, and even if our performance paled in comparison to theirs, we could not falter. Unfortunately, our humanities class was indeed faltering. From the far end of the corridor, a voice resonated once more, the strains of Zhang Yuxing's "The Ocean" washing over the entire floor like invisible waves, silencing all students. The boy singing "The Ocean" had a commendable voice, with only a few notes slightly off pitch. His soaring melody reverberated off the corridor walls, captivating everyone's ears. He was undoubtedly the star performer of the science class. Meanwhile, a few in our humanities class, engaged in deliberation over song choices, appeared somewhat dazed. One self-proclaimed handsome lad suggested a solo of The Moon's Mischief. Dong Xue, feeling anxious, began to inquire among classmates, "Who can play the guitar? Who can play the guitar?" "Hurry up," she casually asked Bian Xuedao. "Can you play the guitar?" "Yes," he replied. Dong Xue nudged him, urging, "Then go play." Bian Xuedao hesitated. "I haven't played those two songs they mentioned." Dong Xue pushed him again. "Sing a song for me." "All right." For someone who loves to sing, the urge to express oneself after a period of silence can be overwhelming. Moreover, having been reborn, Bian Xuedao found himself in the youthful days of his senior year, where the pressures of college entrance exams left him immersed in studies, burying many of his past life-esque habits. He meticulously planned to alter his life-esque trajectory. Yet he was apprehensive about how changes in crucial moments he already foresaw might affect his course. He was aware of the need to reintegrate into the year 2001. Yet he often felt a sense of detachment, akin to a volcano simmering beneath the surface. Initially, he intended to unleash his pent-up emotions only after the exams. But a touch of alcohol, combined with Dong Xue's anticipation and the fervor of the entire grade, stirred up feelings long buried in his heart. Bian Xuedao rose, beckoning to the boys discussing songs. "Hand me the guitar. I'll take a turn. You all keep thinking." Upon hearing someone volunteer to sing, the guitar was promptly passed to him. He slung it over his shoulder and perched himself atop Dong Xue's desk, testing a few notes before pondering for a moment. His classmates had never heard Bian Xuedao sing, nor were they aware of his guitar skills. Watching him confidently hold the guitar, yet remain silent for so long, made them anxious for him. After a few simple notes, he began to sing. "I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps I shall never see you again. Tomorrow I must depart from this familiar place and from you." Tears begin to fall. At this point, Bian Xuedao turned to Dong Xue, sharing a smile and a wink. His rendition commenced at a slightly higher pitch than Zhang Jinyue's, and as he continued, he immersed himself wholly in the song. In a trance-like state, the classroom around him faded away, and he felt as if he were singing in a dimly lit space, the scenery swirling around him. For a fleeting moment, he could not distinguish whether he was releasing his emotions after a week of work or competing in a song battle across the corridor during his senior year. "I shall indelibly remember your visage and cherish the sentiments you have bestowed upon me. The days we have shared will forever remain etched in my heart. I cannot promise you whether I shall return, but I shall proceed without looking back." Dong Xue was initially smiling as she listened to the music. However, as the song played on, her eyes unexpectedly glistened with tears. A few spirited students in the class spontaneously clapped in rhythm with Bian Xuedao singing. Dong Xue lifted her head with determination and joined in the clapping. The more Bian Xuedao sang, the more he felt the music resonate within him. Unlike the serious countenance he had displayed earlier, he sang with a smile, and eventually, he perched one foot on the chair, moving in harmony with his guitar. As he sang, he felt as though a burden had been expelled from within him, leaving his body and spirit feeling more liberated. "I shall indelibly remember your visage and cherish the sentiments you have bestowed upon me. The days we have shared will forever remain etched in my heart. I cannot promise you whether I shall return, but I shall proceed without looking back." Bian Xuedao returned the guitar to Yang Di and settled beside Dong Xue. She inquired about the song's origin, and uncertain whether Zhang Jinyue's Goodbye had been released in 2001, he replied, "It's a secret." Thus, the enigmatic allure of 2001 was born. In truth, many students could not fully grasp the emotions encapsulated in the song, yet they sincerely found it melodious and perceived the singer as someone remarkable. Bian Xuedao deliberately asked Dong Xue, "Impressive, I assenti it?" Dong Xue gazed at him with a silly expression, remaining silent. The restless excitement of the senior class finally subsided, and students began to gather their belongings, preparing to return home. Before leaving the classroom, Bian Xuedao approached Zhou Hang and asked, "Will you come to school tomorrow?" Zhou Hang nodded in affirmation. Chapter 011. Settling. Zhou Hang. Bian Xuedao emptied his backpack to assist Dong Xue in packing her books and exercises for home. The two silently rode their bicycles to Dong Xue's residence. She lived on the 4th floor, and Bian Xuedao accompanied her to the 3rd, encouraging her to carry her 2 bags upstairs herself. Fearing that he might abandon her bags and leave, Dong Xue instructed him to wait for her at the entrance, leading Bian Xuedao to think she intended to return his backpack. Retrieving an envelope from the innermost part of her desk, Dong Shui, under the pretense of having forgotten to lock the vehicle downstairs, dashed out of her home. She returned the backpack to Bian Xuedao and took an envelope from her pocket, handing it to him. Uncertain of its contents, Bian Xuedao hesitated to accept it. Dong Shui grasped his hand firmly, insisting, "This is 600 yuan I saved for New Year's. You must find a way to use it for Zhou Heng. Such opportunities are rare. If you do not need it, return it to me after the exams." Without waiting for Bian Xuedao's response, she turned and hurried back upstairs. In that moment, the once confident and composed heart of Bian Xuedao felt as if it had been torn open. After his rebirth, he had begun to formulate a vague plan for his new life, contemplating whom he would meet, with whom he would journey, and with whom he would join hands. Yet now, he found himself at a loss regarding how to relate to Dong Shui, uncertain of how to place this girl named Dong Shui within the tapestry of his life. If it were truly like the previous life, where we would not meet again after the college entrance examination, it would merely be a case of deep affection with a shallow connection. But what if the bond ran deeper? How does one navigate such feelings? On the ride home, Bian Xuedao found himself alternating between thoughts of Dong Shui and how to broach the subject of money with his mother once more. Upon arriving home, he discovered that the lights in his parents' room were already extinguished. Disheartened, Bian Xuedao retreated to his own room, where he found a loaf of bread and a carton of milk on his desk. After lying on his bed for a while, he sat at his desk, intending to review his studies, only to notice a stack of money and a piece of paper concealed beneath a book in the center of the desk. The money amounted to 1,500 yuan. The note read, "Whatever you wish to do, I hope you consider the consequences beforehand," gathering the total of 2,100 yuan. Bian Xuedao composed himself and commenced a final systematic review of key knowledge points before the exam. On the morning of July 4th, Bian Xuedao did not attend school. Instead, he studied at home until after 8 o'clock, then rode his bicycle to the electronic product street in the city with the money. Several times at the internet CAF. After finishing a game, Zhou Heng would browse through mobile phone information online, as he had a penchant for mobile devices. Bian Xuedao found a potential way to engage Zhou Heng. Contemplating whether to seek Zhou Heng's assistance took considerable thought. As a middle-aged man who had navigated society for over a decade, Bian Xuedao believed in friendship, yet he placed greater trust in self-interest. He reasoned that if he relied solely on friendship for help, it might yield success, but it would feel like charity, uncertain and unstable. For Bian Xuedao, the college entrance examination represented a one-time opportunity. He had never considered the prospect of wasting a year in repetition. Thus, he needed to eliminate uncertainty. Therefore, he resolved to transform his request for help into a transaction or a purchase. Not bothering to inspect closely, he deemed the phones from 2001 to be antiquated. After visiting 3 stores with little price variation, Bian Xuedao purchased an Ericsson 18 for 1,160 yuan. He chose this particular model not only for its affordability, but also because of the effective advertisement featuring Andy Lau, which he believed Zhou Heng must have seen. "Turn back, and you will know, my heart belongs only to you." After testing the device, he also acquired a SIM card and loaded it with 50 yuan worth of credit. Placing the phone box in his backpack, he cycled back to school. While waiting in the bicycle shed, he entered the teaching building only when he heard the bell signaling the end of class. At the stairwell, he fortuitously spotted Zhou Heng descending and pulled him towards a small eatery at the school gate. Since it was not mealtime, the owner paid them little heed and retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Finding a table, the two sat down, and Bian Xuedao handed his backpack to Zhou Heng, asking, "What do you think of this model?" Zhou Heng's eyes lit up upon seeing the phone box inside. However, he was uncertain. After opening the box and gently examining the phone, he placed it back inside. "What is this?" he inquired. Bian Xuedao adjusted his chair closer to Zhou Heng, draping an arm around his shoulder and saying, "Help me out during the exam, will you?" "How can I help?" "The exam proctors are quite strict. It's nothing like the usual simulations." Hearing this, Bian Xuedao seized the opportunity and leaned in. "I checked our exam room. We're seated in the row by the window. You'll be in front of me. You're at the 3rd desk, and I'm at the 4th. Seeing Zhou Heng listening with great curiosity, Bian Xuedao continued, "I do not require you to pass notes or examine your paper. Are you capable of spinning a pen?" "Yes." Zhou Heng nodded. "The exam room does not prohibit pen spinning, does it?" Bian Xuedao inquired. "The teacher has not mentioned it. It should be fine," Zhou Heng replied. "Can you spin it with your left hand?" "Yes." "That is splendid." Bian Xuedao retrieved a cap gel pen from his pocket and demonstrated the technique to Zhou Hang. The school bell for class rang, yet neither moved. Upon concluding his demonstration, Bian Xuedao observed Zhou Hang glancing at the pen on the table and then at the bag in his hand, remaining silent for quite some time. He was indeed a person of great caution and rationality. Bian Xuedao was now certain that without the preparation of this phone, success would have been elusive. Noticing Zhou Hang's indecision, Bian Xuedao resolutely declared, "I will handle the other subjects myself. You need only provide me with the math multiple-choice questions." The 12 math multiple-choice questions, each worth 5 points, amounted to a total of 60 points, which were crucial for Bian Xuedao. Upon hearing that only the math multiple-choice questions were needed, Zhou Hang's expression softened. He picked up the pen that Bian Xuedao had just demonstrated and spun it a few times, asking, "Is this correct?" "Indeed," Bian Xuedao affirmed. "We're in this together. No need for words. I'll head back to the dormitory now. I will return to the classroom for the next period." Zhou Hang took a few newspapers from the boss, wrapped the phone box, and departed. At last, it was resolved. Bian Xuedao sighed in relief. Carrying his empty backpack towards the classroom, Dong Shui had been keeping a watchful eye on Bian Xuedao's seat. Upon seeing him arrive while Zhou Hang was absent, she couldn't help but worry for him. During the break, Dong Shui dismissed Guodong and quietly advised Bian Xuedao, "You should check Zhou Hang's dormitory for him." Bian Xuedao handed her the envelope containing the 600 yuan he had prepared for her, saying, "Thank you, but I prefer to rely on myself. The college entrance examination is unlike other tests. The risks are too great." Dong Shui accepted the envelope, asking, "Is this due to pride? Didn't we drink with him yesterday?" He was drinking too. At this moment, it was no time for pride. At least ask him, and if he agrees, splendid. If not, simply disregard it. Observing this girl, who was wholeheartedly concerned for him, Bian Xuedao had an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly, to convey that he had already secured Zhou Hang's cooperation, that he possessed knowledge of several significant exam questions, and that he was aware of the final score threshold for the college entrance examination. However, he restrained himself, smiled at Dong Shui, and said not a word. In the 4th period of the morning, the subject teachers entered the classroom one after another, as though prearranged, offering words of encouragement and wishing everyone success in the college entrance examination. Witnessing even the strictest of teachers approaching them with smiles, first apologizing, and then hoping for a bright future for all, some emotionally expressive students had already begun to weep. The teachers announced that the afternoon would commence the holiday. Bian Xuedao packed his various textbooks into his backpack, leaving behind all exercise books and papers. Descending the stairs with Dong Shui, Bian Xuedao asked at the entrance, "Shall I escort you home today?" Dong Shui replied, "No need. My father is here to pick me up. You should head home. I wish you success in entering a prestigious university." Bian Xuedao smiled cheerfully at her, assuring, "I will, and so will you." Chapter 012, Mathematics passed on July 6th. The day before the college entrance examination, Bian Xuedao had not turned a single page of his book. It was not that he felt overwhelmingly confident, but rather that the weight of pressure rendered him incapable of studying. Although he had previously encountered the same examination paper and was familiar with many of the significant questions, and with Zhou Hang as a double assurance, the pressure remained daunting. To alleviate his stress, Bian Xuedao resorted to singing. Throughout the morning, he filled his room with the melodies of his favorite songs, both in Chinese and English, some well-known and others yet to be composed. As he sang, he realized these songs might hold value, so he utilized his portable recorder to capture his voice while practicing his English listening skills. After lunch, he rode his bicycle out, promising to return shortly. He first visited the examination venue at the 4th high school to get a sense of the surroundings, then meandered through the city, taking breaks along the way, ultimately arriving at Dong Shui's apartment, gazing up at her window on the 4th floor. After waiting for a few minutes without catching a glimpse of her, he pedaled back home with urgency. On July 7th, Bian Xuedao awoke early. He meticulously reviewed the outline of his essay on integrity, which he had contemplated for days, and settled in the yard with his portable recorder to listen to music. During breakfast, observing his parents who seemed to eat without pleasure, he cheerfully reassured them, "Don't worry, I will definitely return with an undergraduate degree." He insisted on going alone, explaining that their presence would only heighten his anxiety. Before departing, his mother carefully checked his belongings, reminding him to be thorough. The first subject was Chinese, which, aside from mathematics, he had studied the least, yet it was the subject he felt most confident about. After sitting in the examination room for a while, Zhou Hang arrived. Like other unfamiliar candidates, they exchanged no words, with Zhou Heng not even glancing in Bian Xuedao's direction, quietly taking his seat. About 20 minutes before the exam, Dong Shui arrived at the venue. The first bell rang, and a proctor announced the examination regulations while another checked the candidates' admission tickets, comparing the photos with their faces. A roaming proctor exchanged a few words with the one at the podium, who began to unpack the examination papers. Subsequently, answer sheets were distributed. 5 minutes before the exam commenced, the papers were handed out, and the proctor loudly reminded the candidates to fill in their names and admission numbers in the designated areas, cautioning them not to begin answering before the bell rang. Bian Xuedao swiftly scanned the Chinese examination paper, noting the pronunciation, identifying typographical errors, and analyzing the usage of words and idioms, recognizing the classical text as Tian Dan, and the reading comprehension as the bronze galloping horse and the opening and closing of doors, while the essay topic, as anticipated, was integrity. The bell rang. The proctor declared, "The examination begins." Bian Xuedao took a few deep breaths and commenced answering the questions. The process unfolded smoothly, with only a few questions closely tied to the textbook content presenting challenges. The rest were exceedingly straightforward for a dedicated proofreader at the provincial capital daily. Identify and correct typographical errors, misused words and idioms, incorrect punctuation, erroneous sentence structures, and awkward phrasing. Extract the central theme of the article and assess whether it strays from the topic or conveys its meaning ineffectively. This task, I assure you, is beyond the capabilities of even the most diligent high school students, let alone the entire faculty of Chunshan City. Only Bian Xuedao possesses the expertise to craft an essay that flows seamlessly and elegantly. The essay prompt allows for self-defined themes, flexible writing styles, and self-chosen titles, an ideal opportunity for Bian Xuedao to shine. In a previous life, he perused various exemplary essays for the college entrance examination, though he had not encountered those from 2001. The majority of the essays he observed were confined by the perspectives and experiences of students, emphasizing emotional expression and personal sentiments. However, Bian Xuedao's background differs. Having spent nearly a decade in journalism, he engages daily with policies, editorials, and societal phenomena. While he may struggle with lyrical prose, composing a brief argumentative essay poses no challenge. In his opening, Bian Xuedao cites examples of German farmers selling pumpkins without cashiers and drivers fueling their vehicles through self-service. Establishing a definition, integrity lays a solid foundation for a smoothly functioning society. He elaborates on the value of integrity and poses a hypothetical scenario. What would occur in a society where integrity is widely absent? He presents numerous negative examples resulting from a decade of integrity erosion. Subsequently, Bian Xuedao identifies the essential subjects of integrity. The economic sector must uphold it. Political life must adhere to it, and personal relationships must embody it. However, relying solely on individual morals and conscience to sustain societal operations is untenable. What, then, is the solution? He continues, asserting that adherence to the law is a prerequisite for maintaining trust. The government must exemplify integrity to inspire its citizens to do the same. The construction of integrity within society must be spearheaded by the government. Furthermore, integrity represents a facet of social civilization, which can only flourish through comprehensive systems. Hence, it is imperative to introduce a credit system and establish an effective and thorough punitive mechanism for dishonest behavior. In conclusion, through advocacy and education, the concept of integrity should be ingrained in the populace, fostering a societal ethos that honors honesty and condemns betrayal. Bian Xuedao completed his essay in an hour and a half, opting not to submit it prematurely. Instead, he meticulously reviewed his work, jotting down his answers to the multiple-choice questions on a transparent pouch with a pencil. He then sat quietly in the examination hall, gathering his thoughts until the submission bell rang. Upon returning home for a brief nap, Bian Xuedao sat composedly in the examination room, awaiting the distribution of the mathematics test. The afternoon proved tedious and excruciating. Although he forced himself to memorize some formulas, he recognized that formulas are one thing, while problems are another. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he beheld the math paper. From the first question to the last, terms such as intervals, inverse functions, value ranges, eccentricity, and periodic functions loomed before him. He recognized the terms, yet they were foreign to him. He could not solve a single problem. The Bian Xuedao of 2001 might have grasped a few concepts, but the Bian Xuedao of 2014 found himself utterly lost. The maturity of a grown man reflects true value. While many liberal arts students struggle with mathematics, few maintain the composure that Bian Xuedao exhibited. Bian Xuedao, with an air of calmness, meticulously arranged his calculation paper, imitating the movements of a seasoned scholar as he scribbled and sketched upon it. He glanced at the examination questions for a moment before inscribing a few strokes on the paper, remaining focused for over an hour without once lifting his gaze to the proctor. His demeanor conveyed an earnest control over the pace of his responses, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern that he was completely at a loss with the material. As Bian Xuedao penned various incomprehensible formulas on the calculation sheet, the two proctors exchanged knowing glances, surveying the classroom with keen observation. They noted several candidates whose faces paled and necks glistened with sweat after merely 30 minutes of examination, remaining motionless and hesitant with their pens, marking them as subjects for closer scrutiny. Notably, Bian Xuedao and Zhou Heng were not among them. On this particular afternoon, Bian Xuedao had not solved a single problem, yet he felt more fatigued than after 3 sessions of language exams. With 40 minutes remaining, Zhou Heng was still diligently working through the questions. Bian Xuedao pretended to engage with the test. When only 30 minutes remained, a proctor reminded a candidate about maintaining decorum in the examination hall. At the 20-minute mark, Zhou Heng gently kicked the legs of his chair, causing Bian Xuedao to start. Although Zhou Heng appeared to be deep in calculation, no one seemed to notice his left hand twirling a pencil. In truth, he spun it slowly, lacking the fervor displayed by other candidates, whose pencils danced with fervent creativity. Unbeknownst to others, Zhou Heng's pencil tip rotated in various directions, each time pointing differently. Bian Xuedao, maintaining his composure, inscribed 12 Arabic numerals on his calculation paper, the highest being 4 and the lowest 1. He committed these 12 figures to memory, noting them on the transparent pouch he carried, and began awaiting the sound of the bell to signal the end of the examination. He understood that he must not submit his paper prematurely, should either of the proctors, one of whom might be a mathematics teacher, glance at his work. They would inevitably discover the chaos of his calculations amidst the high accuracy of his multiple-choice answers, an affront that would mock their oversight. Feeling Zhou Heng kick his chair again, Bian Xuedao observed as Zhou seemed to adjust his calculation paper, a small piece pressing against his left elbow. On it, Bian Xuedao discerned several numbers inscribed in pencil, Chapter 013, estimating scores beyond the passing line. Completing the mathematics paper, Bian Xuedao felt a sense of certainty wash over him regarding his college entrance examination results. When his parents saw him walk through the door with an expression of ease, their spirits lifted significantly. After dining, Bian Xuedao took a brief stroll near his home, revisiting the core concepts he had marked in his textbooks for the liberal arts subjects. He retired for the night before 10 o'clock. On the morning of July 8th, he faced the liberal arts comprehensive examination, followed by English in the afternoon. Bian Xuedao performed commendably on the liberal arts section, but by the afternoon, he realized he had overestimated his proficiency in English. Fortunately, his extensive exposure to American television series, original films, and English songs had endowed him with a solid linguistic intuition. The listening comprehension, multiple-choice questions, closed tests, and reading comprehension flowed effortlessly, consuming little of his time. He had prepared thoroughly for the essay, having memorized a similar model composition to perfection. As the time for submitting the examination papers dwindled to a little over 30 minutes, Bian Xuedao observed Dong Shui placing her paper firmly on the desk. She stood up and signaled to the invigilator that she wished to submit her exam. She was the first in the entire examination hall to do so. Bian Xuedao gazed curiously at Dong Shui's retreating figure, noticing a certain frailty in her gait. Indeed, after taking only a few steps, she suddenly collapsed onto the floor with a thud. The invigilator at the back of the classroom sternly admonished the other students who attempted to rise and assess the situation, while the invigilator at the front hurriedly assisted Dong Shui, lifting her onto a chair before exiting to fetch a roaming supervisor. Bian Xuedao quickly checked his answer sheet, gathered his belongings, and placed his paper on the desk, indicating to the invigilator that he too was ready to submit. Approaching Dong Shui, he noticed her face was as pale as a sheet of paper and softly inquired, "Are you able to walk?" Upon recognizing Bian Xuedao, Dong Shui nodded slightly. He then lifted her in his arms and strode out of the classroom. The invigilator, leading a roaming supervisor towards them, called out loudly, questioning what he was doing. With Dong Shui in his arms, Bian Xuedao urgently asked the invigilator, "Where is the medical station?" "I am her classmate, and I have submitted my paper." The roaming supervisor guided Bian Xuedao to the medical point while the invigilator returned to the classroom. Upon arrival at the medical station, Dong Shui was in such pain that she could hardly speak. The doctor asked her a few questions before instructing the school to contact the 120 ambulance stationed outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Bian Xuedao inquired about the ambulance's location and rushed out, carrying Dong Shui. Parents waiting outside the school gate were oblivious to the situation, only witnessing a boy running towards the side gate with a girl in his arms. As he ran, Bian Xuedao asked Dong Shui, "What is your home phone number? Please tell me so I can inform your family." After placing Dong Shui in the ambulance, he dashed to the small convenience store at the 4th middle school and dialed her home number. The call connected. "Hello, is this Dong Shui's home?" "Good day, ma'am. I am Bian Xuedao, Dong Shui's classmate. She is feeling a bit unwell, and I have just placed her in the ambulance at the examination site." No, it's not serious. Perhaps she didn't sleep well or was too anxious." "Yes, could you please come over?" "What? Uncle Dong is waiting at the entrance?" "What is Uncle Dong wearing?" "All right, please don't worry. I will head to the entrance to find Uncle Dong." After hanging up, he rushed to the front gate of the 4th middle school and was taken aback by the sight before him. The street from the school gate to the opposite side was filled with parents waiting for their children. On the phone, Dong Shui's mother described that Dong Shui's father was dressed in dark blue trousers and a white short-sleeve shirt, such a commonplace attire. Bian Xuedao thought of shouting to find out who Dong Shui's father was. But then he turned to see two stern-looking school security guards standing beside a sign that read "No loud noises," with one of them glaring intently at him. Glancing down at his own white shirt, he realized he had no choice but to resort to an alternative plan. He dashed back to the convenience store, purchased a black marker, and wrote Dong Shui's father in large letters on his shirt. Bare-chested, he rushed to the school gate, holding his shirt high above his head. Being quite tall and standing on the curb, Bian Xuedao was confident that Dong Shui's father would surely see him if he was nearby. Indeed, a middle-aged man approached, gazing at Bian Xuedao without uttering a word. As Bian Xuedao laid aside his clothing, he inquired, "Are you the father of Dong Shui from First High School?" The man replied affirmatively. Bian Xuedao continued, "Is she from Class 3, Year 4? The man hesitated, responding instead, "She is in Class 3, Year 7. Bian Xuedao explained, "I am a classmate of Dong Shui. Uncle, please follow me. She is feeling unwell and is resting inside." He briefed the security guard at the entrance about the situation and escorted Dong Shui's father to the ambulance. From the few questions the doctor had posed to Dong Shui earlier, Bian Xuedao surmised that she might be suffering from menstrual cramps. Now that her father had arrived, he felt it was inappropriate to linger. Clad in a shirt emblazoned with Dong Shui's father, Bian Xuedao nonchalantly rode his bicycle through the streets, resembling an artistic youth engaged in performance art, exuding an air of flamboyance. On July 10th, the school had scheduled a return for the students prior to the exams, primarily to announce the answers to the college entrance examination, allowing students to estimate their scores before commencing the application process. The blackboard was roughly divided into 4 sections, and the homeroom teacher handed a paper bearing the standard answers to the class monitor, instructing him to transcribe the answers onto the blackboard. The classroom was enveloped in the sound of chalk scraping against the board, with not a single student uttering a word. Students who had managed to bring their answers out were carefully cross-referencing the results, while those who had not either racked their brains in vain or wore expressions of indifference. After the class monitor completed the transcription, he returned the answer sheet to the homeroom teacher, who verified the answers on the blackboard against those in hand, informing everyone that the application forms would be distributed shortly, to be filled out on the morning of the 15th. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "What did you get? How many points?" "Oh no, I only got 6 out of 12 correct in math, and I miscalculated a major question in the comprehensive section." "Were the listening answers correct?" "I heard them clearly." Bian Xuedao, uninterested in the other subjects, focused intently on the math answers on the board. 15 1, 2, -1. For the multiple choice questions, all correct, totaling 60 points. For the fill-in-the-blank questions, he answered 3 correctly, scoring 12 points. His final math score was 72. Bian Xuedao glanced up at Zhou Hang, who happened to be looking back at him, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The estimated total score was 525. Some uncertain questions had been disregarded, yet the estimated score still exceeded the known cutoff for first-tier universities by more than 10 points. Bian Xuedao felt quite content with this outcome. Had this been his score from a past life, he would have leapt for joy. However, now he felt differently. For Bian Xuedao, the college entrance examination represented more of a promise to his parents, who had high hopes for his success. With this score, he believed his parents could hold their heads a bit higher in front of friends and relatives, and he felt he had accomplished his first task since his rebirth. He prepared to calm his mind and contemplate the path he would take in the future. Such is the nature of the college entrance examination. Some revel in joy while others are consumed by sorrow. As it was the first year of the new system, many students lacked experience, leading to several setbacks. Dong Shui had yet to arrive, but a girl who lived nearby kindly transcribed the answers for her. Zhou Hang estimated his score to be 610, and Bian Xuedao congratulated him heartily. Upon returning home, he shared his estimated scores with his parents, who were overjoyed. His mother, particularly, went out to buy groceries, while his father, uncharacteristically, invited Bian Xuedao to share a drink with him. During that meal, the two of them each consumed 3 bottles of beer. In the evening, after much contemplation, Bian Xuedao resolved to apply for the international trade program at Dongsan University, a field previously pursued by Xu Shangxiu in his former life. His reasoning was straightforward, since he had the opportunity to attend a prestigious institution once more. He could not settle for merely being at the same school as Xu Shangxiu. Instead, he desired to be closer, sharing the same major, attending classes together, which would facilitate interaction and allow him to forge connections more readily. As for the prospect of achieving a higher score and transferring to a more esteemed university or a different program, Bian Xuedao did not entertain such thoughts. His years of experience in the workforce had taught him that, for the majority, a degree in the humanities held little weight, no matter the choice. The outcome remained largely the same. What truly mattered for employment prospects were the prestigious labels of 985 and 211. Dongsan University, while not a 985 institution, was a 211, which sufficed for Bian Xuedao, who already had a rough outline of his life as trajectory. Moreover, he was most familiar with Songjiang City. He was acutely aware of the city's impending demographic shifts, urban expansion, commercial development, and subway planning over the next decade. To capitalize on his foresight and potential for wealth accumulation, Songjiang was the optimal choice. The thought of attending school in another city and then returning to Songjiang to start a business was cumbersome. Even if, a decade later, Songjiang became heavily polluted and inhospitable, he could always earn enough to relocate. Should fortune smile upon him, immigration would also be an option. Thus, there was no need to change cities or schools. He would choose the International Trade Department at Dongsan University. On the night of July 13, 2001, during the Olympic bidding night, the entire nation awaited news from Moscow. Each Chinese individual present at the venue, anxiously anticipating the results, was filled with both hope and trepidation. Regardless of their level of involvement in the bidding process, it was unlikely anyone could be entirely confident in China's success. Yet, Bian Xuedao felt assured. As the clock approached 10 p.m., observing the tense expressions and clenched fists of people on the television screen, he suddenly wondered if anyone else, like him, already knew the outcome. With Juan Antonio Samaranch's distinctive pronunciation, China erupted in jubilation. Across various broadcast sites, people cheered, danced, wept, and laughed, unable to contain their emotions. The elation and pride radiating from everyone on screen were palpable. Drivers on the streets honked their horns in a rhythmic cacophony. Despite the late hour, no one chastised them. Instead, it felt entirely fitting and invigorating. The cheers beneath the China Millennium Monument in Beijing were overwhelming, culminating in a celebration that coincided with the appearance of national leaders. Although Bian Xuedao had witnessed these moments in his previous life, experiencing them firsthand again stirred profound excitement within him. That night, lying in bed, Bian Xuedao contemplated numerous matters. On July 15th, he submitted his application to the university. His parents, lacking familiarity with the nuances of university rankings, generally respected their son's decision. Particularly after inquiring with friends and colleagues about Dongsan University's rigorous academic environment and strict management, they wholeheartedly supported his choice. As the university had announced a graduation photo session for that day, most students who could attend had come, and Bian Xuedao encountered Dong Shui. After a brief conversation, Bian Xuedao learned that Dong Shui estimated her score to be 405 and had applied for the flight attendant program at China Civil Aviation University. Do you aspire to become a flight attendant? Bian Xuedao pondered Dong Shui's decision with a hint of surprise. Yes, it has been my plan for quite some time. I went for a medical examination and interview back in April. Dong Shui gazed into the distance. I heard you performed exceptionally well in this exam and have qualified for a prestigious university. It's about right. Bian Xuedao replied. Thank you for helping me out of the examination hall and finding my dad. Dong Shui observed Bian Xuedao's cheek and inquired. Do you still have that shirt with your writing on it? I washed it. Bian Xuedao chuckled, mimicking the motion of scrubbing clothes. They took graduation photos together. With close friends gathering in small groups for pictures, Bian Xuedao, Zhou Hang, Dong Shui, and Guodong each snapped several shots. Zhou Hang had applied to Renmin University. Upon seeing Zhou Hang's application form, Bian Xuedao recalled that his last successful exam was also for Renmin University. The long holiday commenced. After gathering for a few meals with classmates, Bian Xuedao tidied his belongings and headed to his uncle's house in the countryside. Bian Ba had 5 brothers, and he was the 4th among them. The Bian family maintained a genealogy, and all the names in Bian Xuedao's generation contained the character Shui. After the birth of the first boy, his elder uncle suggested naming future boys with virtues such as benevolence and righteousness. Hence Bian Xuedao received the character Dao. His uncle's house was approximately 20 kilometers from the city. His uncle's youngest son, Bian Xuedao, was not academically inclined and left school after junior high to learn car repair. In recent years, his uncle had contracted a small hill to cultivate fruit trees, gradually improving their living conditions. Bian Xuedao was particularly drawn to his uncle's orchard. He remembered that on the hill, there was a wooden cabin for tending to the orchard, and he now sought a tranquil, undisturbed space to organize his thoughts. The orchard primarily grew plums and hawthorns, and his uncle and aunt eagerly requested Bian Xuedao to visit the orchard during the day. He stayed at his uncle's house for a solid fortnight, spending each day on the hill and returning home at night. Bian Xuedao carried a bag containing a notebook, pens, a portable cassette player, several tapes, and numerous batteries. In the wooden cabin on the hill, he observed the clouds and listened to the rain, jotting down thoughts as they came to him and recording them in a unique manner in his notebook. He recalled songs he often listened to and sang them aloud. Some songs from his memory had yet to emerge, prompting him to separate lyrics from melodies, writing down the lyrics while humming the tunes to record on his cassette player. After several days of effort, he documented over 10 songs, including tracks by Jay Chou and other popular domestic hits. To speak candidly, Bian Xuedao was a common citizen, an ordinary individual whose greatest aspiration after his rebirth was to improve his own life and that of those around him. He no longer wished to endure the grueling routine of working 250 night shifts a year. He longed to escape the burdens of mortgages and car loans that prevented him from enjoying vacations with his family after a year of hard work. He sought to abandon the anxiety of constantly monitoring online investments to chase higher interest rates. He was determined to earn money, accumulate wealth, and aspire to the kind of affluence where the interest from his bank deposits would suffice for his annual expenditures. At this juncture, Bian Xuedao was consumed by thoughts of how to amass wealth, believing that only with riches could one attain a life of freedom and elegance. He fervently pondered entrepreneurial ideas to strike gold, conjuring several notions, yet each was swiftly dismissed. The rationale was straightforward. He lacked capital and required his initial fortune. Bian Xuedao possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. He exhibited a modicum of research spirit and tenacity, albeit accompanied by a hint of lethargy. To phrase it favorably, one might say he was content with modest affluence. To phrase it unfavorably, one could label him as lacking ambition. Moreover, after graduating, he had spent his entire career at a newspaper, absorbing a plethora of information, yet possessing no entrepreneurial experience whatsoever. He comprehended that success in the world was seldom as effortless as depicted in reports or autobiographies. The intricacies of achievement were often obscured. It was akin to his awareness that Taobao was established in 2003, yet he was ill-equipped to navigate e-commerce. He was no Jack Ma. He recognized that Qihoo 360 emerged in 2005, yet he was not Zhou Hongyi, apart from the free strategy. He understood little of the nuances behind the success of antivirus software. He acknowledged that smart touchscreen phones would dominate the mobile market. Yet he was neither Steve Jobs nor Lei Jun, knowing he lacked the aptitude for such ventures. Bian Xuedao was adept at selling concepts, but would anyone believe him? Would anyone invest? Was it truly valuable? If someone did place their faith in him, what repercussions would ensue? Bian Xuedao meticulously reviewed his past experiences and the information he had amassed, contemplating repeatedly. He sought a path, one that promised swift profits, minimal barriers, low risk, and reduced costs. After spending over 10 days in the mountains, he finally gleaned a semblance of clarity. Stepping out of the wooden cabin and standing atop the mountain, his gaze stretched across the verdant fields below, extending into the distance. A gentle summer breeze caressed his face, instantly refreshing his spirit and broadening his mind. With newfound direction, Bian Xuedao felt a surge of ambition. His thoughts were simple. During a previous meal with colleagues, they had discussed online opportunities for wealth. One colleague mentioned their frequently used navigation page, 123, a creation from 1999 by a cybercaf manager for personal convenience, which, after years of clandestine promotion, was acquired by Baidu in 2004 for an official price of 50 million. The actual value was certainly less, but it was undoubtedly a staggering sum. Bian Xuedao perceived this as an opportunity. Establishing a navigation page entailed low barriers, minimal risk, and low costs, with a focused effort to learn the necessary languages and knowledge. This seemed to be the most reliable avenue for profit at present. In 2001, as personal computers were just beginning to permeate households and the majority of individuals had limited knowledge of them, a navigation page was an essential tool for internet access. Crucially, the subsequent portal websites and internet companies had yet to recognize the value of navigation pages. Therefore, creating one at this juncture, with effective promotion, still held the potential for profit. Furthermore, the information density of 123 in 2001 was far less rich than that of 2014. Numerous page resources remained untapped. Bian Xuedao was confident that he could surpass 123 in the presentation of page information and service functionalities. On August 3rd, Bian Xuedao bid farewell to his uncle and returned home. August 4th marks the day when the results of the college entrance examination can be queried. Starting from 8 a.m., Bian Ma began dialing the results hotline, but the service remained unavailable throughout the day. After dinner, Bian Ba made another attempt, and this time, the call connected. Following a brief melody, a female voice began to announce the examination results. Bian Ba activated the speakerphone, and the three of them gathered around the phone. Candidate name: Bian Xuedao. Examination number: Chinese, 130 points mathematics, 72 points liberal arts comprehensive, 239 points English, 95 points total score, 536 points. To replay, press 1. Bian Ma's eyes instantly welled up with tears. This was undoubtedly a score her son had never achieved before, a score she had scarcely dared to imagine. Although Bian Xuedao had earlier estimated his results, the family's anxious hearts were only set at ease at this moment. That evening, Bian Ba made countless phone calls to friends and relatives. Picking up the phone, he would say, "Hello, this is Lao Bian. The results? Yes, they have come out. 536. Right? The two liberal arts subjects didn't go well, but I will certainly inform you about the celebration. Don't worry, our relationship is unforgettable." Chapter 015. The octopus leaps into the sea. The day after the examination results were announced, Bian Xuedao expressed a desire to learn some computer knowledge at a computer school, to which Bian Ma immediately agreed. Bian Xuedao rode his bicycle to several computer schools in the city, only to find that most offered only very basic computer literacy and software knowledge, quickly losing interest. It was not until the last school that he found something intriguing. This particular school was located on the second floor of a street-facing building, its name hastily affixed to the balcony window. Upon entering, he noticed that the environment was inferior to the previous schools. The chairs were merely simple plastic stools, and the computers appeared to be discarded from internet cafes, with a lingering aroma of fried food permeating the air. As Bian Xuedao stepped inside, a young man wearing glasses approached him and asked if he wished to learn computers. Bian Xuedao replied affirmatively, glancing around the room before inquiring of the bespectacled man, "Do you teach web design?" The question momentarily surprised the man. "You want to learn web design? Do you understand computers?" Bian Xuedao cast his gaze at a monitor in front of a girl who seemed to be a student. "I know a little," he replied. "I can teach," said the young man, scrutinizing Bian Xuedao carefully. "However, web design has different aspects. It depends on whether it's front-end or back-end, and it can't be learned in a short time. How long do you plan to study?" "I just finished my college entrance examination, so I have a little more than a month," Bian Xuedao answered. The entire school had only 3 students, 2 boys who appeared to be middle schoolers and a girl who looked slightly older. A short-haired boy was guiding one of the boys on something while casting glances toward Bian Xuedao. At that moment, a woman in her 20s emerged from an adjoining room. her fair skin evident as she instructed the short-haired boy to set up a table, saying, "Go inside and set the table. I'll call your brother-in-law for dinner." Bian Xuedao then inquired of the young man with glasses, "How much do you charge for learning here?" The young man hesitated, candidly admitting, "I've never charged for this before. Although I know some, I haven't taught it. If you genuinely wish to learn, I can find some software. Come back tomorrow, and we can discuss further. Do you have a phone? Please give me your number, and I will call you tomorrow." Carrying his laptop, Bian Xuedao returned home, where his mother informed him that a girl named Dong Shui had called looking for him. He promptly dialed her number, and it was Dong Shui's mother who answered. "Hello. Auntie, is Dong Shui at home? I am her classmate." The voice on the other end called out, "Dong Shui, your phone." Dong Shui inquired about Bian Xuedao's exam scores, and then mentioned that her parents wished to invite him to dinner as a token of gratitude for his assistance during the examination. Despite Bian Xuedao's repeated refusals, Dong Shui remained insistent. The dinner was held at a restaurant not far from Dong Shui's home, where her father reserved a small private room, providing a pleasant atmosphere. Dong Shui's mother encouraged Bian Xuedao to order, to which he jovially replied that he had never dined there before and suggested they simply enjoy some home-style dishes. While Dong Shui was placing the order, her father recounted the events of Bian Xuedao searching for him outside the examination hall, particularly noting the shirt Bian Xuedao wore and how he playfully misstated Dong Shui's class to test his authenticity, praising his cleverness. Bian Xuedao remained humble, engaging in conversation with Dong Shui's father with ease. Observing him closely, Dong Shui's mother noticed that he lacked the awkwardness often exhibited by other youths. Upon inquiring about his college entrance examination results and hearing that he scored 536, the atmosphere at the dinner grew even more amiable. After the meal, Dong Shui expressed her desire to see Bian Xuedao off. A brief exchange of glances between her parents led them to smile in agreement, only advising her to return home early. Instead of riding her bicycle, Dong Shui naturally took a seat in the back of Bian Xuedao's vehicle, unperturbed by her parents' potential gaze, which Bian Xuedao found quite charming. Inquiring about her destination, Dong Shui replied nonchalantly that she was indifferent. Unconsciously, Bian Xuedao rode towards the school. The classroom doors were locked, and the pair ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, gazing at the distant cityscape in silence. "Can you imagine what Chunshan will look like 10 years from now?" Bian Xuedao initiated the conversation. "I don't know," Dong Shui shook her head. "I can envision a bit." He pointed towards the horizon, commenting on some anticipated changes. Dong Shui observed intently, as if she were listening, yet also seemed distant. After a moment, she gently asked, "Do you like me?" "I like you." "Indeed," Bian Xuedao replied decisively. "But we are about to part ways. My family is moving next week," Dong Shui lamented. "Where to?" he inquired. "Songjiang City. The university I applied to, Dongsan University, is also in Songjiang. We are bound to meet again." Bian Xuedao smiled reassuringly. Dong Shui pondered. "Why did I not realize sooner that you were such a remarkable person?" To which Bian Xuedao responded, "That is because I was not special enough in the past." That day, Dong Shui gently leaned against Bian Xuedao, allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist as they watched the setting sun in the west, engaging in heartfelt conversation for a long while. "Please give me the shirt you rode on that day," Dong Shui requested. "It has already been washed," he replied. "Then I want it too." "All right, I will bring it to you tomorrow." "No, let us go to your house now to get it." They returned briefly to Bian Xuedao's home, after which he escorted her back, not far from Dong Shui's house. She asked him to stop the vehicle beneath a tree on the street, where she deeply kissed him and softly whispered goodbye in his ear before turning and running away. That evening, Bian Xuedao did not sleep well. Upon waking, he realized it was already 10 a.m. He retrieved the phone number he had noted the previous day and dialed it. On the other end, a bespectacled man informed him that the tuition fee was 2,200. Bian Xuedao promptly declined. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired whether a discount could be arranged if he could recruit several students. The man replied that bringing in 5 students would reduce the fee by 1,000. Determined, Bian Xuedao began to call contacts from his classmates' directory, reaching out to both middle and high school friends. Eventually, he managed to find 6 individuals interested in learning about computers. After placing the phone down, he made his way to the computer school he had visited the day before. It was then that he noticed the establishment was named Chingsong Computer School, a rather elegant title. After some negotiation, Bian Xuedao settled on a tuition fee of 800, under the condition that he would assist as a part-time instructor. The bespectacled man, named Zhang Yaqing, was married to Wang Song and the helpful young man with a crew cut was Wang Song's brother, named Wang Bai. Bian Xuedao later learned that Zhang Yaqing was a graduate of a prestigious university with a degree in software engineering. He had initially found a commendable position at a reputable company, but was forced to leave after his side projects were discovered. Relying on income from these freelance jobs, he returned to his hometown with his wife and established this computer school. When Bian Xuedao expressed his willingness to work in exchange for tuition, Zhang Yaqing chuckled and asked what skills he possessed. Bian Xuedao demonstrated his ability to disassemble and reassemble machines, reinstall systems, and edit images. However, what truly astonished Zhang Yaqing was Bian Xuedao's proficiency in touch typing at a commendable speed, especially considering that many high school students at that time were still typing with a single finger. In the following days, Bian Xuedao's 6 classmates gradually began attending the computer school. They continued to bring along their friends and relatives, and the once quiet school soon buzzed with activity. Eventually, the computers were in such high demand that students had to take turns using them. One would learn while another observed. Wang Song expressed her gratitude to Bian Xuedao for bringing in new students, often inviting him to lunch. As time passed, the young instructors at Qingsong Computer School became known for their rapid touch typing skills, which became a significant attraction for prospective students. Whenever inquiries were made, Zhang Yaqing would have Bian Xuedao demonstrate his swift typing, a remarkable skill in that small town in 2001, prompting immediate enrollment from interested learners. Bian Xuedao's contributions were reciprocated by Zhang Yaqing, who took a keen interest in Bian's studies of web design. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar concepts, he would consult with former classmates and colleagues, even introducing Bian Xuedao to a remarkably talented peer in programming named Chonglai, facilitating their connection. With such a formidable teaching team, Bian Xuedao made rapid progress. In addition to his studies, Bian Xuedao offered numerous suggestions to Zhang Yaqing regarding the school's branding and interior layout to enhance its professional appearance. He also recommended, albeit a bit late, that Zhang Yaqing consider opening an internet CAF on the first floor. Among the 6 classmates studying together, Bian Xuedao's closest friend was Wang Wenkai. Having shared middle school, they attended different high schools but maintained their friendship, often gathering for meals during holidays. Wang Wenkai pursued a scientific curriculum and achieved a remarkable score of 633 in the college entrance examination, subsequently enrolling in the Computer Science and Technology program at Songjiang University of Technology. To gain a head start on computer knowledge, he decided to attend a computer school. On August 28th, he received his admission letter, and upon seeing the words international trade, he felt as though Xu Shangxiu was standing before him, smiling. On the evening of September 11th, 2001, at 7 p.m., as he gazed at the ticking clock on the wall, Bian Xuedao found it difficult to remain calm. He realized that in just over an hour, a horrific terrorist attack would occur on the other side of the globe, yet he felt powerless to act or speak. He was acutely aware that if he were to mention anything online beforehand, both he and his family would be caught in an uncontrollable maelstrom, with their lives slipping beyond their grasp. The information swirling in his mind was not merely an opportunity. To voice it would spell disaster. This was true that night, during the earthquake 7 years later, and in all he had ever known. That night, Bian Xuedao resolved to abstain from alcohol. On September 15th, the day before university registration, he conversed with his parents for an extended period. He informed them that he would seek part-time work to cultivate his skills and urged them not to rush into selling the house. Additionally, he assured them that he would head to registration alone and would call home once he settled in. Initially, his mother insisted on accompanying him, but it was his father who ultimately persuaded her otherwise. At 5 a.m. on September 16th, Bian Xuedao boarded the train to Songjiang, alone. After 20 minutes on the bus designated for new students at Dongsan University, the vehicle set off. Seated at the front were 3 students waiting to greet newcomers. Before departing, a girl who appeared to be the leader counted the passengers and, passing by Bian Xuedao, inquired, "Where are your parents?" He replied, "I came by myself." Seated by the window, Bian Xuedao quietly observed the cityscape outside, a blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar. The Songjiang city of 2001 differed significantly from his recollections. As the bus entered the Dongsan University campus, the main building was already bustling with activity. Various departments had set up tables, secured with bamboo poles, on which banners displaying their names were hung. Carrying his modest travel bag, Bian Xuedao approached the table for the School of Economics and Management, signed in, and requested a registration process sheet. Following the outlined sequence, he began to navigate from building to building. The campus had changed slightly since his graduation. Several new dormitories, the library, gymnasium, and swimming pool were still under construction. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his registration process, having lived on this campus for 4 years. He was thoroughly familiar with it. Apart from the long queue at the health clinic, the other procedures were swift. Before noon, he was cradling the bedding, pillow, and basin provided by the school, heading towards the 6th apartment building according to his assigned dormitory number. The door to room 717 was ajar, and upon peering inside, he was greeted by the sight of many occupants. With some effort, he knocked on the door a few times and cheerfully announced, "Hello everyone, my name is Bian Xuedao, your new roommate." Observing him burdened with numerous items, a boy from the lower bunk at the entrance came to assist. He pointed towards the lower bunk by the window, indicating that the beds had been assigned and labeled with name tags and photographs, saying, "Your bed is over there." Including Bian Xuedao, there were 5 students in the room. Among them, 2 had their parents help set up their beds and exchanged a few words before gradually departing. As he watched his parents leave, the boy from the upper bunk became lively, opening the door slightly to peek outside, then locked it again. He mysteriously produced a pack of cigarettes, exclaiming, "I could use one." He then raised the pack towards the other boys in the room, asking, "Who wants to smoke?" Bian Xuedao glanced at the name tag beside his bed and learned that his upper bunk mate was named Liu. He requested a cigarette from the boy in the upper bunk opposite him, but Bian Xuedao and the other 2 shook their heads in refusal. Just as the 2 smokers lit their cigarettes, a knock came at the door. They hurriedly extinguished their cigarettes and tossed them into the bathroom. Before opening the door, Liu sprayed a few puffs of air freshener. When the door opened, Liu was taken aback. A tall figure stood at the entrance, holding a large travel bag in one hand, followed by 2 girls, one carrying bedding provided by the school and the other clutching a basin filled with miscellaneous items. With a small travel bag slung over her shoulder, Bian Xuedao was equally perplexed, wondering what sort of assembly was this outside the door. The tall boy threw his bag into the room and quickly turned to retrieve the bedding, thanking the senior repeatedly. "Thank you, senior. Once everything is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Please give me your number." The 2 girls glanced into the dormitory. One, slightly taller, replied, "No need. We're all from the same department. We need to go back. There are more freshmen to assist." The tall boy immediately offered, "Let me see you off," and dashed out after them. Liu looked at the bag on the floor, astonished. "Wow, this is a special treatment from a senior. This guy is impressive." Not long after, the tall boy returned, holding a note with a phone number written on it. Liu glanced at the photo taped to the tall boy's bedside and then back at him, saying, "Buddy, I think you're in the wrong dormitory." Pointing to the photo and asking, "Is this you?" The tall boy took a look. The picture was from their 3rd year of junior high, and he had submitted it due to a lack of other options. The others gathered around to take a look, confirming that it indeed did not resemble him. The photo depicted a chubby young boy, while the tall boy now had thick brows, charming almond-shaped eyes, a high nose, and a distinctly angular face, radiating a strikingly handsome appearance. After arranging his bed and placing his belongings in the cupboard, Bian Xuedao lay back on his bed to rest, engaging in casual conversation with the others. By 2 p.m., all 8 roommates had arrived. Once the parents had left, as per tradition, the 8 were organized by age. Bian Xuedao was the 4th eldest, with the handsome Liu in the upper bunk as the 5th. The square-faced AI phone, who had shared a smoke with Liu, took the 1st position, while the squint-eyed Eugene, who occupied the lower bunk, was 3rd. The tall beauty, Chen Jian, was 2nd, and his lower bunkmate, Yang Hao, sporting 2 dimples, was 7th. Opposite Chen Jian were Kong Wei-Eyes, the 6th, and Tong Chao, the 8th. The AI family resides in Xi'an, while AI Feng hails from Hubei. Yang Hao is from Jiangsu, Chen Jian is from Shandong, and the remaining 4, including Bian Xuedao, are all from Beijing. A group of boys reclined on their beds, exchanging impressions of campus life, recounting encounters with beautiful senior sisters, and eagerly anticipating meeting their female classmates whom they had yet to see. However, what astonished them the most was the fact that the dormitory at Dongsan University was equipped with televisions, complete with cable access, even allowing them to watch Phoenix Chinese Channel. During their conversation, when someone inquired about Bian Xuedao, he chimed in briefly, yet most of his thoughts were consumed with speculating about which dormitory Xu Shangxiu would reside in, envisioning the moment they would first meet. At dinner, the 8 boys ventured to the cafeteria together. Along the way, they encountered numerous groups. easily recognizable as the newly enrolled students. Such collective dormitory outings typically occur only at the beginning of the academic year or during special occasions. Regardless of gender, students within the dorms tend to form various small circles based on personality, family background, physical appearance, academic performance, and interests. As everyone becomes more familiar with the campus and surrounding environment, selects different courses, and develops romantic relationships, these collective outings gradually diminish. After an afternoon of observation and reflection, Bian Xuedao was convinced that he and Xu Shangxiu were not in the same class. This was due to an incident in 2012 when Xu Shangxiu attended a university reunion. Upon returning home, Xu pointed to several individuals in the graduation photo, claiming they were the ones faring best now. The members of his own dormitory were not among those depicted in that photograph. After a day of rest and the distribution of military uniforms, military training commenced on September 18th. At 7:50 a.m., the fresh-faced freshman stood outside the sports field, awaiting formation into squads before entering the arena. While conversing with his dorm mates, Bian Xuedao scanned the surroundings in hopes of spotting Xu Shangxiu. However, the uniformity of the military attire made it difficult to locate anyone. After several rounds of searching yielded no results, they proceeded into the field as a group. They lined up by height, assigned instructors, delineated training locations, and familiarized themselves with military commands. Thus the morning passed swiftly. Standing at 187 meters, Chun Jian was the tallest in the formation, with Bian Xuedao, an AI foam, also positioned in the front row. Throughout the day, Bian Xuedao persistently searched the surrounding formations for Xu Shangxiu, yet still found no trace of her. She must have been assigned to a distant squad, he reassured himself. On the second day of military training, Dongsan University, known for its strict governance, began to assert its authority. A series of dormitory hygiene standards, school regulations, and codes of conduct were distributed to every dormitory, among which the most peculiar rule stated that no strands of hair were permitted on the floor. After dinner, the student council, accompanied by military training instructors, visited each dormitory to teach students how to fold military bedding. Bian Xuedao had anticipated this activity. After finishing his meal at the cafeteria, he purchased 2 boxes of Furong Wang cigarettes from the campus store. The instructor demonstrated with his own bedding. And just as he was about to leave after 2 rounds of folding, Bian Xuedao stopped him. From his pocket, he produced a cigarette and offered it to the instructor, asking, "Sir, I missed a few points. Could you please demonstrate that again?" He gestured towards his own bedding as he spoke. The instructor glanced at the cigarette in his hand, pocketed it, and instructed Bian Xuedao to fetch some water from the restroom and find a chopstick. A few minutes later, the instructor moved on to another dormitory. Observing the neatly folded tofu-like blocks created by the instructor and the loosely draped new quilt on his own bed, the 7 other boys in the dormitory were left dumbfounded. Bian Xuedao carefully placed the quilt folded by the instructor at the head of his bed and retrieved a thick blanket from the closet. Liu could no longer contain himself. "Fourth brother, you're being unreasonable." In room 717, the 7th roommate, Yang Hao, was the first and only one to declare that he had a girlfriend. According to him, they had been together since their sophomore year, and the girl had been accepted into a school in Chengdu. Ever since the dormitory was equipped with a telephone, Yang Hao made it a point to call his girlfriend every night. Just as Yang Hao reluctantly hung up the phone, Liu poked his head out from his bed, waving a piece of paper. "7th brother, I've kept track of your call. You just chatted for 45 minutes, saying darling 27 times, I miss you 18 times, and kisses 11 times. I can't take this anymore. I still have goosebumps." Chapter 017. Sanitary napkins on the military training field, standing at attention, marching in place, shifting from left to right, and gathering in a circle to sing songs. Bian Xuedao found the repetition more amusing than arduous. It was time to sing again. From unity is strength to return from target practice. From we are soldiers to 1, 2, 3, 4. From the girl across the way to sister, boldly step forward. And from true-hearted heroes to all Northeasterners are living lay fongs. The variety was enticing. Then everyone collectively shouted, "One from the 1st Battalion! One from the 1st Battalion!" When the opposing team did not respond, Bian Xuedao's 3rd Battalion began to entertain themselves. Aside from a few freshmen eager to showcase their talents, no one heeded the instructor's repeated calls, so they decided to play games instead. The game of Pass the Drum commenced, and it quickly became entertaining. The talents displayed by the chosen students were wonderfully diverse, reciting poetry, performing tai chi, showcasing magic tricks, dancing Xinjiang folk dance, and executing the moonwalk. AI Foam unexpectedly showcased his vocal mimicry, leaving Bian Xuedao utterly defeated. By the second day of the game, Bian Xuedao was caught, having been unable to locate Xu Shangxiu. He was a bit irritated, causing his throat to ache. He inquired with the instructor if doing push-ups would suffice. The instructor replied, "If you do fewer than 40, you'll need to change the act." Bian Xuedao managed to complete 50 push-ups. On the third day of Pass the Drum, Liu found himself caught. This lad stunned 3 nearby squads with his rendition of "I have no money, I am not ashamed." While his everyday speech was often indistinct, once he began to sing, Bian Xuedao realized that Liu's voice bore a striking resemblance to Wu Qixin's powerful breath control, capable of reaching high notes, suggesting he had practiced extensively. Moreover, Liu sang with such ease, as if he had performed on stage before, exuding a unique, infectious charm. The military training continued. Bian Xuedao had originally prepared 3 pairs of insoles, but by the second day of training, Liu and Yang Hao had commandeered 2 of them. When he attempted to purchase more, he discovered that the insoles near the school had sold out. With no other options, he resorted to drastic measures. Reluctant to venture far, Bian Xuedao wandered around the campus supermarket for a while until he spotted an opportunity. Seizing the moment when no one was nearby, he grabbed 2 packs of Whisper sanitary napkins, concealed them under a newly purchased towel, and cautiously moved to the checkout line at the entrance, hoping to blend into the sparse crowd. Yet, he still attracted attention at the door. As Bian Xuedao cheerfully exchanged money and packed his items, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Song Jiao, a close friend of Dong Shui, was among the 6 who had taken turns treating him to meals before the college entrance examination. Bian Xuedao never anticipated encountering Song Jiao here. In his previous life, he had also applied to Dongsan University, and though he had dined with some high school classmates who entered the same university, he did not recall Song Jiao being among them. "Did you also apply to Dongsan?" Bian Xuedao inquired. "Yes," she replied. "What major?" "International trade." Noticing Bian Xuedao's surprise, Song Jiao continued, "I initially considered applying to a university out of town, but our homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, reviewed your application and suggested that this school and major were quite commendable, so I changed my mind for the sake of caution." The 2 walked together to Bian Xuedao's apartment. He asked, "Are there any girls with the surname Su in your dorm?" Song Jiao shook her head. "Please keep an eye out for any girls in our department with the surname Su." "What is her full name?" Song Jiao queried. Bian Xuedao shrugged, only knowing her surname. With a teasing glance, Song Jiao remarked, "It's only been a few days since school started, and you're already on the hunt?" Bian Xuedao merely chuckled in response. Upon returning to the dormitory, Eugene, ever observant, spotted the pack of sanitary napkins Bian Xuedao had brought back and exclaimed, "Wow." Bian Xuedao ignored him, methodically stowing the sanitary napkins inside his shoes and testing their comfort. A few other students soon rushed over to snatch the remaining napkins, prompting Bian Xuedao to quickly retreat to the bathroom and lock the door, while the others pounded on it. Eventually, Chen Jian suggested that if Bian Xuedao did not emerge soon, they would dismantle his military bedding. From inside the bathroom, Bian Xuedao shouted, "These 2 packs are used up. Someone else needs to buy more." He secured the door, while several boys each grasped a sanitary napkin and began to examine it. Chen Jian remarked, "It's tough for female classmates. They have this fixed expense every month, which could have improved our meals at the canteen twice." Tong Chao fiddled with the napkin in his hand, pondering how to position it inside his shoe. Eugene studied it for a while, peeled off the adhesive backing, and seriously commented, "Can you imagine sticking this to your backside? That must be uncomfortable." Kong Wei Eyes, who had been on the balcony on a phone call, entered and heard Eugene's words, chuckling, "Come on, who said it's supposed to be stuck to your backside? You should go find a girlfriend and learn a thing or 2. Rolling his eyes, Eugene retorted, "If it's not for the backside, where else it's supposed to go?" Bian Xuedao understood the proper usage of the item, but chose not to disclose it, fearing that these timid boys might attempt a live demonstration. Sitting on his bed, he reflected that he too had been clueless about sanitary napkins when he first entered university. Eugene's military boots were slightly oversized, and his feet had developed 3 blisters, with a total of 3 layers, including the sanitary napkins, stuffed inside. The following day during military training, after walking all morning, by the afternoon, the sanitary napkin in his right shoe began to protrude from the heel. Just then, the instructor commanded the troops to march in formation. While mingling within the ranks, one could blend in, but marching in straight lines required everyone to be particularly attentive. Eugene exerted himself, vigorously stomping, stepping, and swinging his legs. After their row passed, he noticed that the expression of the boys facing them in the front line was rather peculiar. At last, the command from the instructor to turn around was heard. Today, like everyone else, Eugene was struck by the sight of a pristine training area marred by a stark white sanitary pad lying in the middle. Where on earth did this come from? The instructor, who was nearly the same age as these freshmen, was utterly befuddled. The pad even bore a conspicuous red dot, resembling a plum blossom embroidered on a white silk cloth, which rendered the entire formation speechless. The instructor contemplated picking it up himself, but hesitated, considering it might have fallen from one of the girls, which felt rather inappropriate. Thus, he resorted to announcing in his usual commanding tone one of the most memorable phrases from the military training of the 2001 class, whose sanitary pad has fallen. Step forward to retrieve it. In an instant, Eugene felt beads of sweat forming on his neck. The adjacent formation was comprised of first-year girls executing precise marching steps, directly across from a group of boys with piercing gazes. The already awkward atmosphere intensified with the utterance of such a powerful statement, causing their movements to falter. Drenched in cold sweat, Eugene desperately controlled his facial expression. He must not admit it. He must not confess, as a large male student, to claim in front of everyone that he had a sanitary pad on him. Even if he claimed it was for use as a shoe insole, who would believe him? If he were to earn a reputation as a pervert, how would he ever find a girlfriend during his 4 years of college? Ultimately, the situation was resolved by the instructor's intervention. However, apart from the boys in dorm 717, several of Eugene's peers were aware it had fallen from his shoe, yet none dared to speak of it. This incident directly led to the malicious alteration of Eugene's name to Eugene, especially in front of the girls, who affectionately dubbed him Brother Gene. In time, Eugene endeavored to live up to this moniker. From that day onward, after dinner, he would linger for a while in front of the 11th dormitory building, where a handful of senior girls and a multitude of freshmen resided, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xu Shangxiu as the girls entered and exited with their meal trays and water bottles. Soon, rumors circulated among the female residents that a freshman boy was ardently waiting at the dorm entrance for a girl each evening. The reactions among the girls varied. Is that so? It's only been a few days since school started. How eager. Really? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Perhaps he's waiting for his high school girlfriend. If he comes again tomorrow, remind me to take a look from the window. Eugene soon realized that standing at the girls' dormitory entrance in his green attire was rather conspicuous and flamboyant. Therefore, after dinner, he would change into a different outfit before heading back. Within a few days, the boys in dorm 717 had caught wind of Eugene's nightly vigil at the girls' dormitory, and they incessantly inquired about whom he was interested in and where he had his first encounter. Yet, Eugene remained tight-lipped. In the evenings, some bold and adventurous girls would take a few extra steps to pass by Eugene, casting intentional glances at him. As for the girls upstairs who pointed and whispered through the windows, that was simply too numerous to track. The boys in dorm 717 noticed that Eugene had become increasingly taciturn. Though he often wore a smile, a palpable aura of aloofness surrounded him. The information relayed by Song Jia indicated that she had inquired throughout an entire floor of dorms, only to find 2 girls with the surname Su. However, upon Eugene's inquiry regarding height and other details, he swiftly concluded that they were not Xu Shangxiu. As the military training neared its conclusion, Bian Xuedao, through various connections, discovered the list of new students in the International Trade Department, including the preparatory class. To his dismay, Xu Shangxiu was not among the 7 international trade classes. It felt as if a weary traveler, after a long pursuit across the desert, finally approached the oasis only to find it was but a mirage of his own making. Time and again, Bian Xuedao pondered in his heart. Why? How could this be? Why was it different from his past life? After several nights of contemplation, he arrived at a possible explanation. Neither he nor Song Jia had belonged to this field in their previous life, yet here they were now. Each major had a fixed quota for admissions in every province. If Xu Shangxiu's scores were precisely at the cutoff, it was highly probable that either he or Song Jia had taken her place. On September 29th, all new students participated in a military drill, with the destination being the Tiger Regiment near the city exit. Upon arrival, they toured the barracks and internal affairs and observed the soldiers' activity room. The supervising instructor announced a gathering to head to the shooting range across the way. The students immediately divided into two factions. One half was excited, while the other half felt apprehensive. Shooting? Bian Xuedao recalled that there had been no such activity during the drills in his previous life. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The opportunity to handle a firearm was still appealing, though he was uncertain how many bullets each person would be allotted. Spotting the instructor of his regiment ahead, Kong Wei shouted, "Instructor, how many shots does each person get?" Liu chimed in, "Are we wearing bulletproof vests?" The crowd fell silent. Chapter 018. The Chinese team advances to the World Cup on September 30th. The morning was reserved for a review ceremony, followed by an English placement examination in the afternoon. That evening, the school hosted a bonfire welcome party for new students at the sports field. Bian Xuedao was in low spirits after watching for a while. He slipped away as darkness fell. Not long after, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Song Jia. "Why aren't you watching?" she inquired. "I'm a bit tired from the military training and want to lie down," Bian Xuedao replied. "I find it uninteresting. Their singing is not as good as yours. I still remember the song you sang in the classroom the night before the college entrance exam." "Let me take you out for dinner," Song Jia suggested. "I already had dinner," he declined. "By the way, what was that girl's name again, Su something? If you tell me, it will be easier for me to find her." Song Jia walked alongside Bian Xuedao. As they reached the intersection, Bian Xuedao said, "I'm heading back to the dormitory. We'll connect later." With that, he walked away. Song Jia stood there, lips pursed, staring at his retreating figure for quite some time. By 9 p.m., everyone had returned to the dormitory. Eugene burst through the door, exclaiming that he was nearly driven mad by the four senior sisters performing unique and stunning. Spotting Bian Xuedao lying on his bed, staring blankly at the bedboard, he plopped down next to him and exclaimed, "Old four, you missed out on some dazzling senior sisters. They were all clad in leather, with red bustiers underneath. Absolutely outrageous." Tong Chao, following closely behind, corrected him. Not all the bustiers were red. 3 were red, and 1 was pink. Eugene immediately grimaced and shouted, "Old one. Old one. You need to keep an eye on old 8. He brought a monocular and was peeking from the side. So uncouth. Ai Feng held the telescope handed to him by Tong Chao and glanced out the window, lamenting that had he known there was something worthwhile, he would have looked sooner. This time he let it go, but next time, he would simply douse the sky lantern in oil. What do you all think? Noticing Tong Chao had retreated to the bathroom and remained there, Eugene turned to Kong Wei's and inquired, "What year are these senior sisters in?" Kong Wei's opened a bottle of orange drink and took a hearty swig. Eugene disregarded him and muttered to himself that as long as they were not seniors, it was acceptable. Otherwise, they would be gone by next year. Although they were a bit older, their figures were undeniably appealing. That evening, the university's inaugural pillow talk session commenced, with the conversation revolving fervently around senior sisters and women, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm. As the discussion progressed toward how to attract female attention and swiftly win their hearts, several boys expressed differing opinions. Some insisted on tall and handsome types, akin to Qin Jian, while others advocated for sweet talkers like Yang Hao. There were those who preferred relentless pursuers like Wei Xiaobao, and some who admired domineering and charming figures reminiscent of Xi Minqing. Others sought versatility or exceptional prowess in intimate matters. Ultimately, the conversation meandered aimlessly until Bian Xuedao interjected, stating simply, "Those with wealth." On October 1st, for students from out of town chose to remain on campus, seeking to acclimatize themselves to the environment. Early in the morning, Bian Xuedao boarded a bus heading to Tianhe City. After repeatedly asking several electric tricycle drivers near the station for directions to Sunshine Garden Community, he was met with blank stares and head shakes. Eventually, he hopped into a vehicle, directing the driver by memory. Upon arrival, he found not the building where his in-laws resided, but rather a series of bungalows, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope. Bian Xuedao first visited Xu Shangxiu's home at the end of 2009, and after their marriage, he returned annually, thus retaining a general sense of the area. However, the community he remembered had not existed 8 years prior. In such a vast city, where could he possibly find Xu Shangxiu? He instructed the driver to stop at an internet CAF, where he resumed his attempts to reach Xu Shangxiu, yet there was still no response. After sitting in silence for a while, he contemplated whether he should stake out the entrances of several high schools in Tianhe City for a couple of days. But then, where would he stay? Seated to his right was a young man, clutching a microphone and engaging in a heated exchange filled with expletives in a chat room. His voice escalated in volume, laced with increasingly offensive content, as he boasted about being a local tyrant, claiming he could harm or even kill anyone who dared confront him. It seemed that if anyone on the other end of the line dared to stand before him and his family, he would swiftly annihilate them. At the height of this verbal sparring, the young man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, as he clutched the mic in one hand and continued his tirade with the other. While Bian Xuedao sat there in frustration, much of it directed at himself, he realized that had he not whimsically changed his major, Song Jia would not have altered hers. And perhaps Xu Shangxiu would still be at Dongsan University. The young man's smoking hand inched closer to Bian Xuedao, prompting him to shift away slightly. "Could you lower your voice?" Bian Xuedao said to the increasingly bothersome young man, already feeling overwhelmed. The young man cast a few sidelong glances at Bian Xuedao, ignoring him as he continued to curse into the microphone, uncertain whether he was directing his ire at the people in the chat room or at Bian. "You little wretch. When I speak, you all better keep quiet. Look at you lot. If you dare to utter another word, I'll slap you senseless. Keep your voice down," Bian Xuedao reiterated. The young man, with a fierce expression, took a drag from his cigarette and extinguished it on the table. "What the hell are you?" he spat. Just as the young man was about to rise, Bian Xuedao had already stood up, delivering a sharp slap to the young man's face. The force of the blow sent the young man reeling, and Bian followed through with a kick, sending him and his chair sprawling over a meter away. Bian Xuedao was relentless, closing in to deliver several more kicks to the young man, who had moments ago been so arrogant before the microphone. Now lying on the ground like a defeated dog, merely cradling his head. The internet CAF manager and the owner, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. The manager, standing just over 1.7 meters tall, attempted to restrain Bian Xuedao, but was met with an elbow to the chest, leaving him speechless as he recoiled in fear. Bian nonchalantly placed 5 yuan on the counter before striding out. Once outside, he made a beeline for the bus station. He needed to return to school. Since he could not find Xu Shangxiu at that moment, he resolved to wait until 2009, just as he had told Dong Shui. "Fate will bring us together again." Without Xu Shangxiu by his side, Bian felt compelled to adjust his university plans. During the golden week of October, Bian returned home for 4 days, gathering some winter clothes. On October 6th, he returned to school, officially embarking on his university life. The first thing he did upon returning was rush to the bookstore to purchase 7 books on computers, including titles such as Programming Design, In-Depth Simplified, Core Programming, and Assembly Language. His second task was to buy 2 high-value phone cards. Taking advantage of the absence of his dorm mates, he spent half the afternoon exhausting the cards. Discovering 15 newspapers that accepted submissions and paid for contributions, meticulously recording their submission addresses, email contacts, and editor phone numbers. During his visit home, Bian several times almost mentioned needing money for a computer, but ultimately refrained from asking his parents. At that time, a desktop computer cost between 7,000 to 9,000 yuan, while the cheapest laptop exceeded 10,000. Bian resolved to spend the next 6 months finding ways to earn the money himself, marking his first test of financial independence since his rebirth. On the evening of October 7th, in Shenyang's Woolley, the Chinese national team faced off against Oman. With Yu Gunwei's goal securing China's place in the World Cup, the entire dormitory erupted in excitement. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike knocked on doors to share the joyous news. The corridor buzzing until lights out. Watching the television, where Milu was surrounded and praised by throngs of admirers, Bian realized that from this day forth, Milu's image would be sculpted by the Chinese people, only to be shattered months later. Bian felt a twinge of pity for the old man who seemed to understand the rules of the game in China better than other foreign coaches. If possible, after this night, he should retire gracefully. His legend in China would remain intact, sparing him from the raw exposure of certain aspects of Chinese nature. The following day marked the commencement of the new semester, specifically the day for selecting physical education classes. To the astonishment of the football instructor, 230 students registered for a class limited to 88 participants, leading to a blend of joy and frustration. The only recourse was to filter candidates based on physical fitness and prior football experience. The selection process consisted of 3 tasks. Firstly, juggling the ball. Secondly, dribbling between cones. And thirdly, executing powerful shots on goal. Among those vying for a place, Bian Xuedao, Liu, Yang Hao, and Tong Chao all chose football. Yet Yang Hao failed to meet the requirements, while Bian Xuedao successfully passed all 3 challenges and secured a spot in the football class. In the afternoon, the results of the English placement exam were released, revealing that Chun Jian, Bian Xuedao, and Tong Chao were assigned to one class, while Ai Feng and Li Yu were placed in another, and Eugene and Kong Wei's in yet another. Eugene took the initiative to organize a dinner for the three classes, and the dormitory leader, Ai Feng, decided that the first gathering should be an outing to enjoy a nice meal off campus. Upon ordering the dishes, Chun Jian requested a case of beer, which caused several of the boys to stare in surprise. With a chuckle, Chun Jian suggested taking 3 bottles to start, promising to order more later. Bian Xuedao, smiling, declared that he did not drink, and the others assumed he was joking. However, when the beer arrived, he clutched his cup tightly, pouring himself a glass of plain water, which displeased Ai Feng slightly. Come on, brothers from all corners of the world gathered here for the first time to drink. If you can handle it, drink a bit more. If not, just sip a little, but at least take a cup to show your spirit, Ai Feng insisted. Chun Jian playfully snatched Bian Xuedao's cup, pouring him some liquor while jesting. I dread those who claim they don't drink. They often turn out to be the ones who can drink the most. This fellow is trying to play the fool. Bian Xuedao, chuckling, remained silent and poured himself another cup of tea, watching the lively conversation unfold. Ultimately, he did not consume the offered drink. The meal served to reveal the drinking capacities of the 717 dormitory members. Chun Jian alone polished off 16 bottles of beer, maintaining his composure and jovial demeanor until the end. Eugene and Ai Feng were not far behind, each consuming around 8 to 9 bottles, while the remaining few drank between 3 to 5. In the final round of drinks, a slightly inebriated Ai Feng insisted that Bian Xuedao must finish his drink, threatening to leave otherwise. It was Li Yu who came to Bian Xuedao's rescue, consuming the contents of his cup. Ai Feng, still unsatisfied, dragged Chun Jian to the restroom. As they exited, Li Yu and Eugene advised Bian Xuedao not to take Ai Feng's behavior to heart, attributing it to his intoxication. Bian Xuedao supported the swaying Eugene without uttering a word. Chapter 019. The dormitory of beautiful women. Bian Xuedao swiftly acclimated to the rhythm of university life. Rising shortly after 5 each morning, he would jog a few laps around the sports field, joining any games of football that he encountered, engaging in friendly matches, or practicing his dribbling and shooting skills. On his way to the first class of the day, he would purchase several newspapers, reading them during class and marking the articles that piqued his interest, contemplating how to craft his commentary based on those pieces. In English class, he devoted his full attention, while for all other subjects, he immersed himself in the computer books he had acquired. After a midday rest, he would dedicate 1 to 2 hours in the afternoon to compose his commentary articles, subsequently returning to his computer books. In the evenings, he frequented an internet CAF off-campus to type up his manuscripts and submit them to various newspapers. The process proved to be exceedingly challenging, for within the internet CAF, a cacophony of sounds enveloped the atmosphere: gunfire, the battle music from Red Alert, and often a group of girls huddled around a single computer, engrossed in watching Meteor Garden, chattering about who they found handsome. Bian Xuedao was in Class 1, while Song Jia was in Class 2. The two classes attended lessons together, and during breaks, Song Jia frequently sought out Bian Xuedao for conversation. It was common knowledge among both dormitories that they had been classmates throughout high school. In the dormitory, Eugene would often style his hair with mousse, teasing Bian Xuedao. Song Jia is quite attractive, don't hold back. If you don't make a move, I might just take the opportunity. During the second period, when there were no classes, a group of boys would linger in the dormitory until lunchtime. Then they would all lean over the balcony railing on the 7th floor, overlooking the corridor of the teaching building, pointing and rating the girls who were heading to the cafeteria. Whenever a pretty girl caught their eye, they would immediately alert the others, and several would assign scores based on a 100-point scale. Once the girls reached the ground floor, the boys would commence their hooting and whistling. Such behavior caused many girls passing near Building 6 to glance nervously upward, clutching their books or bags to their chests to shield themselves from the prying eyes of the boys above. After a week, this unsavory habit was sternly curtailed by the class advisor. During a class meeting, the monitor residing in Dorm 719, after discussing the class fee contributions, announced that the department would be hosting a social gathering for the classes of 2000 and 2001 the following week. Our class, along with Class 2, would join the seniors from the previous year's Classes 1 and 2 for this event, and everyone was encouraged to actively prepare performances and participate enthusiastically. with the promise of exquisite prizes. The gathering was scheduled for Friday evening, hosted by Chun Jian and a senior female host. From the outset, Chun Jian dazzled with his eloquence, perfectly complimenting the senior host. It wasn't too long before second-year girls began inquiring about Chun Jian's dorm number. The atmosphere of the evening was delightful, with second-year students performing female prints, while first-year students sang Women Are Tigers. The second years followed with Snow Lotus, and the first years responded with Red Beans. The second years continued with Men Crying Is Not a Sin, and the first years sang Friends Don't Cry. The female host, curious if the freshmen were being deliberate in their choices, was deftly sidestepped by Chun Jian's playful banter. When a second-year senior played Smoke Rising Again on the harmonica, Chun Jian unleashed his secret weapon. Liu accompanied himself on the guitar, serenading the audience with Waiting for You Until My Heart Aches, captivating the entire crowd. Song Jia leaned closer to Bian Xuedao, whispering, "Why didn't you sign up for a performance? Your song before graduation was so lovely." Bian Xuedao quietly replied, "My throat hurts, I can't sing. Besides, Liu is more than enough to command the stage." As the games commenced, the atmosphere grew even more fervent. The first game, Heart to Heart, saw Bian Xuedao partner with a girl from his class. They guessed 5 out of 10 questions correctly, securing second place. The second game, Ironman Triathlon, required 4 boys and 4 girls from both the first and second years to pair up. The task was for the boys to carry the girls on their backs while completing 5 laps in the central area within 5 minutes, followed by push-ups, with the pair achieving the most push-ups winning a prize, a machine. Bian Xuedao, having done push-ups during military training, was nominated for the challenge. Amidst the enthusiastic calls from the audience, the 2 hosts formed a team and joined the game. Originally, the game was intended for 2 chubby girls from different grades to participate, but due to their self-esteem, they could not be coerced into competing. Consequently, 8 tall girls were recruited instead. Bian Xuedao formed the third team. The first 2 teams were led by a sophomore boy who completed an impressive 42 push-ups, 10 more than the second-best competitor. The senior girl Bian Xuedao carried was the one who had played the harmonica earlier. As soon as the signal was given, he dashed forward. Amidst the cheers, Bian Xuedao, who diligently trained with morning runs, lapped the sophomore boy from his team and began his push-ups. The sophomore boy gave up after completing 39. When Bian Xuedao reached 50, the entire room began to count for him. 60, 61, 62, 70, 71, 72. Time's up. 73. Winning the prize, Bian Xuedao graciously handed the machine to the senior girl on his team. When the female host asked him why, he replied that it was thanks to her good physique that he could conserve so much energy. The female host, who also participated in the game, was relentless, saying, "So, you imply that the 3 of us are too heavy, hindering our teammates' performance?" With a smile, Bian Xuedao replied, "No matter which senior sister I carry, I would achieve the same result." As November arrived, the initial novelty began to fade, and the freshman's university life settled into a routine. With no room inspections on Saturday nights, the entire dormitory of 717 spent several consecutive Saturdays overnight at the Internet CAF. In the first half of the night, Bian Xuedao joined his friends in playing Red Alert, showcasing his impressive Air Force skills and surprising Eugene, who considered himself a gaming expert. However, Eugene's understanding of games was exceptional. No matter the new game, he quickly grasped the essentials after a brief play. In the latter half of the night, Bian Xuedao downloaded various software from the internet and delved into programming. During this period, he visited Songjiang University of Technology 3 times to seek help from Wang Wenkai regarding web design issues, but Wang Wenkai, unable to assist, suggested he consult the teachers instead. Bian Xuedao also purchased several maps of Songjiang City in various scales, marking them with annotations only he could decipher. Once he struck his first pot of gold, these maps would unleash tremendous economic potential. After over a month of continuous writing, he finally received a call from an editor announcing that one of his pieces had been selected for publication. Recently, Bian Xuedao had been feeling increasingly anxious. As the year 2002 was approaching, and with Baidu set to acquire 123 in 2004, time was running short for him to strengthen his navigation page. In mid-November, Liu helped 717 connect with a sister dormitory comprised of students from the forestry program, one of whom was Liu's high school classmate. According to Liu, the dormitory was filled with beautiful girls. Eugene expressed disdain. "Do you even know what beauties galore means? If I don't see any beauties when I go, I'll throw a face full of floral cologne at you." The social dinner was scheduled for November 15th, and Bian Xuedao was preoccupied with refining his navigation page design. Informing his dorm mates that he was a Buddhist and abstained from meat on the 1st and 15th days of the month, hence would not attend. Upon hearing this, the others refrained from further comments, recognizing the matter as one of faith. The lights are about to be extinguished, and the 7 fellows have only just returned. Refraining from mentioning the incident involving Li Yu and the floral water. After the lights went out, a female classmate of Li Yu called to express gratitude on behalf of the girls in their dormitory for the meal provided by 717 on the previous evening, promising to return the favor soon. Upon hanging up, the dorm erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Kong Wei's remarked, "It seems our social gathering was a success. The fighting spirit of 717 is commendable." Li Yu affirmed, "Indeed, it is essential to succeed." Cheng Lu added that they had visited 4 dormitories before returning. Yet their votes had not passed. AI Feng interjected, "With the talent and appearance of our dorm brothers, especially with the second brother participating, how could we fail?" Among the 7 who attended from their dorm, 3 surpassed 1.7 meters in height. Cheng Lu mentioned that even those who did not attend were over 1.7 meters. With such stature, it is unlikely that an ordinary dormitory could compete. After a lengthy silence, Chun Jian lit a cigarette and said, "Boss, let us settle a matter. From now on, you may either call me Lao Chun or Air Ge. If you refer to me as Lao Air in front of the girls again, I may not attend next time." After a weekend had passed, Cheng Lu called Li Yu to invite 717 dormitory for dinner on Friday evening. This time the entire 603 dormitory would attend, encouraging 717 to join as well. Bian Xuedao found himself without excuses this time. It would be unwise to remain disconnected, and he was curious about the dormitory of beauties that everyone praised. Thus, he decided to go along. Chapter 020, Sister, My Pants Are Soaked. The 717 dormitory arrived first, followed by 603. In Bian Xuedao's perception, at Dongsan University, predominantly focused on engineering, a female dormitory with 1 attractive girl could be considered satisfactory, 2 beauties were rare, and 3 would be quite extraordinary. Observing the row of girls seated opposite him, he understood why the boys from his dorm were so enthusiastic. Their counterparts belonged to a remarkably high standard. Although Bian Xuedao thought they seemed somewhat youthful, the height, appearance, and demeanor of the girls were impressive. It was not surprising, considering many studied landscape architecture, which typically required a foundation in art. Those who had dabbled in art or had any artistic inclination often possessed an indescribable charm. The absence from the last gathering was Bian Xuedao from 717, while a girl named Su Yi was the absence from 603. According to Bian Xuedao's aesthetic judgment, Su Yi, who bore a gentle smile and exuded an elegant demeanor, was the standout among the girls in 603. AI Feng appeared to hold a grudge about Bian Xuedao abstaining from drinking during their last meeting. As soon as the dishes were served, he insisted that the 2 who had missed out should take a drink together, thinking, "Last time you didn't drink with us, but now there are beauties. Let us see if you drink this time." "I do not drink." Bian Xuedao poured himself a cup of tea, glancing at Su Yi. She looked back at him and said, "I also do not drink. Let us stick to tea." Both dormitories objected, but Bian Xuedao and Su Yi shared smiles, remaining firm in their decision not to drink. Chun Jian broke the impasse, declaring, "If you want tea drink, then so be it. Drinking is merely a means of bonding. Lao Si, let us toast with the beauties." Chun Jian's appearance and eloquence were outstanding, and his words carried a certain persuasive power. Moreover, it was evident to all that both Su Yi and Bian Xuedao, despite their constant smiles, were individuals of discernment. The intuition of several girls led them to perceive that this new male arrival was markedly different from the others, though they could not articulate precisely in what manner. After several rounds of drinks, as the atmosphere loosened, Chun Jian suggested that the boys and girls alternate their seating arrangements to oversee one another, preventing any potential drunken misconduct. The act of changing seats held its own significance. After a considerable amount of time, they finally settled down. Chun Jian chose to sit beside Su Yi, while Li Yu and Eugene flanked the girl, named Li Sun, on either side. AI Feng sat next to Nanjiao, and Bian Xuedao was flanked by Li Yucheng and Zhang Meng, though it was clear that Zhang Meng was far more interested in the nearby Kong Wei's. The reason was simple. Since Bian Xuedao abstained from alcohol, he could only rely on Kong Wei's to shield him from drinks. Once the seating arrangement was altered, the ambience elevated further. Shan Jian attentively catered to Su Yi, filling her glass regardless of whether she chose to drink or not. Whenever anyone initiated a drinking challenge connected to Su Yi, she would merely smile and decline. Shan Jian would then drink in her stead, much to the discontent of the other girls at the table. Another focal point of attention was Li Sun. Li Yu and Eugene devised various strategies to shield Li Sun from drinks. Anyone wishing to drink with her had to first contend with these two formidable guardians. Bian Xuedao observed that during their previous outing, Li Yu had concealed his drinking capacity, revealing that his true prowess surpassed that of Eugene by a notable margin. Bottles of beer continued to flood the private room, and the corners by the walls were already stacked high with empty vessels. Tong Chao and Kong Wei's frequently urged Li Yucheng, who was seated beside Bian Xuedao, to drink, yet she effortlessly led them in circles with her words. Regardless of the topic, the outcome remained consistent. The girls dictated the course of the conversation while the boys followed along. Bian Xuedao discerned that Li Yucheng had a peculiar habit of spilling her drink. In front of her lay 3 empty bottles. She had consumed at most 3 cups, with the remainder discreetly poured beneath the table when others were not paying attention. Initially, Bian Xuedao feigned ignorance and said nothing. However, when he noticed a peculiar dampness on his pant leg, he reached down to find it wet. Seizing an opportunity, he leaned closer to Li Yucheng and remarked, "Sister, be a bit more careful when pouring, my pants are soaked." Li Yucheng, initially perplexed, turned crimson upon realizing the situation. She replied, "I'll pay attention next time." Eugene seized the moment, exclaiming, "Look at this. Old for hasn't he been drinking?" Yet he has managed to make Li Yucheng blush. This playful remark elicited laughter from everyone in the room. Li Yucheng then retrieved a bottle and filled her glass, intent on drinking with Eugene alone. Eugene refused, stating, "If you wish to drink, you must come with Bian Xuedao." Casting a glance at Bian Xuedao, who was smilingly observing the banter between her and Eugene, Li Yucheng sulkily resumed her seat. Noticing that Li Yucheng was irritated by Eugene, Bian Xuedao suggested, "If you want Eugene to drink, it would be more effective to approach Li Sun." Discovering Eugene's weak spot, Li Yucheng forcefully poured several cups down her throat. After the meal, Li Yu generously offered to take everyone out. Bian Xuedao realized that in the initial skirmish for Li Sun's attention, Eugene had no chance of success. As expected, upon arrival, Li Yu, like a dragon entering the sea, embraced every song, Chinese, English, Cantonese, welcoming all with open arms. As Bian Xuedao continuously jingled the handbell to accompany everyone, he observed the young couples forming spontaneously around him. Some huddled in corners engaged in conversation, while others earnestly sang duets in front of the screen. Despite the surrounding clamor, a profound sense of loneliness surged from the depths of his heart. He reminisced about the times he had sung with Xu Shangxiu after their marriage, and suddenly, the sense of time became disordered. He could scarcely discern whether some scenarios in his mind were actual memories or mere figments of his imagination. Noticing Bian Xuedao's solitude, Li Yu, Eugene, Chun Jian, Ai Feng, and Nan Jiao approached him, inviting him to join their singing. Bian Xuedao hesitated, claiming he was unable to sing. While he sat lost in thought, Li Yucheng settled beside him and suggested, "Shall we sing when love becomes a thing of the past?" Bian Xuedao shook his head. Yang Hao inquired who had chosen the song. Li Yucheng raised his hand, exclaiming, "I did," as he handed over the microphone. Both microphones were offered to him. As the music began to play, the lyrics resonated. "Do not mention the past. Life has been full of storms. Though memories cannot be erased, love and hate still linger in the heart. If one truly wishes to sever the past, let tomorrow continue well. Please do not relentlessly inquire about my news." When Li Yucheng reached the second line, Bian Xuedao picked up the microphone beside him, finding solace in the song that echoed his inner turmoil. Love is a difficult puzzle, leaving one dazzled and confused. Perhaps forgetting pain is possible, but forgetting you is far from easy. You have never truly left. You remain in my heart, and my affection for you endures. I am powerless against myself, for I still have dreams, and you occupy a cherished space within my heart. I am easily moved by memories, always pained for you. At the third line, Li Yu began to discern who was singing. While others may not have detected it, Li Yu, with his musical background, recognized Bian Xuedao's level of skill. Li Yucheng felt an unusual sensation. She had previously collaborated on this song with others, yet none compared to the comfort of singing alongside Bian Xuedao. Immersed in the song, she sensed the profound melancholy and deep emotion in his voice. In that fleeting moment, she found herself captivated by the boy she was harmonizing with. That evening, Bian Xuedao sang only this one song before everyone continued to enjoy themselves until the lights dimmed. Eventually returning to their dormitories, Liu dialed room 603 and chatted with Cheng Lu for a while, asking her to pass the phone to Li Sun. Eugene, eavesdropping nearby, seized the phone and began to chat with Li Sun. After a while, the phone was handed to AI Phone, who asked Li Sun to call Nanjiao. After a brief conversation, the phone was snatched by Chun Jian, who insisted that Xu Yi take the call. Moments later, Chun Jian shouted, Old Four. Old Four. Li Yuqing wants to speak with you. Bian Xuedao picked up the phone, saying hello. Came Li Yuqing's voice from the other end. Earlier, emboldened by a bit of alcohol, she had impulsively decided to reach out to Bian Xuedao, but upon hearing his voice, she found herself at a loss for words. Unlike the other girls in the dormitory, she couldn't casually ask if he was feeling dizzy or if his stomach was upset, knowing well that he had not consumed a drop of alcohol that night. Sensing Li Yuqing's awkwardness, Bian Xuedao gently suggested, You had quite a bit to drink tonight. Is there any milk in the dorm? It would be good for your stomach. Li Yuqing responded with a simple, Bian Xuedao advised, It's best to rest early. Adequate sleep begets healthy skin. Shall I hang up then? With that, Bian Xuedao ended the call. Behind him, 3 young men who had yet to converse with the girl from room 603 lamented, Old Bian, if you have nothing to say, just give it to me. I haven't even spoken yet. Since the commencement of this social gathering, several boys in the dormitory had begun to take personal hygiene more seriously, diligently adhering to a routine of early departures and late returns, their enthusiasm unwavering. During a military theory class one day, Mr. Zhang, affectionately dubbed Big Treasure by his students, animatedly recounted the events of the 9/11 attacks. Bian Xuedao inquired if Li Yu, who resided locally in Songjiang, knew where to procure inexpensive second-hand computers. Li Yu replied, I don't know, why do you ask? Bian Xuedao explained that he was self-studying programming and required a computer for practice. After a moment's thought, Li Yu offered, I have a computer at home that my father bought for me. Since I'm living away, it remains unused. How about I bring it to the dorm for you to use? Just bear in mind, it's a bit slow. To Bian Xuedao's surprise, Li Yu arranged for a car to transport the computer to the dormitory the very next day. It was then revealed that Li Yu, who seemed quite affluent, had a father who owned a taxi company in the city, with over 40 taxis rented out to drivers. By late November, the school introduced ice skating classes. One afternoon when there were no classes, room 717 invited room 603 to join them for practice. AI Phone accompanied Nanjiao. Chen Jian was with Xu Yi, while Li Yu and Eugene circled around Li Sun. It was evident that, despite not having defined their relationships, the girls did not harbor any aversion towards the boys from room 717. Bian Xuedao, having skated before, quickly regained his touch after years away from the rink. Li Yuqing skated proficiently as well, zipping past Bian Xuedao several times, glancing back at him. While Li Yuqing was commendable, he was not Bian Xuedao's type, especially as his thoughts were wholly consumed by website development. Seated on the steps by the rink, Bian Xuedao rested, using his skate bag as a cushion. Suddenly, a crowd gathered across the rink, and shortly after, Li Yuqing glided over to inform Bian Xuedao that Eugene and AI Phone had gotten into an altercation. Bian Xuedao promptly rose and skated alongside Li Yuqing to the scene of the incident. It turned out that AI Phone, seeking assistance from the adept skater Li Yu to teach Nanjiao, had left Eugene to accompany Li Sun. The two boys kept circling near Li Sun, intentionally bumping into Eugene, which led to an argument. The entire dormitory had rallied to the scene, with the boys gathering around. AI Phone, known for his fiery temper, charged forward, ready to confront them, but was restrained by Li Yu and Nanjiao. It was Nanjiao who grasped the crux of the matter. She explained to AI Phone that the boys who had collided with them were second-year students from their department, who had previously collaborated on a freshman social event and had sought to socialize with them again. However, due to Xu Yi and Li Sun's disdain for a few of the boisterous boys from the other dormitory, who were known for their crude jokes, they had declined their invitations. By the time Chen Jian and Bian Xuedao arrived, they found the newcomers towering and imposing, their bravado slightly diminished. Yet they continued to berate Eugene and AI Phone with pointed remarks. The last individual to arrive was slender, with long hair, a gaunt face, and a prominent beak-like nose. 2 second-year male students remarked, Second brother, when you collided with them while skating, you immediately began to curse. That was quite audacious. The beak-nosed youth cast a few glances at Li Sun and Su Yi, then fixed his gaze on Chun Jian, inquiring, "Which department are you from? And what year are you in to be so brazen? Have you never experienced a beating?" Bian Xuedao scrutinized the beak-nosed individual for a moment, finding him utterly unfamiliar. Chun Jian turned to the girls from 603, instructing them to change their shoes and return to the dormitory. He then called for Tong Chao to change shoes and accompany them. Once the girls had distanced themselves, Chun Jian declared, "I am from the business school, class 01. International Trade 1, residing in room 717 on the 6th floor. My name is Chun Jian. I have never been beaten in my life and have always been curious to experience it. If anyone is interested, come find me." He then urged the eager AI Feng and Eugene to change their shoes as well. The usually silent Li Yu, before departing, told the beak-nosed youth, "Room 6, 717. Remember it well." The 7 of them had barely stepped out of the ice rink when they spotted Tong Chao sprinting towards them, panting heavily. Clutching a half-brick he had found, Eugene approached, wrapped her arms around Tong Chao without uttering a word, and they proceeded towards the dormitory together. Shortly after they arrived, the phone rang. It was Su Yi calling for Chun Jian. On the phone, Chun Jian reassured her multiple times that everything was fine. Eugene sat on the bed, arms crossed, asserting, "That guy must have intentionally collided with us." Chun Jian replied, "Su Yi just mentioned that those individuals are second-year students from their department, specifically targeting their dormitory." AI Feng interjected, "Next time we encounter such individuals, do not argue with them, just give them a kick." Over an hour later, the dormitory intercom buzzed, indicating someone was seeking room 717. Yang Hao asked who was looking for them. After a moment, the attendant on the intercom stated, "Anyone will do." Understanding the implication, the entire dormitory, except for Bian Xuedao, stood up. Eugene even retrieved a baton from her bag. Chun Jian urged, "No need to go down. There are plenty of people downstairs. They likely won't dare to act aggressively. They probably just want to arrange a meeting." AI Phone cautioned, "Let us not all go down, as it may seem like we are afraid." Chun Jian replied, "The leader and the 5th will accompany me." His reasoning was straightforward. AI Phone was the dormitory leader, and it appeared that Li Yu was the wealthiest among them. Upon hearing Chun Jian call for Li Yu, Bian Xuedao expressed, "I will join you as well." Delighted by Bian Xuedao's decision to accompany them, Chun Jian had always perceived him as somewhat self-absorbed and distanced from the dormitory. Now, with him joining, at least his height would provide a sense of intimidation. In the lobby on the 1st floor stood 3 boys. One was the one who had collided with them. Another was the beak-nosed youth, and the third was a stout individual, tall and hefty, wearing small round glasses and sporting a broad grin. Upon seeing Chun Jian and his group descend, the colliding youth pointed in their direction. The stout boy, still smiling, spoke without courtesy, "This afternoon, you not only insulted us, but also intended to resort to violence? I happen to be friends with the president of your student council. If you don't want to be dealt with, we need to find a place to apologize." Chun Jian turned to Li Yu and inquired if there were any decent restaurants near the campus hospital. Li Yu, confused by the question, shook his head. Bian Xuedao, having caught on, suggested, "There's a good restaurant near the city orthopedic hospital, and the rehabilitation center is also quite close." Chun Jian beamed with delight. The portly fellow ceased to smile and remarked to Bian Xuedao, "Let me tell you, I used to have quite a temper. I've injured over 10 individuals in the past, but my disposition has improved recently." Bian Xuedao chuckled, stepping forward and mimicking the rotund man's tone, "I must tell you, I sported a scruffy beard throughout high school, only shaving it off upon entering university." The portly man trembled with rage. At 6:30, they arrived at Lao Lu's barbecue joint. If one did not come, they were deemed insignificant. When Bian Xuedao and his companions reached Lao Lu's, the room was shrouded in smoke, with more than 10 patrons already seated. Upon their arrival, the portly fellow placed 3 bottles of Erguo on the table, declaring, "I don't care who started it or who cursed first. Someone needs to finish these 3 bottles, or none of you shall leave." As AI Feng reached for a nearby stool, Chun Jian restrained him, walking over to the 3 bottles of Erguo and smashing them onto the floor, saying, "Drinking this would mean I'm bullying you." He then called out to the proprietor, "Bring 2 cases of beer and 2 large beer mugs." Chun Jian sat on a stool, resting his foot on a beer case, and opened 2 bottles with a clink of the caps, placing them on the table. "Someone step up. We shall split a case each. Once finished, we can discuss other matters." The portly man had a commendable capacity for alcohol. Yet he found himself outmatched by Chun Jian, especially in a rapid drinking contest, which most could not endure. By the 14th bottle, the portly man spewed his drink everywhere. Chun Jian leisurely consumed 2 more bottles alongside the freshly delivered lamb skewers, noticing that the portly man was utterly incapacitated. He left 300 yuan on the table and said to the group of sophomores, someone should take him to the hospital. With that, he beckoned to the others from 717 to return. With a hawk-like nose and a fierce gaze, he noticed no one standing beside him and sat back down. At the dormitory entrance, he encountered Su Yi, Li Sun, and Nan Jiao. Seeing the return of the 717 group, the girls felt relieved. Li Sun queried why Li Yu had not brought his phone, to which Li Yu replied that it was inconvenient to carry while out on errands. A few days later, rumors circulated around the campus that Yin Pengzi had been dealt with by the freshmen at a drinking table. Subsequently, during the student council's dorm inspections, the standards tightened significantly, as they scrutinized every detail, resulting in Li Yu being flagged 3 times for non-compliance, with threats of collective reprimands looming. Under Bian Xuedao's guidance, Li Yu seized an opportunity to present 2 fine cigarettes to the student council president, after which the inspecting student officials merely glanced at 717 and departed. Li Yu's computer greatly accelerated Bian Xuedao's website development process. December 14, 2001, marked a historic day for Bian Xuedao. After working tirelessly for half a month, acquiring a domain name, space, registration, resolving issues, and uploading the website, his 123 network was finally established. The creation of 123 had been a long-cherished plan, while the latter endeavor was a recent decision. Not long ago, he had witnessed Eugene at an internet CAF. Captivated by the game legend, neglecting even Li Sun, engrossed in gameplay day and night. Observing Eugene's obsession, Bian Xuedao suddenly recalled Chen Tianxiao, who rose to prominence through legend, Zhu Jun, who gained fame via Miracle, and the impending dominance of World of Warcraft in the burgeoning online gaming market. Bian Xuedao could vividly remember Zhu Jun flaunting his 10 million, subtly indicating his affluence. The more he knew, the more disheartened he became. Even though he was aware that the yet-to-emerge Miracle was immensely profitable, he found himself lacking the funds to become an agent. He vaguely recalled that Zhu Jun had acquired Miracle for $1 million. Regrettably, he could barely muster 10,000 yuan at present. Even if he urged his parents to sell everything they owned, they would only raise a little over 100,000. Seeking venture capital? He dismissed the idea. As he gazed at his modest network, Bian Xuedao pondered for an extended period. He diligently recalled the developmental trajectories of 17,173 and 5173, making sure not to rush his decisions. Rationality dictated that he should first focus on perfecting 123. Chapter 022. Riding the fast track to profit. Since the establishment of the website, Bian Xuedao became almost obsessed, perpetually contemplating ways to promote 123. He would think about it while lying in bed at night, during classes, and even while eating. His roommates noticed that he had been acting unusually lately. One day during ice skating class, as he skated, he became lost in thought, failing to make a turn at the appropriate moment. By the time he regained his senses, he could not halt his momentum and collided with 2 girls standing at the edge of the rink, clad in ice skates and engaged in conversation. The force of Bian Xuedao's weight combined with his speed knocked both girls over. One in a red outfit landed in a pile of snow, while the one in a white down jacket fell directly onto the ice. Bian Xuedao was taken aback, flustered as he attempted to assist them, only to discover that the girl in the white jacket might have injured her coccyx. Sitting on the ice, she forcefully pushed away his outstretched hand, her large scarf shielding half her face, revealing eyes already brimming with tears from the pain. Observing this, several girls skated over. After hearing the account from the girl in red and casting a few glances at Bian Xuedao, they said nothing and helped the injured girl away. He hurried after them, offering to take her to the hospital, but the girl in the white down jacket shot him a fierce glare before continuing on with her companion. Despite his frequent lapses in concentration, Bian Xuedao's life continued as usual, filled with morning exercises, reading the news, poring over programming books, writing reviews, submitting articles, and maintaining 123. One evening, however, Eugene, rarely skipping a night at the internet CF, lay in bed and remarked that games were indeed enjoyable, yet utterly exhausting. How wonderful it would be if the computer could play itself, while he merely observed. Not long after making this comment, Eugene fell into a deep slumber, and the others paid little heed to his words. However, Eugene's statement struck Bian Xuedao like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the layers of fog in his mind and illuminating the darkness with a ray of insight. Hacks. Hacks. How had he not considered hacks? As online gaming was just beginning to gain traction, many individuals created hacks purely for their convenience, and the industry had yet to mature. Although he lacked the funds to become an agent for Legend and Miracle, he could develop hacks for these two classic games, thereby seizing the lucrative opportunity they presented. The advantages extended beyond mere profit. If he could create hacks, he could sell them online and subtly integrate 123 with the computers utilizing these hacks, thus promoting 123. At last, Bian Xuedao had pinpointed his first avenue to wealth. On the afternoon of the second day, with no classes scheduled, Bian Xuedao meticulously surveyed several internet cafes near the school, namely Qinxing, Aot, Jisoo, and Shaxiatzi. He discovered that the most popular games being played were Legend, Stone Age, Millennium, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, followed by the Lianzhong platform. Bian Xuedao found a machine, logged in, clicked on Jinghai's avatar, and sent a message. Master, I have recently been playing an online game, and I wish to attempt creating a script for monster hunting. Where should I begin? After a while, Jinghai replied. What is the name of the game you are playing? Stone Age, Bian Xuedao responded. A little later, Jinghai said, I will familiarize myself with the game first and let you know tomorrow. The following day, Jinghai sent a compressed file to Bian Xuedao's email, which contained an operational process and a segment of code. Thus began a period filled with both exhaustion and fulfillment for Bian Xuedao. Each time he reached a critical juncture in the dormitory, the power would suddenly cut out, and each time he went to the internet cafe, he found himself unable to access the machine where he had downloaded the software, necessitating a re-download. Bian Xuedao often lamented when he would finally possess his own computer and live in a place free from power outages. As with all beginnings, the initial challenges were daunting. But once he conquered Stone Age, he proceeded to successfully navigate Millennium and then set his sights on Legend. Eventually, Bian Xuedao became the first user of the Legend cheat he had developed. Watching his character effortlessly see health bars, avoid whacks, engage in combat without manual intervention, and autonomously collect loot nearly drove him to delirium. Bian Gu, Dao Gu, Si Gu, you are incredible. Did you truly create this? Is this what those books you read every day taught you? Eugen exclaimed, embracing Bian Xuedao in excitement. However, after a while, the game character suddenly froze, then automatically returned to town, prompting Bian Xuedao to realize further modifications were necessary. 2 days later, after Eugen's testing, the cheat had taken shape. A day later, Eugen informed Bian Xuedao that a friend he met in the game also wished to acquire the cheat. Bian Xuedao agreed to sell it to him. Sell it? Eugen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, sell it, Bian Xuedao replied. Tell him it's 100 for the cheat. He can assist in selling it. We take 70, and he keeps 30. If he has the capability, he can continue finding others to sell. What? Eugen struggled to keep up with Bian Xuedao's rapid pace and instinctively asked, how do we get paid if he is in Hebei? Through bank transfer, Bian Xuedao explained. But how do we deliver the cheat to the buyer? Eugen continued to inquire. I will encrypt the cheat and simply post it on a forum. Those who purchase it can download it, and we will provide them with the extraction password, Bian Xuedao clarified. That afternoon, Eugen used his identification card to open a new bank account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, handing the card to Bian Xuedao. From now on, I will call you Bian Gu, as I intend to stick with you. This was the outcome of the discussions between Bian Xuedao and Eugen. They decided to split the profits 80-20, with Bian Xuedao handling the technical aspects and cheat development, while Eugen would manage online communications with secondary sellers. Only Eugen knew the password to this bank card, which was entrusted to Bian Xuedao, and they agreed to check the account once a month. Subsequent events proved that checking accounts once a month was too infrequent. A weekly review was far more prudent. In the first week, the duo sold 83 withdrawal passwords, earning 800 yuan, Bian Xuedao receiving 500, and Eugene 300. At the moment they received their earnings, Bian Xuedao remained composed while Eugene's excitement flushed his cheeks. On the evening of December 31st, 2001, they strolled along the stone-paved street by the river, where Eugene treated two friends to coffee and hamburgers. Bian Xuedao, watching Eugene's joy, found the young man rather endearing. Earlier that day, Bian Xuedao had spent 400 yuan on a Samsung 600 phone, primarily intended for Eugene's use. This gesture evidently liberated Eugene from the daily distress of making calls. Though Eugene had previously expressed reservations about Bian Xuedao opening an account in his name and the profit-sharing arrangement, in that moment, as the phone was handed to him, Bian Xuedao sensed Eugene's trust in him. Standing on the flood control embankment by the river, Eugene retrieved the phone to call home. "Hello, Mom, it's Eugene." "Yes, I'm out with classmates, dressed warmly, so don't worry." "What? A phone? It's a classmate's. Please tell Dad I wish you both a healthy new year and all the best. Long-distance calls aren't too expensive. All right, I'll hang up now." Eugene and Liu pooled their money to purchase over 200 yuan worth of fireworks from a nearby stall, gleefully celebrating on the snow-covered river surface with a group of girls. Shun Jian rented 2 sleds, with Su Yi, Nan Jiao, and Zhang Meng taking turns riding while several boys pushed from behind. Tong Chao, unconcerned about the lighting, stood nearby snapping pictures with a flash. Noticing Bian Xuedao observing them, Eugene approached and inquired about his plans for the upcoming year. Bian Xuedao replied, "The number of people creating cheats will only increase, and those purchasing them will become more discerning. I'm currently researching additional features for the cheats, so even if I raise the prices, they will still sell." Eugene agreed, saying he would reach out to more agents for selling cheats. He then took a deep breath, aspiring to return home for the spring festival to purchase a computer and perhaps rent a place off campus, aiming for grand ambitions. Bian Xuedao glanced at Eugene, realizing the young man was more clever and audacious than he had anticipated. Chapter 023. When I met you on January 1st, 2002, among the 717 dormitory. Only Bian Xuedao hung a calendar by his bedside. Each night before sleeping and each morning upon waking, he would glance at it, using the passage of time to motivate himself to work doubly hard, not in his studies, but in generating income. Neither Liu, whom he regarded as a friend, nor Eugene, whom he saw as a partner, were aware of the emotions Bian Xuedao experienced while gazing at the calendar. Deep within him lay a profound fear, the fear of missing out on known yet forthcoming opportunities, and the dread of being a failure by 2014. Clutching a winning lottery ticket while the whimsical lottery center toyed with him, Bian Xuedao felt he was racing against time, with his stimulant lasting for 13 years. Before 2014, Bian Xuedao was a person who relied on external aids, but post-2014, he became indistinguishable from the masses. The comfort of his latter years hinges upon how he navigates the next 13 years. The development of a new external aid progressed smoothly. This version, designed by Bian Xuedao, incorporated acceleration and enhanced attack features, building upon the foundations of blood immunity and penetration. Although the price surged to 150, it continued to sell even more fervently than the first generation. After discussions with Eugene, they decided to price the external aid at 150, with 100 allocated for themselves and the remaining 50 for secondary sales to distribute. Within a mere fortnight, thanks to Eugene's efforts, a tertiary sales system was established. By the end of the first semester of their freshman year, the duo had earned 56,000. According to their agreement, Bian Xuedao received 44,000 while Eugene took home 12,000, marking Bian Xuedao's first foray into a lucrative industry after living solely on a salary. Surprisingly, Eugene remained composed, discussing plans to delay his return home for the holidays. He proposed renting a nearby apartment, purchasing 2 second-hand computers to expand their secondary sales in light of the favorable market conditions. After bidding farewell to their dorm mates, they found an apartment close to the school, on the 2nd floor, with a semi-basement below. The building was quite old, estimated to be at least 30 years. Bian Xuedao suggested continuing the search for a better environment, but Eugene deemed it unnecessary, stating they merely needed a reliable space for computers, a bed, and access to the dining hall. The rent was 400 per month, and Eugene signed a 6-month lease. After securing the apartment, Bian Xuedao contacted Wang Wenkai, requesting him to inquire about the second-hand computer market near the university. Wang Wenkai mentioned having a knowledgeable senior, and he would seek their advice. The following day, Bian Xuedao, Eugene, Wang Wenkai, and Wang Wenkai Sr., surnamed One, through connections, purchased 2 slightly used computers for 7,000. Just as Eugene was about to leave with the computers, Senior One detained him, leading both Bian Xuedao and Eugene to a computer repair shop on the 3rd floor. There, Senior One opened the computer cases, inspected them thoroughly, and utilized familiar equipment to test several components. He pointed out a few issues, explaining that it was typical for computers at this price point to have minor defects, and he would help them select the best options for a more comfortable experience. On the third floor, they spent 500 to replace several parts. Bian Xuedao recognized Senior Wen's genuine assistance and, feeling obliged, discreetly left 500 for Wang Wenkai to treat the senior to a nice meal. Before departing, Bian Xuedao exchanged phone numbers with Senior Wen. With the school now on break, Bian Xuedao and Eugene moved into their rented apartment. The next day, Liu, having learned of their move, came over and insisted on staying the night. Immersed in gaming, Eugene quickly sensed a looming crisis. Within a week, 3 similar external aids appeared online, each with subtly lower prices. Bian Xuedao was not as restless as Eugene. He understood that game cheats represented a lucrative opportunity. Even if no one else were to seize it, he and Eugene could not consume it all themselves. The era of chaotic competition in cheats was inevitably approaching. The crux lay in the stability and functionality of these cheats. Liu had somehow procured a wire bed and, with a bundle of bedding, set up camp at the residence of Bian Xuedao and Eugene. He expressed his desire to compose a song for Li Sun, frequently clutching his guitar in search of inspiration. Unfortunately, despite Liu's exceptional singing prowess, his songwriting left much to be desired. Consequently, whenever he sang one of his own compositions, Eugene felt an overwhelming urge to scratch the walls, even threatening to toss Liu's bed out if he persisted. Over the course of 10 days, Bian Xuedao diligently updated the cheats for Stone Age and Millennium, and even crafted several minor cheats for the most popular games on the Lianzong platform. He bundled these together with the cheats for 123 and uploaded them to his newly established third website within a gaming forum for users to download free of charge, requiring only a minimal level of forum activity for access. After a few more days, Bian Xuedao purchased a train ticket home, leaving the house for Eugene and Liu to tinker with. Upon arriving home, he presented his parents with 3,000 yuan, claiming it was his earnings from working at a classmate's family business over the past few months. In truth, considering the over 40,000 yuan he had withdrawn from the bank prior to returning home, after accounting for expenditures, he possessed over 80,000 yuan. However, he could not disclose this information to his parents. Bian's father and mother had toiled for a lifetime, and the family could hardly muster 80,000 yuan in cash. If he were to suddenly announce that he had earned such an amount in just a few months, his parents would undoubtedly become anxious, fearing that their son had engaged in some dubious activities. The money Bian Xuedao had earned was indeed of a questionable nature. Hence he felt compelled to remain silent about it. Presenting 3,000 yuan served as a means to convey to his parents that he was capable of earning money, alleviating their concerns about his tuition and living expenses for the next few years, thus eliminating the need to sell the house. After making a few calls to close friends and being pulled by his parents to visit several relatives, Bian Xuedao began to delve into the programming books he had brought back. During this period, Eugene called several times. In the last conversation, he mentioned that many individuals were playing games during the holiday, and cheats were selling remarkably well, although some had begun to decrease in price. After a brief discussion, they decided to lower their prices to 120 yuan. On New Year's Eve, Bian Xuedao received numerous calls from middle school classmates, high school friends, Dong Shui, Song Jia, Guodong, Zhou Heng, his dormitory brothers, several girls from dorm 603, Wang Wenkai, Wen Shige, and even a senior who played the harmonica at a social gathering. A few days after the Spring Festival, Eugene called to inform Bian Xuedao that the game had been updated, intensifying the crackdown on cheats, rendering their cheats ineffective. Eugene mentioned he would board a train the next day, arriving in Songjiang 2 days later. After some contemplation, Bian Xuedao decided to return to school as well. This year's Spring Festival was late, and the school resumed early. It made little difference whether he stayed home for a few more days. He informed his parents that he had matters to attend to at school and needed to return a few days early, to which they readily agreed. However, before his departure, they repeatedly reminded him to eat breakfast, avoid staying up late, and to call home more often. Bian Xuedao was the first to arrive at school at 7:17. After placing his belongings in the dormitory, he ventured out to a small restaurant for a meal, taking a portion to go before heading to his rented accommodation. After resting on the bed for a while, he opened his computer to explore the updates in the games. Whenever he encountered something perplexing, he sent his questions to Jinghai, eventually dozing off on the bed. In the middle of the night, he was jolted awake by the sound of fireworks from somewhere nearby. Turning on the monitor, He noticed that Jinghai had not yet replied. After taking a few bites of his meal, Bian Xuedao noticed Li Yu's guitar hanging at the head of his bed. He picked it up and idly strummed a few notes. Finding Li Yu's own sheet music, he attempted to play a few bars, quickly realizing that Li Yu lacked a gift for composition. Feeling utterly bored, he glanced around at his online friends, only to find that none were engaged in conversation. In a moment of instinct, he opened the search window, entered Xu Shangxiu's account, and clicked to search. To his surprise, her profile picture was lit up, and Bian Xuedao felt a jolt of awareness. He immediately straightened up, clicked on Xu Shangxiu's profile, which had now transformed into a cartoon avatar of a girl named Binbin. With trembling fingers, he confirmed the friend request. Seconds later, it was declined. He sent another request, only to be met with another refusal. Again he requested, and again it was denied. Eventually, the profile picture went dark. Bian Xuedao felt as if he might explode. At that moment, despite his mental maturity, he lost all reason, repeatedly sending requests regardless of whether she was online. Suddenly, the request was accepted. Binbin sent a message. "Who are you?" Bian Xuedao paused, contemplating his response before typing. "I am your classmate." Binbin replied. "Classmate?" He continued. "Yes, I am in Tianhe, in the same class as you." Binbin responded. "Oh." Bian Xuedao cautiously inquired. "Why are you still awake so late?" Binbin explained. "I'm at a relative's house for the festival. Everyone is playing, and I'm on the internet alone in my room." Bian Xuedao typed. "Xu Shangxiu." Binbin replied. "Ah, why?" In that instant, Bian Xuedao's heart blossomed with joy, realizing that Binbin was indeed Xu Shangxiu. Unable to contain his excitement, he confessed, "I miss you." After a moment's pause, Binbin responded, "Are you Tao Qing?" Bian Xuedao was taken aback. "Who is Tao Qing?" He replied, "I am not." Binbin concluded, "Get to bed early, goodbye," and logged off. He had finally found Shangxiu, and the exhilaration left him at a loss for what to do next. Though this was their first interaction and she had mentioned an unfamiliar name, Bian Xuedao was unconcerned. What mattered most was that he had encountered Xu Shangxiu in this lifetime. As long as she existed in this world, it was his greatest fortune and joy. He clicked on Xu Shangxiu's profile, where a phrase caught his eye. "I wish to have a room with a window overlooking the sea, surrounded by blooming flowers." Bian Xuedao stared at the words in a daze. It was a dream that Xu Shangxiu had shared with him after their marriage. It turned out that she had harbored this thought long before. A seaside house with a grand garden. This was Xu Shangxiu's dream, and now it was also Bian Xuedao's aspiration. In their previous life, he had failed to provide her with the life she desired before his untimely death, but this time, he was determined to give Xu Shangxiu the best. He would earn money, in pursuit of Xu Shangxiu's grand seaside residence adorned with a garden. Chapter 024 delves into the lives of the football-loving boys. Upon his return, Bian Xuedao engages in a discussion with Jinghai, who elucidates that the crux of his dilemma lies therein. 2 days later, Eugene informs the secondary sales team that the external plugin is now functional, marking it as the second update following the game's recent revision. The results from last semester's examinations have been released, revealing Bian Xuedao's average score of 70. While Eugene has failed 2 subjects, the re-enrollment fee for each subject stands at 150, a sum that Eugene is no longer concerned about. The members of 717 are aware of the enigmatic bond between Bian Xuedao and Eugene. However, apart from Li Yu, most presume they are merely indulging in online gaming. During their first meal with Class 603 after the new semester commences, Eugene becomes inebriated, raising his glass to Li Sun, proclaiming his newfound wealth. When Li Sun expresses skepticism, Eugene insists on dragging Bian Xuedao into the conversation. Bian Xuedao firmly restrains Eugene in his chair, explaining that the game he currently plays allows him to slay monsters for substantial gold coins and even ingots. Despite Eugene's attempts to rise and speak further, Bian Xuedao holds him down, whispering in his ear that their earnings are of a dubious nature, urging him to remain discreet. Following the start of the semester, Eugene acquires a Motorola phone, returning the Samsung to Bian Xuedao. Bian Xuedao restores his daily routine, rising early to jog, play football, read newspapers during the day, and write articles on topics he finds intriguing to hone his mental faculties. He studies English diligently and spends time in his rented accommodation post-dinner, working on programming tasks. As March unfolds, Bian Xuedao intensifies his focus on developing auxiliary programs such as one-click installation, internet access, system cleaning, and searches, collectively named Crab Claw. Upon completion, he shares these on his forum for free download, albeit with the stipulation of binding them to 123. In mid-March, Songjiang City experiences 2 dust storms, leaving those unaccustomed to severe smog after a decade disoriented. The media raises awareness, encouraging environmental stewardship while urging the government to reconsider its developmental strategies. Bian Xuedao, however, remains preoccupied with advancing the plug-in, promoting 123 and the elusive Xu Shangxiu. Song Jia attempts to reach out to Bian Xuedao several times, but after his absence, she ceases her efforts. Conversely, Li Yuqing persists in seeking him out. Unable to refuse her, Bian Xuedao treats her to 2 delightful meals, though the encounters are merely culinary in nature. Despite the absence of any further correspondence from Xu Shangxiu after that occasion, Bian Xuedao's spirit is invigorated, greeting everyone with a smile before uttering a word, his internal joy swelling as if harboring a colossal sweet cake yearning for companionship in its enjoyment. By late March, the preparations for Dongsan University's 50th anniversary celebration come to the forefront, yet the lackluster program leaves Bian Xuedao with little anticipation, reminiscent of his previous experience that nearly lulled him to sleep. Regarding the anniversary celebration performance, a saying circulated among the students that the school would invite the same song. It was previously rumored, but it seemed the school declined due to the high cost, ultimately spending a considerable sum to arrange their own event, which, while not entirely disastrous, was rather lackluster aside from the final fireworks display. In early April, Nan Jiao and AI Foam established a romantic relationship and invited 2 residents from their dormitory out for dinner over the weekend. Chun Jian and Li Yu were quite anxious, but dared not provoke the formidable presence of the 603 dormitory. Li Yu composed a new song, knowing that Bian Xuedao could play the guitar, and insisted on having him accompany him, strumming a tune devoid of rhythm that left Bian Xuedao feeling quite miserable for several days. To escape Li Yu's torment, Bian Xuedao racked his brain for an unexploited guitar accompaniment, but could only recall songs he had performed, such as Goodbye and Hill by Li Zongxing. He lamented that teaching Li Yu goodbye to sing to the unattainable Li Sun would be akin to courting disaster. Unexpectedly, Bian Xuedao received several payment slips totaling over 700. Upon hearing that Bian Xuedao had earned money by writing articles for a newspaper, AI Feng eagerly seized the opportunity to read the papers that Bian Xuedao had finished during class. This newfound income became the funding for yet another meal for dormitories 717 and 603. With money in his account, Bian Xuedao chose an upscale restaurant, ordering exquisite dishes and 2 bottles of fine red wine for the ladies. At the table, 2 dishes were served, portions quite small, yet the girls praised the food, jokingly lamenting that it was insufficient. Bian Xuedao, undeterred, ordered 24 portions, ensuring each girl received 2 and each boy 1. During the ordering process, Chen Jian noticed the prices and worried that Bian Xuedao seemed unconcerned about the expenses. However, Eugene and Li Yu were not at all worried, knowing that such a feast could not financially ruin Bian Xuedao. As the meal progressed, with the exception of the exceptionally good-drinking Chen Jian and the teetotaler Bian Xuedao, others had indulged too much. Observing Bian Xuedao heading to the front to settle the bill, Chen Jian inquired of Su Yi how much money remained, concerned that Bian Xuedao might fall short. Armed with Su Yi's 300 and his own 500, he rushed to the front desk, only to discover the total expenditure was 4,800. Bian Xuedao, spotting Chen Jian, waved him off, retrieving a thick stack of cash from his wallet, counting out half to hand to the cashier. Chen Jian recognized the thickness of the stack indicated it was 10,000. The 2 did not return to the private room, but stepped outside to smoke. Chen Jian asked Bian Xuedao about the money earned from his gaming endeavors with Eugene. Bian Xuedao nodded. Then this meal is rather extravagant, Chen Jian remarked. Bian Xuedao replied, recently, I encountered someone of great significance to me. It is a moment of joy. I have longed to share this with someone. And since today everyone is elated, I thought it fitting. Please keep this to yourself. The girls from 603 appeared quite inebriated at the restaurant, with several being assisted back by the boys. Yet, upon entering the dormitory, they instantly sobered up. Zhang Ming changed clothes and sprawled on her bed, asking, Who do you think paid for this meal? How much did it cost? Su Yi responded, It was Bian Xuedao who settled the bill. Zhang Ming turned over. I noticed the menu while ordering. The dishes were quite expensive. Regarding the delightful little delicacies we consumed, each costing 48, how many did we savor? 824. 32 in total. My goodness, That's 1,500. Is that so? Quite expensive, I hadn't noticed. This meal must have cost several thousand, nearly a year's tuition. Nan Zhao remarked while changing her clothes. Li Sun mentioned, on the way back, Li Yu estimated this meal to be around 5,000. Zhang Ming suddenly sat up, stepping onto the bed, and addressed her upper bunkmate, Li Yuqing. Old Four, you truly have an eye for talent. You've unearthed a little gem amidst the crowd. You two have been at it for quite some time. Any progress? If you don't want him, I certainly do. Zhang Ming settled onto a chair, resting her chin on her hand, reflecting. Bian Xuedao seemed rather ordinary at first glance, save for his height, and he doesn't drink, which is rather unmanly. Yet upon closer inspection, though not conventionally handsome, he possesses a certain charm, indeed, a strong masculine allure. Don't you all feel a sense of safety when you look at him? A little, came the response. Sui added that Bian Xuedao appeared quite cool when not smiling, yet exuded a delightful charm when he did. No way, old Seven. A few of us without boyfriends protested. You already have the stunning Chen Jian, so leave this one for us. Go away, go away. Nan Zhao interjected. Currently, Bian Xuedao is old Four's type, so don't get too eager. Li Yuqing lay on the bed, his heart wandering. One moment, he recalled singing alongside Bian Xuedao. The next he reminisced about their solo dining experience. Yet Bian Xuedao felt as elusive as clouds in the sky, impossible to grasp. What to do? Bian Xuedao had spent his earnings on a complete set of soccer gear and 2 footballs. The external plugin updates and website promotions had stabilized. In the short term, he found no better avenues. Moreover, he was aware that prior to the release of Miracle, the entire year of 2002 had been dominated by Legend, marking its golden era with an explosive growth in player numbers, alleviating any concerns about a decline in income from the plugins. Of course, Bian Xuedao also recognized that aside from his share from the plugins, he had profited from offline equipment sales, though he chose not to disclose this. Clear waters yield no fish. Besides, the promotional agent immersed in the online world saved him ample time for other pursuits, which was more valuable than anything else. With his new football, Bian Xuedao frequented the practice field more often. Over time, he noticed a group of boys, barely in their teens, regularly playing at the edge of their field or on the adjacent red brick ground with a tattered, deflated soccer ball. One day, while resting on the sidelines, he observed their spirited yet insufficiently staffed match, where their forward, midfield, and defense demonstrated an admirable level of organization. In the following days, during his free afternoons, Bian Xuedao joined in playing soccer and subsequently watched the boys play. Eventually, he brought them a case of Sprite, and the boys, already aware of his presence as a university student, greeted him without any wariness. Through conversation and learning, it became evident to Bian Xuedao that these children were indeed students from a struggling football academy, hidden away in a dilapidated auto repair shop adjacent to a shantytown behind the school. Among those who displayed commendable skills on the field were several individuals: Duan Qifeng, Su Jiao, and I Heng, and Cheng Daki. In Chapter 25, a young woman revealed that she was in a rivalry with Chun Jian as a scion of a prominent family. Surnamed Zhua, had launched an ardent pursuit of Su Yi. This official's offspring had been relentlessly chasing a girl from the Media Academy since last year's military training. But despite his fervent efforts, he had been met with resistance, culminating in an incident where the girl had poured a bowl of hot soup over his head in the cafeteria, with his face marked by burns. The young man soon found another object of his infatuation in Su Yi. Chun Jian felt a sense of gloom. Although he frequently conversed with Su Yi over the phone, studied together, and occasionally strolled through the streets, his subtle hints had not elicited any clear response from her. From Chun Jian's perspective, Su Yi appeared gentle and demure, not particularly approachable, yet easy to converse with. However, he sensed a depth within her, as if she harbored intricate plans for her future, the details of which remained a mystery to him. One evening, as the official's son awaited Su Yi at the foot of the building, clutching roses, Su Yi chose to call Chun Jian instead, asking to meet him later that night. As Chun Jian approached the entrance, his charming smile bore the weight of anticipation mingled with sorrow. At around 7 in the evening, when Su Yi, the belle of the Horticultural Academy, stood alone at the entrance of Building 6, holding a scarf, countless dreams of envious suitors were shattered. When Chun Jian arrived, Su Yi silently approached him, draping the scarf around his neck to gauge its length before removing it and placing it in his hands, stating, "I knitted this." Then, she turned and walked away. Overwhelmed with joy, Chun Jian remained rooted in place for more than a minute, having never before experienced the sensation of paradise opening its gates to him. In that moment, he longed for winter to arrive more than ever before. Observing the scarf in Chun Jian's hands, Bian Xuedao noted that Xu Yi possessed a bold aesthetic sensibility. The scarf was woven in two colors, black and red, each hue perfectly balanced and distinct. Bian Xuedao began to worry about Chun Jian's winter wardrobe. The official son, undeterred by Xu Yi's declaration of having a boyfriend, believed that as long as they were not married, he still had a chance. He even sought to convey a message to Chun Jian, urging him to step aside. However, Chun Jian, a refined individual, chose to ignore the official son. A week later, Chun Jian visited the residence rented by Eugene, having spent some money to enlist the help of two outsiders to sell cheats in the city. Not long after, on a rainy night, the official son found his Honda parked near the school vandalized beyond recognition. It was during this unexpected turn of events that Chun Jian became the first to discover the presence of a woman in Eugene's apartment. The girl, hailing from Hunan, had completed her middle school education and had come to the city in search of work. She had previously worked as a cashier in several internet cafes in Songjiang and, for reasons unknown, had connected with Eugene online. Currently, Eugene is apprehensive about having a limited circle of acquaintances, feeling emboldened to reach out to anyone with a few words. Upon learning that she works as a cashier in an internet CAF, he contacted her and the network administrator to assist in promoting cheats. As their interactions continued, the girl earned some money and expressed her desire to treat him to a meal as a token of gratitude. Eugene, unafraid of such gestures, welcomed the invitation. Both hailing from the southern regions of China, they quickly developed a sense of intimacy and soon began cohabiting. With the revenue from cheat distribution, along with some equipment sales, Eugene found himself earning tens of thousands each month. He recalled what Bian Xuedao had told him. The game would remain popular for at least 2 to 3 years, and the income from cheats would not decline significantly by 2003. Eugene held Bian Xuedao's words in high regard. From the moment he laid eyes on this soft-spoken, fair-skinned girl from Hunan, he was captivated, particularly when she openly admitted to a 36-inch bust, which Eugene personally measured during a thorough examination. Eugene concluded that he no longer needed to continue with the cashier job, as he could now afford to provide for her. It was after the revelation of her measurements that Eugene began contemplating the partnership with Bian Xuedao. Initially, he was content simply receiving money. Bian Xuedao would occasionally share some of the profits, and Eugene was satisfied. However, after experiencing his first income exceeding 100,000 yuan in April, he began to question the fairness of their profit-sharing arrangement. He started to reflect on the long hours of toil he endured and the academic challenges he faced. Hoping that during the next distribution, Bian Xuedao might consider adjusting their shares, though Bian Xuedao had never broached the subject. At times, Eugene rationalized that it was Bian Xuedao who had established the connections and devised the techniques. He was merely a promoter. The money he earned each month was unparalleled among his peers at Dongsan University, many of whom struggled to manage their meager living expenses. This fortunate turn of events was a result of his gaming pursuits, which serendipitously led to his partnership with Bian Xuedao. Observing the boys in dorm 717, who were still calculating their monthly budgets for mere hundreds of yuan, he felt he should be grateful. Yet, was he truly content? Eugene believed he could not continue to rely on Bian Xuedao indefinitely. He needed to carve out his own path. This conviction solidified after 36 spent the night in his bed. He decided to treat all the residents of dorm 717 to a meal, introducing his girlfriend and specifying that only family members were welcome, emphasizing that those without established relationships would not count. On the day of the meal, only Chun Jian brought Xu Yi, and AI Feng accompanied Nanjiao. The restaurant Eugene chose was not as impressive as the one Bian Xuedao had selected previously, but it was still adequate. During the dinner, Eugene formally introduced 36, whose name was Zhou Ling, to everyone. Nanjiao was displeased with Eugene for inviting only family members and not those from dorm 603, and she devised ways to coax him into drinking, ultimately succumbing to intoxication herself. AI Feng, caught in an awkward position, could not offer assistance. As Xu Yi and Zhou Ling accompanied Nanjiao to the restroom, Tong Chao inquired, "Sangu, you must be incredibly happy with that figure." Yang Hao nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Eugene chuckled and admonished, "You guys should be more discreet. Stop staring at my girlfriend. Even if you want to look, could you not be so obvious?" My wife hasn't had much to drink, yet you all made her face flush. He then turned to Li Yu, stating, I have found my partner. So Li Sun is all yours. Make sure to hold on tight. Li Yu remarked, it won't be long now. Once Lao Bian and I perfect the song, we'll be ready. Eugene, with an air of disbelief, interjected, Bian Gu can sing? Bian Gu? AI phone questioned, aren't you supposed to be more accomplished than Lao Si? Without further explanation, Eugene left them in confusion. Only Li Yu and Chun Jian had a vague understanding of the situation. In preparation for the school anniversary, the institution and various departments had initiated numerous mobilizations. The student union and various artistic groups took turns rallying support, seeking participants, funding, and connections, all while brainstorming, choreographing, and rehearsing programs with great enthusiasm. When someone came to the class to recruit participants, Bian Xuedao completely ignored it. The options presented were limited to a grand choir, a group dance, or a poetry recital, all of which seemed dreadfully uninteresting. Moreover, once involved, he would undoubtedly be burdened with countless hours of rehearsals. He had no intention of participating in such endeavors. Song Jia had begun dating. It was during a time when the dormitory was empty that Yang Hao informed Bian Xuedao of this development. He remembered that at the beginning of the semester, Song Jia had been quite close to him. Not long after, at a ceremony sponsored by the university's logistics department to assist underprivileged students, Bian Xuedao encountered Song Jia and her boyfriend. Song Jia introduced her partner, Tan Jiajia, to Bian Xuedao. Tan Jiajia, hailing from Jiangsu and studying materials science, was among the 31 students receiving assistance this time, awarded 1,000 yuan due to his exceptional academic performance. In their brief conversation, Bian Xuedao, possessing the insight of an adult, discerned the unmistakable qualities of a phoenix man in Tan Jiajia, an amalgamation of insecurity and pride, sensitivity and guardedness, all while attempting to project an image of worldly experience. From their stances and expressions, Bian Xuedao could see that Tan Jiajia held the dominant position in his relationship with Song Jia. He likely believed that dating a girl from a well-off background only validated his worth in her eyes. Observing the blissful expression on Song Jia's face, Bian Xuedao found himself at a loss for words. They were merely classmates. He preferred to avoid meddling in matters of romance. Chapter 26. A decade of China's WTO membership. The professor of international relations assigned a paper as a final examination, presenting two topics for selection, one concerning the impact of China's accession on its economy and trade, and the other addressing the post-9/11 counterterrorism landscape's influence on international political dynamics. Students were free to choose their subject, with a requirement of over 8,000 words. Upon hearing the word count, many students gasped, but fortunately, the internet was available, so it wasn't too daunting. Bian Xuedao, recognizing the significant value of both topics, ultimately opted for the latter. After 9/11, the United States engaged in several military conflicts, and Bian Xuedao did not wish to become the target of scrutiny for his prophetic assertions regarding China's accession to the WTO. Many domestic media outlets had published summaries on the occasion of its 10th anniversary in 2011, including the Songjiang Daily, which had compiled various perspectives that Bian Xuedao still remembered. Having some familiarity with the subject made it easier. After all, Bian Xuedao's current major was international trade. If he could write compellingly and predict accurately, it would not only be coherent, but could also yield benefits. A week later, a paper titled A Decade of China's WTO Membership was submitted to the professor. Initially intending to skim through it casually, the professor planned to glance at the major headings and subheadings before assigning a grade. Indeed, many of the submitted papers contain viewpoints and arguments he has encountered before. He believes that with a simple online search, he could easily trace their origins. However, he finds this unnecessary. He merely hopes that these students, in their quest for information and compilation of their papers, will garner some insights and understanding that will greatly benefit their future development. He flips to another paper. The title reads A Decade of China's WTO Membership, Prospects. The professor finds it peculiar, questioning the significance of this particular 10-year mark. Is there a prediction circulating online regarding this? In truth, designating the title as a 10-year outlook is a sign of carelessness. Recently, the gaming application has been updated, necessitating updates to his own hacks. Moreover, physical education exams are looming, requiring him to carve out time each afternoon for targeted training in the subjects being tested. After each exhausting training session, his energy wanes. Unlike his classmates, who often resort to extensive copying and pasting from the internet, he diligently organizes his thoughts and writes incrementally, halting intermittently until finally completing his work just before the submission deadline. In a fit of urgency, he hastily crafted a unifying title and printed it out. At the moment he inscribed this title into his paper, he had no inkling of the profound impact those few words would have on him. The professor flipped open the paper and swiftly scanned through it. Upon reaching the halfway point, he paused for contemplation, returning to the first page to scrutinize it word by word, marking certain passages with a pen. After a considerable amount of time, he finished reading the entire paper, took a sip of tea, closed his eyes for a moment, and then sat up to retrieve his marked sections, embarking on an online search. After an exhaustive search, he found no similar articles or matching phrases online. Unwilling to accept this, he began rifling through magazines and journals in his possession, as well as scouring relevant academic databases online. By the end of the workday, the professor glanced at the time and called a friend employed at a major newspaper in Beijing, inquiring about some of the viewpoints presented in the paper. After hanging up, a flush crept to his cheeks. He hurriedly tidied his desk, placed the paper by Bian Xuedao into his briefcase, and exited. Bian Xuedao was scheduled to take the football exam in the second group. The football exam comprised 6 events: dribbling and sprinting, juggling the ball 30 times, tossing the ball through a hoop from 30 meters away, a 2-on-1 shot, shooting over a bar within 10 seconds, and a long kick from 40 meters. In a considerate gesture, candidates were allowed to select 4 events. Bian Xuedao opted out of the 2-on-1 and the 10-second bar shot. During prior training sessions, he had practiced alongside Duan Qifeng and Cheng Daki, with the boys serving as his practice partners and ball boys. As days passed, they grew increasingly familiar, and Bian Xuedao treated them to several meals. On the day of his exam, a few boys, who traditionally struggled academically, skipped class to witness his performance. The sidelines were bustling not only with these boys, but also with numerous girls cheering for their boyfriends, alongside students who had just completed their own physical education assessments and were resting. Bian Xuedao excelled in endurance, dribbling, and long-range shooting. The first event, juggling, he relaxed his entire body, found his rhythm, and passed. The second event, dribbling and sprinting, this was inherently his strong suit, and he passed effortlessly. The third event, a ring toss from a distance of 30 meters. 5 attempts were granted, and he succeeded on the second try. The fourth event, a long kick from 40 meters. Although it was stated to be 40 meters, the farther one kicked, the higher the score. Several boys had already kicked over 44. 5 meters, and a sturdy defender, who had been selected for the school team, astonished everyone by kicking an impressive 58 meters. The entire field was left in awe. Bian Xuedao had become fully warmed up from the previous tests, taking deep breaths before his run-up. As he struck the ball, it soared far across the field, aiming towards a group of female spectators in the stands. Bian Xuedao could even see them flinch and dodge to the sides in an attempt to avoid the ball. The testing teacher was bewildered, estimating the kick to be around 70 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Daki and Xu Shangxiu, who were observing from the sidelines, rushed over to the girls to politely retrieve the ball. Then, a rather chaotic scene unfolded. Cheng Daki, who had been playing as a defender and goalkeeper, held the ball, stepped down from the stands, and with a powerful kick, sent the ball soaring towards Bian Xuedao. As the ball flew towards him, Bian Xuedao took several steps back and skillfully controlled it with his chest. "Wow!" exclaimed a group of male students who had failed to reach even the 40-meter mark. Some boys who had specifically invited their girlfriends and dormitory friends to cheer for them found their emotions difficult to articulate at that moment. After the tests concluded, Bian Xuedao approached the PE teacher to confirm his score, exchanged greetings with Liu, who was still testing, and led a group of boys to a shaded area for refreshments. The girls who had been hit by the ball descended from the stands and made their way towards the exit along the track. As they passed by Bian Xuedao, one of the girls pointed towards him, prompting the others to turn and look. Among them was a tall girl in a pink tracksuit with a ponytail, who seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bian Xuedao before quickly turning away. At that moment, Bian Xuedao was blissfully enjoying a refreshing drink, entirely oblivious to the girl's actions. On Yang Hao's birthday, the entire dormitory went out for a meal. Typically, such occasions would require bringing along girlfriends, but this time, fearing that being apart from his girlfriend would sadden Yang Hao, everyone unanimously decided to have a boys' night out. It soon became evident that without the presence of girls, Drinking lacked its usual fervor. They managed to consume several rounds of drinks, yet remained clear-headed and steady. However, returning to their dormitory felt rather monotonous. Singing was out of the question. What would 8 men do belting out tunes in such dimly lit and noisy environments, without someone to hold hands with or embrace? Who would be inclined to go? After some deliberation, the group decided to head to an internet CAF. They established their own game room. But it wasn't too long before Bian Xuedao was overwhelmed and left in tears. Deciding not to play against their own group, they sought out another server, which they found. In a 16-player server, they realized it was actually a 5-against-6 situation. Upon entering, they understood the situation. The server creator was a skilled player who, along with a few others, had been scaring off newcomers, leaving the few remaining to face an overwhelming challenge. Bian Xuedao and 4 others squeezed into the server. After 2 rounds, Bian Xuedao switched sides to join the police. The competition commenced. This marks the first encounter with a master since Bian Xuedao's rebirth. The Bandit S-41 is wielded with exceptional skill, boasting a remarkably high headshot rate. Even without a headshot, a single round can leave one severely wounded. However, the more skilled the opponent, the more frustrated they become upon realizing that they are repeatedly vanquished by the obscure 45. The 45 is agile, reloads swiftly, and often Bian Xuedao, brandishing the 45, engages without aiming, delivering a shot before leaping to evade the 41 strike, firing again mid-air. Should one take cover, he swiftly switches to the Desert Eagle for precise shots. In encounters with multiple foes, Bian Xuedao occasionally finds himself at a disadvantage, yet in one-on-one confrontations, he is largely unbeatable. After their demise, several from the 717 team switched to Bian Xuedao's perspective, marveling at his exceptional awareness and marksmanship, exclaiming him a prodigy. Later, 2 individuals stood behind Bian Xuedao, observing his shooting. After a while, they departed. Unbeknownst to them, the cheats circulating in the market were, in fact, developed by Bian Xuedao himself. Upon exiting the internet CAF, Bian Xuedao had something to discuss with Eugene, as the other 6 had departed. At the intersection, after standing for a moment, Bian Xuedao remarked, "Zhou Ling is at your place. It's inappropriate for me to stay up all night programming there. I intend to rent a room in the school's family quarters. Just to inform you, my purpose is to create conditions for your happiness, so don't overthink it. I will also visit during the day when I have time. We will continue to sell the cheats together." Eugene responded, "All right, once you find a place, let me know where it is, and I will move the computer over for you." Bian Xuedao replied, "No need for that. Keep it for your use. I plan to set up my own server to create a forum for fun, which requires a higher specification, so I intend to assemble a new one." Eugene pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about I let Zhou Ling go out to find her friends to live with?" "Absolutely not," Bian Xuedao interjected. "She has chosen to be with you, not minding our less-than-ideal circumstances. How could we possibly send her away? Don't think too much about it. I will be the first to inform you once I secure a place." After speaking with Eugene, Bian Xuedao walked alone toward the dormitory, and on the way, he encountered Zhang Ming, who was chatting while walking with someone. Upon spotting Bian Xuedao from a distance, Zhang Ming immediately waved to him. As Bian Xuedao approached, Zhang Ming inquired, "Why are you alone? Where are Li Yu and the others?" Bian Xuedao chuckled, "We just finished eating together. I had something to attend to, so they went back first." "Are you heading back to the dorm?" "Yes," Zhang Ming replied. "I just returned from the student art troupe. By the way, this is Senior Shan Rao from the School of Media." Zhang Ming introduced the smiling girl beside her to Bian Xuedao, then pointed to Bian Xuedao while introducing her to Senior Dan. "This is Bian Xuedao, from the School of Management, majoring in international trade. He is a handsome guy from our dormitory." "Handsome guy from the dormitory?" Senior Dan Rao scrutinized Bian Xuedao carefully, wondering where the attractiveness lay aside from his height. What had gotten into the usually proud Zhang Ming today? "Hello." Bian Xuedao greeted Senior Dan politely and chatted briefly with Zhang Ming before heading toward the 6th floor. Noticing Zhang Ming's lingering gaze on him as he walked away, Senior Dan nudged her. "Stop hiding. Is he your boyfriend?" "It doesn't seem so. What is your relationship?" Zhang Ming replied, "It's just a dormitory connection, truly. You know Li Yuqing from the dance team in our dorm, right?" Dan Rao was perplexed by the sudden mention of Li Yuqing and remarked, "Do you know him?" Zhang Ming responded, "Li Yuqing is quite impressive, isn't he? Ever since our meeting through the social gathering, he has been pursuing Xuedao, yet he has not succeeded. The notion of Li Yuqing pursuing him struck Shan Rao as rather astonishing. The following day, Bian Xuedao sought out a local real estate agent near the university, expressing a desire to rent a room in the red brick building adjacent to the Dongsan University sports field. The agent informed him that there were currently no available listings, but promised to inquire with nearby colleagues and requested Bian Xuedao's contact number to provide updates. By the end of May, the Korean-Japanese World Cup commenced, enveloping Dongsan University in a profound silence. During match times, the usual couples wandering the campus vanished, and the vibrant figures running and leaping on the sports field were notably absent. The library, which typically buzzed with students vying for seats, stood eerily vacant. Professors maintained a commendable demeanor. Regardless of their renowned tempers or celebrated reputations, they refrained from imposing attendance checks during class hours that coincided with the matches. Instead, they would highlight key points and allow students who chose to attend class to return to their dormitories to watch the games. Everyone acknowledged that the Chinese team qualified for the World Cup only once every few decades, and the prospect of another qualification could very well be centuries away. Engaging in a power struggle with the students during such a significant event would only serve to frustrate oneself. It was far more enjoyable to return home and watch the matches. In 2002, every dormitory at Dongsan University was equipped with a television. During match times, anyone passing by the dormitory buildings, be it male or female students, whether they were football enthusiasts or not, would witness a uniform scene. Every television screen displayed the lush green of a football pitch, leaving no room for alternative visuals. The 2002 World Cup boasted numerous highlights. From Beckham's mohawk to Ronaldo's infamous haircut, the South Korean team's controversial refereeing, and the unfortunate fate of the Chinese team, who suffered 3 defeats and conceded 9 goals. Yet, the most unforgettable image was that of the tearful warrior, Batistuta, on the sidelines. That day, many girls at Dongsan University, including Su Yi, shed tears. Though Bian Xuedao was aware of the eventual outcome of this World Cup, he felt a flicker of excitement as he could relive the rise of his favorite player. The magnificent and legendary striker, Klose. Seeing Klose's exquisite somersault on live broadcast rekindled a stirring thought within him. With China's elimination, the World Cup seemed to lose its relevance to the Chinese populace, and the professors reverted to their usual routines. The marketing professor assigned an extracurricular practical assignment, instructing each student to complete 5 successful transactions as sellers, discerning the buyer's intent and purchasing power through their attire, language, and expressions. Admittedly, this assignment posed a significant challenge for assessment, as the professor could not accompany all students. However, the marketing instructor boasted of his expertise in transactional psychology, claiming he could deduce who fabricated their experiences based on the insights provided. This concept seemed rather esoteric. Yet, Li Yu, with his astute mind, proposed an idea. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, we could procure some small trinkets, such as inflatable hammers, bunny ears, masks, and sparkling hair clips, to sell on Taosher Street. This method is quite effective. It allows for both sales and enjoyment. Should we invite 603? Tong Chao inquired. Let us ask around. If anyone is interested, more people would enliven the atmosphere. Moreover, beautiful girls have an advantage in selling products, Kong Wei's remarked. AI phone called Nan Jiao to ask if the girls in her dormitory wished to visit the riverside during the Dragon Boat Festival. Nan Jiao briefly consulted her dorm mates and promptly replied that they would join as well. To be frank, very few girls genuinely enjoy watching football. Most accompany their partners for amusement. Unfortunately, whether it be boyfriends or admirers, their behavior has transformed recently, resorting to petulance and feigned illness, exhausting all tricks in their repertoire. Previously effective strategies seem to have lost their charm. Some boyfriends, after watching a match, would call to ask if their girlfriends had seen it, remarking on the excitement of the game and inquiring about their favorite players. The astute ones would mention a preference for number 9 or 10. But it was heard that a girl from another dorm expressed her admiration for number 98, which nearly led to her single status once again. The girls felt helpless. Fortunately, this tedious tournament only occurs once every 4 years. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Thankfully, the group of 717 demonstrated understanding, recognizing that the ladies were uninterested. If they did not organize an event, Nan Jiao was already planning to join forces with Li Sun and Su Yi, along with Li Yuqing, who could be considered half a family member, to teach these boys a lesson. Li Yu was handling the procurement of supplies, funding the expenses as well. Upon hearing about their plans, several boys and girls who had a good rapport with 717 expressed their desire to participate. In the end, including Zhou Ling, there were a total of 26 participants. Chen Jian, being meticulous, suggested that since there would be a large crowd during the Dragon Boat Festival, it would be prudent for everyone to wear matching shirts to prevent losing each other. Chen Jian intended to rally everyone to contribute funds, but before he could finish, Bian Xuedao and Eugene took it upon themselves to cover the costs. Having worked in the media for many years, Bian Xuedao possessed a relatively progressive mindset. After purchasing the shirts, he located a store selling jerseys and instructed the owner to print specific text on them. The front read, "Please protect the environment," while the back stated, "Do not litter." On the way back to school, Bian Xuedao diverted to the riverside area, booking 4 hotel rooms for the day of the festival as well as the day prior. He also found an outdoor goods store, purchasing 4 tents, a collection of moisture-proof mats, several folding stools, and 5 small trash bins. Unable to carry everything himself, Bian Xuedao called Li Yu, asking for assistance in transporting the items. Upon learning Bian Xuedao's location, it wasn't long before a Mitsubishi pulled up beside him, with Li Yu calling for him to get in the car. "Get in?" What a joke. Observing Li Yu behind the wheel, Bian Xuedao hesitated and quietly asked, "Can you drive? Do you have a license?" "I can drive, but I don't have a license," Li Yu replied. "Are you serious?" Bian Xuedao remained apprehensive, contemplating the possibility of driving himself if necessary. There seemed to be no alternative. Fortunately, the school was located in the city, and the speed of the vehicle would be limited, thereby minimizing the risk of any accidents. Bian Xuedao stuffed the items into the back seat and trunk, fastening himself securely in the passenger seat with the seatbelt. Noticing Bian Xuedao's anxious expression, Li Yu playfully decided to frighten him by driving in a jerky manner. Having not traveled far, Bian Xuedao unfastened his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and instructed Li Yu, "You get out. I shall drive." The car halted at the entrance of the 6th floor, to which Li Yu remarked, "Sure, you drive quite steadily. How long have you been at it?" Ignoring him, Bian Xuedao glanced at the vehicle and inquired, "Where did you acquire this car?" "It appears to be new." Li Yu, with a grin, replied, "It's mine. I just obtained it from my dad." Chapter 28. The Dragon Boat Festival Incident on June 14th. The day before the Dragon Boat Festival, a light rain fell in the morning, but by noon, the skies cleared. By 1 p.m., a large group of boys and girls, laden with various bags, boarded the bus, heading straight for the riverside. Prior to their departure, Bian Xuedao divided everyone into 5 small groups, ensuring that each contained at least 1 male and was equipped with a mobile phone. He strictly mandated that the girls must not wander off alone and that the boys should remain vigilant in safeguarding the girls' safety. Shortly after their arrival, the crowd surged. Although the girls expressed dissatisfaction with the unattractive lettering on their shirts, they donned them nonetheless, swept up in the bustling atmosphere around them. Bian Xuedao selected prime locations along the riverbank, laid out moisture-proof mats, erected tents, spread plastic sheets for merchandise, and placed a personal plastic bucket as a trash receptacle at the stall's front, thus officially commencing their venture. At that moment, the riverside buzzed with liveliness, imbued with a festive spirit. The girls clearly reveled in the ambience, with even the typically reticent Su Yi and Li Sun appearing much more animated. To be frank, Li Yu's eye for merchandise was rather pedestrian. Nevertheless, many citizens and tourists, attracted by the girls' shirts and their conscientious act of picking up litter and disposing of it properly, flocked to purchase their goods, resulting in a booming business. While Shan Rao and her dormitory companions were exploring Stone Street, they encountered Zhang Meng and Li Yuqing. Following their directions, they located the main tent. Regardless of familiarity, they exchanged pleasantries and quickly became friendly, assisting in managing the stall and promoting the wares, thereby expanding their group. A keen-eyed photographer from a local newspaper, seeking material by the riverside, astutely captured the girls in their shirts and their litter-collecting efforts, documenting the scene through his lens. After stowing his camera, he purchased a small toy from Tong Chao and inquired, "Are you university students?" Preoccupied with attracting customers, Tong Chao glanced at him and replied, "Indeed." The reporter further probed, "Which university do you attend?" "Dongxing University," Tong Chao responded. "Are you all together?" The reporter gestured towards Zhang Meng and her companions. "Yes, classmates," Tong Chao affirmed while providing change to another customer. The reporter discreetly captured a few more shots from the side, and, using a similar approach, confirmed the same information from another student before hastily making his way back to the newspaper office. He knew that an exceptional photojournalistic piece was about to take shape in his hands. Unbeknownst to Bian Xuedao and his companions, they were entirely absorbed in the joy of their business endeavors. Whenever anyone felt fatigued, they would retreat to the tent for a brief respite before rejoining the bustling sales activities. Chun Jian, upon entering the tent, remarked, "Old Bian, this tent was a brilliantly foresight purchase." Before embarking on their journey, everyone clamored for an all-nighter. However, despite Eugene and Zhou Ling providing an ample supply of hamburgers, beverages, and ice cream, fatigue ultimately set in. By evening, the initial excitement had waned, and the merchandise had nearly sold out. Li Yu drove two groups of people back. Li Sun and Li Yuqing suffered from an upset stomach and were the first to take Li Yu's car back to school. Later, due to the crowd gathered for the Dragon Boat Festival, traffic restrictions were imposed in the vicinity, with police officers stationed everywhere. Without a driver's license, Li Yu dared not drive back. Gradually, students from the city returned home, leaving only 16 individuals by the riverside by around 10 o'clock, 9 males and 7 females, including a couple from their class, Dan Rao and her roommate. In a state of uncertainty, even taking a taxi back to school would not allow them entry into the dormitory. When Bian Xuedao produced his room card, Eugene nearly embraced him in gratitude, exclaiming, "I knew Brother Bian had a trick up his sleeve." They gathered their belongings and followed Bian Xuedao to the hotel. In a location where space is at a premium, the rooms were quite compact, 4 rooms for 16 people, which would certainly suffice, yet the division of rooms posed a challenge. Given the splendid evening, who could bear to separate the couple? Who would dare to do so? Ultimately, AI Feng, Chen Jianan, and Jiao Su shared one room. Eugene, Zhou Ling, and another couple occupied a second. 5 boys shared a third, while the remaining 3 girls, Zhang Ming, Dan Rao, and Dan Rao's roommate, took the last. Zhang Ming ventured next door to deliver water to Bian Xuedao and the others, only to discover that the several large boys could hardly fit on the small bed. She casually suggested, "Bian Xuedao, why don't you come sleep in our room?" The other 4 boys eagerly encouraged him, raising their eyebrows and nudging him to go. In the hotel, a bed was just sufficient for 2, but 3 large boys would surely struggle to find comfort. Exhausted from the day, Bian Xuedao accepted Zhang Ming's invitation. She was taken aback that he actually agreed, but felt unable to backtrack in front of so many people. When Bian Xuedao entered the room, Dan Rao was seated on a chair, massaging her feet. Zhang Ming explained, "They can't fit over there. So Bian Xuedao is coming to sleep with us. Let us all squeeze onto one bed." Dan Rao, an outsider in this small circle, had little say in the matter. Moreover, knowing that the hotel had been booked by Bian Xuedao, she felt reluctant yet resigned, thinking she could endure one night. Zhang Ming found it difficult to sleep, and in the early hours, she recalled something Nan Jiao had once told her about their dorm. Regardless of Li Yu, who had a car, Chen Jian, who was capable, Eugene, who appeared affable yet had a proud spirit, or AI Feng, the dorm leader, none could fathom provoking Bian Xuedao, as he was the true core of their group. Would he look down upon her if she fell asleep? After much contemplation, Zhang Ming resolved that a boy like him would hardly pursue her. Even if no progress was made, remaining friends would facilitate future requests. With Dan Rao also in the room, no one would speculate about their activities. If Dan Rao were to relay this to Li Yuqing, it would eliminate a rival. Furthermore, sharing a bed with Bian Xuedao for a night would not necessarily be a source of shame. After pondering for a while, Zhang Ming gently rose and made her way to Bian Xuedao's bedside. She lay down on one side, pulled over a blanket, curled her body up, and turned her back to him, surprisingly falling asleep shortly thereafter. Unbeknownst to her, her actions were witnessed by Shan Rao, who could easily fall asleep in any environment. When Zhang Ming awoke suddenly, she was startled, recalling where she had been sleeping. It struck her as amusing how, in the dead of night, she had whimsically entertained such a notion and even acted upon it. How could this situation possibly be resolved? Pretending to turn over in her sleep, she discreetly glanced with her peripheral vision and, fortunately, Bian Xuedao was no longer present. Noticing that Shan Rao and her roommate were still asleep, Zhang Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief. She tiptoed to drink some water and then returned to her bed. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and Shan Rao and her companion awoke. On the way back to school, Zhang Ming secretly observed Bian Xuedao, discovering that he appeared unchanged from the previous day, including the expression he wore when speaking to her. Did he think she had been squeezed over by Shan Rao and her friend? Or was it that there were too many people around, making it inconvenient for him to speak to her? This dilemma lingered in her mind all the way to the dormitory. Upon returning to campus, just after parting with Bian Xuedao, Shan Rao's roommate, Xiaoman, remarked to Shan Rao, "Did you see this morning that girl sleeping on the boys' bed? Wasn't she sharing a bed with us last night? When did she move over?" Freshman girls are quite bold. Shan Rao chuckled, acknowledging that they had been dorm mates and friends for almost a year. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Ma Tao, the officer responsible for external publicity at Dongsan University, was summoned to the office early in the morning by a call from the school leadership. Vice President Wang handed him a newspaper and asked him to take a look at it. Upon seeing the large photograph on the cover, Ma Tao was initially perplexed, but his eyes brightened when he read the subtitle mentioning Dongsan University students. "Principal, this is a good thing. It brings honor to our school." Vice President Wang nodded in agreement, affirming it was indeed a positive development. "Examine the report carefully and find a way to verify if the students in the photo are from our institution. If they are, confirm their identities immediately. Secondly, prepare yourself, as media may soon seek you out for information. You must find a way to connect the students' actions with the school's educational efforts. How to articulate this is up to your discretion." Soon, the leaders of the School of Economics and Management, the School of Landscape Architecture, and the School of Media were informed that their students had appeared in the newspaper, and it was a prominently positive feature. The instructors of classes 717, 603, and Shan Rao's class all received notifications to quickly get in touch with these students. However, after a morning of phone calls and knocking on doors, neither the instructors nor the class monitors could locate the two individuals from the dormitory. The dormitory phone went unanswered, and those with mobile phones had turned them off. Although they could not reach the students, the instructors and class leaders confirmed that the students in the newspaper were indeed from their school, which made things easier. In the conference room of the student union, Ma Tao enthusiastically lauded the moral education efforts at Dongsan University during an interview with the reporters, stating that the school had always emphasized a balanced development between students' academic achievements and their civic virtues. Pointing to the photograph, he remarked, "These students are from the School of Landscape Architecture. They are engaged in landscape planning, so naturally, their environmental awareness is higher." The following day, some perceptive experts at the newspaper, skilled in the art of intricate storytelling, promptly gathered around the photographs and subsequent interviews, linking the actions of the students to the enduring urban civilization efforts of Songjiang City. The Songjiang Daily prominently featured a commentary article on its front page, stating that through the collective endeavors of the entire city, civility has taken root and flourished in Songjiang, becoming interwoven with the city's very essence, thus establishing a positive cycle of civil interaction. We firmly believe that in the near future, the civic qualities of our citizens will undoubtedly improve further, accelerating the progression of urban civility and serving as a catalyst for Songjiang's development, fostering a prosperous, rapid, and significant advancement. Days later, high-ranking officials at both provincial and municipal levels commented on the report, deeming it timely and reflective of Songjiang's civil standing, and suggesting an increased effort in guiding public discourse regarding urban civility. Consequently, Beijiang Province and Songjiang City initiated a special campaign to promote the creation of a civilized city, issuing directives at various levels to ensure implementation. Each department and organization meticulously drafted plans and submitted reports, while the newspaper established a dedicated column, committing to a daily overview that adhered to the directives from higher authorities. Thus, for the subsequent 2 weeks, each day upon opening the newspaper, one would find statements such as, "The Songjiang Bureau is intensifying leadership in the promotion of civilized city initiatives, clarifying responsibilities, reinforcing measures, and ensuring thorough execution." As for the journalist who captured the photographs, he was awarded a 2,000 yuan commendation for good news by the newspaper. After his rebirth, driven by a peculiar sense of contrarianism, Bian Xuedao ceased to read the daily newspaper, consequently missing the noteworthy contributions of the Songjiang Daily. Undoubtedly, had he seen them, a knowing smile would have graced his lips. Zhang Ming waited 3 days for a phone call in her dormitory, but Bian Xuedao did not reach out to her, leaving her heart feeling empty and filled with regret. She realized that the event she had most eagerly anticipated had ultimately not come to pass. The only solace was that her dormitory sisters remained unaware of the situation. A few days after the Dragon Boat Festival, a real estate agent contacted Bian Xuedao, informing him of a rental opportunity in the red brick building. Bian Xuedao promptly went to view the property. The landlord of the red brick building was a retired professor from Dongsan University. The elderly man was taciturn and wore a serious expression, while his wife was warm and kindly, smiling at those she encountered. Bian Xuedao viewed the available room, which was spacious, furnished, elegantly clean, adorned with several potted plants on the windowsill, and benefited from excellent lighting. Most importantly, the room featured a network cable connection. Bian Xuedao was quite satisfied with the environment. Though the monthly rent of 550 yuan was somewhat steep, comparable to the cost of renting a place elsewhere, he negotiated the price down to 500 yuan, proposing to pay a year's rent in advance. The elderly couple conferred and agreed, but stipulated 3 conditions: no overnight guests of the opposite sex, no late-night returns that would disturb their rest, and no loud music in the room. Bian Xuedao readily accepted these terms, and that afternoon, the contract was signed. Through their conversation, he learned that the elderly couple shared the surname Shan, a rarity among married couples. After signing the contract, Bian Xuedao called Wang Wenkai, expressing his desire to meet at the university, and asked if he could bring along Brother Wen. As one delves deeper into the realm of knowledge, it becomes evident that among the top 20 engineering universities nationwide, there exists a plethora of exceptionally talented individuals studying computer science. Since one intends to carve out a niche in the vast landscape of the internet, it is undoubtedly advantageous to cultivate connections. 3 individuals arranged to meet at McDonald's. When Shige, a person well-versed in social interactions, sensed from their very first encounter that Bian Xuedao was no ordinary student. During their meal, Bian Xuedao expressed his desire to assemble 2 computers, insisting on top-tier specifications for both memory and hard drives, along with liquid crystal displays. In truth, Bian Xuedao was fully capable of assembling the computers himself. His intention was merely to seize the opportunity to strengthen his rapport with these 2 individuals, to share a meal, and to offer a token of appreciation. This would facilitate future requests for assistance. When Shige, demonstrating his astuteness, reached out to acquaintances to negotiate a favorable price for the computers, meticulously overseeing each component to ensure quality before assembly. When it was time to depart, Bian Xuedao entrusted Wang Wenkai with 1,000 yuan to assist in arranging matters with Wen Shige. Wang Wenkai, holding the money, protested that it was too much. At that moment, Liu arrived in his car, and Bian Xuedao loaded the computers into the vehicle, waving goodbye with the promise to stay in touch. Wen Shige, understanding the implications better than Wang Wenkai, noted that someone who could effortlessly spend over 30,000 yuan on 2 computers would not be overly concerned about a meal costing 500 or 1,000 yuan. When Shige inquired several times about the background of this classmate named Bian, to which Wang Wenkai replied that he was just an ordinary person, a classmate for many years. Ordinary. The term seemed rather amusing to Wen Shige when applied to Bian Xuedao. Upon returning to the Red Building with Liu, they set about assembling the computers. Liu, however, was reluctant to leave, insisting on staying. Bian Xuedao remarked that merely speaking to him would not suffice. Liu needed to negotiate with the landlord. From that day forward, whenever Liu visited Bian Xuedao, he would bring fruits or vegetables, often volunteering to assist the elderly couple with cleaning. The couple, charmed by this sunny young man, gradually acquiesced to his occasional overnight stays in Bian Xuedao's room. One day, while Bian Xuedao was at home updating a perspective enhancement tool, he received a phone call from the class monitor, who informed him that Professor Yin of the situational course requested his presence in the office. Professor Yin? What could he possibly want with me? After inquiring about the professor's office location, Bian Xuedao knocked on the door. Enter. Upon entering, he found only Professor Yin, who greeted him with a warm smile. Bian Xuedao, please take a seat. Bian Xuedao was somewhat taken aback. Such deference was not typical for a professor towards a student. On his way there, he had mentally reviewed his actions, convinced he had not committed any wrongdoing, especially anything that would warrant a visit with Professor Yin. Nevertheless, he adjusted his posture, sitting at the edge of his seat, leaning slightly forward, embodying a demeanor of eager attentiveness. Bian Xuedao remained silent, patiently awaiting Professor Yin to initiate the conversation. After taking a sip of tea, the professor remarked, I have read your paper on a 10-year outlook. It is quite impressive. Bian Xuedao recalled the paper and thought to himself that Professor Yin had quite the discerning eye, recognizing its merit when he had anticipated that it would merely be glanced at before grading. Thank you for your kind words, Professor, Bian Xuedao replied. Professor Yin pondered for a moment before asking, I wish to know, did you compose the entirety of this paper by yourself? I mean, have you borrowed any ideas from online sources or elsewhere? He continued, of course, I do not intend to reprimand you. It is indeed quite challenging for students like you to write such extensive papers, and seeking viewpoints and materials online is quite reasonable. Everything is my own work. Bian Xuedao replied. Professor Yin then inquired, so all the insights and conjectures within are your own? You truly did not reference anyone else's paper? Indeed, I did not. Bian Xuedao responded succinctly. Professor Yin instinctively ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, at your age, how can you grasp such profound economic theories? Please elaborate. Bian Xuedao answered, I enjoy reading newspapers. I have loved it since middle school and continue to do so every day during classes. He vaguely sensed where the query was leading but decided to deflect for the moment. Although he had read no more than 10 newspapers in middle school, who could verify his claim of daily reading? Professor Yin had noted that this student often ostentatiously perused newspapers in class and with a cup of tea. He resembled the students from his own bureaucratic days. In fact, over the past few days, Professor Yin had meticulously examined various arguments within Bian Xuedao's paper. Finding no similar works or systematic discussions, and given several instances of apparent naivety, he was nearly certain this was an original piece. Professor Yin found it hard to believe that a student would resort to hiring someone to write for them, who could casually find a ghostwriter of such caliber. Therefore, once it was confirmed that the paper was indeed authored by a student, he intended to proceed to the next step, replacing some presumptive and overly absolute expressions, articulating certain phrases with professional terminology, refining various sections, and ultimately signing his name, confident that it could be published in a prestigious journal. After all, as the world was just opening up, some rejoiced while others fretted, discussions were vibrant, and the media was eager to voice their concerns at such a juncture. Professor Yin made a decision and stated calmly, your paper is quite impressive. Of course, there are a few areas that still feel somewhat immature. But that is not an issue. I can assist you in refining it. With that, the professor rose from his chair behind the desk, moved to sit beside Bian Xuedao, and continued, a colleague of mine is the deputy editor of a prominent publication in our country. He has mentioned that if I recommend any well-written student papers, they could be published, thereby paving the way for you as my student. He expressed his confidence in Bian Xuedao's work, mentioning that he had shared a few thoughts with his colleague, who was equally optimistic and requested that the paper be sent to him for publication. To be published? Bian Xuedao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Professor Yin elaborated. My colleague suggested that having only your name on such a paper might render it somewhat lacking in weight. I propose that when we send it over, we add my name alongside yours. What do you think? Bian Xuedao understood the professor's perspective, but felt it unnecessary. After all, even if Professor Yin were to publish the paper under both their names, how significant could the contribution of a mere student truly be? One is a professor and the other a student. In such an economic paper, it is readily believable that the professor participated in its writing, regardless of who is involved. There are matters that one may not comprehend immediately, but as Bian Xuedao continued to learn, he felt compelled to address Professor Yin. Having taken to calling him Teacher Yin instead, believing that this term of endearment would foster a sense of closeness. In truth, many of the viewpoints expressed in my paper were meticulously derived from the concepts discussed in your lectures. I merely infused a modicum of my own reflections. Should it be published, you shall undoubtedly be recognized as the primary author. If you do not consent, I shall refrain from including my name. Professor Yin felt a swell of appreciation. Bian Xuedao was exceptionally considerate, not only yielding the title of first author to himself, but also subtly indicating that the core ideas of the paper originated from the professor, alleviating many of his concerns. The ensuing conversation was imbued with warmth, as Professor Yin inquired about Bian Xuedao's daily life and graciously offered assistance should he encounter any difficulties. Bian Xuedao politely expressed his gratitude for the professor's care and concern. As he departed, Professor Yin even rose to accompany him a few steps. Bian Xuedao's mind was somewhat muddled. Upon reaching the sports field, he took a seat in the stands, quietly contemplating the potential implications of this matter for himself. After a lengthy reflection, he chuckled to himself, dismissing the significance of a mere paper amidst the plethora of such works. Moreover, with Professor Yin shielding him, what could go awry? Perhaps it was best to return to pondering matters of financial gain. As the anniversary celebration approached, preparations were fervently underway. One day, near the basketball court, Bian Xuedao encountered his former sociology roommate from a past life, along with 5 others, as they traversed the court towards the library. These 6 young men were unfamiliar to Bian Xuedao, yet he recognized each of them intimately, including their temperaments, habits, and preferences, and was aware of their trajectories over the past decade since graduation. Among them, Feng Dong left a particularly profound impression on Bian Xuedao. Hailing from a rural background, Feng Dong was a disadvantaged student during university years. After graduation, he found employment in a subsidiary of the broadcasting industry, adept at navigating social dynamics, willing to offer gifts, and capable of holding his liquor, ultimately achieving a commendable degree of success. 6 years post-graduation, during a reunion of their university class of 13 in Songjiang, Feng Dong brandished a 100 yuan tip, berating a young service worker at the restaurant in front of their old classmates. In Songjiang, tipping was virtually unheard of, marking Bian Xuedao's first real-life encounter with such a practice. In 2002, Feng Dong had yet to become the braggart he would be 10 years later, casually recounting at the dining table how a minor car repair had cost him over 8,000 yuan, and how his girlfriend had recently set her sights on a property worth over 2 million yuan, lamenting the difficulty of maintaining their 250-square-meter home, having just dined with the secretary of a provincial minister. In 2002, Feng Dong was still striving to crack jokes in the dormitory to gain a couple of free meals from more affluent classmates. As I gazed upon the receding figures of 6 individuals, I reflected on the tumultuous shifts in their relationships over the past decade. It became strikingly clear to me that the only path to empowerment lay in the relentless pursuit of wealth. By exhausting every effort to amass fortune and influence, one could deny the petty triumphs of those who revel in their own success, ultimately rendering them insignificant, crushed beneath one's feet. As graduation approached, the emotions of the senior class were notably volatile, making them susceptible to unrest, a fact well understood by the administration. Thus, even before the conclusion of the World Cup, the university expelled the graduating students. The official rationale was to prevent any delays in their employment. However, rumors circulated among students that the impending anniversary celebration of the university posed a risk, as the seniors were deemed uncontrollable, potentially leading to disturbances. Years after graduation, I still find myself unable to comprehend the university's rationale at that time. In truth, regardless of how unruly a student might have been during their tenure, there remains an emotional bond to the institution upon departure. Many seniors yearned to witness the decennial celebration of their alma mater, yet they were deprived of the opportunity. In the week leading up to their departure, the internal campus jukebox at Dongsan University experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity. As departing students repeatedly selected the song, "So Be It," a particular segment of the lyrics resonated deeply with the hearts of campus couples facing imminent separation. Akin to a boy who, unable to bid farewell in person, conveyed his sentiments through this song to the girl with whom he had shared the most beautiful moments, expressing that he would soon embark on a journey that would take them worlds apart. As dusk settled, the campus speakers played Xiao Gang's Dusk, followed by a recitation of a submitted piece titled Farewell against the backdrop of F.R. Elise. Farewell, my beloved campus. I have not had the chance to explore your ever-expanding contours before bidding you adieu. Farewell, my dear brothers. We have many promises yet to fulfill as I board the train heading south. Farewell, my cherished girl. I have not yet found the moment to express my love to you face to face. I can only conceal this affection within my heart. Farewell, farewell, to this building, this tree, this song. Farewell, farewell, to this wind, this cloud, this snow. In the entire 717 dormitory, only I could truly immerse myself in the poignant emotions of parting. The others, still distant from graduation, either busied themselves with preparations for the anniversary or focused on their examinations. As July commenced, the market for software plugins grew increasingly saturated and competitive. The stability, frequency of updates, and reputation of each plugin dictated their respective earnings. I began to dedicate fixed hours to maintain my plugins and employed various free auxiliary tools to promote my endeavors. When I found myself overwhelmed, I enlisted Liu's assistance in managing the forum, overseeing post approvals, and updating the homepage. I insisted on compensating him for his efforts. Yet Liu dismissed my concerns. One evening, he returned later than usual, and upon inquiry, I learned that he had joined a volunteer charity group that had raised funds to visit and assist several elderly individuals living in solitude. It was his first experience, and alongside others, he tidied their homes and spent a considerable amount of time conversing with the elderly. When it was time to leave, he quietly donated all the money he had on him to them. Cheerful, sincere, and compassionate. These are the most radiant qualities that Li Yu embodies in the eyes of Bian Xuedao. This sunny young man, perpetually adorned with a carefree smile, harbors his own set of principles for navigating life. On July 8th, just 2 days prior to the school anniversary, Chen Jian, a stylish member of the student council, was assigned to a designated hotel outside the campus to welcome alumni attending the celebration. As AI Feng participated in the final rehearsal for the group dance, everyone else was engaged in their respective tasks. Even Bian Xuedao was given a volunteer badge. On July 9th, the eve of the anniversary, several entrances to the school were manned, and an influx of luxury cars filled the campus. The school band played repeatedly, blowing horns and beating drums to convey a sense of grand welcome. After a day and night of absence, Chen Jian called, mentioning that he had encountered numerous attractive senior sisters at the hotel, some of whom showed considerable interest in him. He confided that, were it not for Sui, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist temptation. Bian Xuedao cautioned Chen Jian over the phone to remain virtuous, reminding him that the fervent offspring of officials had not yet fully retreated. The day of the anniversary finally arrived, proving to be as lackluster as Bian Xuedao had remembered. From the dormitory, he observed the sports field enveloped in helium balloons adorned with banners, contemplating that with a bit more effort, it could rival the spectacle of Up. Throughout the day, as a volunteer, Bian Xuedao busied himself around the stadium, guiding spectators and alumni in and out, working up quite a sweat. As the evening gala commenced, and the host's voice resonated through the air, he noticed fellow students still on duty, prompting him to sneak back into the red building. The elderly landlords, fond of the school, had gone out to watch the performance, locking the door behind them. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Bian Xuedao lay on his bed, listening to music and attempting to rejuvenate. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, his phone rang. It was Li Yu, inquiring about his whereabouts. Bian Xuedao replied that he was at home, to which Li Yu responded that he would contact him later. After a short while, his phone buzzed again. It was Eugene, asking if he had watched the performance. They exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Bian Xuedao switched his phone to silent mode. Moments later, his phone vibrated once more. The first buzz persisted for quite some time, but he chose not to answer. A few seconds later, it vibrated again, disrupting his chance for sleep entirely. Reluctantly, he picked up the call, and it was Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing asked where Bian Xuedao was watching the program. Bian Xuedao explained that he had twisted his ankle in the crowd and was resting in his dormitory. Concerned, Li Yuqing immediately inquired about the severity of the injury and whether he had applied any ointment. Bian Xuedao reassured him, saying it was nothing serious and that he could already walk. As the fireworks display began, Bian Xuedao found his bedroom positioned perfectly for viewing. Having anticipated that the pyrotechnics would be set off in front of the red building's basketball court, standing by the window, he watched the dazzling fireworks bloom in the sky, observing the throngs of people outside the caution tape, pointing and exclaiming in awe. An inexplicable sense of clarity washed over him. His phone vibrated again. The caller was Li Yuqing. "Hello, can you walk?" Li Yuqing asked. "I'm downstairs at your dorm. I bought some ointment for your sprain. Can you come down to collect it?" "Wait for me a moment," Bian Xuedao replied before heading downstairs, and as he approached, he feigned a slight limp, pretending his left foot was not functioning properly. Li Yuqing clutched a plastic bag, occasionally glancing towards the 7th-floor window. A startled expression crossed her face when Bian Xuedao called out to her from behind. He explained that they had received a call announcing the commencement of the fireworks display, and since the view was obstructed by buildings, he intended to take a look. After all, such an event occurred only once in a decade. Li Yuqing handed the bag to Bian Xuedao and inquired, "Shall we take a stroll?" "Sure, it's a perfect opportunity to stretch our legs," he replied. The crowd had gathered around the stadium, leaving the campus roads relatively desolate. As the fireworks show continued, vibrant bursts of color illuminated the night sky, casting reflections of red and yellow upon the glass of the teaching buildings. The stage in the stadium reached its finale, with waves of collective cheers rising like a tide. The two walked leisurely, enveloped in a setting that was both boisterous and serene. They settled on a bench beside the fountain, mesmerized by the colorful lights dancing upon the water, when Li Yuqing finally spoke. "I like you. Do you like me?" Today, Her straightforwardness seemed rather uncharacteristic. Bian Xuedao candidly confessed, "There is someone in my heart." As if anticipating this response, Li Yuqing exhaled softly and asked, "Have I met her?" "You haven't," Bian Xuedao replied. Li Yuqing ceased her inquiries, yet Bian Xuedao's thoughts drifted to Xu Shangxiu, who was now a distant presence, reminiscing about her every smile and frown after their marriage. Li Yuqing rose, flashed a charming smile at Bian Xuedao, and said, "There are no regrets. Please take me back." As the fireworks faded and the crowd dispersed, the stage remained vacant, echoing the vibrant chaos that had just unfolded. On the night of the school celebration, Chun Jian had not returned. The 7 in the dormitory were weary, sharing not a word throughout the night. Chapter 031. The cafeteria of Old Bian's son is larger in the morning. Several of them from 717 went to the cafeteria, exchanging the unprecedented free meal vouchers issued by the school for chicken legs, though, regrettably, the taste left much to be desired. Upon returning to the dorm, they found Chun Jian had already come back, disrobing in preparation for a wash. The sight of his haggard face led the others to collectively suspect he might have engaged in some escapade with the esteemed senior at a hotel. After attending to his personal hygiene, Chun Jian lay on his bed and called Su Yi. Once he hung up, he began to smoke in silence. AI Feng inquired, "What did you get up to at the hotel that has you so pensive?" Chun Jian responded, "Do you know what has occupied my thoughts the most these past few days?" Before anyone could reply, he continued, "I've been contemplating whether, in 10, 20, or 30 years, I will have the right to return, the courage to return, and in what capacity I would come back. In the hotel where I stayed, there were distinguished alumni. Do you know what the criteria for being distinguished are? I was unaware before visiting the hotel, but I learned quickly. Returning alumni are categorized into various tiers, and we all understand this implicitly. I was paired with a senior who stayed on at the school, and we had many conversations over these days. To put it plainly, after graduation, the measures of our worth are not our character or morals, but rather the wealth we possess, our positions of power, and our notoriety. This is the most pragmatic aspect of society. Years later, if I find myself accomplished nothing while my former classmates bask in success, I truly wonder if I would still possess the courage to return to my alma mater. I am at a loss as to how I would greet the distinguished alumni." Chun Jian spoke alone, as if he had been bottling up a torrent of emotions to share. No one interjected. Perhaps they were stunned, or perhaps they were indifferent. Yet, Bian Xuedao understood that this upcoming anniversary celebration would serve as a profound awakening for Chun Jian. If he could quiet his mind to absorb the experience, his life would unfold in a manner more extraordinary than most. With several exams looming, everyone became industrious. One morning, while Bian Xuedao was busy memorizing questions at home, the phone rang. On the line was Dong Shui, expressing her grievances about Bian Xuedao's lack of communication, having procured his number through Songjia. She informed him that her school was on break and that she would soon board a flight back to Songjiang, without informing her family about her return. Her accommodation and meals would be arranged by Bian Xuedao. A few hours later, Dong Shui called to announce her arrival at the entrance of Dongsan University and asked Bian Xuedao to fetch her. Upon seeing Dong Shui at the school gate, Bian Xuedao realized that she had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a year. The Dong Shui from their senior year had vanished. Her professional training as a flight attendant had instilled in her a confidence and charisma that was striking. She fully embraced her physical advantages. And as she stood at the school entrance, nearly every passing male cast lingering glances her way. After escorting Dong Shui to the guest house on campus and setting down her suitcase, she eagerly implored Bian Xuedao to show her around. Seemingly tireless, she traversed every corner she wished to see. "So this is the campus you attended. There are so many trees. I like this," she exclaimed. Bian Xuedao inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I take you out for a meal?" "No need to go out. I prefer to eat at your cafeteria." "I have been looking forward to trying it," she replied. This marked the first time in a year that Bian Xuedao dined alone with a female companion in the cafeteria. Dong Shui regaled him with amusing anecdotes from her school, occasionally sampling bites from his plate. This scene was noticed by Nan Jiao and Zhang Meng, who were passing by while getting their meals. They deliberately detoured to scrutinize Dong Shui, but did not greet Bian Xuedao, walking past instead. Minutes later, the residents of room 717, including Eugene, made a collective appearance in the cafeteria. Upon entering, Chun Jian scanned the room, pointed, and 7 individuals promptly made their way toward Bian Xuedao and Dong Shui. They dispersed to either side of Bian Xuedao's table, remaining silent. their gazes fixated on Dong Xue. Dong Xue responded with poise, her smile radiating even brighter. Eugene leaned closer to Bian Xuedao, yet his eyes remained glued to Dong Xue. Sister-in-law? He teased. Dong Xue's smile grew even sweeter, yet she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Bian Xuedao. Don't be ridiculous. We're classmates. High school classmates, Bian Xuedao retorted, pushing Eugene back gently. A chorus of 7 voices simultaneously elongated their exclamation, feigning a revelation. Classmates? Ah, understood, classmates. They engaged in a mock inquiry. Have you ever seen old Bian dining alone with a female classmate? Never. Not once. Have you ever witnessed such a sight? Absolutely not. Hearing this, Dong Xue beamed at Bian Xuedao with delight. AI phone turned to Chen Jian and said, it doesn't matter. Just call Su, Li, Nan, and Zhou out. Let's get acquainted with our classmates from Laobian. Liu stood up and stepped aside to make a phone call. Returning to inform Bian Xuedao, tonight at 6 p.m., Goei Fu Yuan 301, bring your classmates along. He then cheerfully told Dong Xue, make sure to grace us with your presence tonight. As they watched the 7 individuals walk away, Dong Xue inquired of Bian Xuedao, are they from your dorm? Yes. He replied, there are some handsome guys. She remarked, if you say again tonight that I am your classmate, I will promptly pursue the handsome one. That evening, all members of the 717 dormitory attended the meal, along with 3 girls from the 603 dormitory who were already part of the 717 family. Although Li Yucheng was absent, Zhang Ming accompanied them. Zhou Ling nestled beside Eugene, silently smiling. AI phone was determined to break through with Dong Xue, encouraging Bian Xuedao to drink. Once Dong Xue understood the context, she readily accepted, ensuring that Bian Xuedao did not touch a single wine glass. At first, Nan Jiao regarded Dong Xue with a critical gaze, but as the evening progressed, it transformed into admiration. Su Yi maintained a calm smile throughout, and whenever Chen Jian attempted to drink with Dong Xue, she would pull on his arm. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, gazed at Dong Xue for half the evening, insisting on drinking with her. She soon became intoxicated, prompting Nan Jiao and Zhou Ling to assist her to the restroom. Taking advantage of the moment, Tong Chao leaned in close to Eugene and whispered, third brother, it seems that fourth brother's cafeteria is slightly larger than your son's. Eugene pretended not to hear and filled Tong Chao's glass to the brim with an ominous expression. During the banquet, Eugene inquired of Bian Xuedao whether she was his sister-in-law or classmate, but Bian Xuedao dared not answer. The dishes and wine were exquisite, and as Eugene approached the front desk to settle the bill, he discovered that Li Yu had already deposited sufficient funds. On the way back to school, Li Yu handed over the car keys to Bian Xuedao, suggesting he take Dong Xue out for a few days, as having a vehicle would be convenient. At the school gate, Eugene and Zhou Ling parted ways as they returned to their rented accommodation. As they said their goodbyes, Eugene shouted, Bian go. Don't go home tonight. Be careful not to make too much noise, or the old folks will chase you out. Just go to a hotel, if all else fails. Come to my place. The soundproofing there is excellent. Before Eugene could finish, Zhou Ling pinched him sharply. In front of the hotel, Dong Xue asked Bian Xuedao, what did Eugene mean about your home and the old folks? Bian Xuedao explained, I rented a shared kitchen. The landlord is an elderly professor who is rather strict, so I didn't take you there. Dong Xue replied, take me to see it. Bian Xuedao agreed, let's go. Upon arriving home, Professor Shen had already closed the door and retired for the night. Bian Xuedao and Dong Xue cautiously entered the room, closing the door behind them and finally exhaling in relief. Bian Xuedao's room was unlike that of an average boy his age. It was neat, clean, and orderly. Upon entering, Dong Xue immediately noticed Bian Xuedao's 2 computers and asked, are these your computers? Yes, he replied. How much is one? 10,000. Why did you buy 2? I set up a forum and need to write some programs. Having 2 allows me to keep them separate. Dong Xue then asked Bian Xuedao if he remembered their political science teacher from senior year. Instantly, an image flashed in Bian Xuedao's mind. A silhouette in a blue top, black skirt, and black stockings. I remember. Why? He responded. Teacher, Qian has gone to prison. Dong Xue revealed. For what reason? Bian Xuedao could vaguely discern the reasons behind it. Before our graduation, she had divorced her husband. It was said that last month, she and the academic director ascended a mountain together. Upon reaching the summit, Teacher Qian discreetly added something to the academic director's water, unbeknownst to him. After drinking it, he exhibited some peculiar behavior, and the 2 of them engaged in indiscretions on the mountain, allegedly twice. Subsequently, Teacher Qian pushed the extremely fatigued academic director off the mountain, leading to his demise. Although this did not hinder Bian Xuedao's comprehension, he was nonetheless astonished by Dong Xue's extraordinary narrative style. Exhausted and weary, he declared that he would not leave and lay in bed, prompting Dong Xue to playfully resist. After observing Bian Xuedao's expression for a moment, she relented, saying, "Fine, you can take me. I fear getting lost." After ensuring Dong Xue was comfortably settled, Bian Xuedao returned to the Red Mansion. He dared not return to the dormitory, knowing that if he did, he would undoubtedly be bombarded with questions by that group of boys. Distractedly, he perused a programming book until he received a text from Dong Xue. "Good night." The following day, Bian Xuedao drove Dong Xue around for a day of exploration. She was quite surprised that he could drive, and moreover, that he was so steady behind the wheel. On the third day, Li Yu and Li Sun joined the two of them on their excursion. Li Yu, armed with a camera, made silly faces, sticking out his tongue, crossing his eyes, and squatting down as if he were about to relieve himself, insisting that Bian Xuedao capture all his expressions. What was most curious was that Li Sun, typically quiet and reserved, transformed into a gregarious companion around Dong Xue, chatting away as if they had been friends for years. They laughed heartily together, and even struck goofy poses with Li Yu for photographs. It was the first time Bian Xuedao witnessed Li Sun so jubilant, much to Li Yu's exhilaration. At Bian Xuedao's suggestion, the four of them ventured to the Heart and Mind Temple. Upon entering, Bian Xuedao's demeanor became solemn, prompting Li Yu to suppress his playful antics as well. From a young age, the elders at home had imparted to Bian Xuedao that Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva shared the deepest connection with humankind, a sentiment that had lingered in his heart ever since. Upon reaching the hall of Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva, Bian Xuedao respectfully bowed 3 times. Observing this, Dong Xue knelt beside him and followed suit. Li Sun watched Dong Xue kneeling beside Bian Xuedao, her gaze profound and contemplative. Chapter 32. The passionate Ferris wheel. The group proceeded to the Dharma merchandise section, where Li Yu purchased a jade amulet for Li Sun, while Bian Xuedao acquired a bracelet made of Hainan Wangwali wood for Dong Xue. Initially, she complained about the high price and resolutely refused it. However, upon Bian Xuedao presenting it to her, she carefully donned it on her left wrist. After exiting the Heart and Mind Temple, Li Yu suggested that since they were already there, they should visit an amusement park. Li Yu took Li Sun to enjoy the bumper cars, while Dong Xue insisted that Bian Xuedao accompany her on the Ferris wheel. Having never ridden a Ferris wheel before, Bian Xuedao found himself surprisingly acrophobic halfway through the ascent. Despite his efforts to suppress his fear, his complexion paled and his body tensed up. Dong Xue gazed at him as if he were a newfound discovery. This composed, cool boy was afraid of heights. How had she not noticed this on the rooftop during their graduation last year? Was it not high enough? Observing Bian Xuedao's anxious demeanor, Dong Xue suddenly felt emboldened. Gently grasping Bian Xuedao's hand, noticing his evident nervousness as he dared not look outside, Dong Xue suddenly settled onto his lap, embracing his head and resting it against her chest. Feeling his breath and tension, and watching the buildings outside shrink into the distance, Dong Xue was overtaken by a profound desire to truly possess this man. In the next moment, she cradled Bian Xuedao's face in her hands and tenderly kissed his lips. For the initial seconds, Bian Xuedao remained ensnared in the throes of his acrophobia, bewildered by Dong Xue's fervor and sudden advance, his hands clenching the chair tightly. After a while, inhaling the intoxicating scent of Dong Xue's body and lips, his attention shifted towards her. He paused momentarily before wrapping his arms around her and, with closed eyes, sought her lips. Dong Xue playfully pecked him, lifting her head slightly before softly licking his lips. As Bian Xuedao's tongue sought hers, she retreated, only to lean in once more, capturing his tongue with her own. At that moment, Bian Xuedao felt as though he were engulfed in flames. After a prolonged period of yearning for Xu Shangxiu, in this enclosed space far from the ground, both fear and passion shattered his composure. He was a man who had tasted the pleasures of a woman, aware of its myriad delights, as if some seal within him had been torn asunder. He fervently sucked on Dong Xue's tongue, tightening his embrace as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Bian Xuedao kissed Dong Xue passionately on her lips, cheeks, nose, eyes, and forehead, his hands roaming over her back before slipping beneath her clothing, venturing further down. Dong Xue had not anticipated such an intense reaction from him. During their high school graduation, she had offered him a similar opportunity, yet he had acted like a mere log. Understanding the implications of losing control, Dong Xue did not resist. Since their encounter 3 days prior at the entrance of Dongsan University, she had deciphered the profound loneliness concealed within this man. She surrendered herself, willing to give him whatever he desired. As Dong Xue reciprocated his advances, she began to unbutton her blouse, granting him the freedom to explore her body. When Bian Xuedao nibbled at her like a famished infant, she couldn't help but envision a day when their child might draw nourishment from her. Feeling a deep sense of happiness at the thought, gradually, the screams from other amusement rides began to filter in, bringing Bian Xuedao back to reality. He buried his head in Dong Xue's chest, uncertain of how to face her, knowing she could not expect a commitment from him. Dong Xue gently kissed his hair and softly spoke, "I love you. Please do not harbor any insecurities or guilt. I truly love you. I adore your kisses on my body." As Bian Xuedao lifted his head, Dong Xue smiled and asked, "Could you help me put on my bra and fasten my blouse?" Before the college entrance examination, Bian Xuedao speculated several times about Dong Xue's measurements. Just moments ago, they engaged in playful interactions, yet remained in seamless contact. Now that their bodies had slightly separated, Bian Xuedao beheld Dong Xue's form in full, unobstructed view for the first time. His initial impression was one of grandeur, followed by a sense of purity, and finally, an appreciation for her firmness. To be candid, Dong Xue's physique surpassed that of Xu Shangxiu by twofold. In all his lifetimes, including the 2 brief encounters before marriage, Bian Xuedao deemed Dong Xue the most alluring in terms of sensuality. Noticing Bian Xuedao's dazed gaze fixated on her chest, Dong Xue felt a mix of joy, shyness, and urgency. She gently pinched Bian Xuedao, playfully chiding him. "Haven't you seen enough? Someone might notice." The moment she moved, her 2 fair treasures quivered, eliciting a sudden rush of warmth to Bian Xuedao's lower body. On the way back to school, Dong Xue made a phone call home, informing them that school had let out, and she was en route, set to arrive shortly. Upon returning to the hotel to collect her suitcase, she asked Liu if he could give her a ride, to which he readily agreed. At the entrance, before Liu, Dong Xue planted a kiss on Bian Xuedao, then entered the car. Liu gestured to Bian Xuedao as they drove away. Upon returning to the Red Mansion, Bian Xuedao opened the app and checked Binbin's profile. Noticing a new status, treading water for a year, "Is it to meet you?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. Who had Xu Shangxiu encountered? He sent a few messages to Binbin, awaiting a response, but silence lingered. Just then, a text message arrived from Dong Xue. "I have arrived home. Do not worry. Do not worry. Do not worry." Bian Xuedao found himself repetitively reflecting on these words. Is it truly possible to not worry? With the exams concluded, the holiday commenced. Bian Xuedao updated all his software and accompanied Eugene to the bank. This semester, he had earned 600,000 yuan, and Eugene received 150,000 yuan. Of course, including the proceeds from selling equipment, Eugene should possess at least 200,000 yuan. Eugene had recently acquired 2 new computers, now utilizing the super software provided by Bian Xuedao. At this time, a mere half-month's worth of dog books could fetch several thousand yuan, while a set of equipment could also command a similar price. The super software had long been developed by Bian Xuedao, but he reserved it solely for Eugene's use. This was to allow Eugene to earn some money for psychological balance and to test the software's stability, reporting any issues to him. When Eugene inquired why he wouldn't sell the super software, Bian Xuedao explained that it was a principle discussed in marketing class. A mobile manufacturer develops 10 features, launches a model with 3, sells it for a few months, then releases a new model with 5 features, and continues this cycle to maximize profit and recoup development costs. Applying this strategy to their software sales, if their software reached level 10 while the market offered only level 3, locking their software at level 4 would suffice for profitability. Once competitors reached level 4, they would introduce level 5, and so forth, ensuring greater financial gains. After listening to Bian Xuedao's words, "I have completely surrendered." After bidding farewell to his landlord, Bian Xuedao boarded the train home. On the 7th day after his return, Liu called him, informing him that his father had successfully arranged a driving school for him, urging Bian Xuedao to arrive in Songjiang in 4 days. This was an agreement made before Bian Xuedao's return home, as he intended to obtain his driver's license during this holiday. Their driving skills were undoubtedly proficient. Yet driving without a license daily was not a sustainable practice. Walking by the river often leads to wet shoes. Moreover, Bian Xuedao was aware that in a few years, the cost of obtaining a driver's license would continuously rise, making it increasingly challenging to acquire. It was an inevitable necessity, so the earlier he obtained it, the better. Within Bian Xuedao resided the soul of a man in his 30s, and his attachment to his parents and home was considerably less intense than that of his peers. During these few days at home, he handed his parents 2,000 yuan, claiming it was savings from working at a classmate's family business, and he rekindled his culinary skills, preparing meals for his parents daily. After dinner, if the weather permitted, he would take his parents for a stroll at the square in front of the city government, showing them the newly constructed properties nearby, promising that once he graduated and earned money, he would buy them a home. Although Bian Xuedao possessed hundreds of thousands, he could not disclose this to his parents, nor could he purchase a house for them at this moment. His parents, having witnessed his growth, understood him better than anyone. At 20, they were acutely aware of his capabilities. In his previous life, at the age of 20, he was still a reckless youth, returning home for the holidays only to spend his time socializing and indulging with friends. Let us wait a few more years after graduation. A significant improvement will come in due time, Bian Xuedao reassured himself. Before returning to Songjiang, Bian Xuedao informed his parents that his workplace had summoned him back. His father and mother refrained from pleading him to stay. They knew their son would eventually leave home to soar under a different sky. That night, Bian's father sat with him in the yard, engaging in a profound conversation that was both a dialogue between men and a transmission of wisdom from an elder to a younger man. Bian's father imparted that a man, even if his career is not deemed successful and his finances limited, must strive to be someone others can rely upon. He advised Bian Xuedao not to be burdened by material possessions, to read extensively and explore during his 4 years of university, and to boldly pursue any girl he admired, rather than harboring unexpressed affections. If he were to enter a relationship, he encouraged Bian to confide in him, promising to discreetly supplement his son's expenses each month. Bian's father insisted that Bian should no longer bring money home. Any surplus should be saved for personal use or to maintain friendships with classmates through outings. He emphasized that supporting Bian through university was his duty as a father, and this financial responsibility was solely his, to be utilized until he could no longer provide. Finally, he urged Bian to call home more often, as his mother frequently expressed her longing for him. That night, lying in his own bed, illuminated by the moonlight, Bian Xuedao gazed at every piece of furniture in the room and felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. The place where his parents were was truly his home. In the morning, Bian Ma insisted that cars were not as safe as trains, only departing after seeing Bian Xuedao onto the train. Through the train window, Bian Xuedao watched Bian Ma leave the platform. His desire to earn money grew more urgent. He was acutely aware that he needed to amass a substantial fortune before 2014 to ensure that he and Xu Shangxiu, along with both their parents, could lead a comfortable life, shielded from the myriad risks he could no longer foresee. Earning money was not solely for himself, but also for his loved ones. Anyone who maliciously obstructed him would be cast aside, and anyone who dared to covet what he cherished would face his wrath. Chapter 33. The kind-hearted Li Yu. The driving school experience was tranquil. Bian Xuedao was at ease while Li Yu navigated effortlessly, learning from the lesson of his past life that neglecting to give gifts often led to disadvantage. Bian Xuedao promptly gifted his instructor a fine cigarette, hoping for a bit of extra care for himself and Li Yu. Eventually, the instructor realized both were experienced and required no special attention, resulting in a markedly polite demeanor towards them. After a fortnight, 2 female students joined their group, directly following the established training schedule. One of the women seemed vaguely familiar to Bian Xuedao, though he could not quite place her. Li Yu, being well acquainted with the instructor, learned that the 2 women had originally been under another instructor's guidance. The young woman was exceptionally beautiful, drawing the instructor's unwanted attentions, which led to an uncomfortable dynamic in the car. One of the girls tolerated it, while the other responded with a sharp slap. Following this incident, the girl who struck the instructor made a phone call, resulting in the driving school manager reprimanding the instructor and transferring the 2 young women to the group led by the more professional instructor, who prioritized skill over allure. With the influx of students, everyone had to wait their turn. Initially, there was reluctance, but the 2 young women's striking beauty, particularly one with a noticeably strong temperament and connections, quelled any dissent. One day, as one of the girls practiced driving, Li Yu and Bian Xuedao stood nearby, smoking. Liu pointed to the moving car, saying, "That's the instructor who got slapped. I saw the list at our instructor. His name is Liao Liao. Quite a name, isn't it? It's a shame my language skills are lacking. I had to check the dictionary to pronounce it correctly." Young, beautiful women learning to drive are either wealthy because of their biological fathers or have rich godfathers. Either way, someone is affluent. Bian Xuedao teased Liu. "Your father is wealthy too. What about them?" "Come on. I'm a man," Liu retorted, continuing, "When I have children with Li Sun, if I have a girl, she'll call Bian Sa her godmother. If it's a boy, he'll have you as his godfather." "Is there a difference?" Bian Xuedao inquired. "Having a godfather for a girl just doesn't sit right. My daughter will only have a godmother," Liu replied earnestly. "Get lost. Don't come looking for my wife. Go find a widow to be your godmother," Bian Xuedao joked, extending his foot, prompting Liu to flee. As Liao Liao stepped out of the car, she spotted Bian Xuedao and Liu conversing beneath a tree, instantly recognizing Bian Xuedao on her first day in this group. The boy who collided with himself on the ice rink last year and nearly struck himself with a football at the stadium this year could still be encountered at the driving school, had it not been for the serendipitous change to this particular group. And had it not been for the composed gazes cast upon her by Bian Xuedao and Liao Liao would have almost doubted that this boy, like Zhuahong, was pursuing her. The boy's eyes conveyed to Liao Liao that he did not remember her. Liao Liao lacked the conflicting emotions often experienced by other girls, fearing entanglement, yet resenting neglect. In fact, she relished being overlooked, as it allowed her to adhere to her established life plans without interruption. At this stage of her life, Liao Liao neither rejected nor accepted men. Those she found agreeable could become friends. Yes, friends, but only same-sex friends in her eyes. Should they become friends, the opposite sex would also be regarded as the same sex. The notion of engaging in flirtation or transcending friendship into romance was out of the question. During her freshman year, Liao Liao secured the top position in her department in both examinations. Her ambition was to maintain this ranking for 4 consecutive years, aspiring to be a paragon of academic excellence. Liao Liao was a scholar, while Wen Shige was a hacker. Recently, Bian Xuedao discovered that Wen Shige was indeed a hacker. In fact, Bian Xuedao could also be considered a hacker, albeit one focused purely on profit, whereas Wen Shige was an offensive hacker. Not long ago, Bian Xuedao's forum for cheat codes was attacked, leaving him in a state of frustration. Why would someone target such a small forum? In a flurry, he attempted to manage the situation but soon realized he was outmatched and shut down the server. Now, analyzing the situation with Liu, he suspected that it was likely the work of competitors from the legendary cheat code community. Within their small team, Bian Xuedao was the technical core. If he could not resolve the issue, it was improbable that anyone else could. Faced with this dilemma, he thought of Wang Wenkai from the university, calling him to explain the situation and inquire if he could assist or connect him with someone familiar with hacking attacks. After a while, instead of receiving a call from Wang Wenkai, he was greeted by a call from Wen Shige. After a brief discussion to grasp the circumstances, Wen Shige asked for Bian Xuedao's location, stating he would take a taxi and arrive shortly. Liu and Eugene were already in the room when Bian Xuedao brought another person in, prompting Professor Shen to exhibit a hint of displeasure. Though he refrained from vocalizing it, Bian Xuedao felt a pang of guilt but prioritized the urgency of the situation, knowing that a day's delay could result in substantial financial loss. Upon accessing the server, Wen Shige examined the situation, retrieving a portable hard drive from his bag. Just as he was about to connect it to the computer, he paused and turned to Bian Xuedao, seeking his consent. Bian Xuedao understood the unspoken question and nodded assuredly. Through counter-tracking, Wen Shige swiftly located the source of the attack, then proceeded to search for the opponent's weak passwords before launching his own counterattack. Some aspects of the process were comprehensible to Bian Xuedao, while others eluded him. At this moment, he sought not to comprehend, but to prevail over the adversary. Within the hacker community, there exists a unique method of information exchange. After a while, Wen Shige lifted his gaze, announcing that the opponent had surrendered. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. Bian Xuedao shook his head, deeming it best to leave matters as they were. Reconciliation was the wisest choice. The opposing party feared not Bian Xuedao, but rather Wen Shige. The hacker community often possesses peculiar traits. If one were to provoke another in a moment of impulsiveness, it could lead to relentless scrutiny and mischief, with the burden of seeking assistance from master when becoming an uncomfortable routine. Engaging in self-study? Where would one find the energy for that? After escorting Master Wen downstairs, he remarked, "This is my second visit to your school. I didn't take a good look last time. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" Understanding that Master Wen had something to discuss, I agreed. "Of course, I'll show you around." We walked for quite some distance when Master Wen inquired, "Are you involved in creating cheats?" Aware that if Master Wen glimpsed the forum, my secret would likely be unveiled, I responded affirmatively. "How long have you been doing this?" I began preparing for it when I first approached Wen Kai to purchase a computer, but it only started to take shape this year. Master Wen listened, non-committal. Whose idea was it to create cheats? I mean, including the two individuals from earlier. It was my idea. Who possesses the technical skills? I do. Aren't you studying international trade? I've self-studied a few programming books. Impressive. I smiled, remaining silent, leaning against the parallel bars and gazing at the sports field. Master Wen continued, "I know quite a few individuals with commendable technical skills. Some are employed in companies in Beijing, while others showcase their talents here and there. And some spend their days immersed in various forums, engaging in trickery. In such a vast market. It's remarkable that someone studying international trade like you discovered this and succeeded. Is it possible that those studying economics possess an inherent knack for making money?" At this point, Master Wen chuckled to himself. "I must take my leave now. I'll ponder this further and reach out to you once I have some ideas. By the way, if those individuals attempt any further mischief, do let me know." With that, Master Wen headed towards the school gate. Initially, I had 2,000 yuan on me. But as we walked, I suddenly felt it prudent to refrain from revealing the money. If I did, Master Wen would likely turn hostile. The forum had resumed, and I intended to inform my sales team upon returning. Observing Liu engrossed in managing the forum, I counted out 3,000 from the cabinet, adding it to the 2,000 in my pocket to total 5,000, which I placed beside Liu. "What is this for?" Liu asked. "It's your remuneration. At this rate, it won't be long before you need glasses, so take it and buy some cod liver oil." "What else with the expensive cod liver oil?" "No, you should keep it. Take it to buy a few outfits for Li Sun," I insisted. Liu paused, laying down his mouse. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. You can't make me take it. You must take it." Liu picked up the money, counted it, contemplated for a moment, then said, "Come, follow me to a place." Liu drove, and I sat in the passenger seat. We meandered through winding paths until we entered an alley. Upon knocking on a door and entering the courtyard, an elderly woman with a shock of white hair sat on a stool, bending down to pick yellow beans from a winnowing basket. The entire yard was eerily quiet, save for the sound of the beans clinking together. Liu took out 1,000 yuan and placed it in the elderly woman's hand. After surveying the surroundings, he gathered several woven bags containing coal and led me out. We proceeded to the second, third, fourth, and finally the fifth household, where we encountered an elderly man whose spouse had passed away years ago, leaving behind 2 children, one deceased due to illness and the other lost to an accident. An elderly man resides alone in an old building measuring over 20 square meters, sustaining his life on a meager pension and collecting scraps to sell each day. The old man is in good spirits and evidently recognizes Liu, greeting him with a hearty conversation upon his entrance. At this moment, Bian Xuedao observes that the elderly gentleman's hearing may not be quite sharp, as Liu speaks loudly to him. The first 4 transactions were all for 1,000. Here, Liu leaves 1 bill and hands 900 to the old man. The elder, grasping Liu's hand, insists on returning the money, pushing it back with conviction while exclaiming, "Thank you, my child. Just coming to see me is enough. No need for money. Truly, I have enough. You mustn't always give me your money." Ultimately, Liu leaves the money with the elderly man. As he exits, the old man stands at the door, watching Liu and Bian Xuedao descend the stairs, waving continuously. When Bian Xuedao glances back, he notices the old man smile, radiant with satisfaction and innocence. Near the school, Liu disembarks and enters a pharmacy, soon emerging with a bag in hand. Once back in the vehicle, he tosses the bag to Bian Xuedao, exclaiming, "It's so expensive. A bottle of cod liver oil costs 24. With 100 yuan, I can only buy 4 bottles. How long will that last?" As he starts the engine and turns into the school's parking lot, Liu turns to Bian Xuedao and asks, "When will the next salary be issued, Boss Bian?" Upon returning to the red building, Bian Xuedao writes code while Liu manages the forum. As Liu munches on a banana, he inquires how to deal with a few posts that are somewhat inappropriate. Bian Xuedao asks Liu to read a segment from one of the posts. After Liu reads it, Bian Xuedao instructs to lock the post and issue a warning. Li Yu responds, understood, Boss Bian. He reads another section, and Bian Xuedao decides to delete it and blacklist the user. Li Yu again affirms, understood, Boss Bian. Bian Xuedao warns, if you don't speak properly, I'll deduct your salary. To which Li Yu responds, understood, Boss Bian. Bian Xuedao falls silent thereafter. Bian Xuedao created the forum to attract traffic and promote his various free scripts and cheats. He does not wish for it to become a platform for inappropriate remarks. Regardless of whether those individuals are genuinely concerned for the nation or harbor ulterior motives, he will blacklist them all, locking out malicious registrants. Li Yu is quite fascinated by the authority Bian Xuedao wields over the fates of others, leading Bian Xuedao to remark, if you were in a position of power, you would surely be a harsh ruler. Li Yu retorts, I am kind-hearted indeed. In the evening, Bian Xuedao sends a text to Dong Shui, where are you? Dong Shui replies, in Hainan. Bian Xuedao responds, stay safe and rest early. Dong Shui replies, yes, you too. I miss you. Chapter 034. The debate on cheating software and drugs. It is Li Yu's grandfather's birthday, and the entire family has traveled out of town to celebrate. Feeling bored and alone, Bian Xuedao recalls the little boys he hasn't seen on the soccer field for quite some time. He decides to investigate the makeshift housing area behind the school and approaches a small rental bookshop. Upon entering, he finds the interior dimly lit, with novels and comics arranged side by side on wooden shelves, and the air carries a peculiar scent. Bian Xuedao glances casually at the bookshelf and asks a man fiddling with a radio on the bed, does Sujio live here? The man, realizing Bian Xuedao is not there to rent books but to inquire about Sujio, becomes less cordial and heads out to work. Where do you work? Bian Xuedao asks. The man gestures toward the water station at the corner. Thank you, Bian Xuedao replies. In the modestly sized so-called water station, there was a middle-aged woman who, without inquiring, wandered nearby. After more than 10 minutes, Duan Shifeng, and I Hung, Sujio, and Cheng Daki returned, riding a tricycle. Upon seeing Bian Xuedao, they were taken aback. As they approached, Cheng Daki inquired, are you looking for us, Brother Bian? Bian Xuedao nodded, replying, yes, I have no classes today, just taking a stroll. Wait a moment. I'll settle the bill with the proprietress, Sujio said. Shortly thereafter, several boys emerged, with Sujio holding 15 yuan. Bian Xuedao refrained from asking questions, recognizing that the children, too, had their secrets and pride. Do you have time now? Bian Xuedao asked. Yes, the boys replied. Let us go get something to eat, he suggested. The boys, aware of Bian Xuedao's generosity, were elated. What do you want to eat? Dumplings? Or McDonald's? Dumplings. McDonald's. Faced with their indecision, Bian Xuedao invoked the essence of democratic centralism. Then we shall have dumplings. As the dumplings began to dwindle, Bian Xuedao encouraged the children to continue eating while he took Cheng Daki outside, hailing a taxi and instructing the driver to head to the nearest McDonald's. At McDonald's, Bian Xuedao ordered enough food for 10 people, each carrying 2 large bags as they returned to the dumpling shop by taxi, leading the children to the red building. Bian Xuedao ascended the stairs to retrieve 2 tents, a moisture-proof mat, and a deck of cards he had purchased during the Dragon Boat Festival. Before the small troop made their way to the main building, exhausted yet exhilarated, they climbed to the rooftop, where, after a brief respite, Bian Xuedao set up the tents and directed the children to fetch a table and several chairs from the classroom below. The rooftop camping commenced, filled with food, drink, and merriment, much to the delight of the boys. Bian Xuedao found himself inexplicably drawn to these children, yearning for conversation and a respite from his thoughts. After a time of play, they lay within the tents, conversing. The 4 boys came from challenging backgrounds. Some had parents who were divorced, while others had lost one or both parents. Sujio lived with his brother-in-law. He recounted that his parents had him at the age of 40, only to pass away in a car accident shortly thereafter, leaving him to be raised by his sister. His sister, strikingly beautiful, had married a brother-in-law who was financially well off at the time. Years prior, he had been a football player, having played in the top league during the 1990s. But his career was cut short due to involvement in match fixing, resulting in a devastating injury to his right leg. Subsequently, his sister fell gravely ill, and despite her husband's desperate attempts to save her with all his resources, she could not be saved. After borrowing money from former teammates, he opened a football school. But due to his lack of business acumen, it deteriorated, ultimately leading him to run a second-hand bookstore behind Dongsan University. The football school at the repair shop was merely a way to pass the time and distract himself. The boys all shared a passion for football and exhibited commendable physical prowess. Xu Shangxiu's brother-in-law acknowledged the benefits of using football to improve their fitness, but firmly opposed the idea of pursuing a professional football career. Standing on the rooftop, Bian Xuedao gazed into the distance and posed a rather conventional question to the boys beside him. "What are your dreams?" "I want to be a player and earn a lot of money," replied an Ihong. "I long to traverse time and revisit my sister." "This is Xu Shangxiu. I yearn to journey around the globe." "This is Cheng Daki. I dream of residing on a desolate planet." "This is Duan Qifeng. I wish to stand here and relieve myself." "This is Bian Xuedao. Dreams, at times, are not merely the unattainable aspirations we yearn for, but rather the endeavors we are capable of yet hesitate to pursue. As long as you conquer your inner fears and take action, your dreams may become within reach." The following day, Bian Xuedao accompanied 4 boys to visit 5 elderly individuals whom Liu had previously introduced him to, assisting them in tidying their homes and engaging in some physical labor. On the 3rd day, Bian Xuedao led the boys to Tiaosher Street, where they found a gushing sporting goods store. Pointing to the Adidas, Nike, and Li Ning stores, he encouraged them to choose complete football gear, proclaiming that he would cover the expenses. The boys, astonished, stood still in disbelief. Bian Xuedao urged, "You have only 20 minutes. After that, you will need to pay for yourselves." In an instant, the boys dashed away. An Ihong selected a set from Nike, Duan Qifeng chose Adidas, and Xu Shangxiu opted for Li Ning, while Cheng Daki mixed and matched. Bian Xuedao also selected a pair of sneakers for himself and inquired about Xu Shangxiu's shoe size, subsequently purchasing him a pair of Adidas as well. Elated, the boys returned home, and as they approached the vicinity of the Red Building, a call came from Brother One, asking Bian Xuedao if he had time to meet him near the university's shelter. Upon arrival, Brother One was already waiting. Once seated, he candidly stated, "Next year, I will graduate with my master's degree. I find myself ill-suited for a conventional job. I wish to embark on my own venture. I will provide the expertise. Are you interested?" Bian Xuedao took a sip of tea and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Develop games," Brother One exclaimed. Bian Xuedao was taken aback, asking, "How much startup capital do you require?" 500,000, Brother One replied. "Developing games? Is that sufficient? Furthermore, what if the game fails to resonate with audiences?" After a moment of contemplation, Brother One asserted, "I have conducted extensive research on the excitement points of Legend. I am confident it will succeed." Bian Xuedao responded, "Well, we can attempt Legend, but others can as well. You must be aware of the replicative capabilities of our compatriots. Moreover, game development takes time. By the time our game launches, it may already be outdated." Brother One admitted he had not considered that and asked, "What ideas do you have?" Bian Xuedao revealed, "My thoughts align closely with yours. We are both inclined towards Legend." Brother One looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. Bian Xuedao continued, "We could create private servers." "Private servers? Where would we obtain the source code?" Brother One queried. "We shall find a way. Do not forget, this game was purchased from Korea and has been live for 2 years, Bian Xuedao replied. Brother One pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Bian Xuedao added, "Additionally, we must continue developing cheats." "You mean cheats for Legend?" Brother One asked. "No. If possible, we should create cheats for all lucrative games available in the market," Bian Xuedao concluded. "I perceive that Legend merely marks the inception of the flourishing era of online gaming. Observing the lucrative success of Legend, it is inevitable that more companies will invest in its development. What if the operators resolutely ban cheats?" In response, when Shige inquires, Bian Xuedao remarks that such a determination is inherently challenging to establish. Furthermore, not all operators possess the requisite courage. Cheats are akin to a narcotic within the game. A single use can lead to dependency and addiction. In a server, if even a few individuals engage in cheating, others will inevitably feel the unfairness and follow suit, thereby facilitating rapid proliferation. At this juncture, operators face 2 choices, to ban or to tolerate. Firstly, regarding the ban, achieving this is no simple feat to comprehensively eradicate cheats. Game operators must unite and collectively eliminate all cheats, implementing targeted measures while seeking governmental assistance to establish effective legal documentation. Should this strategy come to fruition, cheats would be thoroughly vanquished. However, given the narrow-minded mentality prevalent among most operators, such unity appears fundamentally unattainable. As long as the quality of games is comparable, if 10 operators ban cheats and 1 does not, players are bound to gravitate towards the game that permits cheats, leading to a scenario where some benefit while others suffer, ultimately dismantling the alliance against cheats. Moreover, even if cheats were successfully eradicated, what repercussions would ensue? Characters within the game maintain friendships. Banning one may lead to the loss of 2 additional players, resulting in a total decrease of 3 participants. Even if operators possess the resolve, what awaits them? As I have previously stated, cheats can lead to addiction. Once players have acclimatized to the presence of cheats, prohibiting their use renders the game unplayable for the majority. Thus, considering popularity and revenue, most operators tend to adopt a lenient stance towards cheats, turning a blind eye as long as the transgressions are not egregious. As for tolerance, it is implausible. At most, there exists a tacit understanding among them. Cheats will accelerate the decline of the game, prompting operators to hasten the monetization process. Or they may even join the ranks of cheat creators, developing and selling cheats to maximize profits. Hence, as long as they exercise caution and self-preservation, engaging in cheats can yield quick profits for several years. When Shige gazed at Bian Xuedao, suddenly perceiving his eyes as a vortex, profound, dark, and inscrutable, leading to unknown depths. Chapter 035, dedicated to Li Sun the day after their meeting at the shelter, when Shige visited Dongsan University to meet Bian Xuedao. The two sought out a refreshment parlor, finalizing the specific details of their collaboration. When Shige would contribute 30,000 in technical expertise, while Bian Xuedao would invest 270,000, collectively establishing a studio focused on cheat development and private servers, with profits split evenly between them. In conclusion, Bian Xuedao made a modest request to bundle his website with the cheats developed in the studio, seeking to garner some traffic, to which when Shige readily acquiesced without hesitation. Subsequently, they jointly drafted a written contract, printing it for each to sign and affix their seals. It was at this moment that Bian Xuedao learned that when Shige's full name was Wen Songqian. Bian Xuedao informed Wen Shige that he should return the following afternoon to collect the funds. Upon returning home, Bian Xuedao contemplated for an extended period, fully aware that guiding Wen Shige down this path bore both benefits and drawbacks. The benefit lies in liberating oneself, allowing others to generate profit on one's behalf. The drawback, however, is that Master Wen is not a man of the present, and it is uncertain how long their close collaboration can endure, inevitably leading to financial disadvantages for oneself. Nevertheless, Bian Xuedao still believes it is imperative to proceed in this manner. In the realm of external plugins, he can only reap the benefits he has thus far. Any further gains are bound to be hampered by limitations in technology and manpower. Moreover, this industry has begun to reveal its contours, with competition among plugins intensifying in the marketplace. Given Bian Xuedao's current technical capabilities, the challenges are likely to escalate. As for private servers, they are even more restrictive. For Bian Xuedao, as long as he recoups the investment of 270,000, he will consider it not a loss. The reason Bian Xuedao, for the first time, engaged in extensive dialogue with Master Wen and showcased numerous insights was to establish himself as a perceptive partner in Wen's eyes, fostering a sense of strategic reliance. Even if, hypothetically, Master Wen were to disregard this matter, in a few months, Miracle will launch, and the profit potential from its plugins will rival that of Legend. While their discussion centered around 270,000, Bian Xuedao resolved to present Master Wen with 300,000 the following day. He intends to convey his character and style through his actions. Having already secured 270,000, the additional 30,000 is inconsequential. If this surplus alleviates any financial calculations Master Wen might have against him, it would not be in vain, considering that withdrawing 300,000 from the campus bank would draw too much attention. Bian Xuedao made an appointment at the nearest industrial and commercial bank outside the campus for the following day. The lobby manager confirmed his request 3 times. Although Bian Xuedao contemplated a bank transfer, he believed that handing 300,000 directly to Master Wen would carry a greater impact. Money is power. Bian Xuedao aims to seize every opportunity to convey a sense of strength to Master Wen, hoping to foster a lasting air of caution in their dealings. Upon arriving at the bank, the lobby manager verified Bian Xuedao's withdrawal intent and, seeing the long queues at both windows, escorted him to the VIP area. A beautiful young woman attended to him, checked his identification, and began processing his transaction. Once everything was settled and Bian Xuedao had stowed the money in a paper bag, The woman inquired if he was interested in becoming a client of the bank. Bian Xuedao replied to hold off for now. The woman pursued him, asking if she could have his phone number. Bian Xuedao jotted down his number. In a corner of a beef noodle shop on the main street, Bian Xuedao called Wen Songqian to come and retrieve the money. When Master Wen arrived, Bian Xuedao handed him the paper bag and quietly informed him that it contained 300,000, advising him to keep the 30,000 for emergencies. Aren't you afraid I'll abscond with the money? Master Wen asked half-jokingly. Bian Xuedao replied, doubt breeds distrust. Trust begets trust. Master Wen nodded slightly, looking at Bian Xuedao. After finishing his noodles in silence, Bian Xuedao asked Master Wen, does your school host regular English salons or similar events? Master Wen replied, yes, the Foreign Languages Institute collaborates with international students and the business hall, along with professional translators from the provincial publishing group. They have organized such events for several years now, held every weekend at a fixed CAF, with larger gatherings on the first and third weekends of each month. Bian Xuedao expressed his desire to find a better salon to refine his spoken language skills, suggesting that upon returning, he would inquire about joining the salon. He envisioned a future where their interactions would not be so sporadic, and unless exceptional circumstances arose, they would meet twice a month at the salon. Wenshij nodded in agreement, assuring Bian Xuedao that he would seek information upon his return. After finishing his meal, Wenshij departed first. Bian Xuedao lingered for a while, feeling lighthearted as he exited the noodle shop and wandered aimlessly along the sidewalk. He retrieved his phone, dialed home to convey that he was doing well, and then searched for Dong Shui's number, only to be met with the message that the phone was turned off. Li Yu returned and, in between driving practice, insisted on rehearsing guitar pieces with Bian Xuedao. Bian Xuedao, feeling overwhelmed, proposed to compose a piece for him. Li Yu immediately ceased playing, eagerly responding that he had been waiting for such a suggestion. Reflecting on a melody from his memory, Bian Xuedao hummed I Must Have You by Chopsticks Brothers. Li Yu listened in a daze, then inquired about the tune. What song is that? He asked. A piece. Bian Xuedao replied. Can it be played on the guitar? No. Then what use is your humming? Why must it be played on the guitar? Can't you just bring a piano to school? Li Yu's gaze turned unfriendly. Have you heard F. Elise? Bian Xuedao countered. What does that have to do with anything? You could name my hummed tune for Li Sun. Will naming it for Li Sun allow it to be played on the guitar? Are you the guitar? Why do you keep bringing it up? I'm a dog, Bian Xuedao retorted, entirely exasperated, ensuring Li Yu had no chance to interject. You can take my hummed tune, find a music studio, and have them arrange it with the instruments I mentioned. Then, label it for Li Sun and upload it online. When you wish to impress Li Sun, simply find a computer to play it for her. Seeing Li Yu still pondering, Bian Xuedao continued, it's all the same expense. Flowers wilt, clothes fray, gold wears down. Computers become obsolete, and condoms serve only once. Yet music is eternal. As long as this song is recorded, even 50 years from now, it will stand as a testament to your love for Li Sun, provided you live to see that time. All right, Li Yu responded, and promptly left to seek out the music studio. When Bian Xuedao observed the studio Li Yu had chosen, he nearly collapsed in despair. The equipment resembled that of a university art troupe, and he was deeply concerned they might resort to using a dual cassette recorder for their track. As the other party began to tout their musical qualifications and professional standards, Bian Xuedao apologetically pulled Li Yu out, exclaiming, Brother, are you joking? Li Yu retorted, I checked. This place is the cheapest. Bian Xuedao was at a loss for words, incredulous that Li Yu, who spent money like water, suddenly thought of frugality in this matter. How much could the difference be between this and the most expensive option? Are you planning to deduct it from my salary? Li Yu interjected immediately. Bian Xuedao, feeling dizzy with anger, blinked for a long moment before firmly telling Li Yu, take me to the most expensive one. Listen here, when I marry, you'll pay double. The most expensive options always have their reasons. In a professional recording studio, equipped with an adept post-production room, the two secretaries serving Bian Xuedao exhibited remarkable expertise, delivering a rapid-fire list of prices akin to a cat being pursued by a dog. Bian Xuedao, adopting an air of affluence, reclined on the sofa and instructed the secretary to summon the person in charge, casually requesting a selection of their finest works. Shortly thereafter, a jovial, portly middle-aged man entered, rubbing his hands together with a smile, inquiring if the two gentlemen were there to record a song and if they had the score. He assured them they had come to the right place and invited them to listen to their productions. After sampling a couple of pieces, the melody struck them as rather ordinary, leaving Bian Xuedao and Li Yu unable to discern any nuances. Nodding, Bian Xuedao asked the man to cease the playback, stating that he had no score but could hum the tune, and inquired if he would handle it or if a more knowledgeable individual should be brought in. The middle-aged man paused, yet clearly accustomed to such requests, cheerfully replied that he would find a skilled person to assist. The individual who was brought in was a tall, lean man with a noodle-like hairstyle. After setting up the recording equipment, he expressionlessly instructed Bian Xuedao to hum the tune. Once recorded, he listened to it twice, transcribed a simple score, and approached the electronic organ, tentatively experimenting with the notes. After a brief moment without speaking, he glanced at Bian Xuedao and Li Yu. Li Yu stepped back, pointing towards Bian Xuedao, who meticulously indicated where the tall man's playing diverged from his intended vision. The entire composition was played through, and the tall man repeated it, asking Bian Xuedao where he had heard such a melody, to which Bian Xuedao replied, "In a dream." Over the course of 3 consecutive days, Bian Xuedao meticulously refined everything from instruments to arrangements, eventually enlisting the help of a long-haired man whose understanding of composition was evidently superior to that of the tall man. Even Bian Xuedao, who could only describe his unconventional compositions through vocal techniques, found himself nodding in agreement after several attempts. On the 5th day, the studio secured a female vocalist to provide harmonies. By the 6th day, Bian Xuedao and Li Yu stepped into the recording booth. "I must wait for you, woof woof. You are my one and only in this lifetime, woof woof. As long as I continue to breathe, woof woof, I shall not easily give you up." Li Yu expressed great satisfaction with the lyrics Bian Xuedao had crafted, feeling they resonated deeply with him. Yet he was less pleased with the barking sounds and requested their removal. 2 days later, the studio sent Bian Xuedao a rough cut online, where he identified several areas needing refinement via phone. After another 2 days, the studio invited them to listen to the complete track. Upon completion, Bian Xuedao felt a pang of remorse towards the Chopstick brothers. To express gratitude, Li Yu coined a name for their duo by merging homophones from their names, dubbing them Encounter Group, which Bian Xuedao later elegantly revised to Encounter Brothers. On the 2nd day after the commencement of classes at Dongsan University, many students discovered the song dedicated to Li Sun by Encounter Brothers online. This lively and catchy melody, infused with quirky elements, rapidly spread across the internet, leading to a significant surge in search popularity. Concurrently, the collaborative work by Professor Yin and Bian Xuedao, titled My Perspective on China's Entry into the WTO, also experienced a notable rise in interest. Chapter 036, Earning 100,000 in a week, the essay My Views on China's Accession to the WTO garnered significant attention after its publication in a prominent domestic journal. What insights does it provide? Firstly, it suggests that within a decade, China may ascend to become the world's largest goods exporter. However, with the increasing scarcity of resources and the mounting global environmental concerns, the effective utilization of the service sector, capital, and the openness to foreign investment will be crucial for the transformation and upgrading of China's economy and society in the future. Some have remarked, how audacious. In 2001, China's total trade exports amounted to $249.2 billion, ranking 7th globally. Is it truly that simple to leap from 7th to 1st by 2011? Secondly, should Chinese enterprises fail to swiftly integrate into the WTO regulations, they will soon find themselves as the country most frequently subjected to anti-dumping investigations, a trend that is likely to persist for some time. Critics question, the most? On what basis do they assert that? Thirdly, due to a lack of relevant knowledge and talent, as well as a reluctance to engage in cumbersome or costly processes, many Chinese enterprises with a narrow perspective may not actively respond to international trade disputes. This negligence could provoke a growing number of nations to initiate anti-dumping investigations against China, leading to a sharp increase in the anti-dumping duties imposed on Chinese exported products and industries. It is imperative to enhance the training of Chinese enterprises in legal and regulatory knowledge, while simultaneously fostering specialized personnel adept at handling trade disputes. Detractors have commented, how can they presume to judge whether others should respond or not? This is sheer alarmism. Fourthly, post-accession. Chinese enterprises must embrace 3 key concepts: learning to operate according to international rules, establishing a mindset to leverage comparative advantages, and promptly forming import-export chambers and industry associations for effective mediation. Some have criticized, are these ideas novel? Not at all. I have articulated them myself. Various experts and scholars have either supported or criticized my views on China's accession across different media platforms. Recently, Professor Yin has experienced a surge in phone calls, with numerous media outlets eager to discuss the topic of accession with him. After years of academic endeavor, he has finally become a media darling. Prompting introspection, no wonder so many relish in nonsensical rhetoric and bold proclamations. Fortune favors the brave, and audacity breeds fame. Having purchased over 10 copies of the journal containing my views on China's accession to keep at home, and 2 more in his office, Professor Yin occasionally revisits the text. As he peruses it, he often finds himself twisting the lid of his teacup, reflecting on how certain sections could have been bolder and more sensational, potentially yielding even greater impact. Leaning back in his chair for a moment, his spirits lifted, he lightly touzles his hair, applying some pressure to his waist and gently rocking his chair. This approach is acceptable. We must seek progress within stability, he muses. He resolves that a copy of this publication should be gifted to a student named Bian. With this thought in mind, Professor Yin picks up the phone, retrieves the number for Bian Xuedao written on a piece of paper, and dials. Bian Xuedao held the journal gifted to him by Professor Yin, the echoes of the professor's words still resonating in his ears. Little Bian, our paper has been published. I bought you a copy. Keep it well, for it will prove useful in the future. The playful nickname Little Bian and the collective we used by Professor Yin made Bian Xuedao want to smile. Yet he found himself unable to do so. In recent days, when Song Qian had called Bian Xuedao several times, informing him that the house had been rented, the computer purchased, and the staff arranged, they were merely awaiting the attendance of their principal shareholder for guidance. Bian Xuedao chuckled as he replied, "Senior brother, you know how it is at the start of the semester. So much to handle. I even failed 2 courses last semester, and the professors are chasing me for retakes." He expressed his trust in Wen Songqian's judgment, suggesting that he should proceed with arrangements while Bian Xuedao managed his unique circumstances, urging him to invest more effort in their shared venture. After hanging up, Bian Xuedao set aside thoughts of visiting the studio. As it had just opened, it was crucial for Wen Songqian to establish his authority, and Bian Xuedao did not wish to interfere. Moreover, since the studio was situated on Wen Songqian's turf, he felt it was best to remain at a distance. Guidance. This was not about attracting clients for commerce, and there was no need to consider foot traffic. The personnel were likely all familiar faces of Wen Songqian, leaving little room for his input. After all, he had entrusted his funds to Wen Songqian, and as long as he did not overstep, Wen Songqian should understand how to proceed. Bian Xuedao resolved to observe for a while. If Wen Songqian proved to be a worthy partner, he would offer suggestions in the future, and they could share in the profits. If not, they could part ways amicably and meet again only as competitors. Dong Shui seemed quite occupied, as her responses to messages were consistently delayed. It struck Bian Xuedao that during their encounters, she often inquired about his affairs, while he rarely showed interest in her life. He decided he would visit Dong Shui in Tianjin during the upcoming National Day holiday to see her living and studying environment. That evening, he had an elective class to attend, one he had chosen at the end of the previous semester titled Nutrition and Gourmet Cuisine, a course irresistible to food enthusiasts and aspiring gourmets alike. Arriving for the first class of the new semester, Bian Xuedao found the lecture hall bustling, more so than during the school year opening ceremony. He spotted an empty seat in the 3rd row on the right side and moved to sit down. Noticing that the 3 seats to his left were vacant but adorned with a tablecloth, books, and snacks, indicating the presence of 3 girls, Bian Xuedao maliciously speculated whether the trio had fallen ill from their indulgences and were now away in the restroom. He pondered whether he should switch seats should they return with an unpleasant odor. As he turned to find another seat, the 3 girls returned, standing beside him, awaiting his rise so they could pass. Unbeknownst to him, he remained focused on his search for a seat, not realizing they were waiting. One of the girls, unable to contain herself, nudged him, prompting Bian Xuedao to finally notice their presence. He smiled apologetically, allowing them to pass. As he settled into his seat, he realized that the girl next to him was none other than Liao, the student who had slapped the driving instructor and subsequently joined their group. As Bian Xuedao contemplated his return to his seat, his phone vibrated, revealing a call from Liu. Recently, Liu had become fervently enthusiastic about managing the forum, making it impossible for him to refrain from involvement. Bian cursed himself for being so foolish as to pay him for such tasks, and for recording songs without reason. During the call, Liu inquired about how to handle a particular post. Bian, bewildered, replied, "Brother, I am currently in class. You should manage it yourself." Liu responded affirmatively. Yet, not 10 minutes later, Liu called again, stating that he had struggled with a post for quite some time, but had failed to resolve it. "Boss Bian, could you assist me?" he pleaded. With no other option, Bian instructed, "Recite it to me." After listening, Bian concluded, "Delete it and block the user." After a brief interlude of 7 or 8 minutes, the phone vibrated anew, prompting a curious glance from Liao. The girl beside Liao thought to herself, another pretentious individual trying to ingratiate themselves with Liao. Their incessant calls suggest they are busy and successful, surely a prearranged act with their dorm mates. Bian answered the call, and before Liu could utter a word, he barked, "Any uncertainty should be blocked. If you call again, I will deduct from your salary." Upon hearing this, the girl beside Liao was further convinced of her thoughts. Deducting someone as salary? That was an excessive display of pretense. The phone vibrated once more. This time it was Dong Shui. Bian swiftly gathered his belongings and seized the opportunity to leave, realizing that he could no longer focus on the class. Thanks to the auxiliary code Bian had provided, when Shige's studio had swiftly found its footing, practically from the moment of its establishment. Composed primarily of students from the university, the studio was a gathering of prodigies who had once been scattered individuals but now united by the common goal of profit. The energy released was astounding, both when Shige and Bian were astonished. Within a week, merely a week, the studio had developed the Tianji cheat, which, due to its convenience, power, and stability, eclipsed all established cheats, including those crafted by Bian himself. Moreover, several members of the studio possessed extensive online connections. Many of their classmates and seniors operated their own websites for leisure, and each corner of the internet seemed to harbor friends of theirs, facilitating rapid promotion of the cheat. In just 1 week, the bank account received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Chapter 037. The provocation of Zhuahong. When Bian received a call from Wenshige, he was already at the entrance of Dongsan University. In a small private room of the campus refreshment hall, Wenshige handed Bian a waste bag containing 50,000 yuan. Glancing inside, Bian extracted 3 bundles, pocketed them, and returned the bag to Wenshige with a grin, saying, "It's my first earnings. I'll distribute some to the studio members to boost morale. Let me be clear. This is a one-time occurrence. Whatever you offer next time, I will take in full." Wenshige merely smiled. "How do you plan to reward them?" Bian inquired. Wenshige replied, "I will take 20,000 and distribute the rest equally among everyone." Bian shook his head. That method of distribution is unsustainable. In the first week, each person receives several thousand. What about the next week? What will happen thereafter? Will there be distributions? How much will be allocated? Will they be dissatisfied with a lesser amount? He continued, "Are the individuals in the studio stakeholders through their skills, or are they on a salary?" When Shige remarked, "Let's take our salaries." Bian Xuedao nodded in agreement, saying, "This is quite commendable. I have a few thoughts to share as a partner, which you may consider as advisory." When Shige glanced at Bian Xuedao, prompting him to continue, Bian Xuedao stated, "As a leader, it is vital to share joy with the people. Yet it is even more crucial to leverage these funds to establish authority and encourage progress. Firstly, salaries must be distributed to showcase tangible results, motivating everyone to persevere. Secondly, nominal payments should be minimal. A few hundred will suffice, while the remaining funds should be allocated under the guise of rewards. Each recipient should have a designation, such as technical support, golden ideas, or effective promotion. If no specific label fits, one could simply state they arrive early and leave late, treating the studio like home. Thirdly, payments should not be uniform. There must be a hierarchy. Those who contribute more should receive greater rewards, while those with lesser contributions should receive less, thereby fostering a competitive atmosphere. This approach has the added benefit that, over the months, the standards for remuneration will rise, allowing for the possibility of withholding payments in the future without dissent. When Shige, momentarily speechless, finally managed to utter, "Has the education level of your school's international trade program truly reached such heights?" Bian Xuedao chose to disregard the technical man's astonishment, straightened his posture, and addressed Wenshige with a more serious tone. "Old one," he said. The familiarity of this address took Wenshige by surprise, but he quickly comprehended its implication and nodded earnestly. Bian Xuedao continued. We must both understand that our studio is a business, not merely a gathering of like-minded friends playing house. Therefore, proper regulations must be established, and a reward and punishment system should be implemented promptly. A team must have a solid foundation. When Shige stirred his milkshake with a small spoon, remaining silent for a long while, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Bian Xuedao encouraged him, don't overthink it. If you must ponder, do so later. Recently, I conceptualized a new feature for an external tool, and I would appreciate your insight on its technical feasibility. I've contemplated it for several days, but my foundation is too weak to grasp certain aspects. Upon hearing the mention of technology, when Shige's demeanor transformed, and he exclaimed, speak. Bian Xuedao elaborated, I wish to develop an offline tool, essentially allowing players to engage in the game without logging in. They can utilize the external tool to play. There were several aspects in Bian Xuedao's proposition that Shige needed to consider further. As Bian Xuedao escorted Shige to the school gate, he cheerfully patted his pocket filled with money, saying, it is truly the expertise of professionals like you that empowers us. It used to take me a month to earn this much. Collaborating with you has been my wisest decision. Shige adeptly played along, replying, without your reminders and investments, we wouldn't achieve this. Let us aim for a win-win situation. He added, by the way, this weekend, I will be attending an English salon, and I shall take you along next week. On the weekend, the first gathering of the new semester for dormitories 717 and 603 took place. Over nearly a year of interaction, especially after their joint venture during the Dragon Boat Festival, the atmosphere between the two dorms had become remarkably harmonious, akin to that of longtime friends. At the dining table, everyone shared amusing anecdotes from their respective holidays. Even Su, Yi, and Li Sun, typically reserved, recounted their own embarrassing experiences. The atmosphere shifted from pointless drinking games to lively conversations, culminating in spontaneous toasts. Just as the mood reached its peak, the door swung open, revealing 4 young men. The foremost, with short hair and keen eyes, held 2 bottles of white liquor. His smile contrasted with the coldness in his gaze. The 3 others, tall and robust, clearly athletes, followed closely behind. The girls from room 603 tensed at the sight of these newcomers. Nan Jiao stood up to greet them, exclaiming, Zhuaheng, what a coincidence to see you here. Let us step outside for a moment. Zhuaheng remained stationary, his gaze scanning the table until it settled on Chun Jian beside Sui. Chun Jian, is it? I've heard about you. You're from the student council. Lao Kong, the head of the council, is my buddy. He continued, I hope you don't mind my intrusion today. I simply wish to share a drink with the gentlemen present and foster future camaraderie. With that, he placed Chun Jian's freshly filled beer glass aside and called out to his companion, Lao-san, could you fetch some additional cups from the waiter? As Zhuaheng spoke, Su Yi clung tightly to Chun Jian's arm, her gaze fixed on him, subtly shaking her head. One of the boys stepped out to summon the waiter. When the cups arrived, Zhuaheng filled a glass with white liquor and set it before Chun Jian. He then moved to pour half a glass for Tong Chao, followed by another for Yang Hao. When he approached Bian Xuedao, the latter promptly turned his glass upside down, apologizing, I don't drink. Zhuaheng paused, momentarily taken aback. Not drinking. Bian Xuedao chuckled, reiterating, I don't drink. Zhuaheng laughed, gesturing lightly at Bian Xuedao. I know you. Your surname is Bian. Fine. If you don't want to drink, so be it. Without a backward glance, he shouted, Big brother, bring me the teapot. I'll pour brother Bian some water. Bian Xuedao had never encountered Zhuaheng before. He had only heard tales of a certain Zhua, a privileged heir relentlessly pursuing Sui. Initially dismissive, he now recognized the young man's commanding presence, which had effectively overshadowed the boys from room 717 upon his entrance. Bian Xuedao understood that Zhuaheng's target was Chun Jian. If Chun Jian faltered, his own efforts would be rendered futile, so he chose to observe quietly. After pouring drinks around, Zhuaheng reached Li Yu, who mimicked Bian Xuedao's earlier gesture, flipping his glass and declaring, I don't drink either. Zhuaheng leaned in, sniffing the air above Li Yu's head. My friend, you're not being fair. You're taking advantage of me being new here. He glanced at Li Sun, who was holding on to Li Yu, and remarked, money lost can be regained, but a life lost means a woman becomes someone else's. Li Yu met Zhuaheng's gaze and retorted, did you forget to take your supplements before coming out? After lightly tapping Su Yi's hand, Chun Jian rose, meeting Zhuaheng's eyes. He picked up the glass of white liquor from the table and poured its contents onto the floor. Zhuaheng showed no reaction. pouring himself a glass of white liquor instead. Standing opposite Su Yi, he declared, "Your birthday is next month. I shall present you with a gift that conveys my sentiments." With that, he downed his drink and departed with his 3 companions. Chapter 038. Yang Hao's secret for several consecutive days. Bian Xuedao diligently crafted a redesigned proposal for the website 123, striving to enhance its functionality without compromising the aesthetic integrity of the page. He devised several layout proportions, incorporating features such as a one-click homepage setting, a calendar function, and a local weather display based on the viewer's location. After further contemplation, he decided to add a scrolling ticker for hot news on the left side. Once the design was complete, Bian Xuedao intended to consult a few internet-savvy individuals with a keen eye for composition to gauge their first impressions of the revamped page before launching it. During the first 2 weeks of the new semester, Yang Hao once again evaded his classes, not just one, but all of them. Throughout his freshman year, he had similarly skipped the first 2 weeks of classes, resulting in his typically diligent academic performance oscillating around the 60 to 70-point range in several subjects. The members of 717 were perplexed about Yang Hao's whereabouts. Logically, the first class of a new semester typically involves roll call and, in the case of a more vivacious instructor, self-introductions from the students. It would be unreasonable to skip the first class, as it concerns the teacher's initial impression. Yet, Yang Hao had a peculiar habit of missing the first 2 classes each semester, while attending all others punctually, regardless of any calls to leave. It was Liu who noticed this pattern and shared with Bian Xuedao that, based on his observations, Yang Hao had no trouble conversing in informal settings, displaying a silver tongue when speaking with his girlfriend. However, in larger gatherings, particularly when required to speak publicly, he would become anxious and stammer. Liu speculated that Yang Hao's absence from classes at the beginning of the semester was likely due to a fear of being called upon to introduce himself in front of the class. Bian Xuedao inquired about Yang Hao's English-speaking skills, but since the 3 of them were not in the same English class, Liu could not provide clarity. Nevertheless, Kong Wei's had mentioned that Yang Hao would often skip English-speaking classes as well. At this juncture, Liu recalled a humorous incident involving Kong Wei's and Eugene. During an English assessment, they were paired to role-play as a foreign tourist visiting China and a Chinese volunteer, respectively. The teacher required their dialogue to consist of no fewer than 20 exchanges, yet their conversation nearly drove the teacher to exasperation. Eugene, the volunteer Kong Wei's, the foreigner Eugene, Kong Wei's. Eugene, speak up, what do you wish to ask? Kong Wei's. The entire English class erupted in laughter. Room 603 housed the landscape architecture department, where 8 women possessed artistic talents. Bian Xuedao sought feedback on the new version of 123 from several female students in room 603, and thus the revamped site was officially launched. It was immediately evident to discerning eyes that the new version of 123 surpassed other navigation sites on the market in both concept and functionality, particularly with the hot news recommendation feature. Bian Xuedao had intentionally designed a single position for this feature, which, when scrolling, would display a maximum of 3 headlines per day, each linking directly to the websites he had curated. This placement was a thoughtful decision on his part. Initially, the 3 headlines would feature one each from the 3 major portals, and as similar news stories emerged, the most promising headlines would be selected for links, eventually leading to scenarios where all 3 headlines originated from a single portal. In that era, portal websites placed immense importance on traffic. Not long after, the news directors of 3 major portals discovered something unusual in the traffic statistics. Frequently, on a particular day, one specific news article would garner an exceptionally high volume of visits, far surpassing the second highest article, only to return to ordinary levels the following day. And then another article would emerge with similarly high traffic days later. It took little effort to trace the source. It turned out that the 123 navigation website was recommending the news link. The directors were all aware of 123, but regarded it as being of a different caliber. Driven by curiosity, they clicked to explore, revealing a distinct trend. Upon checking the rankings, the data showed that in the past month, 123 had ascended significantly, climbing over 40 places. While its current ranking might not seem remarkable, those in the industry understood that once such a navigation page gained traction, its ranking would likely continue to improve steadily, making a decline unlikely. Moreover, this surge in ranking often indicated that its operators had mastered a rapid promotion strategy. The news director instructed his assistant to find the contact number for the operator of 123 and relay it to him. In the ensuing days, Bian Xuedao received numerous unfamiliar calls. Most were requests for advertising on 123 or securing a position on the site. What surprised him most were the calls from the news directors of two portals, who proposed that for every article from their site recommended in Bian Xuedao's news section, he could receive a share of the traffic revenue. They even mentioned that if 123 could break into the global top 50, for every click originating from 123 to their site, they would pay Bian Xuedao a certain fee. They concluded by inviting him to visit their headquarters if he was interested. Bian Xuedao recognized that the amount of money offered to him was trivial for these portals. Their main intention was to establish a connection with him for future needs. With offers of financial incentives, Bian Xuedao found himself in a favorable position. However, he remained clear-headed and was not swayed by the somewhat tempting proposals from the two directors to expand the news recommendation section. He understood that his website was still in a growth phase, and even the slightest hint of user dissatisfaction could jeopardize its future. He realized that each additional entry in the news recommendation section would dilute its value. Fewer entries were indeed more precious, a principle he grasped well. As for earlier considerations of charging for rankings, altering the website's name color for a fee, or placing small ad spaces, Bian Xuedao dismissed all such ideas. By the end of 2004, he resolved to maintain the simplicity of the 123 page, refusing to add even a single word or color block. During this period, a classmate of Wen Shige brought Bian Xuedao and Wen Songqian to an English salon. Many attendees noticed the newcomers and proactively engaged them in light conversation, successfully alleviating Bian Xuedao's initial anxiety and lack of confidence. The atmosphere was casual and relaxed. As soon as one began to speak, the listeners would focus intently, nodding earnestly in agreement, without paying heed to pronunciation or word choice, nor ridiculing his Chinese accented English or tense usage. If his words failed to convey the intended meaning, someone would cleverly shift the topic or provide translation. Having visited only once, Bian Xuedao quickly fell in love with the ambience of the English salon, as the reactions of those around him conveyed their understanding of his words, which provided him with immense encouragement. Naturally, Bian Xuedao's enthusiasm was also partly for the sake of Wen Shige. He needed this regular gathering to bind Wen Shige and himself together, reinforcing his presence in Wen Shige's mind as a stakeholder. Additionally, it helped to prevent any discerning individuals from noticing their frequent meetings, thereby minimizing unforeseen troubles. As time flowed like water, the new students of the class of 2002 arrived. On the day of registration, the school was bustling with activity. Cars shuttled between the entrance and the dormitories, and newcomers could be seen everywhere, dragging their suitcases and holding registration forms while inquiring for directions. In mid-September, Bian Xuedao visited Wen Shige's studio. Before going, he informed Wen Shige not to reveal his identity, merely stating he was there for a job interview. After a brief tour of the studio and sharing a meal with Wen Shige, he returned home with the 100,000 yuan Wen Shige had given him. He retrieved his bank card along with an additional 30,000 yuan and went to a familiar bank off campus to deposit the money. Bian Xuedao contemplated whether to share his account number with Wen Shige for a transfer, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that borrowing a vehicle from Li Yu once a week would suffice. In Bian Xuedao's mind, the absence of online transaction records would allow him to maintain some distance from the dealings he had with Wen Shige. Chapter 039. Junior Xu Shangxiu. Someone was pursuing Li Yuqing, as AI Phone informed Bian Xuedao. When Nan Jiao mentioned this to AI Phone, she did not intend for him to relay it to Bian Xuedao. However, AI Phone had other thoughts. Although he was not particularly fond of Bian Xuedao's abstinence from alcohol, he appreciated how Bian Xuedao had quelled Zhua Heng's arrogance during their last meal together. Thus, AI Phone, the dorm leader, began to take an interest in the romantic life of the fourth roommate. The brothers of room 717 were all aware of Li Yuqing's attraction to Bian Xuedao and had encountered the outstanding Dong Shui. Yet they sensed neither of these individuals was truly Bian Xuedao's girlfriend. It was a rare occasion that Bian Xuedao was present in the dormitory, and the eight of them energetically made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, AI Phone was the first to inquire, "Old Four, what kind of partner are you looking for? The brothers can help you scout." Yujin immediately chimed in. "Yes, give us a hint. If you're not picky, Zhou Ling has a very nice hometown girl. She's charming, skilled, and with a little investment, she would wholeheartedly admire you." How about it? Should I arrange something for you tonight? Kong Wei's eyes sparkled as he listened to Yujin. Really? Tell me more about this hometown girl. What if old Four prefers men? If he doesn't want her? I certainly do. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Liu, who often lingered around Bian Xuedao's home. Liu playfully kicked Kong Wei's, who scampered away in a flurry. Bian Xuedao realized that remaining silent today would not suffice. He pointed to a girl ahead carrying a water bottle and remarked, "Do you see her? The one with the water bottle, walking with her legs bent and leaning forward as she walks. Such a gait does not appeal to me." He pointed to a girl on the left, exclaiming, "Do you see her? The one in blue, walking as if she is trained in weightlifting. I would never approach someone like that. And the one with a hairpin, her legs not quite together. There's enough space for a cat between them, not appealing at all. Then there's the one swaying her hips as she walks, and another nearby, holding her shoulders stiffly. Neither of them is attractive. Over there, the one with her head down. Her gait unsteady, it's quite unattractive. And the girl whose thighs are pressed tightly together, legs flailing to the sides. And that one walking in a duck-footed manner. Do you think someone like that could lead a relationship?" Suddenly, Bian Xuedao fell silent. He stared intently at several girls in military training uniforms descending from the second floor of the cafeteria. The always composed Bian Xuedao wore an expression of sheer disbelief mixed with ecstatic joy, as if he wanted to rush over but was forcing himself to hold back. As the two groups brushed past each other, he accidentally kicked a step. Fortunately, Xinjian caught him, or he would have stumbled down the stairs. As 717 stood on the staircase, glancing back at the girls, they too were looking back at them, clearly perplexed by Bian Xuedao's earlier antics. Is this what they call a lovesick fool? Watching the girls turn the corner, Bian Xuedao leaped 3 feet high, without a word of greeting, dashed down the stairs, and followed after them. The group of boys, mouths agape, glanced at each other, each thinking the same. Just when we were asking him what kind of girl he likes. He goes and does this. Is Bian putting on a performance for us? Why doesn't he just audition for a film school? As he observed a few girls clad in green entering dormitory 11, Bian Xuedao's mind went blank, with only one thought echoing repeatedly. I have seen Shangxiu. I have seen Shangxiu. She has arrived. My Shangxiu has finally come. Bian Xuedao looked around, seeking a secluded spot to shout his excitement, but found none. Shan Rao, emerging from dormitory 11 to grab a meal, spotted Bian Xuedao, pacing nearby, his demeanor lost and bewildered. Approaching him, she inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" Upon seeing Shan Rao, Bian Xuedao immediately asked, "Do you live in 11? Do you know which department's girls are residing there this year?" Shan Rao, taken aback by his question, replied, "I live in 11. Recently, the second floor has been allocated to new students, but I don't know which department they belong to. I can ask around for you." "All right, thank you so much," Bian Xuedao expressed, gazing at dormitory 11. Having interacted with Bian Xuedao before, Shan Rao was deeply impressed by this composed individual who efficiently led 30 classmates in business, attracting girls eager to climb into his bed at night. She hadn't anticipated that the steady Bian Xuedao would lose his composure like this. "Give me your phone number, and I'll find out for you. I'll let you know tonight." Bian Xuedao lingered at the entrance of dormitory 11, hoping for another glimpse of Xu Shangxiu, until he snapped back to reality when Liu called to ask where he was. That afternoon, Bian Xuedao skipped class, ghosting around the freshman training ground, completely disregarding the boys' formation, instead fixating on the girls' lineup. The girls felt so scrutinized by his gaze that they dared not raise their heads, their chests deflated, and their walking posture awkward. During military training, the young men discreetly observed Bian Xuedao, pondering about his year in college. However, witnessing his audacity and sense of urgency, as fresh female students arrived, he dashed towards the training grounds. Inspired by his example, several girls stumbled, tripped over shoes, and turned in the wrong direction, creating a chaotic scene. The instructor, unable to tolerate the disruption, rushed over to inquire about Bian Xuedao's intentions and admonished him not to cause trouble in the training area. Bian Xuedao, having located Xu Shangxiu on the training field, rejoiced in the confirmation that he was neither hallucinating nor mistaken. With a heart full of joy, he returned to the red building. From the upper floors, he searched for Xu Shangxiu's formation. Although the distance rendered her invisible, he knew she was there, and his happiness was boundless. After watching for a considerable time, Bian Xuedao lay on his bed, contemplating how to create an opportunity to meet Xu Shangxiu. He thought about what to say during their first encounter and how to embark on a passionate romance with her. Who could he consult for advice on courting women? Liu? That wouldn't do. Observing his struggles with Li Sun, it appeared he had yet to gain a definitive answer. Eugene? Even less so. He merely relied on wealth to woo Navi girls. Chen Jian? Now, that was a viable option. Chen Jian had triumphed over numerous suitors and swiftly secured the affection of the goddess Su Yi. Although his personal attributes were commendable, there must be a degree of skill involved, particularly since Xu Shangxiu's temperament resembled Su Yi's, outwardly amiable yet inwardly reserved. Both were the sort of women who were approachable yet challenging to win over. Bian Xuedao recalled a moment post-marriage, where he and Xu Shangxiu shared intimate whispers. He had initially laid bare his romantic history, and in return, Xu Shangxiu confided that she had once dated a boy in her sophomore year, only to break up due to incompatible personalities. When Bian Xuedao inquired about the young man's name, she steadfastly refused to disclose it. Bian Xuedao believed that despite their 4-year separation in college, suitors must have been plentiful for someone of Xu Shangxiu's caliber. Now, with determination, he resolved to take action. His pockets were still full, and the opportunities for others were swiftly dwindling. He rushed back to the dormitory to find Chen Jian, only to discover he was absent. A phone call revealed that Chen Jian was studying with Su Yi in the library. Upon learning their general location, Bian Xuedao hurried to the library, undeterred by the prospect of Su Yi overhearing. He directly asked Chen Jian for the quickest strategy to pursue a girl. Chen Jian, drenched in sweat at the unexpected question, noticed the amusement in Su Yi's eyes. Internally, he thought, "What do you mean, old Bian? Are you implying that I'm a master in the realm of romance?" Nevertheless, he couldn't divulge his expertise in front of Su Yi. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously suggested organizing a social gathering in their dormitory. Bian Xuedao realized his visit had been in vain. Chen Jian was unwilling to share his secrets in Su Yi's presence. "I'll catch you in the dorm tonight," he said hurriedly as he departed. Su Yi turned to Chen Jian and asked, "Is Bian Xuedao being truthful?" Chen Jian replied, "I'm not sure. No one in our dorm can truly understand him. You've met that aspiring flight attendant from before, and despite her obvious affection, she couldn't captivate him." Su Yi remarked, "Perhaps he already has someone in mind." Stepping out of the library, Bian Xuedao found himself at a loss as to where to go. The appearance of Xu Shangxiu had disrupted the rhythm of his life for the past year. He contemplated returning to the training ground to watch her practice. Yet he was equally inclined to wait at the entrance of Building 11 for her return. After much deliberation, he settled on the steps between Buildings 10 and 11. Positioning himself at the back entrance of Building 10, vigilantly awaiting Xu Shangxiu's arrival, he yearned to engage her in conversation, regardless of the topic. He simply longed to hear her voice. The thought of not hearing it made him restless, and he feared sleepless nights. After more than an hour, a number of girls in training uniforms began to return, accompanied by boys carrying fruits into Building 11. Bian Xuedao quickly rose to his feet, his leg having gone numb from sitting too long, nearly causing him to stumble. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he took a few steps toward the entrance of Building 11. In the distance, he spotted several figures clad in green, and there she was, Xu Shangxiu. In search of an appropriate introduction, Bian Xuedao resorted to the most straightforward approach. He recognized that his attempt at conversation might not easily breach Xu Shangxiu's defenses. Yet he could no longer wait. The desire to hear her voice was driving him to distraction. He approached her, greeting, "Hello, Xu Shangxiu. My name is Bian Xuedao, a sophomore in international trade. Let's get acquainted." Xu Shangxiu stared at him, having recognized him as the boy who had been dismissed by the instructor during training. She wondered why he was approaching her with such a declaration. Bian Xuedao, donning his most benign expression, repeated, "Hello, I am Bian Xuedao. Let us get to know each other." Xu Shangxiu remained silent, attempting to circumvent him on her way back to the dormitory. Bian Xuedao, feeling a sense of urgency, dashed in front of her once more. "I mean no harm, truly. I just want to get to know you," he insisted earnestly. Still, Xu Shangxiu continued on her path. Bian Xuedao pursued her again, blocking her at the entrance of Building 11. This time, she appeared somewhat annoyed. Bian Xuedao quickly took a step back, conceding, "All right, I will come back tomorrow. I genuinely mean no harm." At that moment, another boy in a training uniform, carrying a bag of apples, emerged from Building 11. Standing beside Xu Shangxiu and handing her the bag, he scrutinized Bian Xuedao with a frown, exuding an air of intimidation. It seemed that had Bian Xuedao not been slightly taller and more robust, the boy might have been inclined to confront him physically. Xu Shangxiu tugged at the boy's sleeve, reassuring, "It's nothing. Just a senior asking about our dorm's 7th resident. Why did your squad disband so early? With a menacing glance at Bian Xuedao, the boy advised Xu Shangxiu, you should take the apples upstairs and share them with the dorm mates. Afterward, let's head to the cafeteria. Xu Shangxiu nodded, replying, all right. Wait for me. Bian Xuedao's mind momentarily faltered. Hadn't Xu Shangxiu mentioned that she only began dating in her sophomore year? Who was this boy? A brother? It seemed unlikely. Even if there was a slight discrepancy in the timeline she provided, it couldn't be this significant. It was merely the 5th day of the new semester. Who was this boy in a training uniform? Given the nature of Shangxiu, it is improbable for anyone to penetrate her heart within a mere 5 days. Bian Xuedao fixed his gaze on the boy, who, after a moment of mutual eye contact, averted his gaze wisely. This decision was astute. For had he continued to regard Bian Xuedao with such an arrogant demeanor, Bian Xuedao would undoubtedly have retaliated. When Xu Shangxiu descended, she was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Bian Xuedao's presence. The boy approached, taking Xu Shangxiu by the arm, leading her away from Bian Xuedao towards the dining hall. Their actions were anything but those of mere relatives or casual friends. Bian Xuedao felt a surge of anger igniting within him, his body trembling slightly. As rage enveloped him completely, he returned to the steps of Building 10, seated himself, and reminded himself to remain calm. The situation was still unclear, and hasty judgments were unwarranted. Although everyone harbors secrets, even the closest of companions, Bian Xuedao believed that Xu Shangxiu was unlikely to deceive him regarding this matter. After several years of partnership, he understood her character well. What he needed to ascertain was the identity of this boy and from where he had emerged. Upon returning from the dining hall, Xu Shangxiu was escorted back by the boy, who lingered to converse with her at the entrance, wrapping his arm around her waist before she vanished around the corner. Bian Xuedao observed this scene with a growing sense of indignation. This was his woman, his future wife. How could he endure seeing her embraced by another? As his phone rang, he answered to find Dan Rao on the line. She informed him that 2 floors in Building 11, previously occupied by senior female students, had remained vacant since their departure before the school anniversary. New students from the foreign languages, media, and mechanical engineering departments had since moved in. Clenching his teeth, Bian Xuedao requested Dan Rao's assistance in inquiring about a freshman named Xu Shangxiu, the specific department and dormitory number, expressing urgency in a tone that resembled a boss speaking to his secretary. He was oblivious to his own demeanor. After a brief pause, Dan Rao replied affirmatively. Half an hour later, Dan Rao called back. She is from the media department, majoring in broadcasting, dormitory 312. Bian Xuedao expressed his gratitude and ended the call. Unbeknownst to him, Dan Rao's efficiency stemmed from her status as the leading candidate for the head of the female department in the student council, wielding considerable influence within her own and other faculties. Straightening his attire, Bian Xuedao approached Building 11, knocking on the window of the dormitory supervisor. Excuse me, can you connect me to dormitory 312? I am looking for Xu Shangxiu. The supervisor regarded him with a discerning look before slowly activating the intercom. 312, Xu Shangxiu. Someone downstairs is looking for you. A girl's voice resonated through the intercom. Who is seeking Xu Shangxiu? The supervisor furrowed her brow at Bian Xuedao, who smiled amiably. I am Bian Xuedao. The supervisor relayed his name over the intercom. The girl's voice responded. Xu Shangxiu is not in the dormitory. Releasing the intercom button, the supervisor looked at Bian Xuedao, indicating with her expression that he had heard the response. This was not an uncommon scenario for dormitory supervisors. It was evident that this young man was not well regarded by the girl. After spending a night in the dormitory, Bian Xuedao, the next day, still did not attend class. Standing before the window of the red building, he gazed at the military training ground not far away, where Xu Shangxiu was present in one of the formations. However, Bian Xuedao's feelings at that moment were entirely different from those of the previous day. He could not quite articulate what he was experiencing, but it was undeniably uncomfortable. A call from Brother Wen informed him that the progress on the offline hack was advancing rapidly, and he would share it with him once it was successful. Additionally, Brother Wen had learned through a senior about the source code of legend, which his senior was currently negotiating, inquiring about the price as well. Throughout the call, Bian Xuedao only uttered 2 words of acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to Bian Xuedao, the source code of legend had leaked from South Korea in October 2002. But he and Wen Zongxian were serendipitously aligned with a significant opportunity. Before the conclusion of military training at noon, Bian Xuedao returned to the back door of Building 10. awaiting Xu Shangxiu's passage before lying down in the dormitory. As the afternoon military training neared its end, he went back again, waiting for Xu Shangxiu to enter and exit a few times before returning to his dormitory before lights out. On the fourth day, the brothers of 717 concluded that Bian Xuedao was indeed serious this time. By noon on the fifth day, Yang Hao accompanied Bian Xuedao for a while, and upon observing the male student parting ways with Xu Shangxiu, he followed discreetly. After about 10 minutes, Yang Hao returned and informed Bian Xuedao that the student resided on the 7th floor, dormitory number 525, from the law department of the College of Humanities, named Tao Qing. After sharing this information, Yang Hao sat with Bian Xuedao for a moment, giving his shoulder a firm squeeze without uttering a word before departing. Bian Xuedao picked up the phone and called Chun Jian. "Brother, could you use your connections to find information about a new student named Tao Qing from the law department?" Chun Jian, already well established in the student council, was efficient and aware of Bian Xuedao's recent emotional turmoil, so he gathered all available information on Tao Qing, including personal details. A photo submitted during enrollment, identification number, student number, dormitory number, and even a list of all dormitory residents. Upon discovering that Tao Qing was also from Tianhe City, Bian Xuedao began to piece things together. Chun Jian, seated beside him, scrutinized Tao Qing's identification number. "This fellow was born in 1980? He is a year below us. How many years did he take to pass the exams?" Bian Xuedao, examining the dormitory roster, fixated on the name Wang Deliang for an extended period before turning to Chun Jian and asking, "Brother, can you obtain a photo of Wang Deliang?" "No problem," Chun Jian replied. Upon receiving the photograph from Chun Jian, Bian Xuedao confirmed that this Wang Deliang was indeed his middle school classmate, who had not attended the same high school as him. It was unexpected that he had repeated a year and managed to enroll in Unforeseen University. Bian Xuedao vaguely recalled that during middle school, Wang Deliang and Wang Wenkai had shared a desk and seemed to have a good relationship back then. Bian Xuedao made a phone call to arrange for Wang Wenkai to visit him at Unforeseen University the following morning. Wang Wenkai arrived early, and the two spent time in 717 until noon. To avoid revealing his connection with Wang Deliang to others, Bian Xuedao asked Wang Wenkai to meet with Wang Deliang while he found a restaurant to wait for the two of them. Wang Wenkai, who had successfully entered the engineering university, and Bian Xuedao, now a senior, were pleased to recognize each other, while Wang Deliang, having repeated a year, was delighted to see his former classmate. Bian Xuedao found the restaurant quite agreeable. Initially, the three of them reminisced about many classmates and events from their middle school days. Midway through the gathering, Bian Xuedao began to inquire about the circumstances in Wang Deliang's dormitory. Wang Deliang mentioned that he never expected to rank 4th after repeating a year, while the top student had astonishingly repeated 3 times. Bian Xuedao asked Wang Deliang, "What is the name of your dormitory's top student?" Wang Deliang replied, "His name is Tao Qing." Chapter 41. Recruitment for the Student Council. Upon hearing that someone in Wang Deliang's dormitory had repeated 3 years, Wang Wenkai exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Deliang remarked, "Astounding? There's even more to it." This Tao Qing came with a stack of his past high school examination rankings. Reviewing the rankings, one can see that his usual exam scores are impressively high, consistently qualifying for prestigious institutions such as Fudan, Tongji, and Nankai. Yet, when it came to the college entrance examination, he faltered. Moreover, he was admitted to Unforeseen University alongside his girlfriend, whom I once spotted in the cafeteria. She is of remarkably high caliber, easily scoring at least 85 points. Wang Deliang continued, "The most impressive part is that Tao Qing is exceptionally protective. He won't even introduce his girlfriend to his dormitory mates, pretending not to know her when they encounter one another in the cafeteria, as if he treasures her like a precious gem, fearing that others might snatch her away." While Wang Wenkai and Wang Deliang continued their conversation, Bian Xuedao fell into deep contemplation. It became increasingly apparent that by switching to the International Trade Department last year and bringing Song Jiao along, they might have inadvertently occupied the spot of Xu Shangxiu, who, for reasons unknown, chose to repeat a year. During this time, Xu Shangxiu encountered Tao Qing, who might have been a classmate of hers in the previous year, leading to their shared experience of repeating and ultimately blossoming into a romantic relationship. Bian Xuedao felt a strong urge to chastise himself. Changing to international trade, what was the necessity? Couldn't he have simply switched to another program at Unforeseen University? Why hadn't he considered this sooner? What now? It seemed likely that Tao Qing was not the boyfriend Xu Shangxiu had mentioned from her sophomore year. He was a complete variable. Had Xu Shangxiu not been displaced by him, they might never have crossed paths and thus never become romantically involved. And Tao Qing might not even have appeared at Dongsan University. Wang Deliang had to leave for military training later that afternoon. While escorting Wang Wenkai out, he asked, Xuedao, do you know that Brother Wen has set up a studio? Bian Xuedao nodded. I am aware. Wang Wenkai continued. I know someone working in the studio. He told me that working with Brother Wen is quite lucrative. Could you perhaps speak to him on my behalf? I'm interested in joining. Bian Xuedao queried. Why come to me? I got to know Brother Wen through you. Wang Wenkai grinned at Bian Xuedao. I've seen you dining with Brother Wen outside the university's noodle shop. Bian Xuedao chuckled. All right, I'll inquire for you. But let me be clear. I'll merely ask and cannot guarantee anything. Wang Wenkai replied, that is fine. After bidding farewell to Wang Wenkai, Bian Xuedao called Brother Wen to discuss Wang Wenkai's request. Brother Wen hesitated for a moment before suggesting, how about letting him come to manage finances? Bian Xuedao realized Brother Wen was overthinking and quickly clarified, Brother, that is not what I meant. It's just that Wang Wenkai is seeking a little extra income. You know we are classmates, and he noticed us dining together, so he approached me to ask. The regulations of the studio are not to be disregarded. The foremost criterion for hiring is skill and capability. In such a modest establishment, there exists no capital to indulge in favoritism or to sustain idlers. Moreover, I shall not intervene in matters of employment. This instance shall be an exception and not a precedent. Upon hearing this from Bian Xuedao, Brother Wen relaxed. If he merely seeks to earn a little extra, arrangements could certainly be made. I could have him deliver external password cards to the electronic building and the electronic street. The work is not arduous, and compensation is based on quantity. What do you think? All right, thank you, brother. Bian Xuedao replied. No need for such formality. In a few days, once the offline program is ready, I will reach out to you. Good. After hanging up, Bian Xuedao initially intended to call Wang Wenkai immediately to inform him, but upon reflection, he considered that if Wang Wenkai deduced from the timing that he was quite close with Brother Wen, what would happen next if he sought Bian Xuedao's assistance in bringing someone into the studio for profit? Should he help? He had just told Brother Wen that this was an exception, or not help. If Wang Wenkai felt embarrassed, it would render his previous assistance futile. Perhaps it would be wise to delay informing him. Bian Xuedao called Brother Wen again, suggesting that he should handle the arrangements concerning Wang Wenkai without any need for direct contact between them. Brother Wen, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless agreed without hesitation. 3 days later, Bian Xuedao phoned Wang Wenkai, instructing him to meet with Brother Wen. Bian Xuedao continued to vigilantly guard the area opposite Dormitory 11 during lunch and evening hours. Eventually, he found the steps uncomfortable and procured a small stool, placing it in the Honglu residence. He would then take it along when he went to stand watch. Sitting there with a serious demeanor, some female classmates of the same year had seen him at the entrance last year, and upon noticing his return this year, with an intensified commitment to his post, they wondered what peculiar obsession he had, especially as he sat with a stool at the door. The girls' dormitories on the lower floors of Dormitory 11 had their curtains drawn tightly. Some girls, feeling rather self-important, would exit while clutching their collars and smoothing their skirts, as though fearing that a glimpse of their exposed skin would incite primal instincts in Bian Xuedao. He paid no heed to any girl save Xu Shangxiu, viewing the curvaceous figures passing by as one would regard a mere piece of wood. At times, he even mused that he had nearly cultivated the foundation of a skeletal view. Both Xu Shangxiu and Tao Qing were aware of Bian Xuedao's daily vigil at the back door of Dormitory 10. Xu Shangxiu exhibited no unusual behavior, while Tao Qing, resembling a wild dog guarding its bone, would arrive early each day at the entrance of Dormitory 11 to escort Xu Shangxiu to the training grounds, returning her afterward to the dormitory, accompanying her to the cafeteria, and later strolling together before returning again. As long as Xu Shangxiu departed from Dormitory 11, Tao Qing was certain to follow. Bian Xuedao found himself uncertain of his own sentiments as he observed the synchronized comings and goings of Xu Shangxiu and Tao Qing. Noting Tao Qing's affectionate gestures, such as stroking Xu Shangxiu's hair, holding her hand, and wrapping his arm around her waist. On several occasions, when Tao Qing displayed such intimacy, Xu Shangxiu would covertly glance in Bian Xuedao's direction, noticing his motionless form and expressionless face. One evening, AI Feng escorted Nan Zhao back to Dormitory 11, and by chance encountered Tao Qing, who was holding Xu Shangxiu's hand and conversing with her. Recognizing Tao Qing as a rival in love, AI Feng deliberately bumped into him. Tao Qing's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to retort. But AI Feng stepped in front of him and remarked, "If you wish to engage in such public displays, find a secluded place. This is a bustling entrance, not your backyard." Nan Jiao approached and pulled AI Feng away, casting a glance at Tao Qing and Xu Shangxiu, her silence laden with discontent. Tao Qing's face flushed with alternating colors, revealing a sinister expression, yet he ultimately refrained from confronting AI Feng. As he watched Nan Jiao enter the fire door, AI Feng nonchalantly walked past Tao Qing, exiting dormitory 11 without a backward glance. As AI Feng distanced himself, Tao Qing feigned an intent to pursue him, only to be firmly restrained by Xu Shangxiu, who said, "Let me escort you back to your dormitory. Come on, don't be upset." Once the new students settled into their psychological and academic lives, the new student council recruitment began across the various colleges. Prior to this, each college's new student council was formed, with Dan Rao predictably appointed as the head of the female department in the School of Media. Recruitment for the student council at Unforeseen University can be described as both straightforward and complex. Each department held its recruitment in the same large classroom, where the advisor occasionally provided guidance, though more often than not, they remained uninvolved. However, the student council president was always present, attending every recruitment session without exception. As the leading student representative of the college, it was beneficial for him to become familiar to the freshmen for future endeavors. To facilitate this, prior to the recruitment conference, the president's considerate aides crafted name tags for each position, placing them on the tables. The student council presidents and other officials from various departments were keen to attend the recruitment conference for another significant reason. Unforeseen University upheld an unwritten tradition, which is indeed a common unspoken rule among many universities. The student council does not accept unattractive candidates. The student leaders would pre-screen applicants, aiding the selection process. Freshmen, particularly the female students, soon learned from their senior peers that the student council did not admit unattractive girls, prompting them to evaluate themselves accordingly. While other departments were somewhat lenient, the female departments and the arts departments across the colleges could be regarded as a haven for the most beautiful girls. The advantages of joining the student council for new students were evident. Firstly, it provided numerous opportunities. Once you were part of the student council and maintained satisfactory academic performance along with good interpersonal skills for a few years, various accolades, advanced placements, recommendations for further studies, and job placements would all come with implicit advantages. Secondly, Unforeseen University was known for its strict management. Freshmen were scrutinized for cleanliness, sophomores for curfew adherence, and juniors for early morning exercises. Particularly in the first year, these three aspects were rigorously enforced. However, being in the student council meant not being scrutinized, but rather having the authority to oversee others. What a feeling that must be. What a status that grants within the dormitory. The female dormitory was somewhat unique. Male student leaders could rarely enter unless under exceptional circumstances, let alone conduct inspections. Thus, the power resided entirely with the female department, making it the most coveted sector in the eyes of the female students. Yet, exceptions do exist, and Liao was one such anomaly in the School of Media. The student council had invited her to join several times, but she always declined, citing a lack of time. Strangely enough, although she was not a member of the student council, the council members never troubled her, and her treatment was hardly distinguishable from that of the council members. Later, it was summarized that Liao made quite an impression during her freshman year, arriving in a convoy of 5 brand-new luxury Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Moreover, her commanding presence was such that, under her gaze, both men and women struggled to maintain composure for long. Of course, Liao was an exception. The majority of girls still yearned for the various privileges that came with being part of the student council. Thus, when the student council of Unforeseen University sought new recruits, it attracted throngs of applicants. Typically, in the female freshman dormitories, there would be encouragement for the more capable girls to attempt joining the female section. As once someone from the dormitory joined, it would greatly benefit the others in terms of resolving issues and providing advance warnings. Xu Shangxiu's dormitory was relatively decent, as they nominated her and another girl from the dormitory to apply for the female section, effectively doubling their chances. Their floor had 2 dormitories, with 8 girls glancing at one another, unable to nominate anyone, which left the entire floor in a state of sorrow for several days. In Chapter 042, The most popular post in the Samu Garden revolves around the recruitment interviews, which essentially require freshmen to give a simple self-introduction lasting no less than 3 minutes, discussing their interests, hobbies, specialties, and aspirations. In truth, the student leaders primarily focused on the newcomer's appearances, eloquence, and demeanor, if a candidate's attributes were satisfactory. Possessing talents in the arts or sports could ensure their acceptance. Furthermore, if during their introduction, a candidate mentioned that their parents were officials, successful businessmen, or executives in state-owned enterprises, they would certainly be considered prime candidates, as such students would prove valuable in the future. This year, the female section had 12 available positions, not too few, yet not too many. 7 had already been filled, all deemed suitable by Shan Rao, who then sought the approval of the student council president, who ultimately made the final decision. The dynamics of the political realm had thoroughly permeated every aspect of university life. As Shan Rao perused the list, she spotted Xu Shangxiu's name. She recalled that this was the individual Bian Xuedao had asked her to inquire about, and she took note. Upon calling out Xu Shangxiu's name and seeing her enter, Shan Rao carefully assessed her, a girl with striking features and a demeanor that was neither submissive nor overbearing. It was then that Shan Rao noticed Xu Shangxiu's beautifully sculpted shoulders. "Hello everyone, I am Xu Shangxiu from Class 1 of Broadcasting, Year 02, she introduced herself. Typically, Shan Rao would pose a question, but this time she simply stated, "All right, welcome to the female section." The surrounding student leaders and the president of the council exchanged surprised glances at Shan Rao's abruptness, but soon concluded that Xu Shangxiu might be a connection of hers. With her appearance and demeanor being impeccable, they silently agreed and moved on to call the next candidate. Thus, Xu Shangxiu officially joined the female section of the Communication Institute, under the leadership of Shan Rao. In celebration of this event, the entire dormitory treated Xu Shangxiu to a meal at the 4th dining hall, insisting that she not pay for her share. Meanwhile, the forum enthusiast Liu, after several failed attempts to reach Bian Xuedao during classes, sought assistance from him and Eugene to create his own forum. Once established, Eugene drew inspiration from the name of Shi Minqing, naming it Dongmenqi, which Liu scoffed at before proposing the name Jiayu Sun. After showcasing his name, Bian Xuedao promptly transformed it into Samu Garden. Following the forum's launch, Liu printed 20 large sheets of white paper, plastering posters across the campus notice boards to promote Samu Garden. Within a week, this so-called online home of Dongsan students registered 4,000 users, peaking at 400 concurrent online members. Recently, the most popular thread within Samu Garden was not about anything else, but speculating on which girl the boy opposite dormitory 11 was waiting for. Some curious boys meticulously counted the beautiful girls from 3 districts and eagerly guessed which enchanting lady was the object of the mysterious figure's anticipation. Those aware that a particular girl was already taken swiftly countered, turning a perfectly good thread into a battleground for boys defending their girlfriends and crushes. Subsequently, someone initiated a beauty index ranking for the girls of Building 11, prompting everyone to vote, 1 vote per person. In just a few days, new registrations on Samu Garden surged, even leading to vote manipulation. Eugene and Chun Jian felt a shiver as they observed Liu treating Bian Xuedao as a mere subject of amusement to bolster the forum's popularity. Unfazed, Liu confidently remarked that it wouldn't be long before Bian Xuedao would retreat. However, this time Bian Xuedao was entirely serious. He persistently appeared at the rear gate of Building 10, undeterred by inclement weather, until the freshman's military training concluded. On October 2nd, Eugene called Bian Xuedao, informing him that the game called Miracle was an open beta. Bian Xuedao advised him to familiarize himself with the game online, stating that once the cheats were developed, he could monopolize the game's market, promising to elaborate further later. Subsequently, Bian Xuedao contacted Brother One, sharing his optimism about the newly launched game Miracle. He urged him to assemble a team to expedite the development of cheats and offline hacks, while also investigating the game's source code. Shouldn't we first observe the game's market popularity? Brother One inquired. No, we must develop it now. My intention is to strategically allocate our resources towards this game. Will Miracle be more profitable than Legend? Yes, trust my instincts. All right. During the October holiday, on the 4th, Bian Xuedao discovered that Xu Shangxiu's information had changed online. He had completely forgotten about his decision to visit Dongshui in Tianjin, spending only 3 days at home during the entire Golden Week before returning to Songjiang. On the evening of October 7th, Bian Xuedao once again appeared at the rear gate of Building 10. Unable to bear it any longer, Nan Jiao approached him on the evening of the 8th, advising him to stop lingering there, engaging him in conversation for a while. Suddenly, figures flickered in the windows of the opposite girls' dormitory. The news of the awaited girl finally appearing was instantly relayed to Samu Garden, prompting those who did not reside nearby to request quick photographs for upload. Many initially believed that the mysterious figure waiting for the goddess could finally disperse. Yet to their surprise, on the evening of the 9th, Bian Xuedao showed up yet again. This time, Zhang Ming attempted to persuade him. A day later, Song Jia visited him, followed by Li Sun the day after, leaving everyone astonished. A day later, Li Yucheng arrived, and disbelief was etched on many faces. The following day, Zhou Ling came, and a boy with a telescope observing the situation exclaimed, "What a gem!" Subsequently, Sui made her entrance, causing a stir throughout the building. Then, Dan Rao arrived, enveloping the place in silence. Later still, Liao Liao unexpectedly appeared beside Bian Xuedao. That day, while Liao Liao passed by with a water bottle, she inexplicably found herself in front of Bian Xuedao, asking, "Are you waiting for me?" Bian Xuedao replied, gazing at her, "No." "Oh, that's good," she responded. "I checked on the nutrition and food class. You didn't attend, and the teacher said if you skip again, you won't receive any credits," Liao Liao stated. Bian Xuedao nodded, indicating he understood without uttering a word, his gaze still fixed on the entrance of room 11. The person providing live updates on the forum had already lost composure. "My goddess, Liao Liao, has appeared at the back door of room 10. The next day, when a man appeared beside Bian Xuedao, some were frozen in shock, while others seemed to catch a glimpse of explosive news on the horizon. This time, it was Tao Qing. He looked at Bian Xuedao and said, "Xu Shangxiu is my girlfriend. I hope you keep your distance from her. And I also hope you refrain from coming here again." Bian Xuedao did not meet his gaze, focusing instead on the door of room 11, which might change in time. Tao Qing continued, "Xu Shangxiu would never be interested in you." Bian Xuedao withdrew his eyes and replied, "Do you truly know Xu Shangxiu?" Tao Qing, shifting his tone, added, "In truth, you need not act this way. There are many girls in the school, and you possess excellent qualities. Why must you place yourself as a third party between Xu Shangxiu and me?" Bian Xuedao responded, "My affairs are not your concern." Tao Qing fell silent, studying Bian Xuedao for a long moment before finally saying, "I have a bad habit. When others cannot reach the grapes, they say they are sour. I, however, will seek to crush the grapes if I cannot have them." Bian Xuedao looked up at Tao Qing. "If you threaten me with Xu Shangxiu one more time, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed." Deep down, Bian Xuedao harbored a profound dislike for Tao Qing. It was not solely because Tao Qing was Xu Shangxiu's current boyfriend, but rather due to Bian Xuedao's perception of his character through Wang Deliang's descriptions. He appeared to be a person of substance, yet was, in reality, hollow, quick-tempered and outwardly fierce, yet inwardly cowardly, vain, and jealous. Having repeated a year of study had rendered him somewhat neurotic, blending the traits of a bookworm and an abuser. Bian Xuedao yearned to understand what emotional transformation Xu Shangxiu underwent during that year of repetition that led her to consent to a relationship with such a man. The thought that his impulsiveness had altered Xu Shangxiu's life pierced his heart with pain. Tao Qing sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Bian Xuedao. He perceived a bloodthirsty desire flickering in his eyes and instinctively took 2 steps back. He attempted to deliver a bold retort, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Bian Xuedao felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Truly, he longed to do so. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that resorting to violence over a girlfriend would be a base act. Most importantly, given Xu Shangxiu's temperament, she would undoubtedly look down upon him for such behavior. Chapter 043. Su Yi's birthday gift. Before the lights went out that evening, Chun Jian called Bian Xuedao out of the dormitory. After finishing a cigarette, he remained silent. Bian Xuedao inquired, "What is the matter?" Chun Jian replied, "Su Yi's birthday is approaching, and I wish to present her with a gift." Bian Xuedao recalled that during their gathering, Zhuaheng had mentioned giving Su Yi a gift and asked Chun Jian, "What do you intend to give her?" Chun Jian lit another cigarette and confessed, "I have contemplated for several days and decided to gift Su Yi a computer." Bian Xuedao nodded. "That is a splendid and practical choice." Chun Jian continued, "I visited the electronics building yesterday and have generally settled on the components and monitor, but I am uncertain. Since you are knowledgeable about these things, I would like you and Li Yu to accompany me tomorrow. If all goes well, We can bring it back in Liyu's car. Bian Xuedao queried. Are you looking to buy a desktop? Chen Jian confirmed. Yes. All right, I will accompany you tomorrow. Bian Xuedao agreed. The next day, Liyu drove Chen Jian and Bian Xuedao to the electronics building near the university. Bian Xuedao had made up his mind the night before to purchase a laptop instead, deciding to assist Chen Jian financially. Having spent over a month at the 10th dormitory, he had accumulated countless emotions needing release. He refrained from singing, fearing it would only remind him of Xu Shangxiu. He could not resort to violence. Aside from Tao Qing, there was no one he wished to confront. He found no suitable outlets for his expenditures. Although Songjiang offered vibrant nightlife, it was fraught with complications. He could occasionally treat his classmates and friends to meals during moments of joy, but in times of sorrow, he preferred to abstain, particularly fearing the potential for drunken confessions or mistakes. The understanding of impulsiveness is profound. A 30-year-old often possesses greater insight than a 20-year-old. Both Yujin and Liu had asked him why he didn't upgrade to the latest smartphone or purchase a laptop for leisure, to which Bian Xuedao merely smiled without revealing his thoughts. Given his perspective, the mobile phones and computer configurations of 2002 hardly inspired any desire to spend. That morning, upon returning to the Red Building, Bian Xuedao brought along 20,000 yuan he had saved at home, recognizing the need to spend in order to alleviate stress. With no personal avenues for expenditure, he saw value in investing in friendships to foster goodwill. Upon entering the electronics building, just as Chen Jian was about to lead them to the shop they had visited the day before, Bian Xuedao directly pulled him to the 4th floor, leaving Liu bewildered as he followed, glancing about. Upon reaching the brand-specific counter for laptops, Bian Xuedao declared, "Let us buy this one. It's portable and aesthetically pleasing." Hearing his words, Liu immediately chimed in. "I said the same yesterday. A laptop is the way to go, a perfect gift, all in one." Chen Jian's expression turned sour. "This model starts at over 10,000. I simply cannot afford it. I barely managed to scrape together this money by borrowing against my tuition for next year." Bian Xuedao urged, "Choose one. If it's insufficient, Liu will cover the difference." Liu's face mirrored Chen Jian's distress. "Bian, are you forcing me to sell my car?" Bian Xuedao responded with a cheerful silence, leading the two as they continued to browse. Chen Jian and Liu exchanged glances throughout. Eventually, Bian Xuedao pointed to a model, the 3086, and asked, "How much is this?" The sales clerk promptly approached. "Good day, sir. This laptop is currently priced at 23,500. Is it in stock?" "Yes, sir, it is." As Bian Xuedao busied himself, tapping away at the keyboard, seemingly in search of a certain feeling, he gestured for Chen Jian and the others to come over and take a look. "What do you think of this one? It's durable, though a bit thick and heavy. Fortunately, Sui is tall enough to manage it," he remarked. "What about this one? You should share your opinion." Chen Jian ran his fingers over the surface of the sample, declining the suggestion. Bian Xuedao then inquired about the amount of money Chen Jian had on him. 7,140. He replied. "Hand over 4,000, Bian Xuedao instructed. Confused, Chen Jian watched as Liu pulled out the cash from his pocket, counted it, and handed over 4,000 to Bian Xuedao. From his own pocket, Bian Xuedao retrieved 20,000, clutching the money as he instructed the cashier. "This one, please issue the invoice." The cashier, having never witnessed such a swift transaction for a laptop, gleefully rushed to inform her manager. On the way back to school, seated in Liu's car, Bian Xuedao felt a lighter mood after spending the money, while Chen Jian, sitting in the back with his hand resting on the nearby computer's packaging, was at a loss for words. Glancing at Chen Jian in the rearview mirror, Bian Xuedao reassured him, "Don't be anxious. I have no intention of asking you to repay me with anything untoward. That's what is a bit arrogant. I wonder if he'll be able to present what he has prepared. Besides, as you know, I've been feeling down lately, and spending has lifted my spirits a bit. This is mutually beneficial." Liu interjected, "Indeed, I too spend money to improve my mood. Though I lack the audacity of our boss here. I feel my name is misaligned. The character you suits you better. How about you become Bian Xuedao?" "Get lost," Bian Xuedao retorted. Before continuing, "Brother, don't worry about the money. You know, Eugene and I have made a bit online. You can return it whenever you have it. If you haven't by the time you get married, consider it an advance gift." Chen Jian remained silent, gazing out the window. With the remaining funds, Chen Jian resolutely purchased a delicate white gold necklace, meticulously wrapping it in a gift box. Chen Jian was determined not to let Zhuaheng get the best of him. as he doubted Zhuang would actually gift Su Yi a car. Su Yi's birthday fell on a Thursday, and Li Yu took the initiative to wash the car in advance. At 4:30 p.m., Li Yu drove Chun Jian and Bian Xuedao to the entrance, where Bian Xuedao called Su Yi to inform her that someone was waiting outside, dressed in a suit. Chun Jian held flowers in one hand and a cake in the other, standing beside the car. Most boys passing by would steer clear, as approaching such a handsome figure would only invite ridicule. However, every girl entering or exiting the building couldn't help but steal glances at Chun Jian. Today, Su Yi looked exceptionally stunning in her jeans and black jacket, her hair loosely tied back, exuding an effortless elegance. From upstairs, seeing Chun Jian carrying multiple items, Nan Jiao, Li Sun, and Zhang Meng descended, fearing Su Yi might struggle alone, but they kept their distance to avoid overshadowing her. Upon spotting Li Sun, Li Yu shouted, playfully tugging at Bian Xuedao, "I told you not to let this happen." Li Sun and Su Yi were dorm mates, and with Chun Jian gifting a laptop this time, what was he to do when Li Sun's birthday arrived? "You can't favor one over the other. My laptop is also on your tab." Su Yi approached Chun Jian with grace, saying, "Didn't we agree you wouldn't spend excessively? A single flower would suffice." Upon glancing once more inside the car, I greeted Bian Xuedao and Li Yu, then turned to Chun Jian, saying I would take the items upstairs and inquiring where we would go afterward. With a beaming, confident smile, Chun Jian retrieved a gift box containing a necklace from his suit pocket and presented it to Su Yi. The group of girls, noticing that Su Yi's hands were already full, approached to assist her by taking the flowers and cake, urging her to accept the gift promptly. As Su Yi opened the box, she beheld the necklace resting quietly within. "Do you like it?" he asked. "Yes, I do," she replied. The girls encouraged Chun Jian to put the necklace on Su Yi right then, but knowing her character, he shook his head, closed the box, and handed it back to her before turning to retrieve his laptop from the car. This action left the students upstairs and nearby in stunned silence. "What is that? A laptop? Doesn't it cost over 20,000? In 2002, when most students lived on a budget of around 500 to 600 a month, this gift could cover the expenses of some students for their entire 4 years of college. Initially, the onlookers held a mostly congratulatory attitude, with some boys who admired Su Yi thinking that perhaps if they were in his shoes, they too might garner her affection. However, once Chun Jian produced the laptop, the atmosphere shifted. Even the girls from room 603 felt a twinge of jealousy. The boys escorting their girlfriends were inwardly cursing. So, being handsome is enough? And on top of that, he's wealthy. Couldn't he just give the gift privately? Why flaunt it here? Making it harder for us who aren't handsome and must rely on charm and diligence to get by? The murmurs of envy and astonishment rippled through the crowd as Chun Jian extended the laptop to Su Yi, who hesitated to accept it. "It's too valuable," she protested. "Nothing is more precious than you," he replied. "You need this for your design program. Next semester, the school will arrange for you to intern in Suzhou, and having a laptop will certainly be more convenient. Don't focus on its monetary value. Just understand my intentions." Bian Xuedao, seated in the car and admiring Chun Jian's display, sighed. "Brother, you truly have a way with words." Finally, Su Yi reached out and accepted the laptop. The boys watching from above erupted in whistles, expressing their displeasure towards Chun Jian for raising the bar in romantic gestures. As Chun Jian instructed Su Yi to accompany Nan Jiao and the others to bring the laptop and cake upstairs, an Audi pulled up nearby. The driver, Zhuang, stepped out, holding a medium-sized rectangular box. He surveyed Li Yu's car before turning his attention to Chun Jian and Su Yi, clapping mockingly. "I promised I would give you a gift to express my feelings on your birthday, and since your boyfriend is here and there are plenty of onlookers, the timing is perfect to present it here," he declared. "Let me tell you, pretty boys are often just for show and lack substance. I, however, am thoughtful and have prepared this." As he spoke, he unwrapped the gift and revealed a rather inappropriate item, presenting it to Su Yi. "This man is insufferable." And Su Yi's face flushed with anger as she leaned against Chun Jian. Before Chun Jianfa could act, Bian Xuedao instructed Li Yu to embrace ergo, donned a baseball cap from Li Yu's car, and alighted. He swiftly seized an item from Zhuang's grasp and tossed it into Li Yu's vehicle. Li Yu also exited the car, firmly restraining the impulsive Chun Jian, insisting that he must refrain from acting. Observing the commotion, Zhuang turned to confront the cap-wearing Bian Xuedao, pushing him and demanding, "Who do you think you are to intervene?" With each shove from Zhuang, Bian Xuedao retreated a step, repeatedly asserting, Do not lay a hand on me. As Xu Heng's pushes grew more forceful, Bian Xuedao stumbled back from one final shove. Sensing Bian Xuedao's reluctance to retaliate, Xu Heng's confidence surged. He shifted from pushing to shoving, taunting him to respond. Without waiting for Xu Heng to finish, Bian Xuedao straightened and delivered a powerful punch to Xu Heng's jaw, followed by a kick that sent Xu Heng sprawling beside an Audi. The sudden turn of events left those inside the Audi momentarily stunned. Rubbing his injured jaw, Xu Heng's eyes reddened with rage as he pounded on the Audi's trunk, shouting, "Get out, I'll make him pay." After this, he steadied himself, opened the trunk, and rummaged for something. At Xu Heng's call, 3 young men emerged from the Audi, charging at Bian Xuedao. These were not the same athletic figures from the previous restaurant incident, but rather Xu Heng's lackeys from school. It is not difficult to understand. Even a rabbit emboldened by drink dares to confront a wolf. Xu Heng, having instigated trouble before, feared retaliation from 717 and naturally surrounded himself with those capable of violence. However, this situation was different. He believed that Chun Jian, the exemplary student, would not dare to intervene in such a public spectacle. Xu Heng misjudged both Chun Jian and Bian Xuedao. Initially, Bian Xuedao lingered at the back door daily just to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Xu Shangxiu. Over time, this transformed into a form of self-imposed discipline, a reminder of the repercussions of reckless behavior, a lesson in the terrifying concept of the butterfly effect. Bian Xuedao was no sage. No amount of quiet reflection could quell the turmoil within. In stillness, he found the urge to act. Power, women, and physical prowess are ingrained in the male psyche, easily igniting their passions. At that moment, Bian Xuedao was ablaze with excitement. Upon seeing Xu Shangxiu, emotions that had been suppressed for over a month erupted. He craved the exhilaration of striking and the sharpness of pain. The 3 advancing boys, 1 tall and 2 shorter, intended to subdue Bian Xuedao as a team, paving the way for Xu Heng to attack. However, Bian Xuedao thwarted their plan. Rather than retreating, he surged forward with formidable energy, akin to an enraged bull. He targeted the tall, slender boy in the center. Unprepared for Bian Xuedao's bold advance, the tall boy's movements were still uncoordinated when Bian Xuedao's strike landed. Bian Xuedao was an avid football player, and with a running kick, he resembled a tall, slender deer struck by a heavy truck, tumbling backward. Some onlookers with a favorable vantage point even noted that at the moment of impact, both of his feet were momentarily airborne. The slender figure was swiftly ejected from the fray, leaving the other 2 boys no time to adjust before they lunged forward. One seized Bian Xuedao's arm from behind, while the other desperately clutched his clothing. The boy behind clearly lacked the strength to match Bian Xuedao. The latter managed to break free with a couple of vigorous twists of his upper body, exerting force with his arms to escape the grip, and without glancing back, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. Unfortunately for the boy behind him, his height placed his face perfectly in the trajectory of Bian Xuedao's elbow. A sharp crack resonated as the boy staggered back, blood gushing from his nose, unable to maintain his balance, and he collapsed onto the ground. The sight of blood signified the escalation of the brawl. It has begun. Blood has been drawn. The crowd of spectators scattered in alarm. Bian Xuedao's face bore its own mark, having received a solid punch from the boy on his left, causing his baseball cap to fly off. The crowd regrouped at a safe distance from the scuffle. Among the girls, some covered their mouths, some shielded their eyes, and others turned away, unable to watch. The boys, however, were filled with excitement, craning their necks, mouths agape, fists clenched, as a primal urge to shout bubbled in their throats, ready to erupt at any moment. Xu Heng finally located the item he sought from the trunk, a baseball bat. Turning around, he was taken aback to find 2 of his comrades already on the ground. Bian Xuedao, upon spotting the bat in Xu Heng's hands, disregarded the other boy and charged towards him. The most violent scene unfolded. The boy beside Bian Xuedao, with futile attempts to restrain him, could not hold him back. Xu Heng swung the bat, but Bian Xuedao adeptly blocked it with his arm, advancing directly towards Xu Heng. Grabbing Xu Heng's hair with both hands, he forcefully yanked downward, bringing his right knee up to meet Xu Heng's face in a brutal knee strike. He followed with another powerful strike using his left knee, and then the right knee. It was merciless. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively took a step back. The only remaining boy accompanying Xu Heng, paralyzed with fear at the sight of Bian Xuedao pummeling Xu Heng with his knees, stood in shock. Releasing the limp Xu Heng, Bian Xuedao wiped the blood from his brow and turned to regard the boy behind him. In that glance, devoid of icy malice or overt aggression, many nearby, including the boy, discerned the ferocity in Bian Xuedao's eyes. Under his gaze, the boy retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the crowd. Bian Xuedao paid no mind to the retreating boy. Lowering his gaze to the seated Zhuaheng, he declared loudly, "I've been looking for you for days. Finally caught you here." Brother Du said, "If you seek out a girl and refuse to pay next time, be prepared to spend a month in the hospital." With that, Bian Xuedao pushed through the crowd, wiped his face clean of blood with his shirt, climbed over the railing, and departed. Most of the students in the periphery and those on the upper levels had not clearly heard what Zhuaheng and Sui discussed, nor did they see what Zhuaheng held, but they all witnessed the violent and bloody altercation. The combat was characterized by two distinct styles. One was a student-like grappling, while the other was a fierce and close-range assault. Now, that is what true masculinity embodies. Oh, the individual who just vaulted over the fence appears to be that young man who was stationed at the entrance of Gate 11 not long ago. As Bian Xuedao engaged in the fray, Liao Liao stood by the dormitory window, observing both Zhuaheng and Bian Xuedao. Nearby, Shan Rao lingered at the periphery of the crowd. She noticed the object in Zhuaheng's hand and comprehended his intentions. Subsequently, she witnessed Bian Xuedao taunting Zhuaheng into action, and then, with a parting remark that left Zhuaheng at a loss for words, he vaulted over the fence and departed. Shan Rao found this formidable and astute young man to be exceedingly intriguing. Su Yi's birthday banquet was cancelled. Bian Xuedao's parting words diverted the attention of several individuals, allowing Su Yi and Chun Jian to escape with their dignity intact. Li Yu even pinned Bian Xuedao's remark about Zhuaheng at the top of the bulletin board in Samu Garden, sparking days of discussions revolving around Du Go, hiring escorts, and hedonism. Tao Qing felt disheartened. He had heard about the incident at Gate 11, where blood had reportedly been shed, and initially, he was quite pleased, anticipating that the school would take severe action against Bian Xuedao, preferably expelling him. However, the subsequent unusual calm heightened Tao Qing's disappointment beyond that of others. After countless grievances regarding the management of Dongsan University, he secretly penned a letter to report Bian Xuedao's fight, intending to send it to the principal. Yet, upon considering the possibility of the letter being leaked, and realizing that his right-hand handwriting was easily recognizable while he could not write with his left, he pondered and discreetly tucked the letter between the pages of a book, placing it in his locker. For several consecutive days, Chun Jian delivered fruits to Bian Xuedao's residence in Honglu. Bian Xuedao remarked, "Second brother, if I eat any more, I will surely vomit. Take it back to share with the brothers." It was nothing of great consequence. After the previous incident with the computer, my anger had subsided, and following this altercation, I felt utterly rejuvenated. This statement held truth. Since the fight, Bian Xuedao appeared less burdened by melancholy, regaining his former vitality. Given the bloodshed witnessed at the scene, Bian Xuedao had prepared himself for potential disciplinary actions from the school, yet he remained unconcerned. Such matters hardly warranted expulsion, as long as it did not lead to that. He could simply pay to have the reprimand annulled. In university, nothing is insurmountable if law enforcement is not involved, and money can resolve virtually any issue. Chun Jian remained vigilant regarding the whispers from the Academic Affairs Office. Strangely, it seemed that the absence of complaints from students prevented any official inquiry. It was as if some unseen force was suppressing the matter, for this incident did not attract the school's attention or punishment. When the injuries on Bian Xuedao's face had nearly healed, Professor Yin called him, inviting him to visit his office when convenient. In the office, Professor Yin inquired about Bian Xuedao's recent academic progress and earnestly expressed his optimism regarding Bian Xuedao's scholarly thinking. He encouraged Bian Xuedao to read more economic journals, both domestic and international, and hoped that over the course of his 4 years at university, he would aspire to write 2 papers that showcased unique insights, as this would greatly benefit his career post-graduation. Observing the injuries on Bian Xuedao's face, Professor Yin abruptly shifted the conversation, revealing that he had heard about Bian's altercation in front of the girls' dormitory. Initially, the university intended to address the matter with severity. However, it was Professor Yin who leveraged his extensive connections, coupled with the other party's reluctance to escalate the issue, that ultimately spared Bian from facing academic probation. Upon exiting the office, Bian understood that Professor Yin intended to convey that the favor from their previous paper had been returned. To continue enjoying Professor Yin's protection, Bian knew he must produce a substantial paper. Bian felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Professor Yan. The monetary fines were of little concern to him. Yet he recognized the considerable effort required to navigate connections, play the sycophant, and wear a smile. Thus, the current situation was undoubtedly preferable. After contemplating through the night in his dormitory, Bian resolved to seek out materials on the international development of e-commerce. Aiming to compose a paper on its prospects before the emergence of Taobao, Bian gradually restored much of his daily routine, engaging in morning exercises, reading the news, attending classes, and no longer lingering at the entrance waiting for Xu Shangxiu during lunch, though he still occasionally visited in the evenings. While Bian had largely forgotten about the previous altercation, his peers were not so dismissive. Discussions had arisen in Sanmu Garden regarding the repercussions Bian might face, and as time passed with no word from the Academic Affairs Office, students began to speculate that both individuals involved in the fight had substantial backgrounds, evident from their arrival in a car. The post discussing this incident was swiftly buried by Li Yu, and similar posts met with a similar fate. Upon hearing his dorm mates speak of the matter, Bian chuckled, never imagining that his name would one day become a sensitive topic, albeit only within Li Yu's sphere. It had been several days since anyone had seen Eugene from room 717. Though Eugene previously would disappear for days, he would invariably call the dormitory every couple of days to chat. Recently, however, no calls had come, prompting Kong Wei's to express his desire to catch up with Eugene. Tong Chao, practicing frugality, had purchased a new phone, treating it with utmost care. The clerk had advised that the first 3 charges needed to last for 12 hours, but with the dormitory's erratic power supply, Tong Chao faced a dilemma. He initially intended to seek out Bian Xuedao for assistance. But after hearing from Yang how that Bian's landlord was difficult to deal with, and that Bian was recuperating at home, he decided to venture off campus to find Eugene. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tong Chao brought news that Eugene had been assaulted, suffering injuries far worse than those of Bian Xuedao. Chapter 045, Price Represents Sincerity. Tong Chao shared the news of Eugene's beating, mentioning that he had not told anyone else and was currently recovering at home. The entire 717 dormitory, including Bian Xuedao, who still bore bandages on his face, visited the apartment rented by Eugene. The door was opened by Zhou Ling. Upon entering, they found Eugene lying on the bed, his head and right hand heavily bandaged, sipping milk. Seeing his brothers from 717 enter, Eugene attempted to sit up. But as he moved, he inadvertently aggravated an injury, letting out a pained gasp as he slumped back down. Zhou Ling hurried over to support him and advised everyone to find a place to sit. Chen Jian inquired of Zhou Ling, "What happened?" Zhou Ling recounted, "A few nights ago, I was dining with Eugene at a nearby eatery when a group of boys who arrived later began to utter lewd remarks in my direction. Eugene confronted them, leading to a physical altercation." Zhou Ling grasped Eugene's hand and continued, "At the hospital, she received 11 stitches on her head and 9 on her hand." Li Yu inquired of Eugene, "Did you know those individuals? Are they from our school?" Eugene gazed at the blanket draped over her, remaining silent. AI Feng asked, "Can you tell me who assaulted you? I will confront them." Eugene still declined to speak. Li Yu turned to Bian Xuedao, who had settled at the foot of the bed, smiling as he asked Eugene, "Don't be shy. I too have been injured. Who threw the first punch?" Eugene rolled her eyes. "I was the one who struck first." "Why did you engage? How many were there?" "There were 4 of them." Making crude comments about Zhou Ling lowered her head, flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her discomfort, Eugene gently squeezed her hand. Bian Xuedao continued, "Who were they?" Eugene grimaced. "Those ruffians from the ice rink last year, the one with the hawk-like nose." Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the incident. Chen Jian stood to leave, but Eugene called out, "Second brother, please wait, let me finish. I Haven T informed the brothers about this matter because I instigated it, and it is my responsibility to resolve it independently. This way, any repercussions will not fall upon everyone else." Bian Xuedao asked Eugene, "How do you intend to handle it?" Eugene replied, "I Haven T decided, I tend to forget things, so perhaps by the new year, it will slip my mind." Bian Xuedao responded, "Well, if that is how you feel, that is good. Take care of yourself. If you wish for anything, let your brothers know. Don't let Zhou Ling bear the burden alone. Once you recover, I'll treat everyone to a day of fun." As they were about to leave, Bian Xuedao turned back to Eugene and said, "I might have access to a new cheat code soon. I'll be sure to give you first dibs." Hearing this, Eugene perked up. "Brother Bian, you'd better keep your word." After returning to the Red Building, Bian Xuedao called Eugene. It is best to communicate any plans with the brothers in advance for discussion, and remember, never act impulsively. Eugene nonchalantly agreed. In the following days, everyone visited Eugene several times. Post-incident, Eugene mentioned to Bian Xuedao that the most frequent visitor was Yang Hao, who assisted with tasks that Zhou Ling could not manage. This seemingly ordinary boy from 717 revealed a remarkably compassionate side through their prolonged interactions. Bian Xuedao has been quite busy lately. He formed a loose football team with some classmates from gym class, engaging in friendly matches every couple of days with Duan Qifeng and a few others. Despite their modest backgrounds and less-than-ideal diets, these boys grew tall and strong, holding their own against university students without appearing disadvantaged. Often, after 30 minutes of play, they would gain the upper hand. Additionally, during free periods, Bian Xuedao would take a map of Songjiang City, board a bus, and embark on aimless journeys, transferring from one bus to another until reaching the final stop. On the journey, whenever Bian Xuedao recalls which plots of land have been developed into high-rises, commercial districts, or metro stations, he meticulously marks them with his pen. If he happens upon a relatively large bookstore during his travels, he will disembark the bus, eager to seek out literature on electronic commerce. One day, while on the bus, his friend Wen Shige called to inform him that he had acquired the source code for Legend for 50,000 yuan, exclaiming about the bargain. Bian Xuedao responded that this hardly constituted a bargain. Since the code had already been leaked, the seller would not limit their sales to just one buyer, and its value would soon depreciate. It was imperative to expedite the launch of their private server, for soon there would be an abundance of private servers online, significantly diminishing their profit margins. At the end of October, it was Bian Xuedao's turn to host a social gathering for the freshmen of the 2002 International Trade class. Everyone felt a sense of nostalgia as time flew by, while eagerly anticipating the sight of several charming female classmates at the event. The social gathering proved to be a resounding success, primarily due to the beauty and enthusiasm of the younger girls, particularly the female host who partnered with Chen Jian, a true polymath excelling in singing, dancing, and hosting. Among the evening's performances, the standout was undoubtedly Kong Wei's solo magic act involving card tricks. In an attempt to impress the female classmates, he chose to showcase an unpracticed routine, resulting in a series of blunders that only heightened his confidence as he revealed the cards, leaving the audience in fits of laughter. Ultimately, Chen Jian stepped in to save the day, urging everyone to applaud Kong Wei's for his entertaining solo skit. Throughout the night, Bian Xuedao watched the performances with a smile. At one point, Song Jia seized the opportunity to inquire why he hadn't performed. He replied, "It's better to leave the opportunity for those who need it." Song Jia sighed, expressing, "It's truly difficult to hear you sing." Bian Xuedao assured her, "There will be opportunities." The studio finally developed the offline hack for Legend, and Bian Xuedao provided a copy to Eugene. Eugene had fully recovered, appearing unchanged, still maintaining his carefree demeanor. While handing over the hack, Bian Xuedao mentioned, "I lack the energy to focus on cheats now. You need to send me any money from your account. If you wish to profit in this area, consider utilizing the offline hack to farm gear for sale. It could yield similar results as when we sold cheats." He added, "This weekend, let us take Zhou Ling out for a day of fun." On Saturday, members of groups 717 and 603 ventured out together, initially shopping before spending the majority of the day at the amusement park, followed by a meal, and then heading to karaoke. Liu remained the karaoke champion, but this time they discovered Zhou Ling's delightful singing voice, soft and reminiscent of Teresa Tung. After AI Feng belted out Glorious Years, Yang Hao followed suit with Real Man. Both, despite their lack of fluency in Cantonese, managed to capture the essence of the songs, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the group. Yang Hao had a long-standing affection for Real Man, consistently performing it during outings, and even humming its melody in their dormitory during moments of emotion. When asked why he is so fond of this particular song, Yang Hao recounted his childhood fascination with the drama The Hero, in which the character played by Wan Ziliyang embodies a tit-for-tat mentality. Hearing the usually gentle and amiable Yang Hao express such sentiments, everyone instinctively murmured in agreement. Kong Wei's, known for his imaginative interpretations, surmised that Yang Hao must have a crush on one of the female actresses in the show. The girls from Building 11 have become accustomed to studying while sitting beside Bian Xuedao at the back door, to the extent that on several occasions, Those who forgot their meal cards would leave their water bottles beside him for a brief moment before returning to their dorms to fetch them. This trust has been cultivated through persistent interactions. At this juncture, Bian Xuedao, seated at the back door, sometimes glanced in the direction of Xu Shangxiu, driven by an inexplicable habit. Among the ebb and flow of passers-by, few knew whom he awaited, yet most had lost interest in speculating. Bian Xuedao had drafted a rough outline for his thesis on e-commerce, though he still needed to gather additional materials. One day, while searching for books in the library, he encountered Shan Rao, who was studying there as well. Shan Rao had noticed him engrossed in his search among the shelves, finding men most alluring when they are focused. As Bian Xuedao moved to another section, Shan Rao softly called out to him. Not long ago, he had urgently requested her assistance in researching Xu Shangxiu, to which he had merely offered a brief thank you. Now, faced with Shan Rao, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. What a coincidence, he exclaimed. Indeed, quite serendipitous. Studying? Yes, gathering information. Thank you for the last time. How about I treat you to dinner? Bian Xuedao intended this as a courteous gesture, already aware that Shan Rao was the head of the Female Students Association, a position that rendered such an invitation rather formal. Sure, wait for me while I tidy up, she replied, surprisingly beginning to organize her belongings. Bian Xuedao chuckled, all right. As they exited the library, he inquired, what would you like to eat? Any favorite spots nearby? Shan Rao, cradling her bag, pondered for a moment. I'm not in the mood for a meal right now. How about a cup of coffee instead? If I feel hungry afterward, we can grab dinner. Desiring to express his gratitude, Bian Xuedao was reluctant to treat her to instant coffee from the nearby beverage stall. They walked for 20 minutes to a more reputable coffee shop, where they found a seat by the window. Bian Xuedao allowed Shan Rao to order, but she chose the two cheapest options. Upon hearing this, he requested the server to switch them for 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee. Although he was aware that the so-called Blue Mountain was likely a facade, the price was clearly marked, and he sought to convey his appreciation through this gesture. Once the server had retreated, Shan Rao remarked, it's just a name. The beans are all quite similar. There's no need to splurge. Bian Xuedao shook his head with a smile. The price signifies gratitude. After a brief silence, Shan Rao queried, how are things with that girl named Xu? Bian Xuedao anticipated her question. She has a boyfriend. Really? Shan Rao appeared surprised. Isn't she a freshman? That was quick. Yes, they must have been together since high school. And both got into Dongsan together, Bian Xuedao replied. Oh, I see. The coffee arrived, and the two engaged in a casual conversation. The soft music in the CAF paused momentarily, only to resume with Wu Bai's Norwegian Wood. This melody served as a catalyst for their discussion. Upon hearing Bian Xuedao mention his proficiency in guitar, Shan Rao seized the opportunity to share her long-held desire to learn the instrument. She recounted how, in her youth, her mother had discouraged her from pursuing guitar lessons, deeming it unseemly for a girl. By the time she reached university, living in a dorm with 8 others, the lack of a conducive environment stymied her aspirations. Curious, Shan Rao inquired about the intricacies of playing the guitar, and Bian Xuedao patiently outlined the challenges she might face. As Norwegian Wood played in the background, Bian Xuedao was struck by the resonance of another classic by Wu Bai, Reunion, which seemed to echo his current emotional state. Sitting there in the CAF, he contemplated the notion of purchasing a guitar for himself. Upon leaving the CAF, Shan Rao casually asked where he was headed. Bian Xuedao, unreserved, admitted that the mention of guitars had ignited a yearning within him to explore the street of musical instruments and select one for himself. Shan Rao expressed her desire to accompany him, and the two hailed a taxi, embarking on their journey to the instrument street. After visiting several shops and testing various guitars, Bian Xuedao purchased an acoustic guitar for 1,300 yuan. Shan Rao observed his expenditure of over 1,000 with a hint of surprise, though she maintained her composure. With a few hundred yuan on her person, she had contemplated buying one for herself, but seeing Bian Xuedao's generous purchase, she decided against it. Parting ways with Shan Rao at the school gate, Bian Xuedao hurried towards the red building. As she watched his retreating figure, she found herself yearning to hear how adeptly he could play the guitar, yet their acquaintance was still too fresh for her to voice such a desire. Back at his residence in the red building, Bian Xuedao searched online for Reunion, but to no avail. He then sought Sudden Self, only to come up empty once more. Taking a piece of paper, he began to hum the melodies as he wrote down the lyrics to both songs. Gazing at the words before him, he reflected on his relationship with Xu Shangxiu, and suddenly, clarity washed over him. The emotional turmoil that had plagued him seemed to dissipate like snow under the sun. In a haze, he realized that he was indeed the third party between Xu Shangxiu and Tao Qing. In this lifetime, Tao Qing was a variable, while he himself represented an even greater uncertainty. Originally, he was meant to enter Xu Shangxiu's life in 2009, yet somehow he had intruded upon her life in 2002. He likened himself to a train that had arrived prematurely, unable to enter the station due to scheduling conflicts. If fate indeed followed a trajectory, forcing his way into Xu Shangxiu's life might bring her more anguish than joy, akin to a change of major that proved detrimental. 7 years was ample time for a woman to reshape her views on love and partnership. Thus, he pondered why he could not, as in a previous life, regard Xu Shangxiu merely as a fellow alumnus during their university years, standing at a distance to watch over her, waiting patiently, rather than rushing to claim her, potentially causing her harm. As Bian Xuedao picked up the guitar and strummed a few chords to find his rhythm, he was abruptly interrupted by a heavy cough from Professor Shen in the adjacent room. Hastily, Bian set down the guitar and closed the door tightly. Lately, something seemed amiss in Professor Shen's household. The old gentleman's mood was particularly sour, and the lady of the house rarely wore a smile. It appeared that he would have to wait until the elderly couple ventured out before he could practice his guitar. Bian Xuedao and Li Yu had finally received their driving licenses, allowing Li Yu to bid farewell to the days of driving without a permit. No longer sweating bullets at the sight of traffic police. In the dormitory, Tong Chao inquired of Li Yu, "I just completed Need for Speed. Can I just present my save game to obtain my license?" Li Yu snatched his license back, saying, "Why not give it a try? You never know. It might actually work." That evening, while Bian Xuedao stayed in the dormitory, Yang Hao received a phone call from his girlfriend. He took the call out to the balcony and did not return until lights out. Upon Yang Hao's return, Kong Wei's remarked, "Such affection. Whose phone died this time? I say, Lao Chi, can't you invite your wife to come visit Sanjiang? It would be nice for everyone to meet her." Yang Hao chuckled. "Once the courses ease up in junior and senior years, I will definitely bring her." Tong Chao, lying in bed, chimed in, "Have you all heard? The class leader from our second class broke up with that ice princess from the foreign languages department." AI phone queried, "I know that one. What's her name? Lu Xiaomei, right?" Kong Wei's confirmed, "Yes, that's her." The story about her calling the class leader from the balcony of the restroom spread like wildfire. Li Yu, clearly unaware of the matter, expressed interest. "What happened? Do tell." Kong Wei sat up in bed and, in the darkness, mimicked Lu Xiaomei's phone voice. "So bad. So very bad. Oh, truly terrible." His dramatic exclamation sent shivers down everyone's spines. Li Yu remarked, "I never would have guessed. Whenever I see her on the street, her expression is as stern as an editorial from the People's Daily. I always thought she was on the path of a saint. Who knew she had such a side? How did they end their relationship after all that?" Kong Wei's responded, "Could you expect a 0.5 millimeters lead to fit comfortably in a 1.0 millimeters pencil? It simply cannot last." AI Feng interjected, "Let's not dwell on the 1.0. How do you know she is 0.5? Kong Wei's replied, "I saw it in the school shower room." At this point, Li Yu's thoughts took a leap. Why is it that while we can build muscle on our bodies, we cannot do the same in relationships? Chun Jian, who had remained silent until now, joined the conversation. "What are you thinking? Have you ever seen a cannon that grows in caliber while firing?" Tong Chao mused, "I really should have enrolled in a directing program." Li Yu questioned, "How did we get onto the subject of directing?" Yang Hao explained, "Lao Ba means that directors have more women willingly coming to them." Chun Jian retorted, "Most directors marry actresses, and being the husband of an actress is no easy task." Tong Chao added, "Directors not only attract women, but also, if they are somewhat successful, they possess wealth." Yang Hao countered, "The money directors earn is nothing compared to that of officials or those who control state-owned enterprises. They are practically penniless in comparison." AI Phone concluded, "That's true. Spending one's own money doesn't count for much. It's those who spend others' money who are deemed successful." The reasons behind the losses of many state-owned enterprises are not solely attributed to a lack of profitability. Otherwise, how could China have produced such a plethora of billionaires? Do you believe they amassed their wealth solely through hard work? Li Yu inquired, with such substantial fortunes. How many bodyguards must those wealthy individuals bring along when dining out to feel secure? Bian Xuedao could not suppress his amusement and interjected, "Generally, they opt for takeout." "Are you still awake, old Bian?" Everyone assumed Bian Xuedao had dozed off due to his previous silence on the topic. He retorted, How could I possibly fall asleep with you all chatting like this? Liu leaned down from the top bunk and asked Bian Xuedao, have you heard that Lao Ba has recently become infatuated with that host girl from the social evening? Bian Xuedao replied, I have. What about it? Yang Hao said. He hasn't won her over. Lao Ba is now completely distracted and can't think of anything else. Kong Wei's advised, don't dwell on it. Just remember, behind every woman you long for, there is a man she finds unbearable. Consider how you feel about that man. Tong Chao quipped. I want to be like San Gu and splash you with floral water. Kong Wei's retorted, that is unsanitary. Just then, Bian Xuedao received a text message. Are you asleep? It was Dong Shui. Bian Xuedao replied, you're not asleep either? No. Bian Xuedao asked, is school busy? Yes. Take care of yourself. I heard you have your eye on a junior. Have you won her over? She has a boyfriend. Have you missed me recently? I have. Good night. Good night. Bian Xuedao recalled that he had initially planned to visit Dong Shui in Tianjin during the National Day holiday, but the unexpected arrival of Xu Shangxiu had caused him to cancel his plans. Concerning this girl, who had entangled herself with him shortly after his rebirth, Bian Xuedao found it difficult to articulate his feelings, closer than classmates, yet more distant than lovers. The following morning, after class, Bian Xuedao called out to Liu, asking him to accompany him to the ale studio. In the car, Liu queried about the purpose of the visit, to which Bian Xuedao responded that he intended to record another song. Liu asked, is it one you wrote? Yes. For Xu Shangxiu? Yes. Is it melodious? Absolutely delightful. Unlike the previous production, for Li Sun, this time Bian Xuedao had signed a formal copyright ownership agreement and a production contract with the studio. In the recording studio, Bian Xuedao, holding his guitar, performed Reunited again in front of Liu, Convenient Noodle Head, and Long-Haired Fan. Convenient Noodle Head remained relatively composed, as he was not particularly fond of rock music. However, Long-Haired Fan could not contain his excitement. He leaped in front of Bian Xuedao and grasped his guitar, asking, did you write this song? Yes. Bian Xuedao had already checked online, and the song had yet to be released. Long-Haired Fan urged, play it again. I'll find the beat. Sitting at the drum set, Long-Haired Fan recalled the rhythm from Bian Xuedao's previous performance, attempted to play along for a while, and said, I'll accompany you. Let us do it once more. Bian Xuedao sang Reunited again, and with the interplay of drums and guitar, the song's rock essence began to resonate. Both Convenient Noodle Head and Long-Haired Fan had played in bands and had worked in the studio for several years. Yet none of the widely sung hit songs had emerged. Nevertheless, they had a keen ear for music. Upon the first listen, they were thoroughly impressed. By the second listen, they were certain that this could undoubtedly become a classic. As they signed the contract moments ago, the two bystanders initially scoffed inwardly, thinking, what could two university students possibly produce that warrants a serious copyright agreement? However, the two, known for their distinct hairstyles, soon realized that these students were quite cunning. Sensing that this song was indeed extraordinary, the vehicle belonging to Bian Xuedao and Liu halted outside the studio, and neither their stature nor demeanor suggested they were easily intimidated. With the copyright matters settled, the two began to ponder how they might profit from this remarkable song. They understood well that songs of such caliber were rare, and even a mere acknowledgement could be beneficial. The one with the noodle-like hair inquired of Liu, which of you penned this song? Liu remained silent, glancing at Bian Xuedao. Bian Xuedao responded, I wrote the lyrics, and we both composed the music. Upon hearing this, the two felt their chances were dashed. The one with flowing locks, whose thoughts were lively, wondered if they should aim for a 3 or something else. Bian Xuedao had not considered alternatives and simply stated, 3. Would this arrangement suffice? The one with flowing hair leaned in closer. My partner Xiao Tao. He gestured towards the noodle-haired Tang Tao, and I can assist you with this song, free of charge. All we ask is that you credit us as arrangers, producers, or even as the drummer or guitarist. What do you think? Tang Tao, relieved that the one with flowing hair wasn't seeking to monopolize, expressed his gratitude and quickly added, yes, just a credit will do. You two need not worry about anything aside from singing. The song will still be yours. Bian Xuedao had conceived this song on a whim, and upon realizing that assistance and funding were being offered, he considered it a negligible loss and nodded in agreement. He did, however, make one stipulation, pointing to Liu. We want our names to appear only as voices, not faces. The one with flowing hair found this even better, contemplating an animated format and enlisting familiar friends to save costs. For 3 days, the one with flowing hair, and Tang Tao brainstormed arrangements in the studio, during which they called Bian Xuedao twice to review the incomplete work. On the fifth day, Bian Xuedao and Li Yu spent an entire day recording but were unable to complete it. Bian Xuedao could have sung it solo effortlessly, but after sharing a segment with Li Yu, it became evident that Li Yu struggled to capture the rock essence. After a day's rest to help Li Yu find his groove, the second recording session was successful. They entrusted the post-production to the one with flowing hair and Tang Tao, while Bian Xuedao and Li Yu returned to school to await updates. At Bian Xuedao's residence in Honglu, Li Yu asked, "Did you really write that song?" "Ah, really? Have you heard it sung by others? How did you come up with it?" "I don't know. I thought of it while sitting at the entrance of Building 11. "You're amazing." After Li Yu returned to the dorm, he inadvertently took Bian Xuedao's newly purchased guitar with him. On Friday evening, during the last session of nutrition and culinary arts, Bian Xuedao attended class, having been informed 2 weeks prior by Liao that the final session would take attendance. It would be unreasonable not to attend after receiving such advance notice from the teacher. How could he ignore a personal reminder from a beautiful girl? Habitually, Bian Xuedao chose a seat at the edge of the classroom, remaining as transparent as air after merely acknowledging his presence. Sitting a few rows behind Bian Xuedao, Liao occasionally cast a glance his way, only to find him utterly motionless. After repeated intervals of observation, it became evident that he remained in the same steadfast position, resembling a monk in deep meditation. As the class drew to a close, Liao gathered his belongings and exchanged a few words with his classmates. However, upon looking up again, he discovered that Bian Xuedao had already vacated the classroom. One afternoon, while Bian Xuedao was engrossed in writing a paper in his room, the landlady knocked and entered to converse with him. Judging by her expression, Bian Xuedao initially presumed she was about to raise the rent. To his surprise, she informed him that she and her husband were planning to sell the property, having already entrusted the listing to a local real estate agent. She came to inform him in advance that, should the house sell in the near future, Professor Shen would refund the remaining rent. As for whether the new owner would continue to rent it out, that would be a matter for Bian Xuedao to discuss with them. Bian Xuedao inquired briefly, and the landlady explained that their decision to sell stemmed from a desire to move to Beijing to care for their pregnant daughter, with intentions to purchase a smaller residence there for long-term settlement. Bian Xuedao casually asked how much they planned to sell the house for, to which the landlady replied without hesitation, stating they aimed for a price of 275,000. Curious about the size, he learned it was 120 square meters. That evening, Bian Xuedao chose not to return to his dormitory, instead lying in his room, contemplating the prospect of the house. Since his rebirth, he had envisioned building his future through real estate investments, having already conducted preliminary assessments of several promising properties in Songjiang City. While he possessed a modest sum of money, which might be considered substantial by ordinary standards, it fell significantly short of his ambitious goals. The property owned by Professor Shen was reasonably located and promised future appreciation, yet it paled in comparison to the potential gains he anticipated from other sites he had in mind. Nevertheless, acquiring this property presented its own advantages. Being situated within the school grounds, it would afford him convenience for classes and website maintenance, effectively granting him his first personal space. Bian Xuedao pondered late into the night, grappling with indecision, particularly since he had no one to consult. He could not confide in his closest family, nor could he discuss it with his dormitory companions, friends, or Dong Shui. Even if circumstances were different, he would hesitate to approach Xu Shangxiu, as she remained with another. A wave of loneliness washed over Bian Xuedao as he recognized the paradox of his situation. Though surrounded by bustling crowds, he felt profoundly solitary. If Xu Shangxiu continued to reject him in the near term, should he not consider finding a girlfriend himself? He could not bear the thought of watching her become enamored with someone else while he remained single until 2009. Upon waking the next day, Bian Xuedao resolved to act. He approached Professor Shen and expressed his intention to purchase the house. The elderly couple repeatedly confirmed that he was not jesting, and then Professor Shen suddenly inquired whether Bian Xuedao's parents held any official positions. Bian Xuedao replied that they were not officials, but rather small business owners. Professor Shen did not press further. Thus, the matter unfolded. Regardless of the couple's initial skepticism regarding Bian Xuedao's seriousness, all doubts dissipated once he placed the sum of 275,000 before them. Due to the full payment for the property, the transfer was remarkably swift. The transaction center informed Bian Xuedao that he could collect the new property certificate in 2 weeks. In December 2002, Bian Xuedao acquired his first home. Chapter 048. As if a wild goose treads on snow mud. Just as there was no one to consult before purchasing the house, the joy of homeownership was equally solitary. He could spend thousands treating classmates to meals, invest 20,000 to assist Xinjian in purchasing a laptop, or support Liu in recording music. In everyone's eyes, he was perceived as affluent and generous, someone willing to spend for friends. Yet, these expenditures were not frivolous, as they yielded returns for Bian Xuedao. However, buying a house was different. In Chinese culture, the significance of property is deeply ingrained, regarded as one of the most substantial assets in a person's life. If news of his purchase were to spread, it could incite jealousy and scrutiny from acquaintances, and even professors might question the source of his wealth. This was not what Bian Xuedao desired. After all, his money was of questionable origin. Better to celebrate in solitude than to invite complications. Professor Shin and his wife had moved out, leaving most of their furniture to Bian Xuedao after gifting some to close friends and family. As they departed, Bian Xuedao assured them that if they ever returned to Songjiang to visit friends or enjoy the summer, they were welcome to stay at his place, considering the spacious house was solely his. The elderly lady smiled warmly and agreed. Standing in the center of the living room with all the doors open, Bian Xuedao felt a sense of relief for having made the decision to purchase the house. The property boasted excellent lighting, a favorable layout, and commendable decor. Most importantly, he was the master of this abode, his home. Aside from the demolition teams, no one could contest his dominion over the property. Fond of basketball courts and stadiums, Bian Xuedao continued residing in his previously rented room for a few more days. He replaced the old furniture with a new set of sofas, a home theater system, high-quality audio equipment, and an entire kitchen set, including a refrigerator. After preparing a few signature dishes, he opened a bottle of wine, turned on the sound system, and dined alone in the dining room. The wine was not particularly strong, yet with each sip, he felt increasingly solitary, longing for companionship. Thoughts of Xu Shangxiu, who shared the same campus, drifted into his mind, as did memories of Dong Shui far away in Tianjin, and even the confession from Liu Qing. Outside, snow began to fall, the mischievous north wind swirling the flakes past the window. Bian Xuedao could not recall which snowfall this was in 2002. Yet he knew that in a couple of years, a song titled The First Snow of 2002 would emerge. He searched for his guitar, wishing to play a tune, only to discover it was missing. He surmised that Liu had taken it. After finishing his meal, without clearing the table, Bian Xuedao grabbed a small stool and returned to his old haunt. Since coming to terms with his feelings, he had not visited the back door in a while. But today felt special, consumed by melancholy. He yearned to see Xu Shangxiu, even if just for a fleeting moment. Outside, the snow fell heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. Bian Xuedao's wish was fulfilled as he spotted Xu Shangxiu, along with Tao Qing. Tao Qing walked backwards in front of Xu Shangxiu, using his body to shield her from the biting wind and snow. He held an umbrella above her head, while Xu Shangxiu occasionally nudged his hand slightly towards her direction, prompting him to immediately adjust it back. As they entered Building 11, conversing in the lobby for a while, Tao Qing eventually walked away with the umbrella, and Bian Xuedao felt for the first time that he might have misinterpreted something. However, a defining trait of Bian Xuedao's character is his remarkable perseverance. Once he sets his mind to something, he will endure through any hardship until the very end. Old habits resurfaced. The heavy snow had persisted for 4 days, and each day Bian Xuedao endured over an hour of this relentless weather. Many called to dissuade him, but he merely smiled, offering no response. On Wednesday, the snowfall was particularly heavy, prompting most to remain indoors, huddled in their dorms, leaving the campus streets nearly deserted. Bian Xuedao sat in a corner near the back door of Building 10, watching large snowflakes tumble from the sky, swirling gracefully and obscuring visibility. Within less than 20 minutes, he was thoroughly chilled to the bone. He tried to curl himself into the corner, occasionally rubbing his hands and face, or standing to jump in place a few times. Bian Xuedao persisted, for his intuition told him that Xu Shangxiu had been watching him from above these past few days. He had a premonition that she would come to see him. The snow fell like a serene meditation. Amidst the heavy snowfall, a silent melody seemed to flow through the air, resonating and echoing in a gentle dance. The door to Building 11 opened. A figure clad in a long black down coat emerged, standing at the entrance while opening an umbrella. Through the falling snow, Bian Xuedao's heart raced at the sight of the person's movements. Though he could not discern their features, he recognized the familiar shape and demeanor. The figure, under the black down coat, held the umbrella and walked directly towards him through the layers of snow, adorned with a cat-eared hat and a maroon scarf. The person's gait was steady, and Bian Xuedao was already certain it was Xu Shangxiu. Indeed, it was Xu Shangxiu. Upon reaching Bian Xuedao, she gazed quietly at him, half of his clothing dusted with snowflakes. Her eyes, familiar to him, resembled a tranquil lake, calm yet elusive. Bian Xuedao smiled at her like a child, the most genuine smile he had shown since his rebirth. Xu Shangxiu looked at his smile, said nothing, and with a slight crouch, placed the umbrella at his feet before turning to leave. "Wait," Bian Xuedao called out to her. Xu Shangxiu turned back, her eyes silently questioning him. He unfastened the buttons of his coat, reached into his pocket, and retrieved a piece of paper, extending it to her. The paper still held the warmth of his body. Xu Shangxiu stared at the paper for a moment, then looked up at him, reached out to accept it, tucked it into her coat pocket, and turned back toward Building 11. The wind remained the same, and the snow continued to fall, yet in Bian Xuedao's eyes, the scene had transformed entirely. It seemed as if the elements had suddenly been imbued with life, joyfully singing, dancing, and exploring the world. The perceptive Xu Shangxiu was conveying to Bian Xuedao that she understood his feelings. Offering him the umbrella was not a signal to continue waiting, but rather an indication that she had begun to care for him. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xu Shangxiu noticed the puzzled expressions of her roommates, who wondered why she had come back so soon after stepping out. The dorm leader inquired about the umbrella she had not yet retrieved, to which Xu Shangxiu replied that she had lent it to a classmate she encountered at the entrance of the building. After changing her clothes, she tucked a piece of paper into a book and made her way to the study room within the dormitory building. There, she had a designated small desk in a favorable location, close to the warmth of the heating unit. Absently flipping through her book for a while and noticing the sparse attendance around her, Xu Shangxiu took out the paper she had tucked between the pages. The paper was sturdy and pristine, and the creased edges suggested it had been carried for some time. As she unfolded it, she was greeted by elegant handwriting. "You say life is like a dream. I say life is like a show. What difference is there? Aren't they both shrouded in the same haze? With you in my life, that is enough. You have brought forth a rainbow in my world. Loving you simply expands my heart, making the world feel larger. All flowers bloom for you, and all scenery is arranged for your delight. We are so different. Surely we must have been deeply in love in a past life. We have promised to reunite in this lifetime." Xu Shangxiu read the note 3 times, struggling to discern whether it was poetry or something else, particularly puzzled by the terms haze, past life, and reunion. She almost concluded that a boy named Bian Xuedao must know her contact number, or else he would not have penned phrases like life is like a dream and simple love. This was not surprising, as many new classmates had exchanged numbers after starting university, and a considerable number were aware of hers. In truth, the knowledge that a boy harbored feelings for her and persistently expressed his affections brought Xu Shangxiu some joy. However, she was already in a relationship. During her year of repeating studies, had it not been for Tao Qing's unwavering support, encouragement, and guidance in self-regulation and affirmation techniques, she might not have persevered. And even if she had, gaining admission to a prestigious university would have been challenging. Xu Shangxiu recognized Tao Qing's psychological fragility, his impatience, and a hint of jealousy. Yet he had never uttered a discouraging word to her. The thought of abandoning Tao Qing for someone pursuing her was simply unfathomable. Folding the letter neatly and placing it back in the book, Xu Shangxiu resumed her studies. It was not until a few days later, while watching a music program on television that ranked the week's popular songs, that she recalled the letter. When the third-ranked song played, she discovered that its lyrics echoed the sentiments written on the paper. Retrieving the letter for another glance, Xu Shangxiu confirmed that Bian Xuedao had indeed copied the song's lyrics. While she bore no objection to his imitation of the lyrics, she wondered why he could not have chosen a more sincere and fitting expression of sentiment. Was this truly the measure of his earnestness in pursuit? Such is the nature of the world. What resonated most with Bian Xuedao's feelings seemed utterly incomprehensible to Xu Shangxiu, as if they were worlds apart. After 2 months of steadfast devotion, Bian Xuedao had merely managed to create a slight crack in Xu Shangxiu's heart. She was aware that he had also seen that particular episode of the music ranking, which featured the song produced by Chang Fa and Tang Tao. Recently, Bian Xuedao had been preoccupied with matters concerning his housing, ultimately relying on Li Yu to oversee the process. Before Li Yu left, Bian Xuedao informed him of a crucial limit. Neither could show their faces or make any political missteps. Poor Li Yu was utterly oblivious to the concept of a political error. This marked the first occasion Bian Xuedao encountered his own song, which bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Hui's appointment, with a narrative that was reasonably well-rounded. Upon seeing Reunion ascend the charts, Li Yu leapt with joy, one hand clapping Bian Xuedao on the shoulder while the other pointed excitedly at the television, exclaiming in his elation, unable to articulate further. Bian Xuedao shared in the joy. Though his excitement paled in comparison to Li Yu's, he had long recognized the song's merit, and this was merely a deserved ranking. He pondered how Xu Shangxiu would react upon witnessing this. It is often said that concern breeds confusion, and there is another adage about being lost in one's own predicament, which indeed holds true. Most of the time, Bian Xuedao was quite rational, yet he repeatedly stumbled when it came to Xu Shangxiu. Had he been able to predict Xu Shangxiu's thoughts upon encountering the lyrics, he would have certainly rewritten the song to echo Wu Bai's I Love You for 10,000 years. Chapter 49. A Chance Encounter on the Ice throughout 717. Aside from Eugene, no one else was aware of Bian Xuedao and Li Yu's collaborative recording. Bian Xuedao felt it unnecessary for every detail to be widely known. Everyone already recognized the strength of his bond with Li Yu, so there was no need to reiterate it before their dormitory brothers. Just before Christmas in 2002, after Reunion briefly topped various music charts in the country, it maintained a stable position within the top 3 for 3 consecutive weeks. Surprisingly, the individuals most thrilled by this achievement were not the two performers, but rather Tang Tao and the long-haired individual known by his real name, Fan Hongbing. Those within the industry who were acquainted with the duo began to call, inquiring about the connection between Reunion and the two, asking if they had encountered a brotherhood, and whether they wished to change their environment. For several days, Fan Hongbing and Tang Tao were in a state of anxious yearning, wanting to converse with Bian Xuedao and Li Yu. However, given that their relationship was strictly professional and not even that of friends, what could they do if ignored? What if a careless remark displeased the two, resulting in future collaborations being out of the question? When Fan Hongbing plucked out his 5th gray hair, he received a phone call that nearly made him faint from joy. On the line was Bian Xuedao, announcing that he had written another song and would meet with him and Tang Tao the following day. Bian Xuedao had indeed contemplated releasing Sudden Self earlier, yet had not settled on a timeline. Amidst the snow, Xu Shangxiu delivered an umbrella, igniting a spark within Bian Xuedao, who had been waiting for 2 months. Upon returning home and reflecting on the lyrics that evoked memories of tenderness and winter, he resolved to record Sudden Self immediately. At the Yale studio, following the usual protocol, they first signed the copyright agreement. Once the boss, who merely collected signatures and payments, had departed, Fan Hongbing activated the recording equipment and invited Bian Xuedao to sing a preliminary rendition. Despite Fan Hongbing and Tang Tao having heightened their expectations, they were left speechless after listening to Sudden Self. From the lyrics to the melody, a graceful and liberated sentiment radiated, leaving them to wonder what kind of musical genius could craft such a masterpiece. The reunion and once again was somewhat acceptable, but by the time Sudden Self emerged, they genuinely could not believe that a mere university student could compose such lyrics and melodies. Yet, they had indeed never encountered anything like it before. Could it be that these two youngsters were backed by someone extraordinary? If that were the case, how could they possibly record in such a humble studio? Regardless, they thought, fortune is a gift from heaven. Who would refuse it? A glance exchanged between the two revealed their mutual understanding. Their future, whether illustrious or mundane, rested on the shoulders of these two young men. With a proper attitude and a united effort, their efficiency soared. Without needing to speak, they volunteered to take on the task themselves. 10 days later, Sudden Self was completed, marking the birth of the first champion song in the music scene of 2003. Observing the weary yet determined faces of Fan Hongbing and Tang Tao, who had tirelessly run about, Bian Xuedao could not resist their heartfelt pleas and reluctantly agreed that if he and Li Yu were to form a band, he would prioritize them. To the outside world, Fan Hongbing took on the role of half-manager for Bian Xuedao and Li Yu, with the understanding that before graduation, they would not engage with the media. Furthermore, they established a written authorization allowing Fan Hongbing and Tang Tao to cover Sudden Self and once again at certain events. Many inquiries reached the Ale studio, and Fan Hongbing, in his capacity as manager, responded to each call. He only confirmed one detail. The brothers were indeed university students. The entertainment sections of the music industry and media erupted with excitement. Could a university student truly create such a mature rock composition? It bore no trace of traditional campus folk songs, nor did it possess the rebellious, furious, and howling essence of rock music from the 1980s and 1990s. Instead, it conveyed a sense of depth, nonchalance, and grandeur. Subsequently, skepticism arose online, questioning whether such a creation could be produced casually. Music, like painting and writing, requires profound knowledge and experience. Could a university student possess such depth, especially when there were no prestigious music schools in Songjiang? Regardless, the brothers found themselves in the limelight. Their production techniques were even sought after and emulated. Liu merely accompanied Bian Xuedao for fun, soon forgetting the excitement, while Bian Xuedao immersed himself in aiding brother went studio to generate revenue, scarcely glancing at the newspapers. Outside, the commotion reached a fever pitch. Yet the two protagonists remained blissfully unaware. In November 2002, Miracle showcased the competitive edge of the three-game model. While Legend still had its profit points, the visually stunning Miracle proved to be a significant profit generator. Under Bian Xuedao's suggestion, the studio expanded and delineated functional areas, roughly dividing them into 4 sections: an external plugin development zone, a private server zone for Legend, an idle zone for Miracle, and a relaxation area. Despite the studio's flourishing business and abundant financial resources, Bian Xuedao harbored concerns about its future. He recalled that in December 2003, law enforcement and relevant national departments conducted a midnight operation, resulting in the arrest of several studios involved in the creation of Miracle plugins. Subsequently, the General Administration of Press and Publication, the Ministry of Information Industry, the State Administration for Industry and Commerce, the National Copyright Administration, and the Office of the National Anti-Pornography and Anti-Legal Publications Working Group issued a notification, categorizing the unauthorized establishment of servers and the illegal production and sale of program cards in the realm of online gaming as targets for their anti-pornography and anti-legal publications campaign. Bian Xuedao contemplated that during the initial phase of Miracle, a blessing would roughly possess 50, with 25 for the soul, while Maya weapons and wings held considerable value. He believed that the best use of the cheat codes developed by the studio would be for personal use, suggesting the acquisition of a batch of higher-spec computers and the selection of popular servers to commence the sale of equipment. Once the prices of blessings and souls decreased, they could then sell the cheat codes. Wang Shige was immensely impressed by Bian Xuedao's insight and wholeheartedly embraced his suggestions. In fact, within just the month of December, the profits from Miracle compensated the studio for the purchase of 12 computers. After accounting for expenses related to purchasing a house and furnishing it, Bian Xuedao still had several $100,000 in hand. He momentarily set aside concerns about finances, confident that as long as the studio faced no unforeseen circumstances, 2003 would be a year of substantial profit. After completing 6 of his courses, he still had 2 more to tackle. Bian Xuedao grew weary of his studies and decided to retrieve his ice skates and head to the rink. By the time he arrived at the ice rink, it was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. Since ice skating classes had concluded 2 weeks prior and most students were busy preparing for exams, the rink was not overly crowded. Scanning the area, he noticed several pairs of male and female skaters, with the males teaching and the females learning, hand in hand, enjoying themselves. As Bian Xuedao sat down to change his shoes, someone approached on skates and halted a short distance away to watch him. He looked up to see Shan Rao standing across from him, greeting him warmly, dressed in a pink down jacket and sporting red skates. Shan Rao stood out against the pristine ice, exuding a captivating charm. After securing his skates, Bian Xuedao stepped carefully over the snow and called out to Shan Rao, "What a coincidence to see you here." "Indeed, it is a coincidence. I came with classmates. What about you?" Shan Rao glanced toward her classmates and inquired. "Just by myself. I was feeling stifled from studying, so I decided to skate for a bit," Bian Xuedao replied. The two began to skate side by side. It was then that Bian Xuedao noticed that Shan Rao was surprisingly using speed skates. As they approached her classmates, Shan Rao waved at them without speaking further and continued skating alongside Bian Xuedao. Shan Rao's 3 roommates exchanged glances, curious about the identity of this boy. "Who is he? Have you seen him before? Why did Shan Rao not introduce him? This is not at all like Minister Shan's usual style." They cautiously maneuvered around the pairs of skaters, teaching others. Shan Rao mentioned to Bian Xuedao that she had seen Xu Shangxiu while inspecting the girls' dormitory that evening, describing her as a beautiful and well-mannered girl. Shan Rao further shared that she had recruited Xu Shangxiu into the student council, noting that Xu now spent less time with her boyfriend, which presented an opportunity for Bian Xuedao. Bian Xuedao listened with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Shan Rao then asked how he was faring with the guitar he had brought back, mimicking playing it and expressing a desire to hear him play at some point. Just as she spoke, a girl practicing skating in front suddenly fell, and in trying to control her speed, Shan Rao's skates collided, causing her to lose her balance. As Shan Rao's body began to topple forward, Bian Xuedao instinctively reached out to catch her, causing her to stumble slightly. Fortunately, both managed to regain their balance. At that moment, Bian Xuedao noticed that his arm was inadvertently resting across Shan Rao's chest, and even through her down jacket, he could feel the softness beneath. The two quickly separated, as if nothing had transpired, and continued gliding forward. By around 4 o'clock, dusk had settled. Shan Rao's roommates called her to return to the dormitory, but she urged the three of them to leave ahead. The trio of girls departed, filled with curiosity. After gliding a couple more rounds, Bian Xuedao exchanged his skates with Shan Rao and began their walk back. Silence enveloped them as they walked, until Shan Rao, observing Bian Xuedao heading towards the red building, inquired if he wasn't returning to the dormitory. Bian Xuedao was momentarily distracted, preoccupied with a thought about Xu Shangxiu, pondering the prospect of renting a room in the red building. Watching Bian Xuedao enter the building, Shan Rao found herself increasingly perplexed by this seemingly uncomplicated boy. While ice skating, Bian Xuedao had contemplated whether he should purchase a mobile phone for Xu Shangxiu as a means of facilitating communication during the winter break. From Wang Deliang, he had already learned that both Tao Qing and Xu Shangxiu did not possess mobile phones. The difficulty lay in whether the proud Xu Shangxiu would perceive his gesture as an attempt to purchase affection. Yet, Bian Xuedao felt compelled to make the attempt. After all, acquiring a phone would establish a bridge between them. Even without meeting in person, exchanging messages would vastly improve their communication. The following day, Bian Xuedao purchased a Nokia 7650 and, brimming with excitement, made his way to room 11. He asked the dormitory attendant to call Xu Shangxiu in room 312, providing his name as well. This time, the intercom did not announce Xu Shangxiu's absence, but instead mentioned that she would be coming down shortly. Bian Xuedao's joy was palpable, yet the ensuing encounter plunged him from elation into a chilling abyss. He presented the gift bag to Xu Shangxiu, who declined to accept it and instead asked, "Aren't you here to return the umbrella?" With a smile, Bian Xuedao replied, "I intended to bring it, but I forgot when I left. Please hold on to it. I will retrieve it momentarily." As Xu Shangxiu opened the gift bag and recognized the Nokia phone from the advertisement, she promptly returned it to him, stating, "I don't want this." Bian Xuedao insisted, "I won this during a lucky draw at the mall yesterday. Please take it." Xu Shangxiu looked at him and replied, "I have a boyfriend." Bian Xuedao countered, "That's unrelated. It doesn't matter." Xu Shangxiu maintained, "It does matter." He responded, "Having a phone would make it easier for you to talk to your boyfriend." She replied, "He would be upset if he found out." Bian Xuedao added, "If you refuse it, I will be upset too." Xu Shangxiu bit her lip and reiterated, "I don't want it." After standing in silence for a moment, he said, "If you don't want it, then I will take it back." Xu Shangxiu gazed deeply into his eyes, stating, "I don't want the umbrella either. Please don't seek me out again. I have a boyfriend." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Bian Xuedao, clutching the gift bag, felt as if it contained the weight of 2 mountains, Taihang and Wangguo. He anticipated that Xu Shangxiu might refuse him, yet he never expected such a complete dismissal. Just as he glimpsed a ray of hope, it was swiftly obscured by dark clouds. The following day, Bian Xuedao spotted Xu Shangxiu entering classroom 11 from a distance and descended to seek her out once more, only to be met with the reply that she was unavailable. The third day mirrored the second. On the fourth day, Bian Xuedao waited outside the classroom where Xu Shangxiu was lecturing. As class concluded, he beheld Xu Shangxiu emerging through the door. She too noticed him, her brow slightly furrowing as she used her gaze to dissuade him from approaching to speak. Observing her expression, Bian Xuedao suddenly felt that any action he took would be counterproductive. Sitting on his sofa at home, he pondered incessantly about where he had gone astray. Was it a mistake to desire an early connection with Xu Shangxiu? Was fate insistent that their encounter should be perfectly timed in 2009? Bian Xuedao was not particularly adept at pursuing women. He never had been, and now he found himself at a loss. He could not conceive of any strategy that might compel Xu Shangxiu to develop affection for him. Should he relentlessly pursue her like a dog, allowing love to turn into resentment? Or should he withdraw, seeking an opportunity to disrupt her relationship with Tao Qing, only to re-emerge later? Would persistence create a butterfly effect? And if he chose to wait, how long must he endure? After a night of contemplation, Bian Xuedao resolved to wait. This decision stemmed from both his character and a desire to preserve his pride. Since his rebirth, he had sensed the affection of various women, including Dong Shui, Song Jia, and Li Yucheng, even experiencing a hint of it from Shan Rao. Unbeknownst to him, this feeling had subtly transformed him. The adage "a mountain of 9 ridges may collapse with one more stone" resonated within him. Bian Xuedao did not realize that had he persisted just a little longer, everything could have changed. Once again, Xu Shangxiu rejected him through the intercom, lying quietly in bed, unable to articulate her feelings. A few days prior, downstairs, when Bian Xuedao claimed that the phone was a prize from an event, she recognized his deceit but appreciated his intentions. Later, when Bian Xuedao stated that if she did not want it, he would take it back, she was once more moved. She could sense that he genuinely cared for her. In truth, ever since she returned the umbrella to Bian Xuedao, she had dreamt of him on 2 separate nights. It felt as though he were an intimately familiar presence in her life, and they lived together as if they were family. Xu Shangxiu was startled awake by this peculiar sensation, striving to uncover its source, yet everything remained elusive, slipping through her fingers. The nature of human emotions is indeed strange. Although Xu Shangxiu had verbally condemned Bian Xuedao, she found herself thinking of him increasingly often. She repeatedly emphasized to Bian Xuedao that she had a boyfriend, more for her own reassurance than anything else, as she feared succumbing to his advances before she had reached a resolution with Tao Qing. She was also reluctant to appear gracious toward Bian Xuedao simply because of a gift, fearing it would give him the impression that she valued material possessions. Unbeknownst to Xu Shangxiu, Bian Xuedao understood her nature profoundly and would never belittle her for accepting a gift. On the 5th day, Xu Shangxiu awaited Bian Xuedao, but he did not appear. The 6th day passed in the same manner. It was not until the winter vacation commenced that Bian Xuedao had yet to grace Xu Shangxiu with his presence once more. Throughout the entire winter break, Xu Shangxiu, citing her preparation for the English Level 4 exam as an excuse, postponed several dates with Tao Qing. This shift in Xu Shangxiu's demeanor alerted the already sensitive Tao Qing to a looming crisis. He frequently called Xu Shangxiu's home, and whenever her parents answered, he would sweetly inquire about their well-being. Xu Shangxiu's parents were aware of Tao Qing's existence, but as their daughter had matured, they understood that it was natural for her to engage in romantic pursuits. Although they had not interacted with Tao Qing extensively, they held no significant objections. They merely found it somewhat unseemly that he had taken 3 years to complete his university studies. However, they recognized that their daughter had always possessed her own opinions, and she was merely a freshman, far from marriage discussions, so they refrained from delving too deeply into the matter. On New Year's Eve, after conversing with Tao Qing on the phone for a while, Xu Shangxiu reclined on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala. In her hands, she held a book, within which was nestled the letter Bian Xuedao had given her. Xu Shangxiu had examined that piece of paper numerous times, and with each reading, she found the lyrics increasingly profound, yet the underlying meaning eluded her. She pondered why, after spending 2 months near the back door, Bian Xuedao had only sought her out a few times before vanishing. If she had Bian Xuedao's number, she would undoubtedly call him now to inquire about the significance of the lyrics. Throughout the Spring Festival, Xu Shangxiu found herself contemplating each evening what she would do if, upon the return to school, Bian Xuedao continued to pursue her. What would happen if she truly agreed to be with him? How would Tao Qing react? What would her dormitory mates think of her? It posed quite a conundrum, Xu Shangxiu mused. However, Bian Xuedao did not present Xu Shangxiu with a dilemma. Upon the commencement of the new semester, he vanished from her line of sight. The school had scheduled the start of classes for the 17th day of the lunar month. Coincidentally, the 14th day fell on February 14th, Valentine's Day. Xu Shangxiu returned to Songjiang on the morning train and, feigning discomfort from motion sickness, canceled several of Tao Qing's date requests. She waited in her dormitory from noon until the lights went out that night. Yet Bian Xuedao did not come to seek her out. The next time Xu Shangxiu heard mention of Bian Xuedao was during a conversation among her dormitory mates, who spoke of a boy waiting at the back door last year, who was waiting for the head female student of their department. The boy was a year below her, and although she had initially declined his advances, they had unexpectedly become a couple this semester. Xu Shangxiu recognized that the boy in question was Bian Xuedao and realized that he had been waiting for her. Yet now, how had it transformed into a relationship with the head female student of their department? Chapter 051, A Visit from Kexai. When Shige's home was in Fujian, and several members of the studio from the southern region, struggling to secure train tickets and eager to earn money, worked tirelessly throughout the Spring Festival without a break. Their efforts bore significant fruit. Typically, the Spring Festival is when Chinese individuals find themselves most financially comfortable, particularly the youth and children who indulge in gaming. On the fourth day of the new year, when Shige called Bian Xuedao to inform him that in the first month of 2003, the studio's 3 lines of business had experienced a comprehensive surge, with the most profitable no longer being the cheats, but rather the 3 distinct versions of Legend private servers established under Bian Xuedao's guidance. Prior to the Spring Festival, Bian Xuedao devised a plan and, with the assistance of Wen Shige, orchestrated the hacking of over a dozen private servers similar to theirs. Naturally, fearing retaliation, they also had their own servers hacked, but managed to restore them within just 2 days. Consequently, in the week leading up to the Spring Festival, the number of users on their private servers surged dramatically. Bian Xuedao advised Wen Shige to incorporate some money-making strategies commonly employed in domestic online games that would emerge in a few years, designing certain aspects of the game to cater to players eager to exchange money for time, leading to an exhilarating experience. Soon, several affluent players spent over 50,000 each, while many mid-tier players also spent upwards of 300 yuan. By the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, when Bian Xuedao returned to Songjiang, the studio's bank account had swelled to 1.2 million yuan. Bian Xuedao required just 500,000 for himself, while the additional 100,000 was to be distributed by Wen Shige to the studio members under various pretenses, ensuring everyone enjoyed a pleasant lantern festival. Bian Xuedao was indifferent to how Wen Shige allocated the funds among the staff, as he understood that he, as the hands-off manager, could not take as much as Wen Shige, who treated the studio as his own. Liu had gone to celebrate the new year elsewhere and did not return. Without a vehicle of his own, Bian Xuedao took 500,000 yuan and hailed a taxi. To avoid suspicion and covetous eyes, he refrained from instructing the driver to take him to the nearest industrial and commercial bank, instead directing him to Dongsan University. Upon arriving at the bank near the school, he encountered the same woman who had attended to him during his previous visits. This time, Bian Xuedao noticed her employee badge, which displayed her name, Guan Shunan. Guan Shunan was quite adept at her job. Upon seeing Bian Xuedao, she greeted him with a sweet smile and inquired about the nature of his business. Bian Xuedao nodded and replied that he wished to deposit money. Her gaze fell upon the bag he was carrying, and upon noticing his almost imperceptible nod, Guan Shunan led him into the bank. After depositing the money into his account, Bian Xuedao looked at the receipt showing a balance of 1.05 million yuan. And for the first time, he felt like a wealthy individual. Standing nearby, Guan Shunan watched as he retrieved stacks of cash from an inconspicuous bag, ultimately withdrawing 500,000 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, Guan Shunan was no longer as eager to let him leave as she had been on previous occasions. Instead, she insisted on upgrading him to a VIP client. It was a jest that clients with fixed deposits of 1 million yuan should not slip through her fingers, as the bank manager would undoubtedly be furious if he found out. Bian Xuedao understood that no matter which bank he chose for his funds, this would be an inevitable scenario. Moreover, the location was indeed more convenient. Considering that he still had over 2 years until graduation, and this was the closest off-campus branch to his school, he agreed to the upgrade. Guan Shunan was elated. Having signed 3 clients, including Bian Xuedao, thus ensuring that she would meet the VIP marketing targets set by the bank manager by year-end, potentially earning a larger bonus than the previous year. Guan Shunan accompanied Bian Xuedao to the door, where several individuals in the regular queue glared at him as he exited the corridor. On February 12th, while Bian Xuedao was cooking at home, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" he called out from the kitchen. "Kexai here for a visit." Liu's voice rang out from outside. Bian Xuedao was so enraged that he nearly dropped the frying spatula from his grasp. Before the Spring Festival, he had informed Liu that Professor Shen's daughter was pregnant, and the elderly couple had gone to Beijing to spend the new year at their daughter's home, likely not to return until summer. Upon their return after the festivities, Bian Xuedao replaced several door locks and prepared a set of keys for Li Yu, sparing himself from the annoyance of the lad constantly shouting for him outside. Upon entering, Li Yu found Bian Xuedao cooking. He shed his outer garments and perched himself on a stool beside the dining table, engaging in conversation with Bian Xuedao. The latter inquired, "Why are you not accompanying Li Sun? What brings you here?" Li Yu replied, "Li Sun 1T returned until the 16th. Her family 1T let her leave." "Why haven't you pursued your dream girl?" Upon hearing Xu Shangxiu's name, Li Yu immediately associated her with Bian Xuedao's romantic aspirations. Bian Xuedao responded, "I'm opting for a period of cold treatment. Pursuing a girl demands energy, and I need to rest for a few days." Li Yu retorted, "Have you ever been warm with her? Be careful. If you leave it too long, she might forget you." Li Yu lingered at Bian Xuedao's residence until the new semester commenced, indulging in food and drink. When boredom struck, he would venture outside to rent DVDs from a video store. This young man, unbeknownst to anyone, managed to rent several tapes of the 1986 version of Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, resulting in the theme song echoing through the living room at midnight, startling Bian Xuedao awake multiple times. Eventually, Bian Xuedao warned Li Yu that if he continued watching ghost stories at such late hours, he would reclaim the keys. Consequently, Li Yu shifted his ghostly viewing to daylight, chuckling foolishly while watching, and would seize the opportunity to interrogate Bian Xuedao whenever he was home. "What does the ghost look like without her makeup? Is she pretty? How does she compare to the one from yesterday?" Finally, the new semester began. After spending Valentine's Day in solitude and then the Lantern Festival in the same manner, Bian Xuedao found himself unwilling to continue residing in the Red Building. Thus, he decided to stay with Li Yu at 717 for a while. By the second semester of their sophomore year, each individual's character and preferences had become glaringly apparent, leading to diminished collective activities within the dormitory, with solitary and small group endeavors becoming increasingly common. The most prominent figure this semester was Tong Chao, who had brought an entire set of the 4 great classical novels from home, stacking them high beside his bed and diligently reading them one by one. Zhou Ling had returned to her hometown and had yet to come back. Eugene, finding little amusement at home, returned to the dormitory for a few days. Picking up Journey to the West from Tong Chao's bed, Eugene remarked, after Sun Wukong subdued the 7 fairies, he actually went off to eat peaches. "A monkey is indeed a monkey." Li Yu found this hilarious, slapping the bed and saying, "Bro, now do you understand how to use sanitary napkins?" Eugene dreaded when the dormitory mates brought this up. Go play with your homegirl Li Sun." Chun Jian returned from a meeting with the instructor, bearing news that several classmates had expressed dissatisfaction with the current class leader's lack of involvement, resulting in a weakened class cohesion. They had petitioned the instructor for a re-election of the class leader. Including the incumbent, the instructor had selected 3 candidates for the vote scheduled for the following evening. Chun Jian was among them. Everyone agreed this was a positive development and began strategizing on how to garner votes. Chun Jian insisted it was unnecessary. Upon reading out the names of the 3 candidates, Bian Xuedao understood that one was merely a filler. That evening, class leader Zheng Chong visited 717 to speak with everyone, subsequently calling Chun Jian outside for a private conversation. Soon after, Chun Jian returned and informed everyone that Zheng Chong supported him for the position of class monitor, alleviating any concerns regarding the voting process. Bian Xuedao pondered, Zheng Chong possesses quite an agile mind. How could he not maintain his position as class monitor? Is there perhaps something else at play? Shortly thereafter, Bian Xuedao's suspicions were validated, as it became evident that Zheng Chong had already completed his junior credits in the first semester of his sophomore year and was ambitiously pursuing senior courses and credits. His plan was to graduate at least a year early and then study abroad. Such an individual would hardly concern himself with the trivial title of class monitor. Bian Xuedao felt a kinship with Zheng Chong in terms of mindset, yet their paths diverged entirely. In the dormitory of Class 1 of International Trade, each of the 3 male dorms had a candidate, with Zheng Chong backing Chun Jian. Under the encouragement of his dorm mates, another candidate suddenly became quite active. Having spent nearly 2 years in college, Bian Xuedao had not paid much attention to this other candidate, until this incident left a lasting impression. Shortly after Zheng Chong departed, the rarely seen he also came to room 717 to chat, though his tone felt somewhat off. reminiscent of a leader visiting underprivileged households during the Spring Festival. Instead of seeking Chen Jian for a private discussion in the hallway or on the balcony, Bai He suggested in the common room that Chen Jian relinquish the role of class monitor to him, claiming he merely wished to secure a favorable impression for his postgraduate applications, with Chen Jian as a shadow class monitor, maintaining that the class would still be guided by Chen Jian's decisions. AI Feng inquired of Bai He, "Weren't you failing a course last semester? How do you plan to apply for postgraduate studies?" Bai He smiled bashfully. "Isn't it just a minor mishap? I thought I could leverage the class monitor position to enhance my image." After Bai He left, laughter erupted in room 717. Eugene remarked, "Did you hear how he spoke just now about that minor mishap? How come we never realized there was such a talent in our class before? He must think he has a swan egg in a chicken coop." The following day during the class meeting, Chen Jian was elected class monitor by an overwhelming majority vote. While Bai He and several boys from his dorm departed before Chen Jian could finish his acceptance speech, the instructor observed their retreating figures with a somewhat displeased expression. Chen Jian smiled and explained to the instructor that Bai He's dorm mates had fallen ill and needed to visit the restroom, assuring that they would return shortly. After the election of the class monitor, Bai He's dorm, 715, became the unconventional faction of Class 1 in international trade, delaying the payment of class fees by 2 weeks, and not fully participating in activities, generally causing disarray in class affairs. Soon, they began to face the repercussions of their actions. Chapter 052, The Freshman Exorcism Incident. During the first weekend of the new semester, Bian Xuedao submitted his thesis to Professor Yan. He titled the paper "The Development Prospects of E-Commerce and the Logistics Industry in China," providing a comprehensive outlook on the promising future of e-commerce and the substantial growth potential of the logistics sector. In his thesis, Bian Xuedao boldly predicted that within the next few years, China would witness the emergence of several e-commerce websites, among which 1 or 2 would become industry giants. These platforms would significantly disrupt traditional business models, and after several years of credit and technological accumulation, their electronic payment systems would challenge the banking sector a decade later. With the vigorous development of e-commerce in China, a springtime of growth would dawn upon the logistics industry, with those logistics companies first gazing towards the skies poised to seize a competitive advantage in the field. In the paper, Bian Xuedao posits that the advancement of e-commerce hinges on the accumulation of trust, while the growth of logistics enterprises is contingent upon the remuneration strategies and management models for frontline employees. Professor Yan dedicated a week to refining the paper and promptly shared it with his classmate from a previous academic engagement. Over an hour later, the classmate called, exclaiming, "Lao Yan, your student possesses quite the acumen. What is his background?" Professor Yan replied, "He comes from an ordinary family. When will this paper be published?" The classmate responded on the phone, "The boss has just reviewed it and is quite pleased. A spot has been allocated, and it will be published in March." Lao Yan, you are indeed fortunate. Professor Yan was indeed fortunate. This paper garnered more attention than the macro-level predictions regarding China's entry into the World Trade Organization, particularly capturing the interest of several notable individuals in the economic realm. It was this very paper that brought the names Yan Husheng and Bian Xuedao to the attention of titans in China's economic sector over a decade later. A few months following its publication, economic forums began extending invitations to Professor Yan. Several years post-publication, he had ascended to the status of a prominent figure within the academic community. 10 days into the new semester, the school, for reasons unknown, decided to relocate all male students from the 2001 cohort in Building 6 to Building 10. Building 10 is adjacent to Building 11, with one side of its dormitories directly facing the girls' dormitory in Building 11. The International Trade Department was assigned to the top floor of Building 10, specifically the 9th floor, where the instructor and class leader had preliminary authority over room assignments. Consequently, Room 717 was allocated to Room 909, which faced the sunny side and directly overlooked the girls' dormitory, while Room 715 was assigned to Room 914, which was on the shady side next to the restroom. Being on the shady side and adjacent to the restroom, Room 914 was indeed an undesirable accommodation. Bai He and several boys from Room 715 approached the instructor multiple times, but he insisted that the assignments were based on the freshman's performance, leaving no room for negotiation. Once the dormitory assignments were confirmed, the students faced the daunting task of moving. This predicament particularly troubled the boys from Room 717, who lamented the absence of an elevator in a 9-story building. On moving day, considering that some boys' girlfriends would likely come to assist, the school made an exception and allowed girls to ascend the stairs. AI Feng, Shenzhen, Li Yu, and Eugene, among others who had girlfriends, recognized their advantageous position, although the girls could not carry heavy items. Having a lovely girl bustling about beside them elicited envious glances from other boys in the building, filling their hearts with joy, especially when Nan Jiao assisted AI Feng in setting up the bed in the new dormitory. The sight was particularly disheartening for the single boys. As they transferred belongings from the 7th floor of Building 6 to the 9th floor of Building 10, Bian Xuedao, who was in excellent physical condition, found himself perspiring profusely. The items were not particularly heavy. Rather, the challenge lay in the limited quantity one could carry at a time, the long distance, and the arduous ascent. At this juncture, the situation was uniform among the dormitory brothers. Moving necessitated reliance on oneself. Li Yu's vehicle was of no use, as it could traverse roads but not navigate stairs. After contemplating for a while, Bian Xuedao realized that excluding his dormitory brothers meant he had no one around to assist him with the move. Wang Deliang was a potential option, but Bian Xuedao preferred to keep their acquaintance discreet. Wang Deliang shared a dormitory with Tao Qing, and he could only be called upon in critical moments. During his 3rd trip, Bian Xuedao paused for a moment at the back door of Building 6. As Dan Rao emerged from the supermarket on the 1st basement level, she noticed Bian Xuedao and handed him the freshly purchased iced tea. Bian Xuedao, parched, expressed his gratitude and consumed it eagerly. Dan Rao inquired, "Why are you alone? Didn't your dorm mates assist you with the move?" Bian Xuedao replied, "They are waiting for me to finish before they help with their own things. I have the least to move." Indeed, much of his belongings had already been transported to the Honglu residence. At that moment, Yu Jing and Zhou Ling exited the building, and upon seeing Bian Xuedao, Yu Jing remarked, "You should pause for now. I'll finish my moving swiftly, and Zhou Ling and I will help you." Bian Xuedao declined, saying, "No need. Just go ahead. Zhou Ling is waiting for you up front." Observing the interaction between Bian Xuedao and Yu Jing, along with Zhou Ling ahead, Dan Rao offered, "I happen to be free. Let me help you with your belongings." At that juncture, having assistance would indeed alleviate a considerable burden. One person making 2 trips could be accomplished by 2 individuals in a single trip, which is no trivial difference when considering the physical exertion involved in navigating stairs. Bian Xuedao, not one to be coy, assured Dan Rao that he would treat her to a delightful meal in return and led her upstairs to carry his belongings. The group bustling in room 909 was taken aback upon seeing Dan Rao enter with Bian Xuedao, her hands occupied with his possessions. Last year's Dragon Boat Festival had led to a chance encounter by the river, where they spent a good portion of the day together. And though they exchanged but a few words that evening at the hotel, everyone recognized Dan Rao. Chen Jian, involved with the student council, and the girls from room 603 knew Dan Rao as the head of the media department. Dan Rao graciously greeted those in the room and proceeded to place Bian Xuedao's items on the bed, inquiring if there were more belongings to be moved. Without a hint of hesitance, Bian Xuedao replied affirmatively and led her away. As they exited in tandem, a singular thought coursed through the minds of those present. Wasn't Bian Xuedao supposed to be pining after someone at the back door? Wasn't he rumored to be interested in a younger female student surnamed Su? How had he managed to connect with a senior department head? What script was this? Among the few boys from room 909, particularly those in relationships, the situation seemed manageable. Yang Hao's girlfriend resided out of town, and their bond remained strong. However, for Kong Wei's and Tong Chao, the outlook appeared grim. Without finding a girlfriend soon, their stay in the dormitory could become unbearable. Not long after Dan Rao followed Bian Xuedao into Building 10, word spread rapidly. Last year, during the school anniversary, Dan Rao was among the student hosts and performed in a duet, undoubtedly a prominent figure at Dongsan University. Rumor had it that during her sophomore year, she briefly dated a wealthy heir, but that ended rather swiftly. Since then, there had been numerous admirers around her, yet no confirmed romantic relationships had emerged. Her appearance in Building 10 raised eyebrows. Did this signify that the esteemed Dan Rao had taken a younger student as her partner? This was indeed momentous news. That evening, the Sanmu garden buzzed with excitement as inquiries arose about the purpose of Dan Rao's visit to Building 10. Some asserted, "Isn't it obvious? The boys from Building 6 are moving to Building 10 today, so she must be helping her boyfriend." Others noted, The person walking alongside Dan Rao is that heartbroken guy from last year's back door. Thus, everyone suddenly came to a realization. It turns out that last year's sorrowful gentleman was waiting for Minister Dan. So, the love of the sorrowful gentleman has finally blossomed? Has the rock been opened? Has the humble door now opened for you? The most enthusiastic participants in this topic were the students from the School of Media, particularly the freshman girls. Dan Rao, the female minister, held significant power and had many subordinates. She oversaw morning exercises, checked dormitory returns at night, monitored cleanliness, and intermittently checked electricity usage. Last semester, many freshman girls faced considerable hardships under Dan Rao's authority. With a smiling demeanor, she looked at people with twinkling eyes and a slight upward curl of her lips. When numerous freshmen were caught and pleaded with the minister, Dan Rao said nothing. Observing her expression, some newcomers thought they were in the clear, only to find that none escaped the collective punishment. Before long, Dan Rao earned the notorious title of female tyrant. While the collective punishment could be tolerated, Dan Rao's enchanting smile was another matter entirely. What could be born could no longer be. It was rumored that a certain male student had tamed this female tyrant, a junior under Minister Dan, which brought immense joy and satisfaction to everyone. No matter how formidable Minister Dan was, she ultimately became someone else's girlfriend, preparing water, delivering breakfast, knitting scarves, and sewing insoles. She was undoubtedly the one who gave more. Upon hearing this news, Xu Shangxiu made no comments, quietly approached the window, pulled back the curtain slightly, and gazed at the empty back door, lost in thought. Shortly after Bian Xuedao moved, Zhuaheng found Tao Qing and led him to a small barbecue restaurant off campus, where they conversed for 2 hours. As they exited the establishment, Zhuaheng patted Tao Qing on the shoulder and departed first. Chapter 053. The king's speech. Zhuaheng appeared carefree, yet he was, in fact, sharper than most of his peers. From the moment he first encountered Bian Xuedao at the dining table, Zhuaheng felt an instinctive recognition of a rival, a most profound biological instinct. After being publicly humiliated by Bian Xuedao, Zhuaheng contemplated seeking vengeance several times, but each time, the mere thought was enough to dissuade him. He felt utterly inadequate. Yet he genuinely wished to avoid encountering Bian Xuedao again. Particularly troubling was the recent incident involving his father being reported, which required significant effort, numerous connections, and considerable financial resources to resolve, preventing any disruption to his father's career. It was precisely due to this report that Zhuaheng's family exerted influence over the school, preventing disciplinary action regarding the altercation between him and Bian Xuedao. Not to mention, Zhuaheng had driven an Audi that day, in broad daylight and under the scrutiny of many. Should the matter escalate, that very Audi would only exacerbate his father's troubles. Zhuaheng understood that everything he possessed today was a result of his father's power, no matter how great the grudge or humiliation. He could not afford to betray his father at such a critical juncture. Even if he were to pay someone to deal with Bian Xuedao, the public confrontation would inevitably trace back to him. While revenge might provide fleeting satisfaction, it would ultimately lead to dire consequences for himself. The inability to retaliate directly did not equate to a lack of revenge. Zhuaheng still had his methods. His sources of information surpassed those of the average student, and he soon learned that Bian Xuedao frequently went to wait for someone in front of room 11. In the course of his inquiries, he also learned about Xu Shangxiu's boyfriend, Tao Qing. Zhuaheng was reluctant to confront Bian Xuedao directly, yet he was more than willing to set traps for him. Upon seeing Xu Shangxiu, Zhuaheng felt a flicker of interest, but quickly dismissed it. The thought of Bian Xuedao's niece still brought a pang to Zhuaheng's heart. Given that Bian Xuedao, like a rabid dog, had managed to guard this girl for 2 months, it was best for him to stay out of it. Whatever mischief he might concoct would only be thwarted by that fellow Tao, which was quite fortunate indeed. After moving, Bian Xuedao had intended to take Dan Rao out for a meal off campus, but Dan Rao mentioned she had other commitments that evening. So they settled for the Xiefeng cold drink hall on campus. Seated in the small private room, Dan Rao broached the subject of the guitar again, to which Bian Xuedao replied that he would play for her someday, and she would then gauge his skill. Observing the countless inscriptions left by student couples on the walls over the years, each a declaration of love that seemed to resonate deep within the soul, Dan Rao posed a question. How many of these couples do you think will marry and remain together for life? Bian Xuedao replied, I cannot venture a guess, but the ratio must be exceedingly low. Why is that? She inquired. It's a matter of feeling. Besides, I certainly wouldn't inscribe my thoughts here, he stated. Why not? She pressed. Because it's childish, he answered. In the 2 weeks leading up to the new semester, Yang Hao similarly neglected to attend class. And nearly every teacher had taken note of his absence. The instructor for political economy, in particular, expressed dissatisfaction, deeming a student who did not attend the first session to possess an inappropriate attitude. He made it clear in class that while other students had 3 opportunities, Yang Hao would only be afforded 2. Should he miss another roll call, regardless of his written exam results, he would fail. During lunch, Li Yu and Bian Xuedao spotted Yang Hao in the cafeteria and approached him. After a moment of silent dining, Li Yu turned to Yang Hao and asked, "Do you know why I love to sing?" Yang Hao, chewing his food, shook his head. In elementary school, I learned from characters in television dramas, and as a result, I developed a stutter that I couldn't shake. Eventually, I discovered that singing didn't cause me to stutter, so I sang every day until I overcame it. Yang Hao set down his chopsticks and regarded Li Yu. "Do you want to give it a try?" Li Yu suggested. "I've tried. It didn't work." "Our situations are different," Yang Hao replied. After a moment of thought, Li Yu countered, "It is somewhat different, but there's another method." Yang Hao asked, "What method?" Li Yu responded, "Speak in crowded places, give speeches, sing." Seeing the skepticism on Yang Hao's face, Li Yu continued, "Have you ever seen Li Yang's Crazy English? You know, the one where he raises his arms and shouts." As he spoke, Li Yu raised his hand, brandishing his chopsticks above his head, causing several girls in the aisle to sidestep in alarm. Yang Hao finally reacted, "I've seen it. That's it. Just mimic that style. You don't have to exert yourself or strain your voice, just adopt the same approach, and I assure you it will work." A classmate of mine overcame his stutter this way and became quite loquacious, chatting up anyone he encountered. Yang Hao looked up at Bian Xuedao, observing Li Yu's enthusiastic efforts. Bian Xuedao felt compelled to support him, thinking that if Yang Hao could indeed conquer this issue, his future endeavors would surely flourish. He remarked, "It's a viable strategy." Yang Hao was someone who acted decisively once he made up his mind, completely surpassing the expectations of Bian Xuedao and Li Yu. On the 3rd day after their conversation in the cafeteria, Yang Hao appeared at the entrance of the main building of the university, clutching a book and reciting Gorky's The Seagull aloud. From that day forth, Dongsan University gained yet another spectacle. At the entrance of the main building, the new building, the cafeteria, the supermarket, and the bathhouse, wherever there were crowds, Yang Hao would sporadically appear, book in hand, facing the stream of students, reciting passionately. If one were to gaze from a height, the students pouring out of the teaching buildings after class resembled a rushing river, while Yang Hao, standing resolutely before the main entrance and reciting loudly, appeared as a prominent rock, a stubborn shoal, or a tenacious island in the river. Observing his silhouette revealed a certain disposition. Yang Hao's recitations comprised 3 versions. One was his self-introduction, approximately 800 words. The second was Gorky's The Seagull. And the third was the Tao Te Ching. After reciting at school for half a month, Yang Hao felt the crowd was still insufficient, as many familiar faces remained, which lessened his intensity. He proactively shifted his battlefield to Songjiang railway station. Initially, he chose the ticket hall, pleased with the volume of foot traffic. Finding a somewhat open space, he cleared his throat and began to recite the Tao Te Ching aloud. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Those queuing for tickets, glancing at the electronic arrival and departure screens, holding their ears to converse on the phone, hurrying along with bags in hand, rummaging through the station for discarded bottles. And even the deaf-mute who sought donations with a written note were all startled by Yang Hao's sudden vocal outburst. The railway staff and cleaning personnel, accustomed to various types of miscreants, instinctively kept their distance from Yang Hao, who appeared to be a genuine lunatic. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yang Hao remained immovable. While the throng surged around him, he continued his recitation. His focus was solely on the articulation of his reading. However, after several minutes, he realized that the volume of the overhead announcements was too high for him to compete with, and each time he began to recite, he felt the piercing glares of those listening to the announcements upon him. The hostile stares of the travelers intensified, and when a 7th burly middle-aged man joined the ranks of those glaring at him, Yang Hao vacated the ticket hall. He then opted for the entrance of the station. Standing amidst several security machines, he resumed his reading. Bending, it becomes whole. Misaligned, it becomes straight. Low, it becomes full. Worn, it becomes new. Few, it becomes many. Many, it becomes perplexing. Thus, The sage embraces unity as the model for the world. Not self-assertive, hence he is illuminated. Not self-righteous, hence he is distinguished. Not self-promoting, hence he achieves merit. Not self-important, hence he endures. Before he could finish, he was apprehended by security personnel and plainclothes officers. Taken to the police station under the pretext of being mentally disturbed. At the station, the officer inquired, "What are you doing?" Yang Hao replied, "I am a student." The officer asked for his identification. Yang Hao presented his student ID. After examining it, the officer questioned, "What is a good university student like you doing here acting out?" Yang Hao responded, "Practicing my speaking skills." The officer remarked, "I see you speak quite well." Yang Hao replied, "Sometimes good, sometimes not." The officer chewed on his cheek and said, "I don't care what you're doing. This isn't the place for it. Go find another place to act out. Remember, if I catch you again next time, I will notify your school." After leaving the police station, Yang Hao found the square in front to be quite pleasant. But within mere minutes, his reading was interrupted. A middle-aged woman, clad in a hat and scarf that obscured her face except for her eyes, approached him. Inquiring if he needed lodging, she hinted at the proximity of a young woman nearby. A man with a crew cut and a gold chain also approached, asking if he was heading to the South Station, offering a ride for 50 yuan per person, indicating he needed one more passenger. Read the news. Morning paper, evening paper, advisory newspaper. A large yellow dog mysteriously vanished, and upon its return, it gave birth to a monstrous creature with a human face. Overwhelmed by the distractions, Yang Hao eventually retreated to the entrance of an underground passage, where the crowd provided shelter from the wind and a conducive environment for him to recite the sea swallow passionately with his eyes closed. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered 5 1 yuan bills and several coins lying beneath his feet. Chapter 054. How expensive are VIP clients? In late February, as most universities reopened, affluent students brought a renewed wave of prosperity to Wenshigei's studio. In 2003, the gaming studio was a lucrative industry, and adhering to the principle of not keeping excessive funds in their account, they began to distribute profits once a sufficient amount was gathered. Bian Xuedao received 250,000 yuan from Wenshigei and, following the usual protocol, went to an off-campus bank to deposit the money with Guanshunan. Just as he completed the transaction, he received a call from Li Yu looking for Bian Xuedao. Holding the phone, Bian Xuedao stepped outside, only to bump into Shan Rao. After hanging up, he greeted Shan Rao. "What a coincidence. Are you here for business too?" "Yes," Shan Rao replied vaguely. "Why didn't you handle it at the school bank?" Bian Xuedao explained, "I had some matters to attend to outside and just returned." He added, "I must be on my way. We will connect again." Guanshunan, still inside, observed through the glass, intrigued by the conversation between Bian Xuedao and Shan Rao. As Shan Rao entered the bank and spotted Guanshunan at the entrance, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Nan, were you waiting for me?" Watching Bian Xuedao depart, Guanshunan inquired, "Do you know Mr. Bian?" Shan Rao was momentarily perplexed. "Mr. Bian? Who is Mr. Bian?" Guanshunan pointed toward the direction Bian Xuedao had taken. Understanding dawned on Shan Rao. "Oh, you mean Bian Xuedao?" Guanshunan confirmed, "Yes, that is his name." "Do you know him?" Taking a seat, Shan Rao replied, "Yes, we are alumni and quite familiar with each other." Guanshunan, intrigued, asked, "Alumni? He attended the same school as you? Is he still a student?" "Yes," Shan Rao confirmed. "He is even a year below me." Shan Rao and Guanshunan had grown up together in the same residential complex, with Guanshunan being 4 years older and having always looked after the beautiful younger girl. Both were only children, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. After chatting for a while and noticing it was nearly noon, Guanshunan took a brief leave from her supervisor and led Shan Rao to a nearby restaurant. The meal cost Guanshunan 90 yuan, and upon seeing the dishes she brought back, Shan Rao exclaimed joyfully that their meals had finally improved. Guanshunan's fiancé, who also lived in the same complex, was 3 years her senior and had little interaction with Shan Rao, though she remembered him distinctly. The young man excelled academically from a tender age, graduated from graduate school, and subsequently entered a state-owned enterprise. He was later sent abroad to the United States for further studies and has become engaged to Guanshunan, with plans to marry upon his return. Dan Rao inquired of Guanshunan, "Have you chosen a house for your wedding?" Guanshunan replied, "I have selected a few and sent the photographs to Chen Gaoyuan." He mentioned that he currently lacks sufficient funds and that the future remains uncertain. Dan Rao remarked, "Uncertain? Why would it be uncertain? Your family has exerted considerable effort to secure your position in the bank. Would you truly abandon that to be with him? Guan Xunan fell silent upon hearing this. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Dan Rao shifted the topic. Why did you refer to Bian Xuedao as Mr. Bian? He is barely older than I am, just a year. Guan Xunan took a sip of her cola and stated, Mr. Bian is a client of our bank. Dan Rao widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, how significant is that? Guan Xunan nodded. Indeed, a VIP client. Dan Rao inquired, how affluent? Guan Xunan probed, how much savings do you have? Dan Rao replied, including various scholarships and the odd jobs I've taken, I'd estimate around 9,000. Guan Xunan glanced around to ensure no colleagues from the bank were present, leaned in closer, and whispered to Dan Rao, do you have any idea how much your alumnus has in his account? Dan Rao, puzzled by the question, instinctively asked, how much? Guan Xunan dipped a fry into ketchup and wrote 130 on the table. Dan Rao looked at it, confused, and asked, what does that mean? Guan Xunan whispered, 1.3 million. He has deposited this amount in our bank. I cannot speak for others. Dan Rao was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she questioned, are you certain that amount belongs to Bian Xuedao? Guan Xunan replied, after working in a bank for a long time, one can discern whether an account belongs to an accountant or a proprietor. I can assure you, that money is his. Noticing Dan Rao's silence, Guan Xunan continued, what is your relationship with Bian Xuedao like? Dan Rao pondered for a moment before responding, we are not from the same cohort, nor do we attend the same college. We were introduced to each other and have known each other for over 6 months. Given the recent rumors that emerged after I helped him move, I suppose our relationship is decent. Guan Xunan observed the subtle change in Dan Rao's expression and advised, you have only 1 year left until graduation. I recently heard on the news that this year marks the first batch of graduates following the expansion of university admissions. An expert even mentioned something about employment pressure. Throughout your university years, I have yet to see you bring a boy to meet me. You should consider this carefully. Do not make the same mistake I did by only choosing academically accomplished boys. Shen Gaoyuan is indeed brilliant, to the extent of being sent abroad for further studies. Yet what good does that do? Now, when it comes time to purchase a wedding house, my family has to contribute the majority. Every time I return home to see my parents, I feel an immense sense of guilt. Shen Gaoyuan may have a promising future, but by then, how old will I be? 40, 50, 60? Will I still be able to bask in the glory he possesses? Can I truly enjoy the splendor of life during my most beautiful years? Does Bian Xuedao have a girlfriend? Despite the abruptness of the inquiry, Dan Rao promptly responded, it seems not, and then recalled the solitary image of Bian Xuedao moving by himself, confidently asserting, no, he does not. Guan Xunan remarked, if you do not harbor any disdain for him, I suggest you give it a try. Now that you are aware of his wealth, you possess information that others lack. If the women at school and in society come to know of his affluence, will this young man remain an individual? The crux of the matter, I surmise, is that this fortune is self-earned. Imagine the capabilities he must hold, having amassed such wealth during his university years. Shan Rao returned to her dormitory in a daze, rummaging through her cabinet for her bankbook. Lying on her bed, she scrutinized the figures printed therein, ultimately settling on 8790. How much is 1.3 million? It is a difference of 3 digits. Could it be that Bian Xuedao is indeed that wealthy? It seems plausible, after all. He casually spent over 1,000 on a guitar without batting an eye. Shan Rao recalled a conversation during a dormitory sleepover, where a classmate mentioned that the third girl in the dorm had a high school acquaintance at Beijing University who was supported by a small businessman for an annual sum of 30,000. Surely, Bian Xuedao must be wealthier than that small businessman, right? As she lay on her bed, Shan Rao reflected on the moments shared with Bian Xuedao since their acquaintance. His composure during the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang Ming's boldness in approaching him, his calm demeanor over coffee, his fierce wit during confrontations, his thoughtful humor while ice skating, and his clever banter during their moving day. Upon reflection, it became evident that he was indeed unlike other boys. Initially, Shan Rao perceived him as somewhat exceptional. Yet she never anticipated he would possess a fortune of millions at such a young age. She also considered that, despite Bian Xuedao's considerable wealth, it was likely that few of his peers were aware of it. Through their interactions, it was apparent that he was not in want of money. He did not flaunt his riches and exhibited remarkable restraint in his spending, indicative of a profoundly mature young man. Shan Rao picked up her phone, located Bian Xuedao's name, and opened a message thread. After a moment's contemplation, she typed a few words, paused to reconsider, deleted them, retyped, hesitated again, and finally deleted once more. It dawned on her that her knowledge of Bian Xuedao was rather limited, aside from the fact that he played the guitar. Rising from her bed, she dressed and withdrew 1,500 yuan from the campus bank. She then exited the school and took a taxi directly to the street of musical instruments, purchasing a guitar identical to the one Bian Xuedao owned. Afterward, she returned to campus. Sitting on her bed, she caressed the strings of her new guitar while gazing at her reflection in the mirror on her desk, contemplating, am I losing my mind? On Saturday, Shan Rao called Bian Xuedao, informing him of her guitar purchase, but lamented that none of her acquaintances could tune it and requested his assistance. At that moment, Bian Xuedao, alone in the red building watching television, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed Shan Rao, since they could not access each other's dormitories, and the teaching building and library were unsuitable for tuning. It was decided that Shan Rao would wait beneath the red building while he came to fetch her. Shan Rao became the first woman to step into Bian Xuedao's abode. Upon entering, she had assumed he was sharing the space with a roommate, only to discover that he was the sole occupant. Bian Xuedao explained that his landlord had gone to Beijing to accompany his pregnant daughter. However, the keenly observant Shan Rao discerned from the room's decor, arrangement, and color scheme that this residence did not appear to be shared between an elderly professor and a tenant. As she settled onto the sofa, she casually inquired, "Is this sofa new?" Bian Xuedao was fiddling with his guitar, somewhat distracted, casually mentioning that he had purchased it over 2 months ago. As he tuned the instrument, Dan Rao wandered around the room. Bian Xuedao played a note and inquired if it sounded right. Without even glancing, Dan Rao affirmed it was fine. After meandering a few times, she had concluded that this house likely belonged to Bian Xuedao. Had she been unaware of his financial means, such a thought would not have crossed her mind. However, now that she was aware, it was not difficult to deduce. Dan Rao settled beside Bian Xuedao. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him tinkering with the guitar. Outside, the sound of keys turning in the lock announced the arrival of Li Yu, who entered carrying a bag of vegetables, glancing around as he removed his shoes. Spotting Dan Rao inside, he paused momentarily, then placed the vegetables down, apologizing, "My apologies, I seem to have come to the wrong place. Please continue." He attempted to step back outside. Bian Xuedao interjected, "Stop pretending. Come help Dan Rao with the tuning while I prepare dinner. You've been out buying groceries for nearly 2 hours. I thought you had gone gardening." He carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Li Yu shed his outer coat and moved closer, noticing Dan Rao's guitar. With a hint of surprise, he remarked, "Oh, your guitar is identical to old Bian's?" Dan Rao replied that they had gone together when Bian Xuedao bought the guitar. Li Yu's face lit up with realization. After tuning the guitar, Dan Rao prepared to leave. But Li Yu retrieved drinks and fruits from the refrigerator, rummaging through the cupboard for chips and shrimp crackers, placing them before Dan Rao. "Don't leave yet. Taste old Bian's culinary skills, they're quite exceptional." Dan Rao peeked into the kitchen, where Bian Xuedao was busy, and he called out to her, "Last time when you helped me move, I promised to treat you to a meal, but it never happened. Today, since there are no classes, come taste my cooking before you go." Li Yu was in the living room engrossed in a newly acquired DVD. Before long, Dan Rao was drawn to it. Curling up on the sofa, munching on snacks, more absorbed than Li Yu himself. The three of them dined at the coffee table in front of the sofa. "Brother Yuan, what does that city gate resemble?" one asked. "Like a monument. It shall commemorate the grand feats of our trio for generations to come." Another replied. "And what of Brother Wang?" Came the retort. "It resembles a tombstone, where many shall bury their lives." "You gentlemen, I perceive this is neither a monument nor a tombstone. It is a reminder to rejoice, not to mourn." Listening to the dialogue from the television, Bian Xuedao recalled having watched this film before, which depicted the tale of Tan Sitong and the formidable Wang Wu. Li Yu and Dan Rao were evidently watching it for the first time. And when they heard the song Blood Like Fire sung by El Fong, Li Yu abandoned his meal to hum along, rewinding the segment 3 times until both Bian Xuedao and Dan Rao protested. After dinner and the film, as Dan Rao prepared to depart for her dormitory, Li Yu mentioned that he had not quite tuned a few notes correctly and suggested she return tomorrow to collect the guitar. Bian Xuedao picked up the guitar to inspect the tuning, but Li Yu sprang up, saying, "I happen to be going out for a pack of cigarettes. Let me escort you downstairs." Once outside, Li Yu did not return, nor did he attend to Dan Rao's guitar tuning. The following Sunday, Li Yu arrived early. bearing several new DVDs and a bounty of fruits. Bian Xuedao perused the titles: Autumn Fairy Tale, Lavender, A Chinese Odyssey, and Half a Lifetime. Bian Xuedao inquired of Liu, what prompted the change of mood today? No longer watching the ghostly tales? Liu disregarded Bian Xuedao, seated on the sofa, holding a bottle of mineral water, and imitated Lu Fang's blood like fire. After singing for a while, he inquired of Bian Xuedao how to render this Cantonese song beautifully in Mandarin. Bian Xuedao replied that it would not sound pleasant regardless of how it was sung. When Shan Rao arrived to retrieve her guitar, she also brought along a large bag of fruit. Liu did not allow Shan Rao to leave, insisting that with so much fruit, it would spoil if not consumed. He showcased his guitar skills to Shan Rao and then began watching Autumn's Fairy Tale. Shan Rao glanced at Bian Xuedao and noticed he was also engrossed in the film, so she quietly settled beside him to watch together. For reasons unknown, beside Bian Xuedao, Shan Rao felt an unusual sense of security. Having not slept well the previous night, she drifted off to sleep without realizing. Shan Rao was awakened by the enticing aroma of vegetables. Upon waking, she found Liu playing on the computer in the study while Bian Xuedao, donning an apron, was cooking in the kitchen. Lazily leaning against the kitchen door, she asked Bian Xuedao if he needed help. He replied that it would be ready soon and asked her to tidy the table. When Shan Rao left in the evening, she still did not take her guitar, as Liu found yet another reason for her to leave it behind, suggesting she could collect it next time. Both Bian Xuedao and Shan Rao understood Liu's intentions, yet they pretended to be oblivious. By the end of February, Jay Chou graced the cover of the Asian edition of Time magazine. Praised as the new king of Asian music, with the magazine speculating that he might one day ascend the Western charts, enjoying unprecedented acclaim. At the beginning of March, Bian Xuedao was surprisingly busy. He first had Liu drive him around Songjiang City to purchase Banlan General then. He sought out a store specializing in bicycles to arrange for a batch of tandem and triple-seat bicycles. Once the bicycles were secured, Bian Xuedao, through Professor Yan, approached the relevant school department, expressing his desire to establish a bicycle rental service on campus under the pretense of entrepreneurial endeavor to benefit his fellow students. The teacher he spoke with was rather rigid, fixated on the potential dangers of riding bicycles amidst the bustling campus, refusing to relent. Eventually, Bian Xuedao proposed to fund the construction of several standard bike sheds on campus, stating that upon his departure, the usage rights would revert to the school. The teacher negotiating with him finally acquiesced. When Shige's studio continued to thrive astonishingly well, upon meeting, Bian Xuedao noticed that when Shige seemed somewhat elated. In a half-joking, half-serious manner, Bian Xuedao said, "Old one, let me confide in you. I have acquaintances in several gaming companies who can inform me of their developments in advance. The share of money you allocate to me is not solely for my benefit. I have to support these people. Otherwise, how could I always be ahead? You will soon see the utility of these individuals." Bian Xuedao recognized that as the studio's income increased, when Shige might resent the fact that Bian Xuedao claimed half while supporting a group of people, he needed to dispel when Shige's thoughts. The fictitious internal connections he fabricated would serve to alleviate when Shige's feelings of imbalance, provide a perfect rationale for his foresight, and simultaneously restrain when Shige from acting uncontrollably, a strategy he had contemplated for quite some time. The crux of the matter lies in Bian Xuedao's awareness of the impending actions by the 5 ministries at the year's end, which serves as his most potent weapon to keep Wen Shige at bay. Bian Xuedao understands that by providing advance notice to Wen Shige, allowing the studio to evade this operation, Wen Shige will be disinclined to entertain any notions of venturing out in the near future, believing that the resources allocated to him are worthwhile. With financial backing, efficiency is invariably enhanced. Bian Xuedao, along with Liu, Shan Rao, and Chun Jian, selected the location for the bicycle shelters, with Shan Rao liaising with the school authorities regarding construction matters. By the end of March, Bian Xuedao's bicycle shelters and bikes were in place. Each shelter accommodated a total of 16 bicycles, with arrangements for front, back, and side spaces. 3 shelters were constructed in the dormitory area, 1 at the library, and 1 each at the main building and the new teaching block. Bian Xuedao utilized high-quality materials for the bicycle shelters, ensuring they were sunproof, rainproof, and aesthetically pleasing. Upon inspection, the school leaders expressed their satisfaction and advised relevant departments to promote and support such entrepreneurial initiatives among students. Bian Xuedao named the bicycles Integrity Bicycles, drawing inspiration from a composition written for the college entrance examination. The 6 bicycle shelters did not impose any fees. Instead, they featured a tin box resembling a donation box. Bicycle keys, marked with numbers, were hung beside the box, along with the fee structure, stating, self-service bicycle retrieval, self-regulated payment. Vehicles are for campus use only. Please do not exit the campus. Fee structure, 5 yuan per hour. Thank you for your cooperation. Bian Xuedao contemplated the allocation of the keys for the 6 collection boxes for quite some time. He calculated that with 8 bicycles per shelter, and each bicycle generating an income of 40 yuan per day, the daily revenue from one shelter would amount to 320 yuan, translating to approximately 10,000 yuan monthly. Such a substantial sum could not be relinquished lightly. Ultimately, Bian Xuedao decided to entrust the collection box at the main building to Chen Jian, with Li Yu and Wang Deliang managing it collectively. In the first week of each month, Wang Deliang would collect the funds, followed by Chen Jian in the second week, and Li Yu in the final 2 weeks. The funds allocated to Chen Jian would be utilized for class expenses and romantic endeavors, as Chen Jian, being capable and the class monitor, would foster beneficial relationships. The funds given to Li Yu were intended for visiting the elderly and lonely. In recent months, Li Yu's charitable deeds had expanded significantly. He provided financial assistance for coal in winter and installed screens in summer and on weekends. He would bring his guitar to entertain the elderly, honing his musical skills while alleviating their solitude. Furthermore, whenever Bian Xuedao required a bicycle, he would borrow from Li Yu, compensating him with fuel expenses. As for Wang Deliang, he would be financially supported for the time being, serving as an effective tool against Tao Qing. One must not pay up front when dealing with people. The key to the library's collection box was entrusted to Xu Shangxiu, with the funds evenly distributed among several children for training expenses and dietary improvements. Bian Xuedao pondered this decision for an extended period, recognizing that this was not a trifling amount, especially considering the recipients were merely children, which seemed somewhat illogical. Yet, intuitively, he felt that among these children lay exceptional talents who would ultimately become his allies. When forging connections during times of hardship, one must not be overly cautious with money. The remaining 4 collection boxes would be managed by Bian Xuedao himself, or by Li Yu in his stead if necessary. Bian Xuedao was confident that, once the school was sealed off, the bicycle business would thrive remarkably. Chapter 056. The melancholy of April Fool's Day. Li Yu's Sanmu garden buzzed with excitement once more, as discussions erupted regarding the newly introduced integrity bicycle. Curiosity prevailed. How long would these bicycles endure? We must rally our alumni to cherish these bicycles. The longer they remain in existence, the more they will reflect the civilized demeanor of the students of Dongsan University. Surely, these bicycles are meant for couples to ride together. Which gentleman would dare to ride in front of his girlfriend without paying? The mastermind behind this clever scheme has indeed outwitted us, conserving labor while gaining renown. Let us hold each other accountable. Anyone who rides without paying shall find themselves unable to secure a girlfriend throughout their university years. It is unlikely that students will steal the bicycles. Such acts would likely be perpetrated by outsiders. We must all be vigilant, ensuring that no one rides the bicycles beyond the confines of our campus. Under Li Yu's guidance, discussions within Sanmu Garden regarding the bicycles evolved in a positive direction. On the day of their launch, the bicycles instantly captivated the Dongsan campus, with queues forming outside the bike shed in eager anticipation of their return. Within days, teachers began bringing their children to rent bicycles for a leisurely ride. Their popularity was well-deserved. Firstly, the rental price offered by Bian Xuedao was significantly lower, over 50% cheaper, than that of various amusement parks outside the campus. Secondly, with the arrival of spring, everyone was eager to venture outdoors, and the relative scarcity of motor vehicles on campus made cycling considerably safer than outside. Moreover, riding tandem bicycles fosters a sense of unity, cooperation, and mutual understanding among couples. Finally, and most importantly, young men were delighted to demonstrate their integrity through the act of paying, while parents appreciated this approach to instill a sense of honesty in their children. The modest integrity bicycle encapsulated the diverse needs of the populace. Most individuals treated the bicycles with utmost care, and many young men, upon discovering the tires underinflated after their rides, would utilize the air pumps provided in the shed before departing. The girls accompanying them would gaze at their boyfriends with admiration upon witnessing such considerate behavior. 1 week after the introduction of the integrity bicycle, the Dongsan University campus newspaper published an extensive feature on its usage, applauding the civilized qualities of Dongsan students and urging everyone to safeguard these symbols of our institution's civility. Within a fortnight, several local media outlets took notice, conducting thorough interviews and subsequently reporting extensively on the Integrity Bicycle Initiative in their newspapers and on television. Bian Xuedao refrained from participating in interviews, instead placing Chen Jian and Shan Rao in the spotlight. Through their interviews, the media discovered that the daily income from the bicycles often exceeded expected figures. The only plausible explanation for this phenomenon was that renting students were not only complying with payment, but, in fact, were often overpaying. Local media lauded this positive interaction grounded in integrity, capturing the attention of several provincial and municipal leaders. It has come to the attention of the observant that this year's Integrity Bicycle Initiative and last year's Dragon Boat Festival Environmental Volunteer Program both originated from the same esteemed university. During a standing committee meeting, provincial leaders specifically commended the moral education standards of Dongsan University, urging relevant departments to conduct thorough research and actively promote, striving to ignite a wave of integrity throughout the province. This feedback reached the ears of Dongsan University's administration, who, despite the institution being directly governed by the Ministry of Education and not under provincial management, felt immense pleasure. They advised the relevant departments to favor these students, who have brought honor to the university in matters of postgraduate recommendations, evaluations, and scholarships. Since tuning his guitar, Liu frequently called upon Shan Rao to join him in dining with Bian Xuedao, who, with his cheerful and generous disposition, quickly assimilated into Bian Xuedao's small circle. Shan Rao also participated in Bian Xuedao's Integrity Bicycle project, observing the young man beside her, whose actions oscillated between bustling in the kitchen like a devoted house husband and engaging in activities that stirred discussions across the school and even the city. Shan Rao felt that Guan Xuanan's remarks to her in the fast food restaurant were remarkably prescient. On the third weekend of March, Shan Rao made a decision. She persuaded Bian Xuedao to ride the Integrity Bicycle around the campus several times. Initially reluctant, Bian Xuedao acquiesced after Shan Rao whispered a certain phrase into his ear. With her beautiful eyes narrowed playfully, she remarked, "Didn't you touch something on the ice rink last year? If you don't go today, surely you've seen at least one or two female revenge films." The two rode a tandem bicycle, with Shan Rao steering in front while Bian Xuedao exerted himself behind. The timing and route chosen by Shan Rao were meticulously considered. After several laps, a significant portion of the student body witnessed their joint cycling. Students from dormitory 909, 603, the School of Media, the Student Council, and even some of their individual instructors, including Xu Shangxiu and Tao Qing, observed them. Tao Qing noticed the expression in Xu Shangxiu's eyes upon seeing Bian Xuedao, leading him to resolve that evening to approach Zhuaheng and finalize the long-pondered matter. After returning the bicycle to the rack and depositing money into the collection box, Bian Xuedao was again pulled by Shan Rao to an outdoor market, where she insisted on preparing dinner. After waiting nearly an hour on the sofa, Bian Xuedao was served only a single dish, alfalfa with tomatoes. He inquired, "Didn't we purchase several items earlier?" Shan Rao, looking down, replied, "I can only make this one. The other vegetables are for you to enjoy tomorrow." After tasting Shan Rao's alfalfa with tomatoes and glancing at her anxious expression as she watched him, Bian Xuedao resolved never to allow Shan Rao into his kitchen again. After dinner, he escorted her back to her dormitory and returned to dormitory 909. Merely during the meal, he received 11 text messages from 909, urging him to return to the dormitory for a discussion. Bian Xuedao understood that the rumors of his cycling with Shan Rao had reignited the gossiping spirit among several male students. Upon entering, he exchanged glances with his dorm mates, and Yang Hao locked the door, positioning himself on a stool in front of it. Chen Jian turned to Bian Xuedao and asked, "Will you voluntarily disclose the details? Or should we resort to severe questioning?" Bian Xuedao remarked, "I merely wish to test the vehicle's performance." Kong Wei's, sitting up abruptly from his bed, exclaimed, "Listen, have you ever encountered someone with such audacity? The car he chose has already been ridden 800 times. And yet he still seeks to evaluate its capabilities." As AI Feng and Liu rolled up their sleeves, preparing to rise and confront him, Bian Xuedao interjected, I concede, we share mutual affection. Is that acceptable?" Indeed, Bian Xuedao harbored genuine feelings for Shan Rao. There existed an inexplicable charm about her when she gazed at someone. It was as if she beheld the entire beautiful world, her eyes brimming with affirmation and admiration. While others fell short in Shan Rao's presence, Bian Xuedao could momentarily forget the melancholy and helplessness wrought by Xu Shangxiu. On a Friday evening in late March, a minor accident occurred on the campus of Dongsan University. A male and female student were walking along a pathway when, inexplicably, a car driven by a fellow student veered onto the path. In a critical moment, the male student pushed the female student aside, only to be struck by the vehicle, resulting in his transportation to the hospital for examination. Fortunately, he sustained only a few sprains and abrasions, with no internal injuries. The driver was Zhua Hong, the male victim was Tao Qing, and the female was Xu Shangxiu. Unbeknownst to Bian Xuedao, Zhua Hong and Tao Qing had already joined forces. Through the newspaper, Bian Xuedao came across the announcement regarding the establishment of the National Development and Reform Commission. This institution, later humorously dubbed the Second Government, was not capturing much attention, at least within the confines of Dongsan University. With an acumen for textual analysis, Bian Xuedao discerned a few implications from the report. Firstly, the word planning had vanished. Secondly, development now preceded reform. Yet, such matters held little significance for him. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed the newspaper aside. For what truly occupied Bian Xuedao's thoughts was the escalating severity of the situation. As April approached, he realized the gravity of the circumstances. The solitary source of solace was that Songjiang, being on the periphery, was distanced from the epicenter of the outbreak. On April 1st, April Fool's Day, the morning of April 2nd greeted the residents of dormitory 919 with a shocking news report. Leslie Chung had tragically taken his own life by jumping from a building. Several classmates initially dismissed this as a belated April Fool's joke, albeit one of considerable magnitude. However, Bian Xuedao understood the grim reality. The trajectory of history is, to a certain extent, unwaveringly faithful. It was not until noon when CCTV's News 30 Minutes confirmed Leslie Chung's demise that the truth settled in. A number of students mourned for their idol over the following days. Having, in essence, experienced death once, Bian Xuedao now focused not on mortality, but on survival. At home, he amassed a substantial supply of Isatis root, specialized masks, and multivitamins. When Li Yu inquired about the excessive purchase of Isatis root, Bian Xuedao explained that he had read in the newspaper about an outbreak of an infectious disease in Guangzhou, where it was suggested online that Isatis root could serve as a preventive measure. Observing the health minister Zhang Wenkong speaking confidently on television, Bian Xuedao realized that the epidemic would soon be unveiled, followed by the inevitable lockdown of the campus. He ventured out to purchase an ample supply of disinfectants and spray bottles, subsequently returning with a large freezer. Accompanied by Li Yu, he embarked on a shopping expedition, filling the freezer with an assortment of beef, lamb, pork, and ice cream. Yet, his insatiable appetite for supplies prompted him to acquire several boxes of canned fruits and an array of biscuits. When Shan Rao arrived at Bian Xuedao's residence and beheld the abundance of food, she was rendered speechless in astonishment. Chapter 057. The SARS school lockdown beginning in late March. Bian Xuedao commenced a daily ritual of calling his parents, incessantly instilling in them the notion of the severity of the ongoing epidemic. He urged them to minimize their visits to crowded places, prioritize personal hygiene, and consume foods that bolster immunity. He extended his concerns to those around him, consistently sharing various online information with Li Yu and Shan Rao, subtly suggesting that Shan Rao seize the opportunity to communicate the importance of personal hygiene to the student leaders within the department. Bian Xuedao also reached out to Wen Shige. Yet the financially fortunate one seemed unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Bian Xuedao mused that Wen's studio, being somewhat secluded, posed minimal risk compared to bustling internet cafes. At that moment, his greatest concern was for Yang Hao. This individual stubbornly persisted in delivering speeches at the train station and underground passage, demonstrating remarkable determination that was impossible to restrain. Bian Xuedao speculated that within the entire Dongsan University, Yang Hao was likely among the most susceptible to infection. He relocated a box of Ban Lan Jin to room 909, instructing everyone to ensure Yang Hao consumed it daily, forbidding him from leaving without doing so. On April 15th, Bian Xuedao visited the University of Engineering to meet with Wen Shige and withdrew a sum of money for deposit at the bank. He noticed an unusual look in the eyes of the receptionist, Guan Shunan, but given the circumstances, he was keen to leave the bank without lingering. Ever since discovering Bian Xuedao's considerable stockpile of delectable provisions, Shan Rao's innate desire for indulgence had been awakened. Each visit, she would assist Bian Xuedao in organizing the supplies under the guise of checking expiration dates. Being a married man, Bian Xuedao had his ways of handling a young girl like Shan Rao. He purchased a foot-operated scale, placing it at his doorstep. Upon encountering the scale, Shan Rao reacted as if facing a predator. Regardless of how delicious Bian Xuedao's cooking was, she limited herself to only half a bowl of rice. Regrettably, her resolve lasted merely 3 days. On the 4th day, seizing an opportunity when Bian Xuedao was distracted, she concealed the scale behind the sofa and pretended to search for it throughout the house. By mid-April, the supply of Banlonjian within Songjiang City began to dwindle. On April 20th, banners proclaiming the fight against the epidemic began to appear across the campus, with notices regarding ventilation and hand-washing being posted at all bulletin boards and dormitory entrances. On April 25th, the university notified all students and faculty that, to prevent the virus from infiltrating the campus, Dongxing University would initiate a lockdown starting April 28th. During this period, no personnel, except those authorized by the university's emergency leadership team, would be permitted to leave the campus without permission. On the day the notice was issued, a throng of female students flooded nearby supermarkets to stockpile supplies. On April 26th, checkpoints were established at all campus entrances, and a circular passage was added between the campus and the family area. On April 27th, Chunjian collected the identity blue cards for all the classmates from the instructor, informing everyone that this card must be presented to enter all teaching buildings and dormitories. The school lockdown commenced on April 28th. Yang Hao found himself unable to leave, much to Bian Xuedao's relief. Meanwhile, the school leaders began to worry about confining so many young students on campus. In order to keep the students occupied and prevent any disturbances, the school and various student organizations devised numerous strategies. Various activities were in the works, and Bian Xuedao's Integrity Bicycle Initiative had become extraordinarily popular. From the early dawn until the lights went out at night, the 48 bicycles generated continuous benefits. Chunjian, a commendable class leader, took the initiative to purchase various sports equipment for the class using the funds from the collection box upon learning of the lockdown. He acquired basketballs, soccer balls, volleyballs, badminton rackets, tennis rackets, jump ropes, shuttlecocks, and even 2 ropes for tug-of-war. During the first week of the lockdown, everyone felt relatively comfortable. But by the second week, some began to feel restless. People started devising clever ways to leave the campus. But evading the security guards and patrol teams circling the school walls proved to be quite challenging. If caught before leaving, it would at least result in a warning. If apprehended after departing, the consequences would escalate to a reprimand and mandatory quarantine. The transformation brought about by the lockdown was profound and evident. The school cafeteria became overcrowded, particularly the 4th cafeteria known for its stir-fried dishes, where one had to queue by 10 a.m. if they wished to add an extra dish at lunchtime. The football field was somewhat better, but the basketball court saw a minimum of 4 basketballs around each hoop unless it was a formal match. The library, on the other hand, was a different story. Tong Chao recounted a day he arrived early to use the computer lab, averaging 5 minutes to load a web page. The once desolate lab was bustling with activity, and as he opened the door, he nearly got trampled by the crowd behind him. The only ice cream parlor on campus, Xiefeng, was perpetually busy, with many girls from the dorms venturing out for a treat, which inevitably drew many single boys to wander about. With limited freedom to leave the school, couples saw their activities significantly curtailed. As night fell, every corner of the campus became a sanctuary for couples, whether embracing or entwined together on benches behind the main building or round wooden seats by the grass. If a couple vacated a spot, those with weaker constitutions found it nearly impossible to seize the opportunity. Bian Xuedao's home in the Red Building was one of the few family apartments located within the campus. Before the lockdown, Bian Xuedao upgraded to a home theater system and purchased a dance mat, making his residence a haven for the boys from dorm 909 and a few girls from the family apartments after the lockdown commenced. Entering 2003, the connection between dorms 909 and 603 weakened somewhat. Several girls from dorm 603 who had not paired with boys from 909 found boyfriends, making it more challenging for them to continue dining with the boys, especially after the incident involving Zhang Meng and Li Youqing's suitor. As a result, Dorm 603 was not as united as it had been during their freshman year. However, within the dorm, Nan Jiao, Su Yi, and Li Sun, 3 residents from Dorm 909, maintained their status as the leading trio. There was little to be done. Their boyfriends were far more impressive than those of the other girls. Chun Jian is both handsome and capable, while Li Yu is radiant and affluent. AI Feng, though somewhat ordinary, excels academically and stands out in his own way. Furthermore, with the exceptional Bian Xuedao from class 909, there was an incident where he descended from his car and single-handedly subdued 4 opponents, leaving them bloodied, all without facing any repercussions. Currently, he is even in a romantic relationship with a senior sister who is a department head. Zhang Meng, who snatched a wealthy second-generation boyfriend from Li Yucheng, may indeed have a substantial fortune, but she lacks the confidence and necessity to compete with Su Yi and her associates, as well as the formidable Class 909. In an effort to channel students' energies, the school organized a cultural evening, collaborating with several departments. The institution provided comprehensive support in terms of venue, funding, equipment, and manpower. As the female head of the communication department and a recognized cultural figure within the school, Shan Rao was unavoidably designated as one of the event's organizers. For several consecutive days, she was so occupied that she only managed to exchange a few phone calls with Bian Xuedao, never even having the chance to meet him in person. One day, Shan Rao failed to call Bian Xuedao at all. When he attempted to reach her, he discovered her phone was switched off. The following day, she approached him, explaining that she had lost her phone the previous day, unable to leave the campus to purchase a new one, and with the event preparations reaching their final stages. Shan Rao immediately thought of borrowing Bian Xuedao's phone. However, Bian Xuedao needed his phone to communicate with his parents, Wen Shige and Fan Hongbing, making it impossible for him to lend it to her. In a moment of dilemma, Bian Xuedao recalled the Nokia 7650 he had bought for Xu Shangxiu, which had been returned. Since retrieving it, he had stored it away in a cabinet, as he personally disliked sliding phones and, with his 2014 perspective, had not regarded the once stylish Nokia 7650 with any admiration, allowing it to fade from his memory. Upon seeing Shan Rao in distress, Bian Xuedao wrestled with his conscience for a moment before deciding to lend her the 7650. Cocooned on the sofa, Shan Rao was brainstorming when Bian Xuedao emerged from his room, presenting her with a paper bag. Upon opening it, she discovered the familiar 7650, which frequently graced television advertisements. Shan Rao felt as though Bian Xuedao were akin to Doraemon, capable of producing anything from his magical pocket. Even in May 2003, the 7650, with its color screen, sliding design, and built-in camera, remained an eye-catching device. Noticing Shan Rao's fascination with the phone, Bian Xuedao said, "Feel free to use it." Shan Rao inquired, "Are you lending it to me or giving it to me?" To which Bian Xuedao replied, "If you don't like it, return it to me. If you do, then it's yours." Elated, Shan Rao jumped up and took Bian Xuedao by the hand, urging him to accompany her to the service center to select a new number. While Bian Xuedao was at home enjoying hot pot with friends, he received a phone call from the police station. An individual claiming to be Officer Hong asked if he knew Wen Songqian and informed Bian Xuedao that Wen Songqian had been involved in a brawl at a bar the previous night, instructing him to report to the Nangguang branch. Although Bian Xuedao was not fully aware of the details, he understood that Wen Songqian had provided his phone number to the police, likely to facilitate a private settlement. He did not wish for Wen Songqian to be detained, as it would adversely affect his income. Knowing that his family's finances were insufficient to cover the matter, and not wanting to withdraw a significant sum from the campus bank, he took the opportunity to scale the wall and exit the school grounds. Upon arriving at the police station, it became evident that Brother Wen was involved in a group brawl, with a total of 19 participants from both his studio and the opposing group. The gathering at the studio was a celebration for the birthday of their most skilled game developer. The ferocity of the altercation stemmed from Brother Wen being assaulted by the other party, prompting even those like Wang Wenkai, who sought to remain uninvolved, to roll up their sleeves and join the fray. Having consumed alcohol, the situation escalated into chaos, and once blood was shed, it became impossible to restrain the conflict. Interestingly, those who seldom engage in fights tend to strike with greater force, and the studio did not suffer losses. Rather, they gained an advantage. Both sides incurred minor injuries, but the opposing group clearly had some connections, making the situation rather complicated. Most individuals in the studio believed Bian Xuedao to be a close ally of Brother Wen. Yet only Wang Wenkai was aware that he had introduced the two. Moreover, Wang Wenkai maintained contact with Wang Deliang and was informed that Dongsan University had been closed. The mere presence of Bian Xuedao at the police station to assist Brother Wen suggested that their relationship with the studio was far more intricate than it appeared. Bian Xuedao spent 2 days and invested 170,000 yuan to secure the release of the studio members from custody. Noticing Brother Wen's poor condition, Bian Xuedao chose not to comment immediately, but instead took a few individuals out for a sumptuous meal before heading to a bathhouse for a thorough cleansing. After exchanging a few words with Brother Wen, he took a taxi back to the university. It is worth noting that Bian Xuedao did not leave empty-handed from this endeavor. Officer Hong, in his early 30s, had familial responsibilities and numerous financial obligations. Under the influence of Bian Xuedao's monetary persuasion, they found common ground and exchanged contact information. Establishing an initial connection, Bian Xuedao intended to cultivate Officer Hong as his first ally in uniform, regardless of Officer Hong's current status. Being part of the force would grant Bian Xuedao access to a broader network of law enforcement personnel, ensuring that should he encounter difficulties in the future, he would not be at a loss for contacts. Deliberately waiting until nightfall to scale the fence back onto campus, Bian Xuedao encountered misfortune as he was promptly apprehended by the university's patrol team. Subsequently, a staff member from the student office escorted him to the campus security office, where he was interrogated regarding his department, year, and name, followed by stern warnings about potential disciplinary action. Consequently, Bian Xuedao was taken to a designated isolation building. This facility was an aging blue 6-story dormitory located in the northeast corner of the campus. Under the glow of the streetlights, 2 security lines were visible outside the isolation building, with a white cordon separating them. The outer cordon was monitored by 4 security guards who could move about the campus, while the inner cordon was manned by 2 guards stationed firmly in place, effectively isolating Bian Xuedao. The instructor accompanying him explained that due to his unauthorized departure from the campus and uncertainty about potential infection, he was required to undergo a period of isolation and observation. Aware that the school was in a zero-tolerance stance, Bian Xuedao recognized that any arguments would be futile, so he complied and entered the isolation building. The institution confined him to room 405 of the isolation building, where he was completely alone. Bian Xuedao felt that this was not merely isolation, but rather confinement. The school insisted it was isolation and even provided Bian Xuedao with a thermometer and a chart to record his temperature. The departure from campus had been hasty, stretching over 2 days. Of the 2 batteries he carried, one was completely drained while the other retained a mere flicker of power. Initially, when the campus was sealed, some students had ventured out and returned without consequence, but unexpectedly, the surveillance intensified. Being caught upon returning exceeded Bian Xuedao's expectations. In the isolation room, with the last remnants of battery on his phone, Bian Xuedao called Li Yu to inform him of his predicament, requesting that Li Yu find a way to deliver his phone charger. He also instructed Li Yu to send a whole box of Banlangen to the college leaders, teachers, and advisors, particularly ensuring that the college leadership received an ample share to foster goodwill. Furthermore, he emphasized that it should be communicated to the college leaders that his departure was solely to arrange the delivery of this batch of Banlangen. Hoping to mitigate the repercussions of his current predicament, the rest should be distributed among his classmates and dormitory associates. Being confined was bearable, but the severance of communication with his family and the outside world was Bian Xuedao's greatest concern. Previously, there had been incidents of students in isolation calling for help, which had inadvertently placed undue pressure on the school authorities. Thus, when Bian Xuedao approached the security office to request a charger, the teacher did not make him wait, but rather escorted him to the isolation building, assuring him that the charger would be delivered shortly. However, 2 days passed, and the charger had yet to arrive. Before entering, the teacher who accompanied him had mentioned that the building was not merely for show. It housed not only students like Bian Xuedao who had left campus unapproved, but also 4th-year students returning from recruitment fairs, internships, and interviews across the nation. Notably, there were over 10 students who had returned from Beijing and Guangdong. Bian Xuedao felt a sense of unease. While those from other regions were manageable, those returning from Guangdong and Beijing were indeed concerning. Although his memories from a previous life indicated that there had been no fatal cases in the province of Beijing, circumstances could change, especially with Xu Shangxiu already having a boyfriend. It seemed as if Bian Xuedao had entered a perilous island, constrained to a small area beneath his feet, hesitant to move freely. The first 2 days of isolation felt exceedingly prolonged, yet not devoid of intrigue. Next door to Bian Xuedao was a senior male student, and adjacent to him was his girlfriend. The couple had been interning together at a company in Hangzhou, having completed their internship and signed a work agreement, eagerly awaiting their return to campus for their thesis defense to obtain their diplomas before commencing their jobs. Unexpectedly, they found themselves embroiled in this situation upon returning to school. Although they had initially slipped back onto campus unnoticed, they were reported and subsequently confined. The others in the building refrained from visiting one another, yet the couple seemed unperturbed. With graduation imminent and job prospects secured, they were clearly on the path to marriage. At various times, morning, noon, afternoon, and most frequently at night, Bian Xuedao would hear the creaking of the iron bed, accompanied by the sounds of a woman's moans and a man's low growls. On the third day, Bian Xuedao counted the frequency of the moans from next door. From morning until night, the couple engaged in intimacy 4 times. The girl's moans transitioned from a suppressed whisper in the morning to a soaring crescendo by noon, becoming resounding in the afternoon, and finally dwindling to a feeble murmur by night. Bian Xuedao grew increasingly anxious, pondering that if this continued, by the end of the 14-day observation period, these two might either create a new life or a tragic demise. Setting down the phone and taking Bian Xuedao's charger, Liu made his way to the isolation building, only to be halted from afar. He pleaded with the security guard to deliver the charger to room 405. Even offering 500 yuan from his pocket as an incentive, the guard replied that even if he were offered 2 months' salary, he would still refuse to enter that building. Liu and Chun Jian had been delivering Banlangen for 2 days, receiving the information that students with blue identification cards had no chance of entering the isolation building. They also learned that the staff turnover at the isolation building was alarmingly high. Despite the school's numerous strategies and promises, both formal employees and temporary workers, as well as student leaders, were reluctant to go there. Even those who did report for duty often found excuses to change posts after just a couple of days. Liu contemplated applying to the school to volunteer at the isolation building to keep Bian Xuedao company, but Chun Jian informed him that unless one was a student leader, the school might not even approve such a request. Moreover, Bian Xuedao would only be isolated for a maximum of half a month, after which he would be released. However, those who volunteered would likely have to remain until the end of the lockdown unless an extraordinary situation arose. Just as Liu was feeling hopeless, Shan Rao approached him. On the 4th day of isolation, Bian Xuedao lay in bed contemplating the promotion plans for the latter half of the year. He found himself surprisingly unperturbed by the isolation. Meals were delivered daily, and he was exempt from attending classes, granting him a rare opportunity to unwind. Recently, he had been so busy that he hadn't had the chance to reflect on his future after graduation. These 10 days presented an excellent opportunity for introspection. As the days passed, Bian Xuedao realized that allowing his savings to languish in the bank was not a wise course of action. He should devise a method to activate his funds. Even if the stock market had yet to experience a surge suitable for novices, investing in real estate or utilizing the funds to expedite the promotion of his venture was undoubtedly prudent. At noon, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Checking the time, he recognized it was mealtime. Each day, a designated individual delivered meals to the students in the building, maintaining a cautious distance. The delivery person would knock, place the meal box at the door, and wait a few minutes, presumably until they had moved to the next floor, allowing everyone to retrieve their meals in turn. The isolated students engaged in this practice not out of fear of infecting the deliverer, but rather out of concern for being infected by the delivery person who traversed the entire building. Living in isolation did not feel particularly concerning at first, but once inside, the sense of crisis intensified daily. Today was somewhat unusual. The knocking on Bian Xuedao's door occurred 4 times, indicating the visitor had not yet departed. "Who is there?" Bian Xuedao inquired. The voice outside replied softly, "Open the door, it's me." Instantly, Bian Xuedao sat upright in bed, recognizing the voice as that of Shan Rao. He opened the door, and indeed, Shan Rao stood there. She glanced down the corridor before stepping inside, biting her lip and gazing deeply into Bian Xuedao's eyes, asking, "Are you all right? How could you be so careless as to end up here?" As Bian Xuedao gazed at the thoroughly bundled Shan Rao, he inquired, "May I ask how you came here?" Shan Rao produced a charger from her pocket and handed it to him. "I must go deliver meals first. You should charge your phone." We can discuss further when I collect the thermometers in the afternoon. Bian Xuedao hastily consumed his lunch, recorded his temperature on the chart, and began to await Shan Rao's return. Around 2 in the afternoon, a knock resonated at the door. At last, Shan Rao had arrived. She lingered in Bian Xuedao's room for merely 3 minutes, stating that she needed to gather the temperature readings from the entire building and return to organize them for the school hospital's records. She requested that Bian Xuedao charge his phone and contact her if necessary. Before departing, Shan Rao whispered close to Bian Xuedao's ear, "I haven't been able to reach you for days. I've missed you." Bian Xuedao connected his phone to the power source, called home to assure them of his safety, exchanged a few words with Wen Shige, and then dialed Liu. Upon answering, Liu immediately remarked, "Shan Rao has truly gone to great lengths for you this time. Have you considered how you will treat her? You won't be able to share a meal with her this semester, and if you seek me out next semester, I shan't be available." Bian Xuedao was utterly perplexed. "What are you talking about? What lengths?" Liu continued, "The charger was given to you by Shan Rao, correct?" Bian Xuedao confirmed, "Yes." Liu pressed on, "Do you know why she is the one doing this?" Bian Xuedao replied, "She's delivering meals and collecting temperature readings." Liu probed further, "Do you know why it's her?" Bian Xuedao admitted, "I do not." Liu explained, "Do you realize that no one at the school is willing to undertake the tasks of delivering meals and collecting readings?" Bian Xuedao remained silent. Liu elaborated, "Although there have been no publicly reported cases in Beijing province, those who deliver meals to the quarantine building have described the atmosphere as oppressive and laden with immense psychological pressure. Since the lockdown began, no one has lasted more than 3 days in delivering meals to the quarantine building. Shan Rao, unable to reach you by phone and unable to find you at home, sought me out. I informed her of your situation, and we explored numerous options, but we couldn't even get the charger to you. Concerned that you might feel anxious without external communication, she voluntarily requested to serve as a volunteer at the quarantine building. You may have heard about the situation in Beijing and Guangdong. Some doctors and nurses have already sacrificed their lives. If there truly are latent patients in your building, Shan Rao is far more at risk than you." After listening to Liu, Bian Xuedao attempted to call Shan Rao, but though the call connected, no one answered. He tried 3 times, but the outcome remained the same. To minimize the number of volunteers entering the building and to avoid unnecessary contact, the school arranged for only hot meals at lunchtime, while breakfast and dinner consisted of yogurt, bread, and ham sausage. Each day's provisions were prepared in bags and set aside for lunchtime delivery. Bian Xuedao could only hope to see Shan Rao again when she returned to deliver meals the following day. That evening, Shan Rao's phone finally connected. Bian Xuedao urged her, "After a couple more days, you must find a way to leave and have someone else take over." Shan Rao chuckled softly on the line. "That won't be possible. I volunteered myself, and the school leadership has acknowledged my efforts with numerous commendations. Unless I truly contract the virus, I must endure until the lockdown is lifted. That is the rule." Bian Xuedao retorted, "What rule can be deemed more important than life? The worst consequence at Dongsan University is merely the withholding of a diploma." Shan Rao lamented, "How can I find a job without a diploma? And without a job, how can I sustain myself?" Bian Xuedao replied, "I shall take it upon myself to find you employment." Shan Rao chuckled and said, "Don't speak like a child." Bian Xuedao retorted, "You shouldn't have come here. I wouldn't go mad if you didn't call for half a month." In a moment of silence on the phone, Shan Rao finally spoke, "I couldn't reach you. Knowing you were quarantined made me anxious. I longed to see you. In this situation, at least I can see you for a while each day, and we can converse over the phone. By the way, from now on, you must tell me a funny joke every noon, something brief. I don't have the luxury of time for lengthy tales." Bian Xuedao inquired, "Does this mean you are also effectively quarantined?" Shan Rao replied, "More or less, but certainly with more leniency than you, as I can interact with a few designated contacts." Bian Xuedao then asked, "Where are you staying now?" Shan Rao answered, "In the old building number 3 next to yours." Bian Xuedao questioned, "Isn't number 3 empty?" Shan Rao confirmed, "Yes, at present, the entire building is occupied only by me, 2 ants, and a couple of security guards on the first floor. Don't worry. I have brought earplugs and blocked the door with a table. I am not afraid of feeling sleepy. You should also get some rest. And remember to prepare tomorrow's joke for me." Holding the phone, Bian Xuedao stood by the window, gazing at the left side of the quarantine building where number 3 stood, devoid of any light. He understood that Shan Rao must be feeling fearful inside, prompting her to force herself to sleep early. Sitting on his bed, Bian Xuedao scrolled through his phone, locating Xu Shangxiu's dormitory number, Shan Rao's number, and then Dong Shue's number. Realizing it had been quite a while since he last contacted Dong Shue, with a flick of his thumb, the three numbers alternated on the screen, eventually pausing at Shan Rao's. At 11 o'clock that evening, Bian Xuedao received a text message from Shan Rao. He opened it to find only 9 words. Love arises from nowhere, yet runs deep. On the 5th day of quarantine, a plastic bag belonging to Bian Xuedao contained 2 extra boxes of chocolate beans. Shan Rao had delivered meal boxes and plastic bags to the entire building, then watched as Bian Xuedao ate in room 405. Neither spoke. One ate while the other observed, the room enveloped in a sweet silence. Bian Xuedao finally said, "Is it time for the joke? Very well, I shall share one with you." One day, a rabbit was engrossed in a thrilling television show when suddenly there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found no one. "Hello, could you spare some water?" The rabbit then noticed a snail at the doorstep. "No," the rabbit exclaimed irritably, kicking the snail away. Years later, the rabbit was once again home alone watching television when the knock sounded again. He rushed to the door, and the snail said, "What did you kick me for earlier?" Shan Rao, stifling laughter while watching Bian Xuedao mimic the snail with a serious expression, managed to hold back her giggles. Covering her mouth, she finally said, "Did the snail just crawl back? Tomorrow, it must be just as amusing. Here, take this. Listen to it when you feel bored." As she pulled a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Bian Xuedao, she added, "I must go now. If you miss me, just give me a call." Shan Rao donned her mask and was about to step out when Bian Xuedao gently detained her. Looking into her eyes, which peeked out from beneath the mask, he urged, "Take care of yourself. If you feel scared at night, just call me." Chapter 060. The Dongsan Cup football tournament. In the afternoon, while collecting the temperature records, Shan Rao lingered for a few moments in room 405, bringing along a can of cola for Bian Xuedao. That evening, Shan Rao inquired about certain events from Bian Xuedao's high school days over the phone. As the conversation progressed to pivotal topics, she asked him about the aspiring flight attendant who had visited the school, causing Bian Xuedao to break into a nervous sweat. On the 6th day of quarantine, Shan Rao delivered a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of Sprite to Bian Xuedao. True to form, he shared a joke. A farmer, pressured by his wife, reluctantly attended the funeral of a neighbor's 3rd wife. "I don't want to go," he protested. His wife asked, "Why not?" He replied, "I've been to so many. It feels rather embarrassing unless we can reciprocate the invitation." As evening descended, the campus resonated with music, singing, and cheers. Over the phone, Shan Rao informed Bian Xuedao that this was the event she had been organizing. Both stood by their respective windows, listening to the melodies and imagining the distant revelry, feeling an unspoken closeness despite the physical separation. The music lingered until after 9 o'clock. Shan Rao wished for Bian Xuedao to sing her a song over the phone, but he promised to serenade her in person once they were free. On the 7th day of quarantine, the resourceful Shan Rao surprised Bian Xuedao with an additional portion of stir-fried mushrooms and pork. Aware that she had yet to eat, he insisted she partake of his lunch first, explaining that he had been cooped up in the building with little exercise and was not particularly hungry. As Shan Rao dined, Bian Xuedao entertained her with another joke. A couple, celebrated for their harmonious marriage over several decades, was approached by a local journalist seeking the secret to their happiness. The husband recounted their honeymoon at the Grand Canyon, where, shortly after setting off on a donkey ride, his wife's donkey stumbled. She calmly remarked, "First time." Not long after resuming their journey, the donkey stumbled again, to which she placidly stated, "Second time." Before they had traveled half a mile, the donkey fell once more, prompting her to draw a revolver and shoot it. The husband, unable to condone her actions, began to argue, only for his new wife to calmly say, "First time." Shan Rao struggled to suppress her laughter, but ultimately burst into hearty giggles. After the laughter subsided, she set down her chopsticks, unable to continue eating due to the hilarity of the story. She looked at Bian Xuedao and asked, "What was the name of the canyon where that couple honeymooned?" Bian Xuedao replied, "I don't know, but if there was a gun involved, it must be an American couple, and the canyon is likely in America." Shan Rao insisted, "You find out, and tell me when you do." Bian Xuedao asked, "Do you want to go there?" Shan Rao responded, "I wish to visit during my honeymoon." For a touch of good fortune, suddenly, a loud clang echoed from the neighboring room as a metal bed collided with the wall, signaling the commencement of the daily routine. At the outset, Shan Rao was perplexed by the unfamiliar sound, but soon the sound of a woman's moans reached her ears, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. In a flustered state, she released her embrace around Bian Xuedao's arm and declared, "I must leave." In such an environment, Bian Xuedao found it inappropriate to say anything further and escorted Shan Rao to the door. That evening, Shan Rao opted to send a text message rather than make a phone call. "Who lives next door to you?" she inquired. "A couple in their final year. Just returned from an internship in the South." "How do you know?" "On my first day, he knocked on the wall and told me." "Are they isolated in the same dormitory?" "The girl is next to the boy, but they often visit each other." "Do you hear them frequently?" "Every day." "Are you upset?" "Why would I be upset?" "Shouldn't you be?" "Not at all. It's quite enjoyable. Otherwise, it would be so dull. You are quite peculiar." "I feel sad, truly sad." The young man found himself in a peculiar predicament, yearning for a heroine to rescue him from his plight. "I'm off to sleep, good night." After a brief interval, Shan Rao sent another message. "Can you swim?" "Indeed. Are you genuinely skilled or just pretending?" "I truly swim very well." "Once the lockdown is lifted, teach me how to swim." "Certainly, my heroine." "I'm feeling tired. Off to bed." Another message arrived. Bian Xuedao dialed 909 and engaged in casual conversation with everyone for a while. Lying in bed, the older man found himself sleepless, stirred by Shan Rao's teasing. He began to wish for the days to pass swiftly so that the lockdown could end, allowing him to teach Shan Rao how to swim. Her presence had completely transformed the dreariness of his isolation. By midday, Shan Rao was spending increasingly more time in room 405. One day, she even dozed off on Bian Xuedao's bed. Observing her peacefully asleep on his bed, he understood that a woman only feels secure enough to sleep so soundly when she has developed a profound sense of safety in her surroundings and with those around her. He also recognized that in the desolate Building 3, Shan Rao likely experienced restless nights. Shan Rao informed Bian Xuedao that the first batch of isolated students had begun to move out of the quarantine building. However, with the thesis defense approaching, more fourth-year students were returning to campus and others were being detained, leading to the quarantine building being nearly full. On the 12th day of his isolation, Shan Rao brought troubling news. Continuous temperature monitoring over the past 3 days indicated that a fourth-year student returning from Tianjin had a persistently elevated temperature. If the student's temperature continued to rise the following day, both the campus hospital and the provincial hospital would intervene. That night, Bian Xuedao contemplated various strategies and urged Shan Rao over the phone to request a change of personnel from the school authorities. Shan Rao replied, "Given the current circumstances, no one will come. It would be futile to voice such a request. It is better to grit our teeth and endure." Bian Xuedao countered, "In 3 days, my isolation will end. What will you do? The lockdown cannot possibly be lifted in May. The earliest would be early June." Shan Rao reassured him, "I will take care to protect myself. In my youth, I am content to have gone a little crazy for a boy I liked, leaving behind memories that belong solely to us." On the 13th day of his isolation, the inaugural Dongsan Cup football tournament at Dongsan University commenced. 14 colleges each fielded a team, along with 1 graduate student team and 1 international student team, making a total of 16 teams. The Department of Sports initially intended to form a separate team for the competition, but faced collective opposition from other departments. Consequently, several exceptional football players from the sports department became the coveted superstars that various colleges vied for. The East Sun Cup emulates the World Cup format, with 16 teams drawn into 4 groups, each competing in a round-robin of 6 matches, where the top 2 teams from each group advance to the next stage. Given that the number of teams is half that of the World Cup, the advancing teams proceed directly to the quarterfinals. To ensure that students, brimming with energy and seeking an outlet, pay attention to this event, the school astonishingly announced prize amounts of 5,000, 3,000, and 2,000 for the top 3 positions. The institution, typically known for its frugality, displayed unexpected generosity, leading to the immediate suspension of the ongoing intercollegiate basketball tournament. This decision was not driven by a preference for football over basketball, but rather by the belief among certain school leaders that football, with its larger player base and spacious venues, could accommodate more spectators compared to outdoor basketball matches, which, despite being crowded, could not hold many viewers. In the minds of the school leaders, capturing the attention of more students was paramount. The principal even declared his intention to attend the semifinals and finals in person. Consequently, the sports ministers of various colleges became increasingly busy. Chapter 061. A conscience of sorts at East Sun University, among its 14 colleges. Only the civil engineering and mechanical and electrical engineering departments had their own football teams that occasionally practiced together. The other colleges relied on makeshift formations with minimal training. The sports minister of the Business Administration College, Yu Hong, initially contacted the sports representatives of each class by year, urging them to recommend proficient football players, thus compiling a comprehensive list. Subsequently, Yu Hong, known for his astuteness, approached the teacher of the school's football class and with a cigarette in hand, secured the examination results from the past 2 years. He deemed these scores more reliable than mere impressions. Being meticulous, Yu Hong soon noticed an inconspicuous symbol next to some names on the score sheet. Upon inquiring with the sports teacher, he learned that this symbol indicated students who excelled in 1 or 2 specific areas during their exams, marked by the grading instructor. Within the football class, only 2 students bore this symbol, Du Yufan and Bian Xuedao. Yu Hong quickly contacted the class leaders of both individuals, but encountered a complication. While Du Yufan posed no issues, Bian Xuedao was under quarantine for leaving campus without authorization. Fortunately, the rules for the East Sun Cup were relatively lenient, acknowledging that it would be unrealistic to expect these typically inactive students to play a full 90 minutes. The school relaxed team size and substitution limits to enhance the intensity of competition and attract student interest. Each team was allowed 7 substitutions, and a somewhat loophole-ridden rule permitted teams with more foreign players to substitute them continuously, provided that each substitution was separated by more than 15 minutes. With no limits on the number of substitutions, though only 1 foreign player could be on the field at any time. What constitutes a foreign player? Anyone not a citizen of the country, not from the school, or not from the college is considered a foreign player. International students formed a dedicated team, as they have always maintained a small circle within the university. Without going into the specifics of other institutions, nearly all universities in Songjiang City are currently under lockdown. Each department boasts its own football team, unless eliminated. Any individual who chooses to forego contributing to their department in favor of acting as an external aid risks jeopardizing their standing. With the implementation of these regulations, several exceptional athletes from the sports department, including those specializing in football, long-distance running, high jump, figure skating, martial arts, boxing, sanda, and taekwondo, have garnered considerable attention. Some may question the inclusion of long-distance runners and high jumpers, as the former can exert pressure on defenses through mobility, while the latter can contest aerial balls near the goal. But what of the martial artists and sanda practitioners? An explanation soon surfaced. Firstly, these individuals possess superior physical conditioning due to their extensive training, rendering them unpredictable assets in crucial moments. Secondly, they serve to intimidate opponents. Most importantly, one must consider the national team, where martial arts are a primary focus, and football is often viewed merely as a lucrative pastime. The methods for recruiting external aid among departments are quite limited, even if funds were available. The prospect of organizing a comprehensive outdoor event is rendered futile by the school's restrictions. Climbing over the walls. Such notions are absurd. Even the most remote isolation buildings on campus are nearing capacity, rumored to evoke the eerie atmosphere of Silent Hill. Even if one possessed skills akin to Hao Haidong, I would not risk my safety to play alongside you. Consequently, we are left with 2 strategies, one involving the invitation to dine, and the other employing the allure of beauty. Inviting others to a meal is a universal tactic. After all, it's merely the 4th canteen. If someone treats you to 10 dishes, you can offer 15. If they provide 15, you can present 20. Unable to finish? Simply pack the leftovers for your dorm mates. It is said that banquets at the 4th canteen are scheduled from 9 a.m. until lights out each day. When the allure of beauty is introduced, more than half of the 16 teams falter. Several engineering and science departments resemble monastic retreats, with some classes boasting only 2 female students, who are treated like national treasures. While their presence might serve to balance the dynamics within the classroom, sending them out to charm opponents would be akin to an insult. Empathy prevails. If anyone were to dispatch a female student from the engineering department to ingratiate herself with others, it would be met with disdain. Not only would they refuse to accept her as an external aid, but should they cross paths on the field, they would be driven to score multiple goals against her team out of spite, utterly disrespectful. As anticipated, the 9 exceptional football players were divided among the management, foreign language, liberal arts, media, landscaping, and graduate schools. For days before the tournament, Yu Hong presented a roster of 29 players to the student council president. Upon a cursory glance at the numbers, the president declared it insufficient. At the very least, an additional 11 players must be recruited. Had he not seen the rosters from the mechanical and civil engineering departments? One boasted 52 players, while the other had 59. Such depth on the bench is formidable. Even if we do not take the field, we cannot allow our numbers to diminish our morale. Yu Heng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was bench depth merely a matter of numbers? Gritting his teeth, he compiled a list of 48 players, selecting anyone who had performed reasonably well in the football class, including Li Yu and Tong Chao. The overall tournament consists of 32 matches, and Yu Heng found himself placed in Group 3, alongside mechanical engineering, liberal arts, and computer science. The seed team, mechanical engineering, could be dismissed as a serious contender. The focus would primarily be on the performance against the other two teams during the matches. Thus, joint training commenced. In a realm of solitary indulgence and clumsy missteps, where physical endurance faltered, Li Yu surveyed the landscape and discerned a mere handful, 7 or 8 individuals, who could truly be deemed skilled players, well-versed in the rules of the game, and capable of contemplating offside strategies during play. Yet, even among this select few, unity was elusive. They were divided into 2 small factions, predominantly comprising midfielders and forwards, with overlapping positions. Bian Xuedao had not forgotten about the impending conclusion of his isolation. He informed Li Yu and Tong Chao that as soon as his quarantine ended, he would be ready to join the team. Li Yu relayed this information to Bian Xuedao, but his thoughts were entirely consumed by Shan Rao, who occupied his heart and mind, rendering him indifferent to the news. Indeed, his devotion was profound. While grappling with the challenges posed by Xu Shangxiu, it was Shan Rao's unique allure that captivated Bian Xuedao, penetrating the solitude of his heart. Having already harbored feelings for her, Bian Xuedao found himself vulnerable when Shan Rao bravely pursued him to the isolation building, breaching the final bastion guarding his emotions and crossing the chasm between friendship and romance. As the end of isolation approached, an event that should have sparked joy, Bian Xuedao felt an unexpected reluctance to emerge into the world. In those final days, Shan Rao was acutely aware of his imminent departure, while her own duration of confinement remained uncertain, leaving her in a tumultuous state of happiness tinged with melancholy. One afternoon, as they found themselves alone, the two lay side by side on a single bed, conversing face to face. Bian Xuedao inhaled the fragrant scent of Shan Rao's hair. Leaning closer to her, she playfully embraced him, declaring, "Once I'm out, I must take a good bath. I must be starting to smell." To which he teased, leaning in to sniff her ear, "I don't smell anything foul. In fact, you still smell delightful." Shan Rao playfully resisted, twisting away to evade his teasing. Gradually, they found solace in each other's embrace. With the prospect of freedom ahead for him, yet knowing that Shan Rao would remain confined, living in uncertainty and fear, Bian Xuedao felt it imperative to clarify their relationship before his departure. He sat up, gently lifting Shan Rao with him, and faced her earnestly. "Shan Rao, would you be my girlfriend?" Without a moment's hesitation, she replied decisively, "I would." Upon uttering those words, her face blossomed like a radiant peony, illuminating with boundless joy and delight. She playfully lifted her chin and remarked, "You have a conscience after all." Bian Xuedao took her hands in his, promising, "Once I'm out, I will come to see you every day." On the 13th day of isolation, he assigned Shan Rao a task, to accompany her meal delivery the following day with a note, inquiring if anyone in the various rooms had urgent needs for assistance, requesting they place their responses alongside their temperature readings at the door. This way, once he emerged, he could endeavor to help them. Having experienced the trials of isolation himself, he genuinely wished to alleviate their burdens while also seizing the opportunity to visit Shan Rao daily. On the 15th day, isolation concluded. Bian Xuedao returned to the Red Building first, securely locking away his savings book in a drawer. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he returned to room 909, only to find it utterly deserted. In the dormitory, I organized the notes collected by Dan Rao, sorting the reasonable requests into one pile while discarding the more excessive demands, such as those asking for a computer, women, or financial compensation. The issues were relatively concentrated. Some sought to enhance their meals with monetary contributions. Others wished to send in textbooks and novels. Some required prepaid phone cards of various denominations, and a few requested clean underwear from their dorm mates. One individual even asked his fellow dormitory residents to deliver his camera. After contacting Li Yu, I learned that today marked the competition day for the third group, with matches scheduled for both morning and afternoon. Currently, the School of Economics and Management was facing off against the School of Computer Science. Trailing with a score of 3-4, Liu urged Bian Xuedao to hurry to the sports field. Upon Bian Xuedao's arrival, the match between the School of Economics and Management and the School of Computer Science was nearing its conclusion. The stands were filled with nearly 800 spectators, and the cheers were still resounding. Although most players on the field were exhausted, only one defender and one winger from the School of Economics and Management remained active, likely the last substitutes to enter the game. The final score was settled at 4-4. Spotting Bian Xuedao, Liu approached him, saying, "You finally made it out." While with Minister Dan in the building, no one was watching or managing things. Was there any thunder and lightning? No, just one sudden shock. Bian Xuedao ignored Liu, observing the players on the field and commenting on the exaggerated score. Understanding Bian Xuedao's character, Liu knew that if he did not wish to speak, no amount of prodding would elicit a response. Instead, he remarked, "That's not an exaggeration." In the group matches of the first and second teams, scores of 8-2 and 9-1 have been recorded. This morning, in the match between the School of Mechanical Engineering and the School of Literature, the score was also 8-3. The friends from room 909 came over to greet Bian Xuedao, initially planning to head to the fourth canteen, but quickly dismissed the idea due to recent unrest caused by external recruitment, which had led to 2 reported conflicts. Chen Jian informed Kong Wei's of the usual protocol: contact your Sichuan landlady. After being confined for half a month, Bian Xuedao felt somewhat out of touch with the dormitory's inside jokes. Upon inquiring, he learned of a small, unmarked restaurant located quite a distance from the school's back gate. The male owner, a local in his 30s, was strikingly handsome but had a disability affecting his legs, a consequence of a car accident that had left him unable to drive taxis. The landlady, a beautiful woman from Sichuan also in her 30s, possessed an appealing voice and remarkable culinary skills, especially in preparing authentic Sichuan dishes. The landlady was adept at leveraging her advantages, although the small establishment bore no sign. It had quickly gained popularity among students at Dongshan University due to generous portions and her understanding of the psychology of male students. As she served rice, passed dishes, and poured drinks, she would occasionally brush against them, leaving many boys captivated, eager to finish lunch just to continue dining through dinner. Kong Wei's, after one visit, found himself smitten with the beautiful landlady, particularly after she had brushed her hand against his while serving food. He returned to the dormitory without washing his hands for an entire day, merely to savor the memory. Knowing that campus closure was imminent, Kong Wei sought the landlady's phone number, expressing his desire to improve his meals by reaching out to her. The couple who owned the restaurant felt a profound sense of unease upon learning from their dining students that Dongshan University would be closing its campus, as this was their primary source of income. Observing their distress, Kong Wei offered his assistance, stating that he was acquainted with the administrator of the university's most popular campus forum and could promote the little eatery online. Kong Wei approached Liu, and unable to withstand his persistent persuasion, Liu created 2 promotional posts, enlisting a group of pseudonymous accounts to extol the virtues of the restaurant, highlighting its delicious offerings, generous portions, and cleanliness. He crafted a nearby dining index, concluding with the restaurant's ordering phone number. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective. Following the campus closure, the little eatery's daily revenue not only remained steady, but actually increased. Kong Wei subsequently informed the restaurant owners that this success was due to his friend's efforts. From that point onward, whenever Kong Wei placed an order, not only were the portions exceedingly generous, but he also received complimentary dishes, which were always substantial. While others might have had the owner deliver their orders, it was invariably the owner's wife who brought Kong Wei's meals. One evening, Bian Xuedao experienced the owner's wife's culinary skills for the first time, and he found them quite commendable. After the meal, he returned to his dormitory to address the myriad inquiries from others regarding the isolation building. Conversations eventually turned to the ongoing Dongshan Cup. Everyone had watched the afternoon's match, and regardless of their understanding of football, they unanimously criticized the team's disorganized formation and lack of coordination. Although 4 goals had been scored, they were predominantly the result of the efforts of a midfielder named Du Yufan and a foreign forward. The Institute of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering was undoubtedly a top contender for the championship. The Faculty of Humanities, despite being thoroughly outplayed by the Institute of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, still boasted a higher skill level than the other two faculties in their group. It was expected that they would not triumph against the Institute of Computer Science, thus concluding their group stage. Before bedtime, Liu reminded Bian Xuedao to accompany him the next day to report to the college's sports minister. After checking in with Yu Hong, Bian Xuedao sought the dormitory of the boy who had the camera. The boy had already contacted his dorm mates, but none could deliver it. On his way to the isolation building, Bian Xuedao purchased 2 bags of fruit for Shan Rao, selecting only the rarest items. Upon reaching the vicinity of the isolation line, just over 3 meters away, they were halted by security. Despite Bian Xuedao's earnest entreaties, they were not permitted to advance further. In desperation, he called Shan Rao, who exited the building and spoke briefly with the security personnel, who then reluctantly allowed Bian Xuedao to place the items just before the isolation line. The security guard and Shan Rao stepped back 5 meters. And only after Bian Xuedao had positioned the items and retreated to the designated area did the guard permit Shan Rao to retrieve them. A representative from the boys' dormitory arrived, accompanying the camera to the isolation building's entrance, where he repeatedly expressed his gratitude as Shan Rao emerged to collect it. Observing Shan Rao, masked and gesturing with a phone, beyond the layers of security, Bian Xuedao was once again struck by the difficulty of the decisions she had to make. He felt a compelling need to treat her with greater kindness, to honor her efforts. Meanwhile, the Integrity Bicycle venture continued to thrive. Brother Wen Studio was in a phase of growth. Bian Xuedao estimated that even if they took a break during the last 2 months of the year, their annual profit should approximate 6 million. Bian Xuedao was particularly concerned about the ranking of 123, which currently stood at 85, a result that he found quite satisfactory. After all, he started his journey 2 or 3 years later than the frontrunner, but Bian Xuedao believed he still had a chance. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes, he practiced with the university football team, delivered urgently needed supplies to those in quarantine, and frequently communicated with Dan Rao over the phone. He also sought out emerging platforms and popular forums to promote 123 through paid advertisements. While organizing the 123 page in the backend, Bian Xuedao made a significant discovery. Taobao had been established. He promptly placed Taobao in the top recommendation area. The next day, upon returning to his dormitory, Bian Xuedao was startled by Li Yu's dynamic screensaver, which featured Sadako and Kayako. The image would jump out if the mouse remained still for 3 minutes. Bian Xuedao inquired about Li Yu's peculiar taste, to which Li Yu innocently replied that he couldn't go to the internet CAF due to the campus lockdown. And Kong Wei's was watching inappropriate content on his computer. Li Yu remarked that it was merely a form of artistic cultivation, even though it resulted in some rather unsavory incidents. On one occasion, Li Yu found his slippers filled with remnants, leaving him disgusted and unable to eat for 3 days. Despite repeated admonitions, Kong Wei's persisted in his behavior, prompting Li Yu to take drastic measures. He secretly found 2 images of female spirits, merged them, and created a dynamic screensaver. One time, while Kong Wei's was engrossed in his viewing, the sudden appearance of Sadako and Kayako startled him so much that he became impotent for half a month. Tong Chao, on the other hand, was the most tragic yet earnest in the dormitory. During the quarantine, he developed feelings for a girl, but when he confessed, she responded, "I'm sorry, but I'm not looking to date right now. I need to focus on studying for English. I can only relax after passing the CET4." Everyone was taken aback by such a peculiar reason for rejection. Tong Chao became increasingly taciturn, immersed in his studies, having already completed all 4 classic novels, and began tackling Hegel and Nietzsche. He instigated a trend of reading classics in the dormitory, and the 4 great novels circulated extensively. During evening discussions, AI Phone, who was reading Water Margin, remarked, "Coming from a humble background, aspiring to be an official is quite challenging." Li Yu, engrossed in Journey to the West, said, "Coming from a humble background, striving for enlightenment is also quite difficult." Yang Hao, delving into Dream of the Red Chamber, noted, "Coming from a humble background, seeking marriage is fraught with difficulty." And Chun Jian, who was reading Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, added, "Coming from a humble background, launching a business is equally challenging." AI Phone recounted, "After reading 3 Kingdoms, the only line I memorized was, 'In the imperial court, decayed wood serves as officials, while beasts feed on the royal stipend. Those with wolfish hearts and dog-like actions dominate the paths, while sycophants and flatterers hold power." Eugene interjected, "Stop with the lofty phrases. Why waste your intellect on such highbrow concepts? In ancient times, aspiring to be a general, someone of Erge's stature might be the minimum requirement. Liu asked. Why is that? Eugene replied. Think about it. A general must ride a horse, right? To ride a horse, one needs a long weapon. If one isn't tall and strong, wielding a several-meter-long weapon would be a challenge, wouldn't it? Liu queried. You do know that the short-footed tiger Wang Ying was a leader of the Liangshan cavalry, right? Eugene asked, leader of the cavalry? Liu responded, yes. Eugene continued to question, what? Liu exclaimed, you idiot. Kong Wei Eyes lamented, I don't even know when this will end, when the campus lockdown will be lifted. Each day spent confined in the school makes everything feel stale. In recent discussions, it was noted that my dear Lingling has not been in harmonious spirits with me for quite some time, as evidenced by the color of my urine. AI Phone remarked. Now you understand the meaning of beyond reach, don't you? I experienced the same issue not long ago, but after watching a few days of the news broadcast, it miraculously resolved itself. Perhaps you should give it a try tomorrow. Yang Hao was taken aback, pondering whether this was indeed the proper context for such a phrase. Chen Jian added, your girlfriend is in Chengdu. That's truly a case of beyond reach. Chapter 063. Yours eventually upon hearing about a football match. Xu Shangxiu and several boys exerted tremendous effort to sneak into Dongsan University. However, after watching just 2 matches, they lamented their lack of excitement. Chen Jian handed over the money collected from the children's boxes during the lockdown, and the children, feeling somewhat awkward, accepted it only after being encouraged by Bian Xuedao to take it. While watching the game, Bian Xuedao sat alongside the children, listening to Xu Shangxiu and Cheng Daki provide live commentary, gradually improving his understanding of the game. He inquired about the most strategic position for a foreign player in matches of this caliber. Xu Shangxiu replied, of course, a high-level goalkeeper is essential. Bian Xuedao then asked, which of you can play as a goalkeeper? Xu Shangxiu and Duan Qifeng simultaneously turned to Cheng Daki. Duan Qifeng remarked, as long as the defenders are not utterly incompetent, Daki can render forwards of this level hopeless. Bian Xuedao further questioned, what type of player is most likely to score in such matches? The forward, Duan Qifeng, responded. A poacher forward is essentially ineffective in this scenario. The ideal player would be one who can dribble and shoot with precision and unusual angles. A powerful striker, like Batistuta or Shearer, would also be advantageous. Cheng Daki asked Bian Xuedao, do you wish to play? Bian Xuedao replied, aside from the 11 on the field, there are over 30 waiting for their turn. I may not even get the opportunity, but it's wise to be prepared. Adhering to the requirements noted on the sticky note, Bian Xuedao prioritized his daily deliveries, bringing 1 or 2 items each day, allowing him to at least catch a glimpse of Dan Rao. Since he had gifted the security guards with fine cigarettes, their demeanor had softened, yet they remained resolute in preventing Bian Xuedao from approaching within 3 meters of Dan Rao. The 2 guards had their own pressures. Initially hired as temporary workers, they had been tasked with this critical duty under the condition that if they managed to maintain order, they would be granted permanent positions. However, they were warned that any mishap near the isolation building would jeopardize not only their chances of permanent employment, but also their current temporary status. Each day, Bian Xuedao delivered an abundance of delicacies to Dan Rao, fruits, canned goods, chocolates, ensuring her larder was well stocked with whatever the school's supermarket had to offer. This not only improved the meals for the 2 guards and the aunties, but, on occasions when there was excess fruit, they would pack it into bags for the students in isolation. Consequently, many in the isolation building began to wonder why the quality of their meals had suddenly improved, with an assortment of dishes appearing without any discernible order. Dan Rao had a fondness for Sichuan cuisine, so Bian Xuedao arranged for several dishes with the Sichuan proprietress daily. Mornings consisted of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs, while lunch and dinner featured various stir-fried dishes, delivered fresh to Dan Rao. To ensure that she fared well during her isolation, Bian Xuedao provided meals meant for 5 people, leaving the 2 aunties envious, exclaiming how fortunate Dan Rao was to have a boyfriend who not only understood her needs, but also appeared to come from a well-off family. In the days that followed, Bian Xuedao became the most anticipated figure among the 5 members of the isolation building group. Shan Rao was exceedingly pleased with Bian Xuedao's performance. On sleepless nights in the dormitory, she would ponder that if she persevered a little longer, this journey would prove worthwhile, having captured the affection of a compassionate, loyal, and capable young man. During the group matches, the tournament was interrupted for 5 days due to rain and venue maintenance. In the second group match for the School of Management, Bian Xuedao was unable to participate and watched the entire game from the stands with his dormitory friends. The result was a 2-3 loss to the School of Literature. Upon learning of the outcome, the administration expressed their dissatisfaction. A group from the student council was summoned to the office, and the roar of the secretary could be heard even from a floor above. The School of Management had already lost to the School of Computer Science and was left with one remaining seed team, the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. Yet it seemed that the inaugural Dong Sun Cup for the School of Management would end at the group stage. The flower of the academy had personally secured a foreign striker, yet after a brief exchange with Yu Hong, he was whisked away by the fiercely competitive School of Foreign Languages. Yu Hong felt somewhat displeased but could not articulate his feelings. As for the next match against the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, the absence of this foreign striker would not make a significant difference. Regarding who would play the striker position now that the foreign player had departed, Yu Hong had grown apathetic. He would let them recommend themselves, allowing anyone who wished to play to step forward. On May 26th, responding to the requests of the female students and fearing potential unrest, the school contacted the nearby Leisong Commercial Building to organize a special sale event exclusively for Dongsin University in the evening. Starting from 3 p.m., students from various departments lined up to enter. Bian Xuedao purchased a complete set of football gear and protective equipment, then strolled with Li Yu to the women's handbag boutique. Some merchants within the commercial building expressed grievances about this sale. After all, students had limited purchasing power and their shopping interests were rather focused, primarily sweeping through daily necessities. In contrast, areas such as electronics, jewelry, and boutique items saw few students, even fewer purchasing anything. While browsing in the jewelry section, Li Yu became enamored with a platinum necklace and, upon receiving no response from the female attendant after several inquiries, decided to buy it out of frustration. Bian Xuedao persuaded him, arguing that if she was ignoring them, why should they contribute to her sales? Moreover, it would be wise to bring Li Sun along to help choose the design, as the previous incident with Chun Jian buying a necklace was not advisable. The two continued their exploration into the handbag section, where Bian Xuedao found a handbag that caught his eye. The sales attendant here was relatively diligent. Although skeptical that two young men would be purchasing, she approached with a smile to provide assistance. The attendant's dedication paid off, as Bian Xuedao purchased a handbag priced at 3,200, while Li Yu acquired one for 2,400. Before departing, Bian Xuedao also selected a silk scarf priced over 400. After bidding farewell to Bian Xuedao and Li Yu, the female attendant felt a renewed sense of spirit, determined to offer the best service to every student who came to browse. Years later, Bian Xuedao still vividly recalled the expression in Shan Rao's eyes when she saw that handbag. He even mused that he need not exert himself daily to bring various consumables. If he had procured such a bag earlier, it would have resolved everything. That night on the phone, Shan Rao's voice was particularly gentle, and the two shared a fleeting moment of intimacy. Both Shan Rao and Bian Xuedao were novices in this realm. Subsequently, silence enveloped them, each listening to the other's breath through the line. It was Shan Rao who shattered the silence. You mustn't flirt with young girls outside. Just wait for me to come out. Bian Xuedao understood precisely whom Shan Rao referred to as the young girl. Ever since the accident, Tao Qing had managed to reclaim a fragment of Xu Shangxiu's somewhat wavering heart. Realizing the inappropriateness of his prior actions, Tao Qing took the initiative to orchestrate a social gathering between his dormitory and Xu Shangxiu's. He believed that allowing more people to be aware of his relationship with Xu Shangxiu would serve as a potential safeguard for him. During the match between the School of Management and the School of Liberal Arts, Xu Shangxiu accompanied Tao Qing to the stands. While Tao Qing was wholly absorbed in the game, Xu Shangxiu, from a distance, spotted Bian Xuedao. The young man was also focused on the match, seemingly still a member of the team. However, today, the boy who had braved the wind and snow for over 2 months waiting at the entrance did not cast a glance in Xu Shangxiu's direction. Where was his rumored girlfriend, Minister Shan? Oh, right. The instructor had mentioned that Minister Shan had volunteered to assist at the quarantine building. She truly was an impressive young woman. As Xu Shangxiu observed the exuberance of Tao Qing beside her, like a child waving and stomping, she felt a peculiar sensation. Despite being a few years older than Bian Xuedao, Tao Qing appeared less composed than him. Since their initial unguarded encounter, their phone conversations had lengthened, neither daring to broach the subject, yet both clearly sensing the other's anticipation. Bian Xuedao indirectly mentioned teaching Shan Rao how to swim. leading the conversation to swimwear and then to the lewd behavior he had heard of at swimming pools. Before he could finish his thought, Shan Rao abruptly hung up after exclaiming pervert. Bian Xuedao was familiar with her habits and waited a moment before receiving a text. You're doing well. What S yours will eventually be yours. The third match of the group stage for the School of Management was about to commence. Prior to the match, the School of Mechanical Engineering had already begun strategizing against their opponents. This was indeed the case. The School of Mechanical Engineering, having won their previous 2 matches, remained unaffected in group standings even with a lenient approach, thanks to their goal differential advantage. During the final pre-match practice, the main striker twisted his ankle, and the injury appeared quite severe. They assisted the injured player back to the dormitory, and Yu Heng realized he was left without a usable striker. In the first-year statistics cohort of the School of Management, there was a freshman who played as a forward, albeit standing just over 1.6 meters tall. He was quick, but lacked physicality, as the defenders of the School of Mechanical Engineering were all taller than 1.75 meters. Yu Heng sought out Du and Fan, who had performed admirably in the previous 2 matches, and inquired if either could play as a forward. Du and Fan unequivocally declined, stating that they excelled in dribbling and passing but were poor at shooting. Just as Yu Heng wore a troubled expression, Bian Xuedao arrived with Cheng Daki in tow. Bian Xuedao recommended Cheng Daki as a foreign player for the upcoming match. Yu Heng asked Cheng Daki what position he played, to which Bian Xuedao replied, goalkeeper. Yu Heng responded that although their current goalkeeper had let in a fair number of goals, he was still somewhat reliable and could not be replaced so casually. How about this, he suggested, I'll test this kid by having a few people shoot at him. Indeed, he appears remarkably youthful. How old is he this year? Yu Heng selected a few players from the team with relatively good footwork to test Cheng Daki's abilities. The term good here implies that they could strike the ball from a distance without sending it careening wildly. However, out of 8 players who attempted to shoot, not a single goal was scored. Such feeble and unconvincing attempts were far too simplistic for Cheng Daki. Observing Cheng Daki's prowess, the other members of the team grew intrigued. Nearly all 30 players took a shot or 2, resulting in 2 goals, both purely by chance. Yu Heng encouraged Bian Xuedao to give it a try, as he had yet to witness this teacher's performance firsthand. Bian Xuedao stood before the ball, pausing momentarily as he focused intently on Cheng Daki. His familiarity with Cheng Daki made the latter feel slightly uncomfortable. At that moment, Bian Xuedao, with hardly any run-up, suddenly struck the ball with his right foot, and with a resounding thud, the football flew in a straight line into the goal. Their makeshift goal consisted solely of an iron frame, lacking a net. Consequently, the ball soared 6 or 7 meters beyond the goal, crashing against the wall with a loud bang before bouncing back. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What extraordinary power was this? Cheng Daki, feeling a twinge of rivalry, retrieved the ball and tossed it back to Bian Xuedao for another attempt. Bian Xuedao bent down to position the ball, and as he straightened up, he struck it again with his left foot, sending it into the net once more. Those watching noted that Bian Xuedao's power with both feet was nearly equivalent. Yu Heng approached Bian Xuedao with a smile, stating, "You two will definitely play tomorrow. If I had known, I would have called on you for the last match." This was bound to bring excitement to the Mechanical and Electrical Engineering Institute. The following day, the match between the School of Management and the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering was scheduled for the morning. Although the team's performance had been lackluster, this would be their final game as representatives of their institute, prompting students from the School of Management to attend, regardless of classes. The sports field was buzzing with energy. Not only were students from the competing schools present to watch, but anyone without a class was eager to sit and enjoy the spectacle. As the world's foremost sport, football's allure and impact are undeniable. After numerous group matches, many spectators had become indifferent to the outcomes. They were simply delighted by any remarkable goals. Particularly, the hope was to see a few standout players emerge, potentially forming a school team to compete against other universities. Yu Heng had a modest understanding of football and, being quite cunning, arranged a 4-2-3-1 formation as the part-time coach. He positioned the diminutive, speedy forward from the statistics department at the forefront, while concealing Bian Xuedao behind him. With Du and Fan positioned further back, some questioned Yu Heng's decisions, suggesting that Bian Xuedao should be placed as the center forward given his height and explosive power. Yu Heng, however, insisted that the outcome was inconsequential, and he aimed merely to surprise the mechanical and electrical engineering team. For this match, He replaced several players who had a strong collective mindset with those who exhibited superior stamina and endurance. Prior to the game, Yu Hong repeatedly reminded everyone to conserve energy, instructing the defenders to clear the ball forward with powerful kicks whenever it came their way. After a series of practice sessions, Li Yu realized that he simply lacked the innate talent for football. Tong Chao is truly exceptional. He possesses remarkable speed in advancing forward and is timely in his defensive duties. His boldness in making tackles and competing for headers, coupled with his decisive ball handling, renders him an impressive fullback. Positioned on the right flank by Yu Hong, he supports Du and Fan effectively. A notable strength of Tong Chao is his ability to conserve energy, avoiding unnecessary sprints while demonstrating excellent positional awareness and accurate judgment of high and semi-high ball trajectories. The final roster of 4 defenders was selected by Chung Daki, who, despite his imposing stature, deviated from Yu Hong's preference for tall defenders, opting instead for a few agile players with quick footwork and considerable kicking power. This represents a nearly entirely new team, with only Tong Chao, Du, Fan, and one defensive midfielder having participated in the first 2 matches. The main players from those games expressed no significant objections to this arrangement, recognizing that with a squad of over 40, only 3 matches could realistically be played, allowing others to showcase their abilities. Furthermore, with the upcoming match against the formidable team from the Electromechanical Institute, it was prudent to avoid potential embarrassment by not participating. Kong Kai, the diminutive forward assigned to position 1 by Yu Hong, felt a rush of excitement as he scanned the audience prior to the match, his muscles trembling with anticipation. This exhilaration was unprecedented compared to his experiences playing with amateur teams during high school. Observing the calm demeanor of his teammate Bian Xuedao beside him, Kong Kai gradually regained his composure. He was acutely aware that Bian Xuedao was the designated main attacker in Yu Hong's strategy, while his own role was to create distractions and seek opportunities. As he glanced at the stands, his eyes landed on the class bell he had long admired. He realized he must seize this opportunity to perform admirably. The team from the Electromechanical Institute was also a fresh lineup. Zhou Hai, the sports minister and team leader, calculated that allowing the starters to rest would conserve their energy and prevent any retaliatory aggression from the Management Institute, which could jeopardize their key players. Sitting on the sidelines, Zhou Hai felt quite pleased with the team's morale, particularly as his girlfriend from the law department waved to him from the stands. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the disparity between his academy's cheerleading squad and that of the Management Institute. He mused that it seemed unreasonable for the school to permit external players while disallowing external cheerleaders. If only they could borrow the Management Institute's cheerleaders. It would undoubtedly enhance the team's competitive spirit. As the match commenced, Zhou Hai remained lost in thought, pulling out his phone to call his girlfriend in the stands. While searching for her number, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd, an eerie sound that caused a pang of anxiety in his chest. It was as if the air had contracted sharply to a point before being explosively released in a cheer. A goal had been scored? Zhou Hai's initial reaction was one of delight, thrilled that the newly introduced players had netted a goal so swiftly. He grinned and stood up, ready to cheer, only to realize that it was the students from the Management Institute celebrating on the field. What was happening? Zhou Hai turned to a player behind him for clarification. The question's central midfielder replied. The number 24 from the Management Institute received the ball in midfield, advanced a bit, and shot before reaching the penalty area. We had just entered the field and were unprepared, and he scored on us. Zhou Hai could not restrain an expletive. In truth, Zhou Hai was not chastising for the economics and management teams scoring a goal, but rather lamenting the fact that he had missed witnessing a spectacular strike. Their match, devoid of any recording devices, meant that once a moment was lost, one could only rely on others' recounts. Fortunately for Zhou Hai, it wasn't long before Bian Xuedao replicated the first goal, allowing Zhou Hai to behold a similar spectacle. 10 minutes later, following a fierce tussle in midfield, the ball found its way to Du Yufan, who advanced a short distance before distributing it to the onrushing Tong Chao on the flank. Unmarked, Tong Chao delivered a cross that landed at the feet of Kong Kai. At that moment, Kong Kai faced away from the goal, with an opponent closely marking him, leaving him unable to turn. He took a couple of steps while controlling the ball and returned it to the newly entered Bian Xuedao, who had just entered the penalty area before pivoting towards the goal. Just as Kong Kai turned, a resounding thud echoed from behind him. The football whizzed past him. Kong Kai observed as the opposing goalkeeper stretched desperately to intercept the ball, even managing to make contact with his fingertips. However, the force behind the ball was too great, causing the goalkeeper's arm to twist awkwardly. The ball found the net once more. 2-0. The stands of the economics and management faculty erupted in jubilation once again. A long-range shot, powerful and precise, devoid of any embellishment, had found its mark. Although the level of play on both sides was somewhat lacking, resulting in insufficient marking and interference, allowing for comfortable strikes. Achieving such precision in 2 attempts near the penalty area was no small feat. Yu Hang's face was beaming with delight. Surely, the sports teacher possessed a discerning eye. Anyone marked as outstanding in performance was indeed formidable, including both Du Yufan and Bian Xuedao. Chapter 065. The cutting-edge underdog team. At this moment, the economics and management team was truly riding high on morale. Their interceptions were assertive, and their passes crisp, even managing to execute 2 precise short passes from the midfield and defense. Zhou Hai could no longer remain seated. He made a bold decision to substitute 4 players, all from the midfield and forward positions. The change invigorated the mechanical and electrical team, enhancing their speed, tackling, and dribbling prowess significantly. Within 10 minutes, they launched 4 consecutive attacks, each reaching the vicinity of the economics and management goal, 3 of which were on target. Yet they failed to score as Cheng Daki thwarted all attempts. Zhou Hai discerned that the goalkeeper of the economics and management team was exceptionally talented. He inquired among his players if anyone had previously encountered this goalkeeper, but all shook their heads in unison. Zhou Hai speculated that he was likely an overseas player. However, it struck him as odd that such a formidable goalkeeper and striker had not been utilized in the earlier matches. In the first half, both teams exchanged blows without further goals, yet the match was far from dull, with ample attempts on goal and both goalkeepers displaying remarkable skill. Even during the halftime break, the cheers and encouragement from the stands persisted unabated. The underdogs were rising, and the dark horse was asserting its strength. This was a narrative that delighted the spectators. Now, the economics and management team had undergone a transformation, engaging in a fierce contest with the mechanical and electrical team, igniting the enthusiasm of the watching students. As the second half commenced, the mechanical and electrical team introduced 2 key players. Within 5 minutes of the restart, they scored. A series of deft 1-2s in the attacking third tore through the economics and management defense, leaving Cheng Daki with no recourse. 10 minutes later, the long-absent Bian Xuedao returned to the fray. In this instance, he demonstrated his ability to break through and his keen passing awareness. He skillfully maneuvered past 3 defenders from the mechanical and electrical team, positioning himself just outside the left side of the small penalty area, ready to strike. The entire stadium held its breath, anticipating a powerful shot, as the goalkeeper recalled the long-range attempt from the first half, entirely focused on the feet of the player. Kong Kai shared the same sentiment, yet his instinctive playing style compelled him to move to the right side of the penalty area, hoping to alleviate some of the pressure on his teammate. Under the gaze of thousands, he took his shot, mimicking a forceful strike. The vigilant goalkeeper thought, "Here it comes." The spectators echoed this sentiment. However, at the moment of contact, he altered his technique, unexpectedly delivering a diagonal pass to Kong Kai in front of the goal. As the ball reached his feet, Kong Kai deftly flicked it with his toes, leaving the deceived goalkeeper, who had been drawn to the left side, helpless to intervene. The ball found the net. A wave of jubilation surged through the stands, transforming the management school section into a sea of joy. To the untrained eye, it appeared as merely a spectacle, but to those in the know, it revealed the nuances of the game. This pass from the player was even more astonishing than his previous 2 long-range goals, showcasing the breadth of his vision and playing style. Such a forward is exponentially more lethal. Kong Kai leaped joyfully like a deer, running towards the class beauties section, vigorously pumping his right fist. Du Yufan joined him in celebration. The score stood at 3-1 in favor of the management team. For many, this seemed a suspiciously lenient scoreline. The mechanical and electrical team, incensed, retaliated with vigorous energy, launching an all-out attack. As the second half commenced, many of the starting players from the management team began to show signs of fatigue, prompting Yu Hong to make substitutions. His error lay in replacing 4 defenders all at once. The newly introduced players struggled to acclimate to the rhythm of the match, and the mechanical and electrical team began bombarding the management's defense. The 3 fresh defenders appeared stiff and were easily bypassed, rendering even a formidable player ineffective. Soon enough, the mechanical and electrical team capitalized on their momentum, scoring twice within 15 minutes, and leveling the score to 3-3. In the final 10 minutes, Zhou Hai began to contemplate post-match discussions regarding potential reinforcements, not wanting to let the management team lose face. Just as he was about to suggest easing the pressure to the on-field captain, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Tong Chao, Du Yufan, Bian Xuedao, and Kong Kai formed a line that sliced through the left flank of the mechanical and electrical team. The ball bobbed around the vicinity of the penalty area, with the management team sending it in, only to have the defenders clear it with powerful kicks. The management team pressed forward, repeatedly sending the ball back into the fray until it neared the corner area. Du Yufan received the ball and delivered a half-height cross, initially aimed at Kong Kai, but it ricocheted off the back of a defender and changed direction. The amateur defender flinched, oblivious to where the ball had gone, before it even touched the ground. The suddenly arriving Bian Xuedao struck the ball midair. The goalkeeper, obstructed by his own defender, failed to track the ball's trajectory. The score now stood at 4-3, a hat trick. Despite the subsequent fervent counterattack from the electromechanical team, the management squad tightened their formation, and the newly substituted players found their rhythm. The electromechanical team squandered 2 opportunities, both thwarted by the dexterous defenses of Chung Daki. Ultimately, the management team triumphed over electromechanical, securing their sole victory in the group stage. Upon hearing this scoreline, all those who had not attended the match immediately speculated that electromechanical had thrown the game. The team leaders of the already qualified squads from Groups 1 and 2 quickly began to inquire about the center forward of the Management Institute. It was unfathomable that a team renowned for its balanced offense and defense could have been so easily undone, even if electromechanical had indeed let up. They must possess some prowess. Yuheng's joy lasted only a few hours. In the afternoon match, the law school triumphed over the computer science department with a score of 5-2. Placing both the law school and the electromechanical institute on equal footing with 6 points, thus advancing to the top 8. On June 1st, Children's Day, the group stage of the Dongsan Cup football tournament concluded, revealing the 8 teams that had emerged. From Group 1, transportation and graduate teams. From Group 2, civil engineering and international students. From Group 3, electromechanical and law. And from Group 4, media and materials teams. To ensure fairness, the school announced that the 2 teams from Group 4 would undergo a 5-day rest period, resuming play on June 7th. Concurrently, in response to strong feedback from various parties, the event organizers declared some adjustments to the competition rules. First, the number of foreign players allowed on the field was expanded from 1 to 5. Second, the total team size was reduced, with a new maximum cap of 30 players. Third, the number of substitutions permitted per match was decreased to 4. In order to prevent students from becoming idle during the break, the school announced that the annual sports meet would be held on June 3rd and 4th, ensuring that several activities would seamlessly connect, showcasing the school's thoughtful planning. During the rest days, some chose to recuperate while others were busily engaged. The 5 foreign player slots were a demand forcibly negotiated by all 8 top teams with the organizers. The 8 team leaders firmly stated that without this concession, the upcoming matches would lack excitement. It was hardly surprising that the 8 leaders felt this way. With their advancement to the top 8, there were immense expectations for the teams from all levels of the college. However, even among the 8 teams, only half truly possessed quality players. The other half, regardless of substitutions, would not achieve a qualitative improvement. The 8 teams eliminated from the group stage, while overall less formidable, each contained several skilled players whose potential had been stifled by their teammates. Ignoring these talents would indeed be a waste. Having received a satisfactory outcome from the school, the 8 leaders swiftly returned to their respective colleges to convene with their teams, announcing the new competition rules and subsequently trimming the roster size. Those who had merely been included to fill numbers were released from training. The remaining core players held a brief meeting to strategize and delineate the scope for foreign players. Watching a match and playing in one are worlds apart. Only those who have experienced the clash on the field can truly discern who among the opponents is a formidable adversary. In the law school's meeting, they identified a defender from the computer science department, as well as Du and Fan from the Management Institute. Meanwhile, in the electromechanical team's meeting, consensus was reached to target Bian Xuedao, Chung Daki, and Du and Fan. The School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering initially believed that no other teams would take notice of a few players from the School of Economics and Management during their final match. However, they soon realized their misjudgment. The captains of the 8 eliminated teams became the most sought-after individuals in recent days, with Yu Hong being the most prominent among them. The final group match of the economics and management team was nothing short of spectacular. Although many were unable to attend the match in person, various sources of information allowed for a vivid reconstruction of the event. The economics and management team, employing a completely new lineup, left the mechanical and electrical engineering team in disarray. Even when the latter's main players rallied, they were still unable to turn the tide. Those who witnessed the match returned, exclaiming that the economics and management team possessed nearly half a strong squad, from goalkeeper to forward, leaving many to wonder why they had only deployed them in the final match. Everyone seeking out Yu Hong had a singular objective: to enlist his assistance in connecting with a few players from the final match. While they could have bypassed Yu Hong to contact the players privately, they feared that he might intervene unfavorably, adhering to the principle that respecting Yu Hong as the captain equated to self-respect. Yu Hong was quite accommodating. Anyone who approached him for information would receive it with a smile, often followed by an apology, stating that the decision for players to participate ultimately depended on their sincerity. In truth, Yu Hong had considered appointing a relatively well-connected team to facilitate direct access to a few players for his own benefit. But he quickly dismissed the idea after someone reminded him of Bian Xuedao, the student notorious for a previous incident at the girls' dormitory, who had not faced any repercussions. Once the match concluded, Bian Xuedao lost interest in playing. Though he loved football, playing without capable teammates proved to be a strenuous endeavor. While casual matches could afford a lack of focus on results, this particular match carried an entirely different weight of pressure. Most critically, he was aware that the lockdown was nearing its end, and Shan Rao would soon be released. He wished to accompany her. By the end of May, the number of people in the isolation building began to diminish sharply, and Shan Rao's workload became increasingly manageable. Many students, aware that they would be quarantined upon returning to campus, directly informed the school and chose to return home. Some isolated students learned through calls and online communications that the increased supply of fruits and snacks, along with other delivered items, was generously provided by alumni volunteers. After the conclusion of the quarantine, these students expressed their gratitude to Shan Rao. One senior female student, who had nearly missed an important communication with a potential employer thanks to Shan Rao's assistance, held Shan Rao's hand at the lockdown line after the quarantine, sharing heartfelt words. As they parted, the two embraced deeply. This poignant scene was captured by a male student on the second floor of the isolation building. He had requested Shan Rao to help bring in his camera through a note, and at that moment, he had successfully secured a position at a major newspaper in Beijing, ready to commence work upon receiving his diploma. The student's photographic skills were exceptional. Through his lens, he captured the two masked girls embracing, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the security guard nearby, on the imposing white quarantine warning sign, and on the red banners bearing slogans in support of the fight against the pandemic. Behind the two girls lay a caution tape. Further back were white boundary lines and a long pathway, leading to verdant greenery at its end, reminiscent of another world. Whether it was the boys behind the camera or the few individuals captured within the frame, none could have anticipated that this photograph would become an iconic representation of China's struggle against adversity. It encapsulates humanity, silence, solemnity, and hope in its essence. Upon the conclusion of his quarantine, the young man, having completed his defense, chose not to await his graduation certificate. Instead, he enlisted the help of a classmate to transport it to Beijing while he returned to the newsroom to partake in reporting. During this time, he drew upon his personal experiences, utilizing the notes he had preserved, along with images of everyday items captured from his upper floor vantage point and scenes from below, to weave together a compelling narrative. He successfully documented the poignant farewell between the quarantined students and volunteers, culminating in a report that was rich in substance and positivity. This piece was recognized by the newspaper as a first-class submission, leading to his early confirmation of employment. The article and photographs were subsequently circulated by various media outlets, garnering increasing attention, prompting journalists from other regions to seek out the volunteers depicted in the images. Local media, quick to respond, flocked to the public relations officers at Dongsan University. Before long, Shan Rao's name graced prominent positions in provincial media, showcasing her journey from voluntarily serving as a quarantine building volunteer to using notes to communicate vital information to isolated students, and even personally purchasing fruits to enhance their diets. Her unwavering commitment until the end of the lockdown painted the portrait of a remarkable young woman illuminated by the brilliance of human kindness. By the end of 2003, Shan Rao was recognized as one of the top 10 university students in Songjiang City, followed by her commendation as an outstanding young volunteer in Beijing Province. The photograph featuring Shan Rao emerged as one of the year's top 10 images in the field of journalism. Remarkably, during the Dragon Boat Festival of 2003, neither Shan Rao nor Bian Xuedao were aware of the significance of these events. On the eve of the festival, June 4th, Bian Xuedao enlisted the help of Zhou Ling, who was staying off campus, to procure some branded rice dumplings, which he then cooked in the Red Building before delivering them to Shan Rao in the quarantine building. Upon meeting, Shan Rao informed Bian Xuedao that the school had decided to lift the lockdown on June 5th, with the final batch of students being released from quarantine that day. Bian Xuedao joyfully remarked to Shan Rao that he had already inquired about the swimming pool, eagerly awaiting the moment the heroine would descend from her confinement. With a playful squint, Shan Rao inquired whether Bian Xuedao would like to accompany her to choose a swimsuit, asking if he preferred more fabric or less. Sensing the underlying tension in her gaze, Bian Xuedao rubbed his hands together and replied that in crowded places, it was better to have more fabric. But if it were just the two of them, less would be ideal. Before he could finish his thought, Shan Rao's hand stealthily emerged from beneath the quarantine line, pinching Bian Xuedao at his side. On June 5th, the lockdown was finally lifted. Bian Xuedao met Shan Rao outside the quarantine line, where she returned her change of clothes to the dormitory before preparing to visit the school's bathing facility across the street for a shower. Noticing that Shan Rao was carrying a bathing bag, Bian Xuedao asked if she intended to wash up. Yes, she confirmed. Are you going to the bathing facility across the street? He inquired. Yes, she replied. Shan Rao looked at Bian Xuedao with a hint of curiosity. It's just been lifted today, and it's already overcrowded there. Perhaps you should choose another place. Actually, my home has facilities as well, Bian Xuedao suggested. However, Shan Rao insisted on visiting the school bathing facility. True to Bian Xuedao's prediction, the ticket sales had already reached over 240 numbers, and nearby private bathing establishments were equally packed. After nearly a month of confinement in the isolation building, Shan Rao felt an overwhelming desire to bathe. Reluctantly, she accompanied Bian Xuedao back to the Red Building. Although they had established a romantic relationship during their time in the isolation building, returning home left them both somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was pleasant, warm, and natural. Shan Rao settled on the sofa to enjoy some fruit while watching television. As Bian Xuedao connected the power to the water heater and began meticulously cleaning the room, the water heater was ready, and without waiting for Shan Rao to speak, Bian Xuedao said, "You can bathe at home. I will step out to buy some groceries and prepare a nice meal for you. I won't take the key. Please let me in when I return." Liu had the key and had gone out shopping with Li's son, so Bian Xuedao planned to call him to ask him to come back later. Earlier, while watching television, Shan Rao had pondered the situation. Although she and Bian Xuedao were officially a couple, bathing at his home felt somewhat awkward, especially since she feared he might look down upon her. However, Bian Xuedao's decision to step out and leave her the key made her feel fortunate to have such a considerate partner. His casual remark about her bathing at home struck a chord within her, resonating deeply with her feminine sensibilities. She approached the window, searching for Bian Xuedao's figure. The bathroom was clean and tidy, infused with a refreshing scent of soap. It was hard to believe it was maintained by a man in his 20s. On the sink lay neatly stacked towels, a toothbrush, toothpaste, a cup, and a set of new men's pajamas. Shan Rao scrutinized Bian Xuedao's bathroom, as if peering into the depths of a man's character. Finally, standing before the mirror, she gazed at her own radiant reflection. For the first time, she didn't question whether a particular man was worthy of her. Rather, she contemplated whether she could hold on to him, despite Bian Xuedao's absence. Being in his house made Shan Rao feel a twinge of peculiarity as she began to undress, as if she were revealing herself before him. Looking at her reflection, she dispelled the final remnants of doubt, believing that her beautiful body could surely capture Bian Xuedao's heart. The key was not to yield her body too readily, but to gradually open herself to him, piece by piece, winning his affection. After a lengthy bath, she donned Bian Xuedao's oversized pajamas and called him to say she was hungry. He returned shortly. Even though she was prepared, Bian Xuedao was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her in the new pajamas, her hair elegantly styled. Shan Rao was pleased with his reaction. Taking the grocery bag from Bian Xuedao, She turned to enter the kitchen and casually offered, "What shall we eat? I can help you with that." By the time Li Yu arrived, they had already finished their meal. Li Yu brought Shan Rao an array of snacks that girls usually love, and Bian Xuedao noted that without a car, it would have been difficult to carry them back. This was typical of Li Yu. He was exceedingly generous to those he favored. Since Dan Rao took the initiative to go to the isolation building for Bian Xuedao, Li Yu has included her in his circle of friends. For Li Yu, this represents a recognition that surpasses that of being merely Bian Xuedao's girlfriend. Knowing that the two were reuniting after a brief separation, Li Yu did not linger, leaving his belongings and departing. Dan Rao joyfully fiddled with the snacks Li Yu had brought, crouching in front of Bian Xuedao's food storage cabinet, organizing them meticulously. Bian Xuedao joined her in assisting, inquiring about her plans. As you approach your senior year, are you considering job hunting or pursuing further studies? I could prepare a room for you. If you need a place to study, you are welcome to stay, and I won't charge you rent. Once they had tidied the cabinet, they settled back onto the sofa. Dan Rao playfully teased Bian Xuedao, "Rent? But this isn't even your house." Bian Xuedao felt no harm in disclosing the information and replied, "This house is mine now. I have already purchased it." Dan Rao chose not to pursue the topic further, gently resting her head on Bian Xuedao's shoulder, stating, "I don't wish to take the entrance exam for graduate school. I am preparing for the civil service examination. Since my first year, my family has urged me to prepare for this, and I have been diligently studying for the past 2 years. When the next semester arrives and I need to study intensely, I may indeed need to stay here for a while." Bian Xuedao asked, "Why does your family insist on you taking the civil service exam?" Dan Rao responded, "Both my parents and my grandparents were civil servants, and the majority of my relatives are as well. They believe this career offers stability, allowing a girl to lead a secure life." Casting a glance at Bian Xuedao, she continued, "And perhaps find a well-off husband." Bian Xuedao feigned a sigh, exclaiming, "With such a statement, you place a great deal of pressure on me." Dan Rao playfully pinched Bian Xuedao, retorting, "How shameless. Who said I must marry you?" Then, curious, she asked, "By the way, was this house purchased with help from your family? What do your parents do?" Bian Xuedao replied, "They are ordinary workers, but they were laid off a few years ago." Hearing this, Dan Rao straightened up and gazed intently at him, asking, "Then how did you afford this?" Bian Xuedao explained, "I earned the money during my studies over the past 2 years. Online." Dan Rao asked, puzzled, "What could you possibly do online that is so lucrative?" Bian Xuedao responded, "It's difficult to explain in a few words, but rest assured, it is indeed my earnings." Just as Dan Rao was about to speak, her phone rang. She moved to the window to answer it, chatting for a while and occasionally casting curious glances at Bian Xuedao. After hanging up and returning to the sofa, Dan Rao looked at Bian Xuedao and asked, "Can you play football?" Chapter 067. Your beauty trap is mine. Setting down her phone, Dan Rao asked Bian Xuedao if he could play football. He nodded. "I can manage a bit." Dan Rao continued, "Just now, the president of our department called me, inquiring about how well I know you. He mentioned wanting to invite you to be an external player for our college football team." Bian Xuedao shook his head. "Your department has approached me before, but I have no desire to play. It's too exhausting." Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Dan Rao's face as she said, "The president just mentioned on the phone that our department leadership has declared their intent to achieve commendable results in the inaugural Dongson Cup, even resorting to deploying female members of the student council to employ beauty traps. As the head of the female students, I cannot escape this duty. If you refuse to participate, I will find someone else to employ such tactics. What do you think?" Bian Xuedao reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, springing up in a flurry to snatch the phone from Dan Rao's hand, exclaiming, "What is the name of your department's president? I will agree to him right away. I must clarify to him that I have taken care of your beauty trap and that you are not to assign any external tasks to me." Observing Bian Xuedao's demeanor and hearing his words, Shan Rao laughed heartily, unable to straighten her back for quite some time. "I would like to use the computer," Shan Rao said to Bian Xuedao. "Come." Bian Xuedao led Shan Rao into the study, where he powered on a machine, assuming she had some online matters to attend to. Just as he was about to excuse himself, Shan Rao called out to him, "Don't leave. I need your opinion." Bian Xuedao pulled a stool beside her, and Shan Rao logged into her account, opening her profile. In 2003, the personalized signature feature had yet to be introduced, and everyone expressed their individuality in the personal description section. Shan Rao's description read, "The world is vast. Keep climbing." As Bian Xuedao watched Shan Rao delete this phrase, He placed his fingers on the keyboard and turned to ask, "I want to change it. What do you think would be more suitable?" Bian Xuedao, momentarily lost in thought, shook his head in confusion. Shan Rao's fingers danced across the keys as she typed 4 words into her personal description. "A prize flower has an owner." She then turned to Bian Xuedao and asked, "What do you think of this?" Bian Xuedao leaned in, took the mouse, clicked save, and replied, "Perfectly fitting." Having promised Shan Rao, Bian Xuedao proceeded to contact Du and Fan, only to discover that they had already committed to the electrical engineering team. Tong Chao had joined Bian Xuedao in the media team. When they sought out Cheng Daki, Duan Qifeng, and Su Jiao expressed their desire to try out as well. Bian Xuedao hesitated to give an affirmative answer, stating he could inquire on their behalf. Out of respect for Bian Xuedao and Shan Rao, Duan Qifeng and Su Jiao were also added to the team, albeit as clearly bench players. They played as forwards and midfielders, positions already well filled with competent players in the media team. On June 7th, Saturday, the 14th match day of the Dongsan Cup, the weather was slightly warm with no wind. At 8:30 a.m., half an hour before the match, the stadium was already bustling with spectators. The morning's match featured the first-place team, the transportation team, from Group 1, against the second-place international students team from Group 2, with the school lockdown lifted. Rumors circulated that the international students team had recruited several formidable foreign players from outside schools. Sitting alongside Shan Rao on the sidelines, Bian Xuedao unexpectedly spotted a familiar face from the English salon among the international students team's lineup. Harry, a British student from Songjiang University of Technology. Harry played as a left-winger. During the match, Harry showcased remarkable speed and incisive breakthroughs, his ball control and vision evidently surpassing that of the transportation team players. He collaborated with a black fullback, dismantling the right flank of the transportation team with relentless pressure. The forward for the international students team was a Croatian student, agile and robust, with an active running style, who scored the first goal just 6 minutes into the match. Despite the transportation team having assembled a decent squad through internal recruitment, they ultimately fell to the aggressive offense of the international students team, losing 1-5 and becoming the first team to be eliminated. The remaining 6 teams in the quarterfinals, having witnessed the performance of the international students team in the morning, were left in a cold sweat. Among the teams that the international student team has faced in the group stage, the civil engineering team holds the most credible perspective. The captain of the civil engineering team believes that the addition of 4 foreign players has elevated the international student team by at least 2 tiers. The morning's score of 5-1 reflects the outcome of the international student team easing off in the latter part of the second half. On the afternoon of June 7th, the first-place electromechanical team faces the second-place media team. The electromechanical team employs a 4-5-1 formation, while the media team opts for a 4-4-1-1 setup. Prior to the match, the captain intended for Bian Xuedao to play as a central striker, but upon noticing the media team's center forward displaying signs of distress, Yin proactively requested to play as a shadow striker, a position he prefers. Among the spectators, a considerable number believe that scoring is primarily the responsibility of the player at the forefront of the formation. As the match progresses, scoring becomes increasingly challenging, and Yin did not wish to burden himself with excessive pressure, viewing his role merely as an external aid. In the media team's lineup, Tong Chao remains a fullback, and Cheng Daki continues as the goalkeeper. Du and Fan appear in the holding midfield position for the electromechanical team. Ever since Zhou Hai learned that the media school had recruited the standout players Bian Xuedao and Cheng Daki, he has been unable to sleep, intent on leading his team into the top 4. Zhou is acutely aware of the psychological intimidation his defenders feel towards Yin, and thus he took the risk of placing his teammate Du, who has collaborated with Yin before, in the holding position, hoping that Du's familiarity with Yin would mitigate his impact. Yin and Du's positions overlap, causing mutual concern for both captains about potential laxity between them. However, in reality, both players exhibit remarkable dedication, engaging in several thrilling confrontations. The stands on the media side are distinctly more aesthetically pleasing than those of the electromechanical side. Members of the international student team and several foreign players, having just concluded their match in the morning, intentionally sit on the media side, occasionally whispering in English to comment on the attractive female students from the media school. Harry, seated in the stands, also notices Bian Xuedao on the field. Delighted to encounter a friend from the English salon, Harry promptly resolves to speak with Yin during halftime. Yan's roommate from room 909 and a girl from room 603 have come to watch the match, as well as Yu Hong and Liao Liao with their roommates. And even Professor Yan makes an appearance in a corner of the stands. Xu Shangxiu and Tao Qing sit among students from other colleges. Both realizing only after the match begins that Bian Xuedao has become an external player for the media team. From the moment they entered until the match commenced. Yin and Shan Rao had not interacted or spoken, yet during the warm-up, Yin quickly spotted Shan in the stands, and Shan also noticed Yin from a distance. They exchanged smiles, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. Before the match, Zhou Hai had clearly identified two key players to mark, and Bian Xuedao was among them. As the match commenced, there was no cautious probing as seen in televised football broadcasts. No defensive counterattacks occurred. The atmosphere in the crowded stadium overwhelmed the student players, who, lacking the psychological resilience of professional athletes, either felt overly tense and failed to execute competent actions or became overly energized, running recklessly, fiercely competing, and desperately seeking to showcase their abilities. The team leaders on both sides quickly discerned the unease, yet their shouts from the sidelines yielded little effect. Failing to quell the exuberance of the players, they resorted to urging, focus on the man, not the ball. Maintain your formation. Pay attention to the layers. Return to your positions, swiftly. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, both teams exhibited rapid transitions between offense and defense, each managing several shots on goal. Yet none found the back of the net, either missing the target or being thwarted by the goalkeeper. Chung Daki's performance on the field was markedly more composed and seasoned than in the previous match. It was evident he had engaged in thorough reflection regarding the 3 goals conceded, showcasing an impressive ability to analyze and improve. Although no goals were scored, the atmosphere remained lively. During the first half, Bian Xuedao created 3 opportunities for his team's striker, yet the striker, though possessing strength, lacked finesse and agility. Each attempt required around 5 steps of adjustment, and once entangled by the opposing defenders, he had no recourse but to rely on brute force. One could imagine that in casual games or group matches, where defenders may lack skill and awareness, this striker could demonstrate a certain attacking prowess. However, when faced with equally competent defenders, he found himself impotent in front of goal. In the initial 40 minutes, Bian Xuedao's performance was rather unremarkable, for some reason. He struggled to find his rhythm early in the match. He was closely marked, which seemed to unsettle him, compounded by the fact that many teammates were eager to shine individually, providing him insufficient support. Consequently, Bian Xuedao's display fell short of the expectations set by the team leader. As the first half drew to a close, the frenetic pace of play began to take its toll, with players on both sides feeling fatigued. The 2 defenders from the mechanical team assigned to closely monitor Bian Xuedao, after over 40 minutes of relentless running, began to falter in keeping up with his pace. And Bian Xuedao's performance appeared to regain its momentum. Chapter 068. A first experience at the swimming pool. Dan Rao observed Bian Xuedao as he dashed across the field, engaging in tackles, his focus shifting with the ball, occasionally wiping sweat from his brow. She noted his communication with nearby teammates, despite the absence of goals. She found the athleticism of the boys far more appealing than usual. The players finally awaited the halftime break. After an intense first half, several players from both sides approached the team leaders, requesting to be substituted in the second half. The 2 leaders were left speechless with frustration. New regulations allowed only 4 substitutions, making it impractical to accommodate such requests. The East China University Stadium lacked dedicated resting rooms for players. There was a room beneath the podium, but it required on-the-spot applications, which everyone found cumbersome. Players could only rest in the designated area along the stands. Everyone was exhausted, focusing on recovery, resulting in a rare silence among them. Dan Rao spotted Bian Xuedao sitting on the steps, drinking water, and was about to approach him when she noticed a blonde international student approaching him. Upon realizing it was Harry seeking him out, Bian Xuedao stood up enthusiastically and walked aside with Harry to converse. Many recognized that the individual speaking with Bian Xuedao was the foreign winger from the morning's international student team, leaving everyone curious about the nature of their acquaintance. Liao Liao returned from the restroom and passed by Bian Xuedao and Harry, overhearing their conversation in English. Upon settling back into her seat, she remarked to Liao Liao about a boy from their nutrition class conversing in English with a foreigner. Shan Rao also noticed Bian Xuedao engaging in dialogue with international students, and his appreciation for Bian Xuedao grew slightly. In the second half, Tong Chao sustained a leg injury due to a collision and was substituted. The captain of the media team initially intended to replace Bian Xuedao as well, but considering the scarcity of substitutions, he decided to observe Bian Xuedao's performance a little longer. In the 48th minute, Bian Xuedao unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area, striking the post with a resounding thud that echoed through the stadium. Both Zhou Hai and the mechanical engineering players concurrently thought, "Oh no, it has begun again." 3 minutes later, Bian Xuedao received a pass at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a fierce shot. The ball collided with the defender's chest, creating a loud impact that sent the defender staggering back, pale-faced and crouching on the ground, unable to rise for some time. 5 minutes later, leveraging his physicality and strength, Bian Xuedao sprinted with the ball for 30 meters. Just as everyone anticipated another shot, several defenders and the goalkeeper rushed to block the shooting lane. He deftly passed the ball to his team's striker, who was left unmarked and effortlessly scored. The media team opened the scoring, and the stadium erupted with excitement. After all, spectators come to watch matches to witness goals, and they finally witnessed one, an elegant and clean strike. While the media team celebrated on the field, Bian Xuedao dashed to the sidelines, facing Shan Rao, and raised his right index finger high, signaling that this was his first goal dedicated to her. All eyes turned to Shan Rao, who was blushing for the first time, despite being such a generous girl. The goal significantly boosted the morale of the media team, invigorating them as if they had suddenly regained their stamina. They began to run actively and move dynamically, causing chaos in the mechanical engineering team's penalty area. 7 minutes later, amidst a scramble in front of the goal, Bian Xuedao utilized his physical advantage to shield the ball. Hearing a teammate calling for the ball from behind, he leaned forward but cleverly flicked the ball back with his heel, allowing the approaching teammate to score without fail. 2-0. In a match of this caliber, Bian Xuedao's heel pass was extraordinary. Everyone's attention was focused on the goal, all anticipating a breakthrough as they speculated on how Bian Xuedao would attempt to shoot. With a stroke of genius, he employed his heel, demonstrating to everyone the essence of playing with intelligence. Seeing Bian Xuedao extend 2 fingers towards her from the sidelines, Shan Rao's heart soared. She subtly raised her chin and made a kissing gesture towards him, after which she watched as he, like a wound-up toy, turned and sprinted back onto the field. Unable to contain her delight, she laughed, thoroughly pleased with his reaction. Taking advantage of the media team's aggressive push, the mechanical engineering team attempted a few counterattacks, but 2 clear chances were thwarted by Cheng Daki, causing their morale to plummet. 5 minutes later, the media team surged forward once more, advancing through both the flanks and the center, executing several passes until the ball found its way back to Bian Xuedao. Bian Xuedao deftly used the back of his foot to release the ball, effortlessly maneuvering sideways to create distance from the defending player before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball surged forward like a cannonball, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, heading straight for the net. The 2 defenders in front, having previously suffered from Bian Xuedao's formidable strikes, momentarily froze, unsure of where to shield themselves. Instead of positioning their bodies to increase their blocking surface area, they instinctively turned sideways, retracting their necks, silently praying, "Not me, please, not me." The ball found its mark. 3-0. Bian Xuedao spread his arms wide, mimicking the celebratory gestures of players on television, gliding through the air like a bird. Halfway through his run, he realized he was heading the wrong way. Spotting Dan Rao in the stands behind him, he turned back and once again stood beneath her, lifting 3 fingers high in the air. All the applause and glory were solely dedicated to her. As she watched Bian Xuedao, beaming with joy and glistening with sweat, presenting his triumph to her, Dan Rao's eyes suddenly welled with tears. She covered her mouth, disregarding the gazes of those around her, and vigorously nodded in acknowledgement to Bian Xuedao. This moment firmly confirmed the relationship between the two, which had previously been uncertain. The final score remained at 3-0, an exceedingly rare outcome since the inception of the Donson Cup. Generally speaking, it is a challenge for any team to leave their opponents scoreless. Yet the media team achieved this feat, or rather, the potential was realized. After the match, the leader of the media department, fully aware of the backstory, did not express any particular sentiment towards Bian Xuedao. Instead, he procured a generous basket of fruit to deliver to Dan Rao's dormitory, remarking to the members of the sports department that this was a strategy of capturing the king to catch the thief. As long as he won Dan Rao's favor, Bian Xuedao would be an indispensable player for the media team, impervious to any attempts at recruitment. The weekend saw a continuous two-day tournament culminating in the emergence of the 4 finalist teams: the graduate team, the international student team, the media team, and the materials team. An examination of the 4 finalists revealed one team each from Groups 1 and 2, while Group 3 was entirely eliminated. And Group 4 proved to be a veritable death group. To prevent widespread class absences, the school scheduled the semifinals and finals for the following 2 weekends, with rumors suggesting that the school leaders would attend the matches. The semifinal matchups are set to be the graduate team against the media team and the international student team against the materials team. The captains and relevant personnel from the 4 finalist teams were fully engaged, gathering intelligence on their semifinal opponents while continuing to recruit external players to bolster their team's strength. Establishing designated training areas within the sports complex, Bian Xuedao remained indifferent to the training. His focus was on swimming. Unbeknownst to him, Shan Rao had secretly purchased a swimsuit, a one-piece in a light blue floral pattern. Upon seeing Shan Rao in her swimsuit, Bian Xuedao noted her exceptional physique, perfectly balanced, with just the right amount of flesh, neither too much nor too little. As a married man, Bian Xuedao was not overwhelmed by the sight of the beautiful swimmer. Instead, he shared several swimming tips with Shan Rao, eliminating any unnecessary chatter. He led her directly to a shallow pool with a depth of approximately 1.2 meters, encouraging her to enter the water. "Now, but I don't know anything yet," Shan Rao protested, standing at the edge of the pool, reluctant to plunge in. Having once taught Xu Shangxiu how to swim, Bian Xuedao was well-versed in the process, understanding that practicing on land was futile. It was essential to confront the fear of water directly, fostering an interest in playing in the water and building confidence in swimming to learn as swiftly as possible. Getting into the water isn't about swimming right away. Hold on to the railing and practice your movements in the water. As Bian Xuedao stood resolutely by the pool's edge, Shan Rao, feeling somewhat aggrieved, stepped tentatively into the water, half squatting and gripping the handrail tightly, her gaze uncertainly fixed on Bian Xuedao. "Try standing up. It's not that deep," he encouraged. Upon straightening her posture, Shan Rao discovered that the water indeed did not rise above her, and the tension on her face dissipated immediately. Bian Xuedao walked approximately 10 meters along the pool's edge before instructing her, "Hold onto the side and walk over to me." Shan Rao followed his directions step by step. He retraced his path, prompting her to do the same. This process repeated 4 times, during which Shan Rao began to acclimate to the buoyancy of the water. Without further prompting, she started to experiment with holding onto the pool's edge and allowing her legs to float. Noticing her burgeoning interest in floating, Bian Xuedao swam a few laps in the shallow end to demonstrate swimming techniques. When Shan Rao took a break on the poolside, he ventured into the standard pool, swimming 700 meters in about 10 minutes. Bian Xuedao aimed to instill confidence in her, demonstrating his proficiency as a swimming instructor. As Shan Rao sat by the poolside watching him swim, her thoughts wandered. Having confirmed their romantic relationship, why hadn't he introduced her to his dormitory friends? The two spent 2.5 hours at the swimming facility on that first day. On their way back to school, Shan Rao inquired, "When will we come again?" Bian Xuedao replied, "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow? I want to learn quickly. It would be best to come every day for the next half-month," she added, pausing to say, "Of course. We can take a few days off when it's inconvenient." Shan Rao quickened her pace, pretending not to hear. Chapter 69. The subtle thoughts of good friends. Upon returning from the swimming pool, Shan Rao received a call from Xuan as soon as she entered her dormitory. They hadn't seen each other for a while due to recent events and campus lockdowns. During the call, Xuan invited Shan Rao to go shopping together soon to help her pick out a few seasonal outfits. At the end of their conversation, Xuan, in her usual playful manner, asked if Shan Rao had a boyfriend yet, teasing that she needed to find one before graduation. "I do have a boyfriend." Shan Rao surprised Xuan with her response. Even through the phone, the excitement in Xuan's voice was palpable. "You do? Is it serious or just a crush?" "How long has it been?" "It's serious. We've been together for less than half a month," Shan Rao replied. "When will you bring him to meet me? I can give you my approval. I haven't dated much myself, but I've seen enough people to tell who's worth it at a glance," Xuan said, suddenly pausing as if struck by a thought. "Your boyfriend wouldn't happen to be. It's someone you've met." "Bian Xuedao?" Shan Rao interjected. "Ah." Xuan's voice brimmed with astonishment. "Really? You actually managed to win him over?" "No way. Are you two truly in a relationship?" Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Shan Rao affirmed. Guan Xunan remarked, I've known since childhood that you have a charmed life. Whatever you pursue, you achieve. And you get what you want. Enough said, treat us to a nice meal. Let us wait a bit. There's a football tournament at school coming up. And he's a key player who trains every day, Shan Rao explained. He plays football too? Guan Xunan's tone now carried a hint of jealousy. Shan Rao was acutely aware that Guan Xunan was an ardent football enthusiast, and she often lamented the fact that she had chosen a boyfriend who lacked an appreciation for the sport. Guan Xunan inquired, when will the match take place? Is it at your school's sports field? I could sneak into another class to watch. Shan Rao replied, if we make it to the finals, I will inform you in advance. After swimming for over 2 hours, exhausted and weary, Shan Rao fell asleep shortly after hanging up the phone. However, Guan Xunan found herself unable to drift into slumber for a prolonged period. Initially, she had encouraged Shan Rao to explore her connection with Bian Xuedao, not genuinely believing that Shan Rao would pursue it, nor did she hold much faith in her success. Her encouragement was tinged with a subtle expectation of failure. As they had grown up together, and despite their amicable relationship, Shan Rao's seemingly perpetual good fortune sparked a tinge of jealousy within her. Now, Shan Rao had once again validated her streak of good luck. She had remained single for a considerable time, only to find herself with a partner who possessed a substantial savings account even while still in school. A situation that was particularly vexing as it seemed to be orchestrated by Guan Xunan herself. Shan Rao remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Guan Xuanan's mind. The following day, she accompanied Bian Xuedao to the swimming pool for another 2-hour practice session, focusing primarily on treading water and underwater breath holding. Compared to their first day, this time saw an increase in their physical interactions. Initially, Shan Rao felt a twinge of nervousness, but she soon realized that Bian Xuedao was entirely focused on instructing her in swimming techniques, which gradually diverted her attention. On the third day, Liu, having heard that Bian Xuedao was taking Shan Rao to learn to swim, surprisingly refrained from insisting on joining them. Instead, he entrusted his car keys to Bian Xuedao, suggesting it would be more convenient for their round trip. That day, they concentrated on practicing floating, with Bian Xuedao gently supporting Shan Rao's chin, guiding her movements through the water. By the fourth day, Shan Rao could swim 20 meters using the breaststroke, and she was utterly exhilarated, clinging to Bian Xuedao's shoulders in the water, exclaiming, "Does this mean I've learned how to swim?" Bian Xuedao replied, "You've made progress, but you haven't truly mastered it yet. You'll only have truly learned when you can swim 300 meters in one go. By the way, what inspired your desire to learn swimming?" Shan Rao playfully splashed the water, responding, "I've heard that girls who swim tend to have great figures." Bian Xuedao gazed at her and remarked, "Your figure is already quite commendable." Shan Rao squinted her beautiful eyes, playfully threatening, "I want to improve even more. And have you gazed enough yet?" On Friday, during a joint practice session, the center forward of the media team injured his foot and was deemed unfit to participate in the semifinals. Following an internal trial, it was decided that Duan Qifeng and Bian Xuedao would form a dual forward partnership. On the morning of the semifinals, a light drizzle fell. Fortunately, the rain ceased shortly after, leaving the sky overcast yet the temperature perfect for a match. Groups of students arrived at the sports field, some bringing magazines, others plastic seat cushions, and some umbrellas, all eager to secure prime viewing spots. 5 minutes before the match commenced, there was a flurry of activity at the podium, confirming the presence of school officials there to witness the event. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match began. In the first half of the semifinals, the graduate team struck first, but soon after, Duan Qifeng executed a remarkable long run, scoring an equalizer. The match then settled into a tense stalemate, proving to be a nightmare for the two forwards of the graduate team. However, the media team was not faring any better. The most formidable aspect of the graduate team lies in their midfield. During the first half of the semifinals, they effectively stifled the communication team's midfield, rendering their offensive efforts futile. Neither Bian Xuedao nor Duan Qifeng could intervene, as it was unreasonable to expect them to constantly retrieve the ball and launch attacks single-handedly. However, the situation transformed within 10 minutes of the second half following the substitution of Xu Shangxiu. Typically, when playing casually, Bian Xuedao did not perceive a significant difference. But once the match intensified, he realized that Xu Shangxiu and Duan Qifeng possessed foundational football skills that far surpassed those of all other players on the field. The once formidable graduate midfielders, who had seemed as powerful as tigers in the first half, found themselves outmatched by Xu Shangxiu. Their speed, technique, strength, and awareness lagged significantly, leading to repeated moments of bewilderment as Xu Shangxiu confounded them with his adept footwork and swift changes of direction. It is only natural, after all. They had attended a football academy, and their coach was a professional player from the top league, providing them with a more structured training regimen and skill development. In contrast, the graduate players, who had merely dabbled in football during their middle school, high school, and university years, lacked the consistent practice that these boys, who seemed inseparable from the ball, had. The disparity in their ball control was glaring. Furthermore, these boys exhibited astonishing physical prowess and innate football talent, which left Bian Xuedao pondering how they had grown so tall and robust given their family backgrounds. The synergy on the field among Cheng Daki, Xu Shangxiu, and Duan Qifeng was unparalleled. Cheng Daki's long passes, Xu Shangxiu's discreet yet precise through balls, and the seamless, intricate 1-2s between Xu Shangxiu and Duan Qifeng, complemented by Bian Xuedao's powerful long-range strikes, wreaked havoc in the graduate team's defense, leaving them scrambling in disarray. Unlike their previous match against the mechanical team, which had devolved into a mere formality early on, the graduate team remained spirited and combative, even trailing by 3 goals in the last 10 minutes. They fought valiantly, striving to create opportunities and obstructing Bian Xuedao's attempts at close-range shots. As the match reached its final stages, the intensity escalated, with players from both teams occasionally tumbling to the ground due to collisions, and tensions began to rise. At this moment, Bian Xuedao noticed a player down. Regardless of which team they belonged to, he made it a point to run over and help them up, offering a friendly pat on the shoulder. His actions gradually diffused the tension on the field. The final score settled at 4-1, with Duan Qifeng and Xu Shangxiu netting all 4 goals for the communication team. As the match concluded, the crowd erupted in applause. Rumors circulated among the students that the school leaders on the podium had also joined in the applause, praising it as a unifying and splendid match. Over the weekend, the semifinals concluded, with the communication team and the international student team vying for the championship, while the graduate team faced off against the materials team for 3rd place. On Sunday afternoon, Chen Jin informed Bian Xuedao that he and Xu would be treating all the dormitory friends and their families to dinner that evening, emphasizing at the end of the call that he must bring Minister Shan along. At that moment, Bian Xuedao and Shan Rao were en route to the swimming pool. He relayed the dinner invitation to Shan Rao and inquired if they would still go swimming. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "Let's head back. It's my first time dining out with you, and I ought to prepare a bit." In the evening, after meticulously adorning herself, Shan Rao stood at the entrance of the building, awaiting Bian Xuedao to escort her. As she observed the tall and composed Bian Xuedao alight from Liu's vehicle, she felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Guanshunan. Chapter 070. A one-sided affection. The dinner arranged by Chen Jian was evidently well thought out, with both the restaurant and the cuisine being of commendable quality. A total of 13 individuals, 8 male students from room 909, along with 5 female family members, just fit around a large table. Although the gathering ostensibly celebrated Chen Jian and Su Yi's confirmation of their romantic relationship, the conversation predominantly revolved around Bian Xuedao and Shan Rao, with the latter clearly being the focal point of attention. During Su Yi's birthday celebration, she had witnessed Bian Xuedao stand up for Chen Jian during a confrontation, leading her, despite her typically tranquil and reserved nature, to be particularly considerate toward Shan Rao, who accompanied Bian Xuedao. Through this gathering, Shan Rao discerned the social dynamics at play. Observing how well Bian Xuedao was treated by his dormitory peers made her realize that such a man, skilled at cultivating relationships, would likely thrive in society. Noticing that Bian Xuedao abstained from alcohol, she too chose not to drink. The table's occupants, including AI Feng, ceased their insistence for Bian Xuedao to partake. Yet the atmosphere remained vibrant. During the meal, Chen Jian divulged a piece of news. Tong Chao had recently become quite close to a girl. This revelation piqued everyone's curiosity, prompting a flurry of inquiries about Tong Chao's situation. Tong Chao candidly shared that he had met her while studying in the library a few days prior. She had seen him play football. The group responded with collective exclamations, acknowledging that athletic prowess often attracts female attention. They bombarded Tong Chao with questions about her department, year, hometown, and name. We're in the same year, majoring in wildlife and nature reserve management, from Chengdu, and her name is Xia Ning, Tong Chao replied. The group, undeterred, pressed him for further details on how they had met in the library. Tong Chao recounted their initial conversations, first encounters, and the circumstances of their first date. While Tong Chao shared his story, Eugene and Kong Wei eyes exchanged knowing glances, their expressions clearly suggesting that Tong Chao had already taken a significant step into the realm of romance, leaving only him among the dormitory as a singleton. Subsequently, the conversation continued to center around Tong Chao and the yet-to-be-seen Xia Ning, with everyone offering suggestions aimed at fostering familiarity and expediting the establishment of a romantic relationship. In pursuit of securing Tong Chao's relationship meal, the group eagerly brainstormed ideas. Some advised going out for meals and shopping together, while others suggested frequent gift-giving, daily phone calls, and studying together. It was AI Feng, with his quick wit, who proposed that they should enlist the advice of the female attendees present, saying, "Since you are the youngest in the dorm, let's have the sisters share their insights from a female perspective." Chun Jian, adept at energizing the atmosphere, added, "Ideas shouldn't come for free. How about a drink for each suggestion?" Clearly, Tong Chao was quite invested in Xia Ning, as he promptly filled his glass upon hearing Chun Jian's words, looking at the women at the table with a silly grin, which elicited laughter from everyone. In such gatherings, Zhou Ling typically remained silent, aware that she was somewhat different from the others. Su Yi and Li Sun share a striking resemblance in their personalities, often wearing smiles and occasionally engaging in conversation. Nan Jiao, the most talkative among them, appeared somewhat out of her element regarding this topic, struggling to contribute meaningful ideas. Noticing the awkwardness, Tong Chao seized the moment, asking, "Do you know her hobbies?" Grateful for the assistance that prevented an uncomfortable silence, Tong Chao quickly added, "She has a profound passion for photography, always with her camera in hand, frequently venturing out to capture the world. Why not procure a camera and seek her guidance on photography?" suggested Dan Rao. "If she welcomes your inquiry, you could accompany her on her outings, fostering familiarity between you." After pondering for a moment, Tong Chao casually inquired, "Sister-in-law, what are your hobbies?" Dan Rao took a sip from her teacup, glancing at Bian Xuedao with a smile. Remaining silent, Bian Xuedao leaned close to Dan Rao, whispering a few words and seeking her approval. Upon receiving a nod, he announced, "Old Ba, tighten your grip. Dan Rao and I have decided to spend a few days in Beidei during the summer vacation. Anyone from the dormitory interested in joining, please sign up in advance. The expenses will be covered by us, and we'll treat everyone to our celebratory meal there. Additionally, feel free to bring along family." A moment of silence ensued, followed by an eruption of cheers within the private room. Everyone knew that Bian Xuedao was not one to boast without cause and was generous towards his dormitory mates. So no one hesitated. Those with girlfriends immediately began discussing summer plans with them, eager to indulge in lavish meals and leisurely activities. Bian Xuedao turned to Yang Hao, saying, "What do you think? Since I'm being so generous, shouldn't you bring your girlfriend along so everyone can meet her?" Yang Hao chuckled, replying, "I'll ask her when I get back and do my best to bring her." After finishing his drink, Liu stood up, saying, "I'm not trying to steal old Bian's thunder. I've already made plans for the afternoon, so let us all enjoy it together." The atmosphere reached an exhilarating peak. With Bian Xuedao and Liu, two individuals willing to spend for their friends, everyone in this small circle felt at ease, engaging freely in conversation and enjoying themselves. Upon entering the private room, Liu was the first to belt out "Too Foolish," followed by Yang Hao with "Real Men," leading to a phase of spontaneous singing. Initially, Dan Rao merely provided a few harmonies for Su Yi before sitting closely beside Bian Xuedao, sipping her drink. She adored the camaraderie of Bian Xuedao's circle and appreciated how he had designed their celebratory meal so innovatively, especially after consulting her beforehand. Immersed in a profound sense of happiness, she found it difficult to extricate herself from the moment. Not to be outdone, Liu seized the microphone, exclaiming, "Minister Dan, this won't do. I saw you on stage during the school anniversary. If you don't sing a song, I want to reveal old Bian's secret talent for singing." Noticing Bian Xuedao's amused gaze, Dan Rao set her beer down and clapped her hands, declaring, "Then I shall sing one, dedicated to our melodious old Bian." She chose to perform "True Lover" by Coco Lee. As the music began, Dan Rao effortlessly fell into the rhythm of the song. As soon as she began to sing, everyone was astonished to discover that Dan Rao could evoke the sultry and playful essence of Coco Lee's voice. Her rendition of "True Lover" was wild and passionate. While singing, She did not intentionally cast a glance at Bian Xuedao, yet every individual in the room could sense that her performance was directed at him. A direct and bold affection surged from her voice, devoid of any pretense, instead imparting a feeling of genuine sincerity. Listening to Dan Rao's melodic expression, Li Yu sighed to Li Sun beside him, proclaiming, "This is a power couple in music. I could never compete with old Bian and with Minister Dan in the mix. I'm utterly outmatched." True Lover completely transformed the atmosphere of the gathering, regardless of whether the songs chosen were right or wrong. As long as someone selected a tune, there would inevitably be a voice to sing it. Dan Rao settled back beside Bian Xuedao, saying nothing, but smiling as she watched Li Yu and others eagerly seize the microphone. Noticing that Bian Xuedao was abstaining from alcohol, she playfully skewered a grape with a toothpick and offered it to his lips, then switched to watermelon, and then to an apple. The two drew ever closer, eventually leaning against one another naturally, their silent understanding preventing either from shifting position. Bian Xuedao felt the warmth radiating from Dan Rao, while she would occasionally glance at Li Yu and the others singing before turning back to Bian Xuedao with a reassuring look, ensuring he did not feel neglected. Li Yu and Chun Jian approached, urging Bian Xuedao to join in the singing, prompting Dan Rao to sit up straight and join the cheer. Bian Xuedao surveyed the song list and selected Unrequited Love by Zhang Yu. Li Yu remarked that the choice was excellent. One had just boldly expressed love, and now the other was about to pledge loyalty. AI Feng inquired whether Li Yu had thoroughly examined the lyrics of Unrequited Love, questioning if it was truly the appropriate choice given its theme of saying goodbye. Li Yu confidently replied that he had studied the lyrics closely and could nearly recite them from memory. "I tell you, there is no song more fitting for pledging loyalty to Minister Dan than this one.